inquiring about traversing a fantastical realm as an ordinary menial worker who desires to remain uninvolved and lead a languid existence. One might ponder about the appropriate course of action. The response reveals an alternate version of the fantastical world, where cultivation, innate talent, proficiency in techniques, and wealth are all set to maximum levels. Specifically 999, 9999. Upon starting the journey with modified peak cultivation, Chen Mu discovers himself to be invincible. What's this? His senior brother, displeased with him, seeks to provoke him. With a mere modification, he transforms him into a cripple, stripping him of all cultivation and expelling him from the sect. What? The stunning senior sister, enamored with the senior brother, wishes to confront him? Instantly, her affection level is adjusted to 100. The senior brother turns pale, stammering, "Junior sister, how is this possible?" Chapter 1. The beginning of modified peak cultivation. The world has been compromised. The host can engage in experiences at any time and place. This system is dedicated to ensuring the host achieves unparalleled dominance, sweeping aside all adversaries. Just moments ago, Chen Mu was lamenting his misfortunes after reincarnating into a fantastical world, reborn as a lowly menial worker in the outer sect, subjected to relentless humiliation. Having perished from overexertion in his previous life, he merely wished to lead a languid existence in this one, yet sensed that this narrative bore certain risks. To his astonishment, the system he bound to informed him that it had successfully cracked the entire xianxian world. This meant he had been reborn into a pirated version of a fantastical realm. It was akin to a cracked game, surely? Chen Mu, fond of indulging in cracked games for leisure, had no interest in painstakingly completing tasks to grow stronger. He preferred to modify values directly to 999, 9999, reveling in invincibility and effortlessly vanquishing foes. To confirm his assumptions, Chen Mu accessed his personal attributes panel, murmuring to himself, "If this truly is a cracked version, then I should be able to modify various aspects of my identity, correct?" Name: Chen Mu modifiable. Age: 20 modifiable. Gender: male modifiable. Upon seeing the modifiable tags accompanying each piece of information, Chen Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. I can even alter my gender. How intriguing. His gaze swiftly scanned to the cultivation section. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, it would be utterly foolish not to grant himself peak cultivation for survival in this cracked version. Recalling the memories of his past life, he vividly remembered being a target of bullying within the Xianxian sect, despised for his lack of talent and feeble strength. Cultivation, foundation establishment, first level modifiable. Note: the cultivation levels ascend from low to high. Foundation establishment, light manifestation, integration, heart movement, golden core, nascent soul out of body, divine. Separation, union, void, great ascension, tribulation crossing, each major realm subdivided into 9 levels. Foundation establishment, first level, the most pathetic rank. No wonder I was bullied by everyone. But from this day forth, none shall stand against me. Chen Mu selected the cultivation and confirmed the modification. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to change the cultivation from foundation establishment first level to tribulation crossing 9th level? Modification. Without hesitation, modifying. Modification successful. In that instant, Chen Mu could distinctly feel himself growing stronger, an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy surging into his dantian, circulating through his meridians and limbs. He felt powerful, extraordinarily so, transcending the bounds of reason. With a mere flick, he effortlessly shattered a millennium-old tree, once too massive for two to embrace, leaving not even ashes behind. Is this what it feels like to be at peak level? Chen Mu exclaimed with exhilaration. Having yet to practice any techniques, I am already this formidable. If I were to cultivate powerful techniques, it seems unlikely anyone would dare to oppose me. With that, Chen Mu turned to make his way to the inner sect's treasure house to retrieve some techniques for cultivation and fortifying himself. However, as he turned, he encountered several loathsome faces. Outer sect disciples Su Qingchang, Zhu Guangyin, and Lin Sifan. These 3 ranked among the top 100 in the outer sect's disciple standings. They had risen through the ranks in less than 2 years, and their swift advancement stemmed from a simple source: plundering the cultivation resources of others to enhance their own strength. In an era where the strong prevailed, the sect often turned a blind eye to such matters. In the face of the strong, who could afford to show weakness? Even if one were to lodge a complaint, no one would intervene, and instead, they would be mocked for lacking the strength to protect their medicinal pills, being told to descend the mountain and cease wasting the sect's resources. Chen Mu's previous incarnation had been a primary target for these three's bullying. Not only did they rob him of his scant cultivation resources, but they also frequently employed him as a laborer, treating him like a beast of burden. If they were displeased, they would deliver a few punches, sending him flying several meters, deriving satisfaction from his suffering without a care for his well-being. What a twist of fate! Although they had tormented his former self, Chen Mu inherited not only the memories but also the accompanying hatred. In this cracked version of life, enduring discomfort was simply unacceptable. This grievance must be avenged. Isn't this junior brother Chen? What a coincidence! Su Qingchang approached, draping an arm around Chen Mu's shoulder, grinning maliciously. Tomorrow is the day the sect distributes cultivation resources. I trust you know what to do. If you dare to evade again and do not obediently hand over your medicinal resources, I will break one of your arms. He glared fiercely at Chen Mu, threatening him. Is this what you mean? Crack, crack, crack. As Chen Mu's words fell, Su Qingchang had yet to react when he witnessed his right arm disintegrate into a mist of blood from an invisible force, his entire arm vanishing in an instant. My hand, my hand. He collapsed to the ground, rage flooding his gaze as he glared at Chen Mu. You bastard! What have you done to me? Chen Mu casually dug at his ear, dismissing him. Just broke your arm. Why the fuss? You're making a racket. Just broke my arm? Su Qingchang seethed, turning to Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan. What are you waiting for? Break his hands. Break his legs. He sought to return the favor twofold. No, fourfold. He wanted Chen Mu to deeply remember the dire consequences of opposing him. Oh, very well. Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan snapped out of their stupor, responding in unison as they channeled their spiritual energy and charged towards Chen Mu with raised fists. Ants! Chen Mu's eyes gleamed coldly as he waved his arm. Bang! Boom! In an instant, the two transformed into blood mist, drifting away until they were no longer visible or tangible, leaving behind only two wide, ink-like streaks on the ground. How is this possible? Su Qingchang was utterly petrified, his pupils trembling, lips quivering uncontrollably as his voice shook. He could not fathom how Chen Mu, possessing only the weakest foundation establishment first level, could annihilate Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan, who were at the foundation establishment third level, in an instant, a true instant kill. Could this young man have encountered some kind of fortuitous event? Realizing this, Su Qingchang felt fear gripping him and quickly adjusted his posture, kneeling before Chen Mu, bowing his head in supplication. Junior brother Chen, I was blind to your greatness and failed to recognize your might. I implore you to spare my life, that in the future, I shall follow your lead and obey your every command. Seeing Su Qingchang's demeaning posture before him, Chen Mu smiled faintly, reveling in the moment. This was far more gratifying than playing a cracked game. 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad times more. The authenticity of the experience was unparalleled, immersing him entirely. Individuals like you do not deserve to pledge allegiance to me. You. Su Qingchang raised his head, anger surfacing, attempting to retort against Chen Mu, refusing to be belittled. Bang! Boom! Alas, Chen Mu did not grant him the opportunity to speak. The blood mist, scattered by the wind, splattered across his face, carrying remnants of warmth. Chapter 2. Transforming Supreme Insight. From Huangjie to Tianjie in an instant. After dispatching the three individuals, Chen Mu felt an immense sense of relief within. The flicker of hatred extinguished. He resolved to continue on his previous path, heading towards the inner courtyard in search of martial arts techniques. After recording them in his personal panel, he would directly modify them to a mastery level of perfection. After all, in the Zhongshuan continent, there exists a saying, cultivation is the bone, while martial arts are the flesh. One cannot attain great strength without both. At this moment, Chen Mu benefited from his status as a lowly servant, allowing him to enter the inner courtyard unnoticed by anyone in broad daylight. Ordinarily, even disciples from the outer courtyard would find it challenging to access the inner courtyard without permission. The inner and outer courtyards are akin to two separate worlds. However, as a servant, he was often tasked with various chores. To the eyes of the inner disciples, Chen Mu was likely just sent to handle some trivial task, rendering him inconsequential. Instead of wasting time, they would rather focus on enhancing their strength before the distribution day of cultivation resources, allowing them to acquire more for their training. Thus, Chen Mu smoothly arrived at the treasure pavilion. Token. The guard stopped him. Without a passage token, no disciple, whether from the inner or outer courtyard, was permitted to enter the treasure pavilion. This rule applied uniformly. After all, this place held immense significance for the sect. Chen Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he assessed the personal attributes panel of the guard before him. Name, Zhang Guangxuan, modifiable. Gender, male, modifiable. Age, 28, modifiable. Alertness, 100, modifiable. Directly modify. Would you like to change the alertness from 100 to 0? Modifying. Modification successful. Then, Chen Mu feigned searching through his belongings and said, I seem to have forgotten my token. Could you possibly make an exception? Very well, but this is a one-time allowance. The guard lifted his spear and let him pass. Chen Mu effortlessly entered the treasure pavilion. Modification successful. To avoid complications, he altered his coarse servant attire to the azure robes worn by inner disciples. Instantly, he transformed into an elegant figure, drawing the attention of numerous senior sisters selecting martial arts techniques within the pavilion, unable to avert their gaze. Is there such a handsome disciple in our inner sect? He exudes an air of refinement, evoking a desire to protect him. I wonder which peak this junior disciple belongs to. If only I knew, I could engage with him more often. You don't stand a chance. Do you think you are worthy? Chen Mu paid no mind to the quarrel ignited by his presence. He casually extracted a martial arts technique from the shelf. The Xianxia inferior fire palm. If memory serves, martial arts techniques are categorized into 4 ranks: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Casting a glance around, this level of the treasure pavilion contained only the lowest grade techniques. Before ascending to a higher level, Chen Mu decided to validate his inner speculation. He thus opened the Xianxia inferior fire palm, immersing himself in study and comprehension. Suddenly, a light illuminated before him, as if a realization struck. He accessed his personal attributes panel and located the comprehension section. Comprehension, inferior, modifiable. Would you like to change comprehension from inferior to supreme? Yes. Modifying. Modification successful. In the next moment, upon examining the martial arts technique in his hands, the once obscure and complex text became simple, akin to the arithmetic of 11 equals 2. Refreshing his personal attributes panel, the martial arts section indeed added the words fire palm, now at a perfect state. Is this what supreme comprehension entails? Yet, Chen Mu was not satisfied. He selected the fire palm for further modification. Would you like to change Xianxia inferior to Tianxia exquisite? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Martial arts, fire palm, Tianxia exquisite. The success was overwhelming. Chen Mu could hardly contain his joy. The once neglected inferior Xianxia technique had, in his hands, transformed into the most coveted supreme martial art. No one would believe it if he spoke of it. Invincible. Truly invincible. Surveying the myriad of Xianxia techniques lining the hundreds of shelves, totaling in the tens of thousands, Chen Mu felt an earth-shattering change within. There was no need to ascend to the higher levels of the treasure pavilion. He could learn the most exquisite techniques right here. Xianxia inferior ghost shadow step. Modification successful. Xianxia middle grade crumbling mountain palm. Modification successful. Xianxia middle grade gentle breeze sword art. Modification successful. With the aid of supreme comprehension, within half an hour, Chen Mu mastered thousands of Xianxia techniques, modifying them all to Tianxia exquisite. At this moment, he felt himself growing ever closer to invincibility. Leaving, he could not bear to depart, intending to comprehend the tens of thousands of techniques on this level today. However, as he reached for another technique, his hand collided with that of another female disciple. The woman, filled with disdain, quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe her hand, unabashedly declaring, "Disgusting. Are you sick?" Chen Mu, unaccustomed to such treatment, retorted immediately, "What did you say?" The woman, enraged, could not believe Chen Mu dared to challenge her. "Do you know who I am?" "I care not who you are." Chen Mu continued to fire back. "I am Zhao Yue, ranked among the top 500 inner disciples." Zhao Yue proclaimed her identity. Chen Mu, uninterested, took the Xianxia superior technique and decided to retreat to a corner to comprehend it. "You stop right there." Zhao Yue had never been humiliated to such an extent and quickly stepped forward, blocking Chen Mu's path with outstretched arms. "That technique was mine first. Give it to me," she commanded. "Just because you saw it first, does that mean it's yours?" Chen Mu replied, bewildered. "You better watch your words. As the crowd around them grew, Zhao Yue felt embarrassed, her face flushed. She was particularly concerned about her reputation, having never encountered someone like Chen Mu who dared to disregard her. Little did she know, she had met her match today. I rather enjoy punishment. What can you do to me? You are too much. Zhao Yue resolved to teach Chen Mu a lesson today. Gripping the hilt of her sword, drawing it forth with a flash of cold light, pointing it at Chen Mu. I challenge you. Dare to accept? If you lose, you must obediently hand over the technique and kneel before me in front of everyone, apologizing. Then you might as well kneel now. This kind of little fairy, Chen Mu had encountered many in his past life. He used to avoid them, but now, he had no intention of indulging her. After all, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. In this realm, the one with the strongest fist holds the authority. You are insolent. Come outside with me, and I shall make you regret it. Zhao Yu's murderous intent was palpable. Chen Mu? He felt the same. Chapter 3. Inner Courtyard Prodigy? One strike to kill. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. How could Chen Mu, living his second life, fail to perceive Zhao Yu's murderous intent? He understood the importance of eliminating threats at their root, rather than allowing them to fester and resurface. It was better to resolve the matter preemptively than to live in fear of her potential vengeance. Upon locking eyes with Chen Mu, for some reason, Zhao Yue felt an inexplicable fear arise within her. How could this person's gaze be so terrifying? Shaking her head, she convinced herself she was overthinking it. She was entirely aware of the top 500 in the inner courtyard, and there was no one named Chen Mu among them. She assumed he must have recently ascended to the inner courtyard, still unaware of the rules, and was in a state of arrogance, daring to show her disrespect and fearlessness. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Mu sought to set an example, demonstrating to those who harbored unwarranted ambitions the vast chasm that lay between them. Lacking the strength to approach him would render them mere jesters. Subsequently, amidst a throng of eager onlookers, Chen Mu and Zhao Yue made their way to the Wu Douchang. According to the sect's regulations, all disputes among disciples of the inner courtyard could be resolved here. Life and death would hinge upon strength alone. It is not too late to bow and plead for mercy once we ascend the life and death platform. Even if I were to slay you, none would hold me accountable, Zhao Yue remarked with a sardonic tone. Chen Mu retorted sharply, conversely, if I were to take your life, no one would blame me either, would they? With a scoff, Zhao Yue declared, how presumptuous, and was the first to step onto the life and death platform. Drawing her sword, she pointed it at Chen Mu below, commanding, come up and meet your fate. With hands clasped behind his back, Chen Mu lightly sprang onto the stage, his movements as graceful as a swallow in flight. By this time, no fewer than 100 disciples had gathered around the life and death platform. It was a rare occurrence to witness someone ascend the platform. The last incident had been 7 days prior. Not every martial arts stage could be deemed a life and death platform. This particular stage had earned its grim title due to the numerous lives lost upon it. The tradition of resolving life and death grievances on this stage had been upheld for centuries. The stone surface of the platform, steeped in the blood of countless disciples over the years, bore a distinct hue, still faintly tinged with the scent of blood. Behold my sword. Zhao Yue seized the initiative, striking with a swift, straight thrust. As a disciple ranked within the top 500 of the inner courtyard, her agility and swordsmanship were undeniably impressive. Who is that boy? I do not recall seeing him before. He must be a newly admitted disciple of the inner courtyard. But what audacity he possesses to challenge Zhao Yue. Is he courting death? Murmured the crowd. What a sham. That so-called inner courtyard disciple must have pilfered those robes. The last time I saw him, he was a mere errand boy in the outer courtyard, bullied by all. As murmurs of recognition spread through the crowd, some identified Chen Mu. Chen Mu had anticipated this reaction, but he remained indifferent. Zhao Yue, upon learning that he was merely a masquerading errand boy from the outer courtyard, was incensed. How dare a mere errand boy presume to act superior over me? Who gave you the audacity? She seethed. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhao Yue unleashed her most prized technique, the Xianyuan lower grade sword art, aiming to pierce Chen Mu's heart. The sword's aura was icy and swift, leaving trails of afterimages in its wake. However, before the onlookers could even voice their admiration, Chen Mu raised his hand, effortlessly pinching the blade between his index and middle fingers. What? Zhao Yu's heart sank. Her renowned sword technique had garnered admiration even from the elders of the sect. How could it be thwarted by an errand boy? She was in disbelief. Attempting to withdraw her sword, she found it immovable, even when exerting all her strength. With a slight increase in pressure, Chen Mu shattered the blade into hundreds of fragments. With a casual palm strike, devoid of any manipulation of spiritual energy, he propelled the shards towards Zhao Yue with the force of a tempest. The fragments struck her repeatedly, pushing her backward, her white robe stained with blood. Her face and body were marred with wounds. With a cough, she spat blood, her eyes filled with indignation. She opened her lips to utter something, but the opportunity had vanished. Her body fell heavily to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena, akin to a graveyard. Those who understood the significance of the martial arts stage saw the hundreds of disciples present. Those unaware might have believed they were in a cemetery. Such was the profound stillness. Hey, what just happened? Did you not just claim he was an errand boy from the outer courtyard? Is this what you call an errand boy? Does that mean we inner courtyard disciples are even lesser than a mere errand boy? Murmured the crowd in disbelief. Who is this boy? He defeated Zhao Yue without even channeling spiritual energy. Some speculated. Could he be a prodigy recruited by the elders or the sect leader from another sect at great cost? Such talent would indeed be a boon for our Qingxian sect. In an instant, the crowd's sentiment shifted, rallying around Chen Mu, the enigmatic genius. Meanwhile, no one paid any mind to the fallen Zhao Yue. If she were aware from beyond, she would surely be infuriated. Is this all you can muster? Chen Mu sighed with disappointment. Observing Zhao Yue's earlier arrogance, he had anticipated some formidable ability. Yet, he had barely exerted a fraction of his strength, and she had crumbled. An inner courtyard prodigy? Hardly. Make way. Everyone, step aside. A voice rang out from the crowd, prompting all to turn in astonishment. It was none other than Brother Chu Yun, ranked among the top 100 of the inner courtyard. His presence sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Is there a delay in news? Brother Chu Yun and sister Zhao Yue became a couple over a month ago. Now, having witnessed Chen Mu slay Zhao Yue, would he let this go unpunished? Certainly not. How could Brother Chu Yun tolerate another man harming his beloved? If he does not seek revenge, where would his honor be? Rumors suggested that Chu Yun had recently broken through to the Kai Guang realm. Chen Mu was bound to face dire consequences. I also heard that Brother Chu Yun's purple flame palm has reached the 5th level. The crowd collectively braced themselves for Chen Mu's impending doom. Although he may be strong, he was no match for Chu Yun, not by a long shot. Zhao Yue. Stepping out from the crowd, Chu Yun's gaze fell upon Zhao Yue. Lying in a pool of blood, her lifeless eyes turned toward him. A surge of fury ignited within him. Fixing his gaze upon Chen Mu, he gritted his teeth and rushed onto the life and death platform, rapidly channeling his spiritual energy. Purple flames erupted from his arms, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. His eyes bloodshot as he declared, I will kill you. Chapter 4. Cheating with forbidden pills? Still the one-hit kill. To the spectators, Chu Yun's strikes and movements appeared as fast as lightning, almost impossible to track. Yet, to Chen Mu, each action unfolded as if in slow motion, painfully sluggish. He deftly sidestepped. What? Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, Chen Mu's palm struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward for several meters. The impact against the wall created a large indentation, with cracks radiating like a spider's web. Blood sprayed from Chu Yun's mouth, splattering half a meter away. This, the top disciple of the inner courtyard, had been sent flying by a single blow? Was this boy's strength not terrifyingly monstrous? Surely, this was no jest. I must be dreaming. The last time I saw him, he was just a malleable errand boy. How could he transform so drastically in an instant? Some in the crowd began to doubt their memories, pondering if they had indeed misidentified him. If such a prodigy were merely an errand boy, did that not imply they were lesser than a mere servant? On the life and death platform, witnessing that Chu Yun still drew breath, Chen Mu was somewhat surprised. It seemed that being among the top 100 indeed conferred a slight edge, allowing him to withstand a fraction of Chen Mu's power. He contemplated employing twice the force next. Yet, the disciples present perceived his remarks as mere bravado. No matter how strong he might be, it was inconceivable that he could defeat Chu Yun with just a minuscule fraction of his strength. With heavy eyelids, Chu Yun realized that if this continued, he would surely meet the same fate as Zhao Yue, perishing on this martial arts stage. He was unwilling to perish in such a manner, even in death. He intended to drag Chen Mu down with him. Thus, he reached into his bosom and withdrew a small vial, opening it to pour out a blood-red, exceedingly sinister pill. The Rangswaden. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted in recognition, evidently aware of the nature of the pill. What? The Rangswaden? Isn't that a forbidden elixir? It was shocking to discover that a distinguished disciple from a prestigious sect would secretly possess such a forbidden item. Rumor had it that the Rangswaden possessed terrifying effects, allowing one to dramatically amplify their power at the cost of their life, increasing it several-fold, even tenfold. How potent could it be? He was in peril. With a gulp, he swallowed the Rangswaden. Immediately, the veins in Chu Yun's neck bulged, extending to his face and forehead, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. A sight most fearsome, particularly with his flushed complexion. How formidable! Is this the effect of the Rangswaden? Chu Yun rose to his feet, the pain dissipating entirely. Feeling the spiritual energy within him surged 7 to 8 times. His gaze returned to Chen Mu, the fear evaporating, and his demeanor became relaxed. He believed that with his current strength, Killing Chen Mu would be as effortless as flipping a hand. Once more, he summoned his spiritual energy. An even more magnificent purple flame erupted from his body. The onlookers recoiled, sensing an intense heat as they edged closer. Tendrils of purple flame coiled in Chu Yun's palm, forming two enormous fireballs, which he then brought together, merging into a massive sphere over 2 meters in diameter, hoisted above his head. Chu Yun's smile turned grotesque. This time, he was surely destined to die? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu's attention was not on him at all. He was gazing at the system panel visible only to himself. It could not be said that it had no relation to Chu Yun, as it displayed his personal attributes. Name: Chu Yun modifiable. Age: 23 modifiable. Gender: male modifiable. Status: due to consuming a forbidden pill, strength surged 7-fold. Modifiable. His gaze fixed on this status. Chen Mu deleted it directly. Modification successful. Die. Just as Chu Yun was about to hurl the fireball to incinerate Chen Mu, his spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Following that, the excruciating pain from Chen Mu's previous strike surged through him again, overwhelming his mind. Unable to withstand it, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Mu closed the system panel, lowered his gaze, and inquired with a smile, "What are you barking at? What have you done to me? Why did the Rangswaden fail?" Chu Yun frantically questioned Chen Mu. He had paid a hefty price to acquire this Rangswaden, certain of its quality. The only conclusion he could draw was that Chen Mu had meddled with it somehow. Chen Mu had no intention of answering. The secrets of the system had been determined to remain buried from the moment of binding. He countered, "Do you enjoy playing with fire?" Chen Mu raised his hand. A flicker of flame igniting in his palm. Someone was about to mock him, but was preempted by another who exclaimed in awe, "Heavens! Is that a dragon?" In the form of fire. And it was indeed dragon-shaped. This individual was extraordinary. As he raised his hand, the fire dragon was born. Am I wrong to call him an unparalleled genius? Not at all. Truly not. With a sweeping motion, Chen Mu sent the little fire dragon towards Chu Yun, accompanied by echoes of dragon roars. During the process, its body expanded 100-fold, transforming into a colossal form. It crashed into Chu Yun with tremendous force. A scream abruptly ceased. The fire dragon vanished, and Chu Yun was no more, completely evaporated, leaving not even a speck of ash. Over 100 disciples bore witness to this scene, their reactions oscillating between shock, awe, and an overwhelming, inescapable fear. Their bodies trembled. When their gazes shifted back to Chen Mu, he appeared instantly as a towering figure, akin to a deity standing tall and imposing, eliciting a sense of reverence. Crowned with the title of invincibility, Chen Mu turned his gaze to the few disciples who had accompanied Chu Yun, asking, "Do you wish to avenge him? And no, please spare my life. We were never close to him." They knelt, discarding all dignity and pride, valuing only survival. As they lifted their eyes again, Chen Mu had already vanished from the life and death arena. The weight on their hearts was lifted. They glanced at the wall shattered by the dragon's flames, cursing Chu Yun for nearly leading them to their demise. Soon, the news of the tragic demise of 2 prodigies on the life and death stage reached the ears of the elders of the inner court. More than anger, there was confusion and bewilderment, an enigma that left them pondering. Not to mention Zhao Yue. They had all witnessed Chu Yun's prowess. How could he be so swiftly defeated? According to the disciples, Chu Yun had consumed the forbidden Rangswaden, yet even this could not save him from death. What? The Rangswaden? That accursed Chu Yun. His demise was not unjust. Does anyone know about that young man? All the elders shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. Observing this, the second elder continued, "In any case, the priority now is to locate that young man. Such a talent must be utilized." Chapter 5. Modified to 1,000,000,000 Ling stones. Purchase the Qingyun mansion. Soon, the tale of a mysterious genius emerging from the Qingxian sect spread throughout the entire sect. Some claimed he descended like an immortal, possessing extraordinary looks and bearing. Others spoke of his immense strength, able to annihilate the heavens with a single strike. In short, the tales grew increasingly exaggerated. From 10 mouths, one could find 10 different versions. Many sought out Chen Mu, inquiring about him, eager to witness his splendor. Naturally, there were also those who felt wary and concerned about his presence, particularly among the top 10 prodigies of the inner court. They were apprehensive that due to the emergence of this enigmatic figure, their rankings might plummet, even falling out of the top 10 altogether. Although the difference between the 10th and 11th ranks was merely a single character, the actual disparity was immense. As for Chen Mu, he had no interest in rankings. For as long as he wished, he could easily ascend to the position of the Sect's number 1, even without relying on the system. If memory serves, the sect leader had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage. There remained a staggering 7 major realms separating him from Chen Mu's tribulation stage. To put it bluntly, not only could Chen Mu claim the title of the Sect's number 1, but he could also assume the position of sect leader at will. Compared to that, Chen Mu was far more eager to find himself a suitable residence. He had grown weary of the thatched hut that was cold in winter and hot in summer, leaking during heavy rains. Coming to a halt before a luxurious mansion, he glanced at the large lock on the door and understood that this place had neither been rewarded by the sect nor sold off. In the Qingxian sect, to reside in such a luxurious mansion, one must either hold a high position or have rendered significant contributions to the sect to earn accolades, or possess sufficient wealth. Wealth? He opened his personal attribute panel. Under the Ling Stone section, Ling Stones, 0. The sight of that 0 was indeed glaring. Chen Mu immediately set about executing the essence of his cracked version. Would you like to change 0 to 9999999999999, instantly modifying it to 1,000,000,000 Ling Stones. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. 1,000,000,000 Ling Stones, easily within reach. Brother, don't stare. This kind of place is beyond our means. A voice whispered in Chen Mu's ear. How do you know I can't afford it? Chen Mu turned to the well-dressed young man adorned with glimmering jewels. Can't you tell? The young man spread his arms, gesturing for Chen Mu to take a good look at him. I can't tell. Chen Mu shook his head. You don't recognize me? The young man furrowed his brows, confirming repeatedly. Chen Mu still shook his head. Lu Jia from Tianfu City, Lu Xiaoyan. The young man emphasized. Compared to the 3 syllables of Lu Xiaoyan, Chen Mu, as a native of Tianfu, was far more familiar with the Lu family. The family head of the Lu family was the wealthiest in Tianfu City, with assets so vast they rivaled nations. My family is quite affluent. Yet we cannot afford this residence. You do not appear to be of noble lineage, and your cultivation is rather unremarkable. What gives you the right to reside here? However, ambition is commendable, Lu Xiaoyan consoled, urging him not to lose heart, for life ahead is long. Chen Mu chose to ignore Lu Xiaoyan and ascended the steps. Arriving at the grand entrance, where he seized the door lock, crushing it effortlessly. Are you mad? That lock bears a seal. Damaging it will summon the guardians. Be cautious, or you may be confined and expelled from the mountain. Lu Xiaoyan had witnessed bold individuals before, but he had never encountered anyone as audacious as Chen Mu. Moments later, a thunderous voice echoed from a distance. Who dares to trespass upon Qing Yunfu? Then, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air behind Chen Mu, swiftly reaching out to seize his shoulder. Bang! Boom! Yet, the formidable aura emanating from Chen Mu repelled the assailant several steps back. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Xiaoyan nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. The guardian was at least at the half-step fusion stage, and Chen Mu had not even moved a finger to force him back. This lad's strength is astonishing. The embarrassment of his earlier remarks about Chen Mu's unremarkable cultivation washed over him. Do not misunderstand. I merely employed this method to prompt you to seek me out. Chen Mu explained as he turned. Seek me? The guardian questioned, perplexed. I wish to purchase this estate. How many spirit stones will it require? Chen Mu asked directly, disliking any form of circumlocution. Purchase Qing Yunfu. If he claimed to have achieved great military merit, with the sect master and elders bestowing Qing Yunfu upon him, Lu Xiaoyan would have been more inclined to believe it. To buy Qing Yunfu, the necessary spirit stones amount to a staggering figure, even for the renowned Lu family. Said to be as wealthy as a nation, it requires 1 billion spirit stones. The guardian, aware of his inferior cultivation compared to Chen Mu, answered honestly. 1 billion? So inexpensive. After hearing Lu Xiaoyan's earlier comments, Chen Mu had anticipated a figure in the hundreds of billions, yet it turned out to be merely 1 billion. Compared to the trillions of spirit stones he possessed, this was inconsequential. 1 billion is indeed a bargain. Lu Xiaoyan raised a hand to his forehead, speechless at how to respond. Even as a top-tier heir, he lacked the audacity to utter such words. Who does Chen Mu think he is? Before boasting, one ought to draft a rough outline. However, what transpired next nearly caused Lu Xiaoyan's jaw to drop. Chen Mu waved his hand, and a vast pile of premium spirit stones materialized, instantly forming a small mountain. In the sunlight, they sparkled brilliantly, almost blinding. Count them, if it's insufficient. Return to find me, and do bring the land deed and house contract. With that, Chen Mu pushed open the door and stepped into Qing Yunfu. Bang! Ah! Lu Xiaoyan attempted to follow, but was met with a closed door. Embarrassed, he turned away, arms crossed over his chest, occasionally lowering and raising his head, pondering the enigmatic background of this individual. 1 billion spirit stones. How could it be as simple as drinking water? Could it be that I am not as wealthy as I imagined? He began to question his life. In comparison to Chen Mu's display of wealth, he felt utterly insignificant. It seemed that no matter whom he looked at now, even if they were dressed modestly, they appeared as though they were as rich as a nation. Inside Qing Yunfu, it was truly worthy of being valued at 1 billion spirit stones. The rockeries and ponds exuded spiritual energy. These koi fish were on the verge of becoming sentient. The architecture was imbued with a sense of ancient elegance. Compared to this, describing that thatched hut as a pigsty would be an understatement. Upon arriving in the backyard, Chen Mu was even more delighted. Within the bamboo grove, there was a spring imbued with spiritual energy. It suddenly dawned on him why everyone was eager to reside within. Without delay, he removed his garments, eager to experience for himself the distinction between this spiritually infused hot spring and an ordinary one. As he settled in, the moment the water enveloped his shoulders, he felt as though he had entered a paradise, utterly relaxing both body and mind. The comfort he experienced from this spring was already worth 1 billion spirit stones in his view. Time passed without him noticing. Ahem. The guardian of the estate arrived. Observing Chen Mu basking in relaxation, he cleared his throat, placing a wooden tray aside, which held the land deed and house contract for Qin Yunfu, then prepared to leave. Chen Mu suddenly spoke up, calling out to the guardian. Chapter 6. Transforming Culinary Skills. The master brother returns. What further instructions does the master have? The guardian inquired. Pausing and slightly bowing, Chen Mu hesitated, reconsidering his words, and confirmed, "You referred to me as master?" He then learned from the guardian that his name was Su Qingtian, the dedicated caretaker of Qin Yunfu. Whoever resided within Qin Yunfu would be served by him, akin to a steward. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt reassured. He had originally thought that 1 billion spirit stones merely purchased a residence. Now it seemed that daily living, including meals, would be managed by someone else. After all, who would live in a mansion and still handle their own affairs? Chen Mu merely wished to relish this rare second chance at life. "I am feeling a bit hungry now. Who is responsible for the meals?" Chen Mu asked Su Qingtian. Given that this was a modified fantasy world, he could certainly alter his state to one of never experiencing hunger. However, being alive is for enjoyment, is it not? Chen Mu wanted to savor the exquisite spirit dishes that cultivators consume daily. "My culinary skills are not very refined. If the master has specific dishes in mind, please inform me, and I will descend the mountain to procure them or arrange for the sect's kitchen to prepare them," Su Qingtian candidly replied, fearing his cooking might not suffice for Chen Mu's standards. Poor culinary skills? That is easily rectified. Chen Mu raised a hand, activating the system panel to review Su Qingtian's personal attributes. He found the culinary section. Culinary novice, only capable of boiling noodles, modifiable. Would you like to modify culinary novice to top-tier culinary skills? Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Just as he received the notification, Su Qingtian felt a surge of knowledge related to culinary arts flood his mind. He lifted his hands, and though he was previously only capable of boiling noodles, confidence surged within him, believing he could now prepare delicacies rivaling those of the finest establishments in the capital and even the imperial kitchen. Suddenly, recalling Chen Mu's earlier gesture, Su Qingtian's mind sparked with a bold thought. Could it be? But before he could voice it, Chen Mu made a shushing gesture with his finger to his lips, then waved his hand, saying, "Go cook, I am hungry." "Yes, master." Su Qingtian knew better than anyone that this master was undoubtedly of significant origin. He dared not defy him, nor did he possess the courage to do so. Besides top-tier culinary skills, Chen Mu simultaneously modified Su Qingtian's loyalty toward him, which had originally been 30%, directly changing it to 10,000%, exceeding the maximum value, yet it remained effective. Not only would he prepare a meal for Chen Mu, but if Chen Mu commanded him to end his own life, he would do so without hesitation. Leaning back, Chen Mu gazed at the dense bamboo leaves and the beams of light filtering through, exhaling deeply, feeling exhilarated. He had initially thought this system would merely be a fade, akin to those novels he had read in his past life, assigning him a plethora of absurd tasks. Completing them would yield rewards, gradually building strength and leading toward invincibility. Although enduring hardship before enjoying sweetness was acceptable, Chen Mu merely desired to be a slacker, lacking the motivation to toil in cultivation or compete with others. Furthermore, what if he failed to complete a task? The threat of obliteration loomed, or perhaps being eliminated by his younger brother, among other things. Such a wretched system was hardly worth binding himself to. It was better to consider himself its master instead. Fortunately, he awakened a remarkably efficient system, one that never imposed tasks or restricted his ability to modify this or that. In a perfect score of 100, Chen Mu awarded it an impressive 101, for he harbored no fear that a little extra might lead to arrogance. Following this, he cleared his mind of superfluous thoughts and prepared to luxuriate in the soothing waters of the Lingquan, eagerly anticipating a feast of the finest delicacies. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qingxian Zone, a throng of at least several hundred disciples had gathered. Their early arrival was fueled by the anticipation of the return of the inner courtyard's esteemed senior brothers, who had descended the mountain to combat the demonic beasts. They eagerly sought to curry favor, hoping to secure the backing of those revered seniors for their own advancement within the sect. "Look, it's senior brother Si Maqing," exclaimed one. "Truly, he is the pillar of our inner courtyard. Observe his stature and presence, akin to an immortal gracing the mortal realm." It was evident from the crowd's fervor that the senior brothers had returned victorious, having quelled the beast tide and salvaged the lives of countless civilians, thereby enhancing the reputation of Xianxiaaudiobooks. The sect leader and elders would undoubtedly bestow lavish rewards upon them. The envy was palpable. If only one could earn the favor of senior brother Si Maqing, life would be without regrets. Shortly thereafter, within the grand hall of the sect, Si Maqing meticulously recounted his experiences since descending the mountain to the sect leader and the gathered elders. He emphasized the tireless efforts and selflessness of his junior brothers and sisters, omitting any mention of his own contributions, which earned him unanimous praise in the eyes of the sect leader and elders. After the sect leader announced generous rewards for all, he turned to Si Maqing and said, "Si Maqing, your success in quelling the beast tide merits recognition. Feel free to voice your request." "Respected sect leader, the Qingfeng Fu where I reside was significantly damaged by a landslide, and I wish to request the bestowal of Qing Yun Fu." This was the primary reason Si Maqing had voluntarily taken on the task of quelling the beast tide. Among the hundreds of residences belonging to Qing Xianzong, Qing Yun Fu was the one he coveted most. Not only was the environment splendid, but the unique Lingquan pool had long occupied his thoughts. "Very well, as you wish. I shall grant you Qing Yun Fu," the sect leader replied with enthusiasm. "Thank you, sect leader." Si Maqing bowed respectfully. Upon exiting the grand hall, Si Maqing hastened to Qing Yun Fu, eager to delay no further. In the 10,000 years of the sect's history, anyone fortunate enough to reside in Qing Yun Fu was undoubtedly a figure of great renown. Now, with himself taking up residence there, Si Maqing's prestige would surely soar. As he approached Qing Yun Fu, he noticed the door was unlatched. Raising his head, he could even detect the enticing aroma of food wafting from within. Si Maqing's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the servants had anticipated his arrival and prepared a meal in his honor? Wonderful! Si Maqing exclaimed as he pushed open the door and entered. Upon entering the main hall, he found Su Qingtian setting a lavish spread on the table. There was an abundance of dishes, at least 20 or 30 varieties. Delicacies from the skies, land, and waters adorned the table. Nearly all imaginable mountain and sea treasures were present. Even someone accustomed to dining in grand restaurants like Si Maqing could not help but salivate at the sight of such a feast. Indeed, the chefs of Qing Yun Fu are exceptional. This is the meal worthy of one such as I. He stepped forward, took a seat on the round stool, and picked up his chopsticks to serve himself. However, Su Qingtian quickly interjected, "Hey, what are you doing? What? Am I not allowed to eat?" Si Maqing challenged him. "You certainly cannot. This feast is prepared for the master of the house," Su Qingtian asserted firmly. Hearing this, Si Maqing could not help but smile in amusement. Clearly, this fellow was unaware that he was the new master of Qing Yun Fu. "I am the new master of this Qing Yun Fu, your master. Surely, I may partake now?" Si Maqing declared. "No." Su Qingtian reiterated his objection. "What? Do you doubt my words?" Si Maqing slammed his chopsticks onto the table, growing increasingly irritated by Su Qingtian's repeated interruptions. "It is not doubt. Your words carry no credibility whatsoever." At this moment, Chen Mu emerged from behind the wall, fastening his belt. Upon seeing Chen Mu in the garb of an inner courtyard disciple within his residence, Si Maqing's expression darkened. "Who let you in? Get out." His anger intensified, especially upon noticing Chen Mu's damp hair, realizing the boy had sullied the Lingquan he had yet to enjoy. "Huh." Chen Mu scoffed disdainfully. "This is my home. You expect me to leave? Your home?" Si Maqing retorted with a derisive laugh. "The sect leader just bestowed this Qing Yun Fu upon me. When did it become yours? You must surely be impersonating my identity to steal a soak in the Lingquan." Unable to contain himself, Si Maqing drew his sword, pointing it at Chen Mu. Understanding the situation, Su Qingtian quickly interjected, "It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Si Maqing's gaze shifted to Su Qingtian. "Yes." Su Qingtian nodded emphatically. "Before you, the master had already spent 10 billion spirit stones to purchase this Qing Yun Fu. 10 billion spirit stones. Si Maqing's eyes widened in shock at the staggering figure. He sheathed his sword, unwilling to stoop to Chen Mu's level, and commanded Su Qingtian to return the 10 billion spirit stones, asserting that Qing Yun Fu could only belong to him. Si Maqing. Su Qingtian appeared troubled. "What? Do you intend to defy the sect leader's command?" Si Maqing bellowed. "Enough." Chen Mu, having lost patience, swiftly approached Si Maqing. So fast. Si Maqing barely had time to react before Chen Mu seized him by the collar and hurled him out the door. Si Maqing stumbled to his feet, intent on re-entering to reclaim his dignity. How could the esteemed senior brother of the inner courtyard be humiliated in such a manner? Bang! At that moment, the door slammed shut. Bang! Boom! Si Maqing was caught off guard and sent flying several meters away. Ah! Despicable! Si Maqing fumed. Vowing to strike Chen Mu with several swords today. To kill him? Si Maqing hesitated. For it was evident that someone capable of producing 10 billion spirit stones must possess significant influence. Bang! Boom! Lost in thought, he was once again propelled away by an unseen force, crashing into the wall of the opposite courtyard, creating a sizable dent, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Si Maqing looked aghast at Chu Yun. An array? By now, a crowd of curious disciples had gathered nearby. What is happening? Isn't that our inner courtyard's senior brother Si Ma? They marveled at his disheveled state. I heard them mention a dispute over Chu Yun. Do tell. After learning the details, they found themselves torn between allegiances. One party was wealthy, and the other had proven merit. According to the principle of first come, first served, it seemed Chu Yun should belong to the one inside. However, to deny it to the senior brother, who had received a direct commendation from the sect leader, would be tantamount to slapping the sect leader's face. Are you foolish? Anyone who can purchase Chu Yun and leave Si Maqing in such a state must be no ordinary character. If you can conceive of it, so can he. Indicating he is not at all fearful of the sect leader. Moreover, he has set up an array that even the senior brother cannot breach. This person is undoubtedly formidable. As Si Maqing listened to the crowd's overwhelming support for Chen Mu while disparaging him, he could no longer contain his frustration. After taking a healing pill, he felt somewhat better. Gazing at the door of Chu Yun, he silently vowed, "Fine. Since you all believe I cannot break that array, I shall demonstrate otherwise. Then, I will confront that boy and demand an explanation. After all, I am the senior brother of the sect. Do you dare to engage me in combat?" As Si Maqing approached the door, one hand gripped his sword while the other formed a gesture, sweeping the blade upward. The onlooking disciples could hardly contain their curiosity and inquired, "What is senior brother doing?" "Hush! That is senior brother C2's signature move, Pavilion Ejian. Pavilion Ejian. Isn't that the unique technique of the second elder? It appears, as the outside world has circulated, that the senior brother has indeed become the true disciple of the second elder. A true disciple. Now, who shall prevail is truly uncertain. These individuals are akin to grass on a wall, swaying to and fro, embodying the essence of opportunism. Break for me, puh. Si Maqing swiftly drew his sword. Pavilion Ejian, capable of shattering even the heavens. Although he had yet to cultivate to that level, Si Maqing was resolute in his belief that such a trivial formation could not withstand him. The sword surged forth like a dragon, its icy gleam piercing. The sound of the sword echoed, reminiscent of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. What a domineering strike. The crowd was in awe. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and dust erupted. Once the haze dissipated, one could clearly see Si Maqing, unconscious beneath the shattered stone wall. Oh, why is the door unharmed while our senior brother lies unconscious? It seems the figures within are far more formidable than we imagined. Indeed, such a powerful technique as Pavilion Ejian not only failed to break the formation but resulted in severe injury. Its might is unfathomable. Unbeknownst and uninterested in this, Chen Mu was devouring the meal personally prepared by Su Qingtian, occasionally mumbling, "Delicious, delicious. Your satisfaction is my honor," Su Qingtian beamed. Relieved as the weight on his heart finally settled, he cast a glance towards the door, sensing the presence of the formation. He could also perceive, under this indescribably powerful array, the pitiful state of Si Maqing. It was unimaginable that the esteemed senior brother of the inner courtyard, a paragon of Qing Xianzong, was rendered unconscious without Chen Mu lifting a finger, losing all combat capability. Who would dare believe it if they had not witnessed it themselves? Returning his gaze to Chen Mu, Su Qingtian meticulously searched his memory, yet found no recollection of this person. However, he felt a contradiction. How could such a genius escape his notice? Curiosity bubbled within him. Who exactly is this individual? Could he be an ancient being of Qing Xianzong who has returned to youth? Chapter 8. The senior brother's stunning fiancée, zero favorability, cannot endure. Upon reflection, Su Qingtian considered the possibility. Every sect harbors formidable individuals who choose to retreat into obscurity, seeking higher realms of enlightenment. Yet, when the sect is in peril, they would undoubtedly step forward, a testament to the sect's foundation. The true identity of the head of the family might indeed be that of a successfully transcended, youthful recluse. Su Qingtian could conceive of no more reasonable explanation. However, he refrained from further inquiry, for he understood better than anyone that he needed only one thing: to unconditionally follow Chen Mu and stand by his side. Meanwhile, in the residence of Lu Chanming, the second elder of Qing Xianzong, He turned his fingers, severing the connection of spiritual energy with Si Maqing, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He exhaled deeply, relieved that the crisis had passed. Yet, upon realizing that Si Maqing had escaped life-threatening danger, he was consumed with fury. How could someone dare to disrespect him, the second elder of Qing Xianzong, on his own territory, injuring his beloved disciple? This matter is far from over. It is not that Lu Chonming harbored an excessive affection for this disciple. Rather, it was the multitude of witnesses that made it imperative for him to uphold his dignity as a teacher and elder. Failing to reclaim his honor would allow others to think him weak and easily bullied. Cough, cough, cough. Si Maqing opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. And as his gaze focused, he saw Lu Chonming. With a pitiful expression, he complained, "Master, that fellow was utterly excessive. He acted without reason. I merely spoke a few words, and he struck first, leaving me gravely injured. You must seek justice for me." Si Maqing positioned himself entirely as the victim, aiming to compel Lu Chonming to intervene. Regarding the strength between himself and Chen Mu, Si Maqing had yet to draw a conclusion. However, he was certain that the boy wielded a treasure capable of overwhelming him. That formation was likely conjured with that treasure, so his defeat was entirely reasonable. Rest assured. Recuperate well. Once you are healed, I shall personally take you to seek retribution, Lu Chonming assured him. Thank you, master. With those words, Si Maqing felt at ease, knowing that within a day, he would fully recover. By then, just imagining the scene of Chen Mu being overwhelmed by his own master made the corners of Si Maqing's mouth involuntarily curve upwards. He then closed his eyes, deciding to focus on recuperation and await the next day. On Jingyu Peak, at Luo Shui Fu, a young woman clad in azure was meditating within a pavilion, diligently cultivating. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a delicate face with a rosy complexion and soft pink lips, captivating all who beheld her. Natural fragrance surrounded her, attracting butterflies, a scene worthy of poetic description. At that moment, voices from outside the courtyard suddenly caught her attention. To think that even the esteemed senior brother could be gravely injured and fall unconscious. Senior brother, gravely injured and unconscious? Upon hearing this, the young woman sprang to her feet, her steps light as a swallow, leaping over the wall and landing silently before two female disciples. Recognizing her, the two hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior sister Ruo Shui. What you just said about senior brother being gravely injured and unconscious, what happened? Lu Ruo Shui asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Responding to senior sister Ruo Shui, senior brother Sidu was embroiled in a dispute over matters concerning Qing Yun Fu and was subsequently gravely injured by someone residing within. Bleeding and unconscious. He has just been taken to the residence of the second elder for treatment, one female disciple explained. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruo Shui had vanished. Where did senior sister Ruo Shui go? Another asked. She must have gone to seek revenge on that fellow. Revenge? On whom? Of course, for senior brother Sidu. Don't you know? Senior sister Ruo Shui has long admired senior brother Sidu, and it is said that they have even made a childhood engagement. I see. This was indeed true. Lu Ruo Shui had always admired Si Maqing and regarded him as her aspiration. Coupled with their betrothal, how could she, as the fiancée, stand idly by while her fiancé lay unconscious from injury? She was determined to discover who had the audacity to harm someone connected to her. Before long, she arrived at Qing Yun Fu, just in time to encounter Chen Mu as he was about to leave. Noticing the cold glint in her eyes, sharper than a blade, Chen Mu sensed trouble and prepared to evade her. Stop! Lu Ruo Shui, seeing his guilty demeanor, raised her hand to block him. You are the one who injured senior brother Sidu? Lu Ruo Shui scrutinized him, finding him unremarkable, merely possessing a rather pleasant and decent appearance. Compared to her handsome and dashing Si Maqing, he paled in comparison. What does it have to do with you? Chen Mu replied, somewhat perplexed. It has everything to do with me. He is my fiancé, Lu Ruo Shui, she asserted. Lu Ruo Shui. Chen Mu recalled that she seemed to be a direct disciple of an elder, reputedly stunning and unparalleled. Upon closer inspection, he found the rumors to be true. Yet, how curious it was that such a flower was planted amidst the dung of Si Maqing. What? He cannot defeat me, so he sends a woman to confront me? Chen Mu inquired further. Do not speak carelessly. This is my own idea and has nothing to do with him. Lu Ruo Shui explained, unwilling to see Si Maqing slandered. Chen Mu raised his hand, poised to strike Lu Ruo Shui, but suddenly a spark of realization illuminated his mind. As their eyes met, Lu Ruo Shui felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being scrutinized by an ancient beast of prey, her instincts warning her that this man was perilously dangerous. Chen Mu, in contrast, was preoccupied with the thought that once Si Maqing recovered from his injuries, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Reflecting on Si Tuqing's previous arrogant demeanor only fueled Chen Mu's dissatisfaction. Furthermore, he had a stunning fiancée who remained unwaveringly loyal to him. This thought only deepened his annoyance. Why should it be so? Was he, after all, the protagonist? Why did he receive such favorable treatment? In both this life and the last, he had not committed any heinous acts, so why should he be subjected to such bullying? First one, then another. The more he pondered, the more resentment brewed within him. He could not help but access Lu Ruoshue's personal attribute panel. Name, Lu Ruoshue modifiable. Age, 21 modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Favorability towards Si Tuqing, 70. Favorability towards Chen Mu, 0. A favorability of 0. Indeed, no matter how many times he looked, that number remained glaringly conspicuous. Fortunately, he possessed a system capable of deciphering such challenges. With a cold smirk, he thought, since heaven granted him this power, why not utilize it? Chapter 9. The aloof senior sister? A servant at best. Hey, I am speaking to you. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Lu Ruoshue exclaimed. Noticing Chen Mu's attention was entirely elsewhere. Following his gaze, she looked down, her cheeks flushing as she quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest and stepped back a few paces, her expression filled with vigilance, disgust, and repulsion as she glared at Chen Mu. You lecherous scoundrel. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Mu was actually scrutinizing her personal attribute panel, having thoroughly examined her being as if he were peeling away layers of skin. Would you like to change the favorability of 0 to 100? Change. Modifying. Modification successful. Why is it 100% and not 1000 or 10,000? Because surpassing Si Tuqing is sufficient. Moreover, Chen Mu was concerned that an excessively high favorability might yield adverse effects, such as obsession. Would you like to change favorability towards Si Tuqing from 70 to 0? Modifying. Modification successful. I have something to discuss with you, Lu Ruoshue began, only to suddenly lose her words. Chen Mu could distinctly observe her gaze towards him shifting from sharp, wary, and disgusted to one filled with tenderness. What do you wish to do with me? Chen Mu promptly inquired. Aye. Lu Ruoshue stammered. Appearing as a timid junior sister who had finally mustered the courage to confess her feelings to her senior brother, but found herself at a loss for words, blushing profusely. At Jinhua Peak, flowers are blooming splendidly. I wonder if junior brother would like to join me, Lu Ruoshue, in gathering the courage to invite Chen Mu as an apology for my earlier rudeness. Not interested. Chen Mu interrupted, dismissing Lu Ruoshue's incomplete sentence with a swift motion of his hand. Bystanders gaped in astonishment, nearly dropping their jaws. Lu Ruoshue, the most beautiful senior sister of Qingxian Sect, was actively extending an invitation to a disciple she had never met before, an act that left them incredulous. They were even more shocked when Chen Mu outright refused, not even allowing her the chance to finish her sentence. Junior brother, the peach blossoms are truly exquisite. Please, consider giving senior sister a chance to see them, she pleaded. I have several jars of a century-old peach blossom brew, which even master has requested from me multiple times, and I have refused to part with. I would gladly share it all with you. The thought of enjoying flowers while drinking wine was indeed enticing. Lu Ruoshue's relentless pursuit shattered the hearts of onlooking disciples. Their dream goddess was, in fact, someone else's devoted admirer. What right did this fellow have? Chen Mu himself was taken aback, not expecting that a mere 100% favorability could yield such intense results. Imagine if it were 1,000 or 10,000. The implications were unfathomable. I have already stated that I am uninterested, Chen Mu insisted, shaking off Lu Ruoshue's grasp. Lu Ruoshue nearly stumbled. As Chen Mu turned to leave, several junior brothers approached, attempting to comfort Lu Ruoshue. Senior sister, that fellow is blind to your beauty. Do not take offense. We stand with you. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Ruoshue's eyes. I will not allow you to defame him. Should there be another instance, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Her glare was icy enough to suggest that if looks could kill, they would have perished hundreds, if not thousands of times. Truly, he is a man worthy of my admiration, so domineering. Observing Lu Ruoshue's self-indulgent expression as she gazed at Chen Mu's departing figure, the junior brothers hastily retreated, fearing her impulsiveness might result in her unsheathing her sword against them. What kind of world was this? Was this still the same aloof beauty known to all, admired from afar, but never to be approached? She had become a love-struck devotee, utterly besotted. What could this fellow possibly be? What kind of enchantment had he cast upon Lu's senior sister? Not to mention the rumors that Lu's senior sister had an affection for Si Tuqing, with whom she was betrothed. This was all very confusing, and it seemed that the green hat of the senior brother was about to become a reality. Regarding Lu Ruoshue, Si Tuqing had indeed heard whispers from his junior brothers. Ah, she is truly the woman I, Si Tuqing, favor, he proclaimed proudly. Little did he know that he had only heard half the story. while the other half was rapidly spreading like wildfire. I envy the senior brother for having such a fiancée. Indeed, unlike me, who cannot even find a partner with a lantern. Lu's senior sister is breathtaking, and senior brother Si Maqing is unparalleled in martial arts. They are a match made in heaven. Haha, you flatter me. Though he feigned modesty, Si Maqing's heart swelled with joy. Yet, recalling the peculiar formation, he decided to instruct several junior brothers to investigate, lest his beloved woman encounter trouble with Chen Mu. He was particularly wary of the possibility that Chen Mu might harbor ulterior motives. If anything arises, notify me immediately. Only I, Si Maqing, have the right to bully my woman. No one else may. Yes, senior brother, you can rest assured. We shall ensure that sister-in-law comes to no harm. They vowed earnestly before departing. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Chu Yun mansion, the disciples were left dumbfounded. They observed Su Qingtian diligently blocking Lu Ruoxue from entering, while simultaneously making every effort to avoid any physical contact. After all, she was a charming young lady who admired their master. Any misunderstandings would be detrimental, even if their master currently held no interest in her. Initially, the disciples thought Su Qingtian was protective of his master, deliberately preventing Lu Ruoxue from causing trouble by entering. Yet, Lu Ruoxue's subsequent words nearly caused them to spit blood in disbelief. Please let me in. I asked for nothing more than to wash his clothes, tidy up, or fetch him water for his feet, and I would be utterly content. Who seeks trouble by offering to wash clothes, tidy up, or fetch water? If anyone did, they should start with themselves. Miss Lu, I can handle those tasks. Without Chen Mu's orders, Su Qingtian would not dare allow Lu Ruoxue to enter. I can even help him wash his back. Hey, do not say you can. As a grown man, does it not feel awkward to do such things? Surely he finds it awkward as well. Lu Ruoxue pointed at Su Qingtian, not giving him a chance to speak. Wash his back. Upon hearing those two words, several individuals became increasingly agitated. What on earth is happening? We exchanged glances, wide-eyed and utterly perplexed. Is it possible that we are approaching this incorrectly? In any case, without the head of the family's command, entry is prohibited. Su Qingtian resolutely barred the door. Why must you act this way? I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to care for him and catch his attention. Why do you obstruct another's pursuit of happiness? Does your conscience not ache? Tears brimmed in Lu Ruoxue's eyes, threatening to spill over. Witnessing her pitiable state, even Su Qingtian felt a flicker of compassion. He regarded Chen Mu with deeper admiration. Such extraordinary beauty, and in her quest to win back his heart, she was willing to serve as a maid. Not to mention, she was the esteemed senior sister of Qingxian Sect, a direct disciple of an elder, a true gem amongst the top 10 talents. No, mere admiration could not encapsulate Su Qingtian's emotions. It was reverence. Just as he momentarily lost his focus, Lu Ruoxue executed a swift maneuver and slipped into Chu Yun mansion. Hey, Miss Lu, you cannot enter. Su Qingtian hurriedly pursued her. The remaining three were left at a loss, unsure of what to do or say. What now? Should we inform Brother Sidu? Perhaps it is best to keep it under wraps for now. He is in a recovery phase, and if he learns of Lu Shiji's actions, it would undoubtedly provoke him to the point of fury. How could Lu Shiji be attracted to the man who harmed our senior brother? Had I known, I would never have associated with you lot. The youth rolled his eyes at this matter. If not for fearing to offend Sidu Qing, they would have undoubtedly sought out Chen Mu to become his disciple and learn from him. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had already descended the mountain, arriving at Tianfu City, the closest city to Qingxian Sect. His purpose for descending was singular, to lavishly spend the vast fortune of 1 trillion spirit stones. For to do otherwise would be a disservice to himself. As for his family, he held no interest in that ungrateful clan. In his recollections, he was the offspring born of a drunken encounter between a man and a woman of humble origins. To preserve the family's reputation, his family had forced his mother into the Chun household as a concubine. To put it diplomatically, she was called a concubine. To put it bluntly, she was treated worse than a servant. The Chen family did not regard his mother at all, subjecting her to various humiliations and oppression. This led to her malnourishment and mental breakdown, resulting in her demise on the very day Chen Mu was born. Despite his birth, for the sake of the Chen family's image, they chose not to abandon him. However, the manner in which he was raised was akin to that of a lesser servant. At his coming-of-age ceremony, Chen Mu lost the only chance to turn his fate around after a test of aptitude. He was deemed average and predicted to achieve nothing significant in life. Ultimately, he was cast aside by the Chen family and sent to Qingxian Sect as a servant, a classic tale of a wasted talent's rise. Regrettably, his former self lacked the fortitude to endure until the day of his ascension. As for him, his fate was far too resilient. Being a failure was utterly impossible. He began at the pinnacle. Nevertheless, he was still willing to take revenge on behalf of others and alleviate the resentment lingering in his heart. Upon reflection, You truly left me with nothing of value. Chen Mu sighed with a bitter smile. Oh, is that not my useless brother? After several years. Where did you acquire such a fake facade? You appear quite out of place. You are better suited to wearing tattered garments that befit your lowly status. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the tavern, obstructing Chen Mu's path. If memory serves, coupled with the derogatory term he used to address himself, this was indeed his half-brother, Chen Xingxing, the favored eldest son of the Chen family. The disparity in treatment between him and Chen Mu was beyond description. It was as stark as heaven and hell. Indeed, while he resided in paradise, Chen Mu languished in torment. Slap. Chen Mu raised his hand, brushing aside the one extended by Chen Xingxing, then used the back of his hand to wipe away the area where contact was made, declaring, I am a person with cleanliness issues. Do not touch me. Hey, after years apart, you have certainly grown bolder, daring to stand against me. Chen Xingxing retorted, extending his hand again, ready to shove Chen Mu. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Mu seized Chen Xingxing's wrist, twisting it into a torturous position, sharp bone fragments piercing through the skin, blood seeping profusely. Ah, my hand. How dare you do this to me? Chen Xingxing collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, casting a resentful glare at Chen Mu. Young master, a middle-aged man, who had just settled the bill, rushed down the stairs, at a loss for how to assist, inquired, Young master, are you all right? Slap. Chen Xingxing, venting his frustration, struck the middle-aged man across the face. Do I look like I am fine? Fu Bo, deal with him. No, kill him. Chen Fu turned to Chen Mu, astonished. Chen Mu? Upon seeing him, a surge of fury engulfed Chen Mu, influenced by the memories of his former self. He vividly recalled how this man had harbored ulterior motives towards his mother, even assaulting the young Chen Mu when he attempted to thwart his wicked actions. Subsequently, he had the audacity to frame his mother as a seductress. Remarkably, the Chun family believed him, confining both his mother and him in a small, dark room, allowing them to starve for 3 days and nights as punishment. You vile creature, how dare you harm the eldest young master? I will kill you. Chen Fu lunged at Chen Mu, his fingers resembling claws, fully aware that failing to eliminate Chen Mu would lead to dire consequences from the master. First, he must appease Chen Xingxing's fury. Thus, Chen Mu had to die. After all, he was merely a dog discarded by the Chen family. Killing him was of no consequence. Good. Kill him. Chen Xingxing grinned maliciously. Yet the next moment, that smile faded. Terror engulfed his entire being. Bang! With a mere flick of his hand, Chen Mu transformed Chen Fu into a crimson mist, splattering blood all over himself, turning his white attire a shocking red. Chapter 10. You call this average talent? He appears akin to a demonic deity. Chen Xingxing's face turned ashen, gazing at Chen Mu as if he were confronting a towering demon. Unable to suppress the overwhelming fear surging within, he felt an immense psychological burden. How could this be? Fu Bo was a cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, and you are clearly a waste. How could you possibly kill him? Chen Xingxing's expression betrayed his disbelief, repeatedly rubbing his eyes, blinking, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. Only then did he grasp that this was not an illusion. Waste. Chen Mu chuckled lightly. If I am a waste, then what does that make you? Chen Xingxing found himself at a loss for words. He could not possibly admit to being inferior to someone deemed a failure. As he observed Chen Mu approaching him, the sound of his footsteps, though light, resonated like a death knell, shaking the very essence of Chen Xingxing's soul. Hastily, he raised his hand in a gesture of restraint, pleading, Do not come any closer. I apologize. I was in the wrong. I should not have bullied you. I can make amends. Whatever you desire, I will grant you. Please spare my life. From Chen Mu's gaze and the murderous aura emanating from him, Chen Xingxing sensed the genuine intent to kill. A true man knows when to yield. For now, preserving his life was paramount. Once safe, he would return to the Chen family and summon hundreds of experts to besiege Chen Mu. Then, they would chop him into mincemeat. Quenching his hatred, it is too late. Chen Mu stood before him, raising his foot to firmly plant it on Chen Xingxing's head. Chen Xingxing found himself utterly immobilized. Witnessing the onlookers whispering and pointing, he felt an unprecedented humiliation and blurted out, Chen Mu, you cannot kill me. If you dare to do so, the Chen family will never forgive you. Bang! With a slight increase in pressure, Chen Mu's foot crushed Chen Xingxing's head, which exploded like a watermelon. The vibrant crimson juice of the watermelon splattered 7 to 8 meters, staining the earthen wall. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. In the aftermath of Chen Mu's brutal slaying of Chen Fu, the eldest son of the Chen family, no one dared to utter a word or gossip, fearful that they might become the next victim, their heads crushed like watermelons. Exhaling a breath, Chen Mu felt a certain relief wash over him. The sensation of personally vanquishing an enemy was undeniably exhilarating. As he disappeared from view, the hearts of the onlookers, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally felt the ground beneath them. Was that not the second young master of the Chen family, sent to Qing Xianzong as a servant? It must be accurate, yet rumors had suggested he possessed mediocre talent. How could he have annihilated Chen Fu so effortlessly? A single slap that reduced him to a mist of blood. Surely, he must be a formidable master at the Kai Guang level. Good heavens, the Kai Guang level? He must be just over 20. How could he have achieved such strength at such a young age? A prodigy. A true prodigy. The loss to the Chen family was monumental. They had misjudged him, failing to recognize the extraordinary talent they possessed. In their blind ambition, they had lost sight of the watermelon while chasing after sesame seeds. Compared to Chen Mu, their carefully nurtured Qin Xing Sheng was utterly insignificant. Little did they know, their assumptions were gravely mistaken. The Kai Guang level? Millions, tens of millions. Even a billion Kai Guang level masters could not compare to the worth of even a finger of Chen Mu. Meanwhile, the news of Chen Mu's public execution of Chen Fu and the circumstances surrounding Qin Xing Sheng swiftly returned to the Chen family through their spies in Tianfu City. What? Upon hearing that his beloved son Qin Xing Sheng had been murdered by his other, seemingly useless son, Qin Tianyang erupted in fury. Bang! Boom! Rising in anger, he shattered the tea table beside him into powder. Before the messenger could react, Qin Tianyang had already appeared before him, his hand moving with the speed of thunder. Grabbing the man's collar, he lifted him effortlessly from the ground, demanding, "Is what you say true, Chen Mu? That good for nothing? How could he possibly kill a son with yellow tier talent? Patriarch, I witnessed it with my own eyes." With a single slap, he turned Chen Fu into a mist of blood, and before the eyes of everyone in the marketplace, he crushed the eldest son's head beneath his foot. The trembling man reported. Qin Tianyang flung him 3 to 4 meters away and began pacing back and forth in the hall, seething with rage. That ungrateful wretch. It seems that boy must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity at Qing Xianzong, suddenly growing stronger, at least to the Kai Guang level. Tianyang, now that Xing Sheng is dead and you have no other sons, perhaps you should consider bringing Chen Mu back? He could be groomed as your successor. Indeed, if he dies, who will inherit the position of the Chun family patriarch? The elders began to persuade Qin Tianyang to let go of his hatred, emphasizing the importance of the bigger picture. No way. He has killed my son. If I do not kill him, I swear I shall not live. Qin Tianyang waved his hand, silencing them all, resolute in his decision, which was not to be altered. Rather than allow such a rebellious son to inherit the patriarch's position, Qin Tianyang would prefer to start anew, for he was still in the prime of his life. Hearing this, the elders could only shake their heads and sigh, knowing Qin Tianyang's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Persuasion was futile. They could only blame Chen Mu for overestimating his abilities and daring to disregard the Chen family. What a pity, even if he obtained some fortune. How could it measure against the profound legacy of the Chen family, a lineage spanning a century? Gather 300 death warriors from the Chen family and ensure that rebellious child is torn to pieces, alive to be seen, dead to be found. Qin Tianyang commanded. Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a person came rushing in, stumbling and panting. No, it's bad. Patriarch. What now? Qin Tianyang felt a headache coming on. Reporting to the patriarch, the second young master has returned. The servant announced. What? That ungrateful wretch dares to come back? He must be tired of living. Qin Tianyang's fury surged. The murderous aura emanating from him became so intense that it was suffocating, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Why are you still standing there? Go summon the death warriors. Yes, Chen Mu. Today I will ensure you come here alive and leave without your life. Qin Tianyang's eyes glinted with cold light, filled with murderous intent. As for feelings of compassion, Qin Tianyang had never regarded Chen Mu or his mother as family. The existence of such a rebellious son was merely a consequence of his drunken indiscretion, and the woman had insisted on forcing him to take her as a concubine, colluding with her family to pressure him. He had thought that with her death and Chen Mu's expulsion from the Chen family, the matter could be buried and forgotten. Little did he expect, against all odds, that the ungrateful child would dare to strike down his most cherished son. If he did not kill him, where would his face be? Returning his gaze to Chen Mu, upon entering, silhouettes descended silently from all directions. The courtyard, the walls, the eaves, everywhere were figures clad in black. Masked death warriors. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. The leader, named Chen Shu, was the overseer of this band of death warriors and the most trusted confidant of Qin Tianyang. Qin Tianyang had not attended. He was uninterested in the process of executing Chen Mu. He only desired to witness the aftermath of Chen Mu being torn to pieces. The sight of him reveling in his fortune, a small man gaining pride, would only disgust Chen Tianyang. Is it just you? Chen Shu regarded Chen Mu with an expression of contempt, surveying him as if he were a fool. Knowing that the Chun family commanded the largest force of death warriors in Tianfu City, he dared to come alone. Truly, he was oblivious to his impending doom. Chen Mu paid him no heed, selecting a total of 364 loyal death warriors from the Chen family. Would you like to change loyalty from 0 to 10,000? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Seeing Chen Mu silent, staring off into space, Chen Shu believed him to be petrified with fear, regretting his decision to come here. Alas, it was too late. He should have remained at Qing Xianzong, living a life of quiet survival. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and signaled all the death warriors to take action. Tear him apart. 1 breath passed. 5 breaths passed. 10 breaths passed. And yet, not a single one of the 100 death warriors moved. Chen Shu lost his composure and shouted, "What? Are you all deaf? Did you not hear my command? I ordered you to tear him apart." Still, no one responded. Chen Shu seized the nearest person by their collar, dragging them forward. "What are you doing? Ignoring my orders? Do you wish to rebel?" Cut off his hand, Chen Mu spoke leisurely. At that moment, a black-clad death warrior lunged forth, swiftly drawing his blade and severing Chen Shu's arm. Blood sprayed 3 meters. There was no time for Chen Shu to react, and his entire arm was cleaved from the shoulder, his fingers still grasping the collar of the death warrior. The death warrior pried open Chen Shu's fingers and presented the severed limb before Chen Mu. How could this happen? Chen Shu clutched the wound, blood gushing between his fingers. "What have you done? How could they obey your command?" Chen Shu asked in disbelief. Chen Mu had no time to explain the mechanics behind this. He simply issued the order, "Tear him apart." Instantly, hundreds of black-clad death warriors surged forward, mercilessly hacking at Chen Shu. Meanwhile, Chen Mu strolled leisurely towards the inner courtyard. At that moment, within the inner courtyard, a servant, having arrived ahead of time, stood before Chen Tianyang, who was anxiously awaiting good news from Chen Shu. "Patriarch, no, it's bad. What now?" Chen Tianyang's mood had soured. His days were filled with misfortune. Could he not receive even a shred of good news? "Chen Shu is dead," the servant replied. "Dead? How did he die? Impossible. Do not deceive me." Chen Tianyang refused to believe it. The narrative unfolds with a character named Chen Shu, who possesses the formidable strength of the Kaiguang realm, accompanied by over 300 loyal warriors, all at least at the 5th level of the Foundation establishment stage. It raises the question of how Chen Mu could possibly defeat him alone. However, those warriors turned against Chen Shao, brutally slaying Chen Shu. A servant reported this truthfully. "Preposterous. How could my Chun family warriors heed the commands of a mere discarded son? What a coward!" Chen Tianyang exclaimed, his hands lifting his garment as he kicked the servant in the chest. The servant cried out, tumbling down the steps. Chen Tianyang was about to investigate personally when he noticed Chen Mu entering the courtyard, clad in a celestial robe, devoid of any blood. How did he manage to enter? Could it be that Chen Shu truly perished? Did all the warriors, nurtured by the Chun family since childhood, defect? How had he accomplished this? Chen Tianyang was utterly perplexed. "You ungrateful wretch! How dare you show your face before me? Who gave you the audacity to slay your own kin?" Chen Tianyang scolded vehemently. "To kill is to kill. There is no need for justification," Chen Mu replied indifferently. "Not only must he die, but you must also perish, as one of the culprits responsible for his mother's demise." Chen Mu could not let Chen Tianyang escape. Not eliminating him would leave an unbearable weight on his chest. "Huh, what a joke. I shall see how you intend to kill me today." Chen Tianyang's aura surged, pushing the dust and debris within a 3-meter radius away. A mere Kaiguang 5th level. "I wonder where you derive your confidence," Chen Mu mocked, shaking his head. "Die." Chen Tianyang charged forward with the force of a descending tiger, his palms filled with spiritual energy, unleashing a devastating strike. In contrast, Chen Mu leisurely raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, his movements appearing languid. Yet to Chen Tianyang, they were blurring with speed. Suddenly, a force struck his forehead. Boom! Chen Tianyang was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the entire Chun family courtyard, demolishing dozens of walls, and landing amidst a pile of rubble 100 meters away. Barely clinging to life, he struggled, muttering, "This is impossible. What is impossible?" Chen Mu instantly appeared before him. Boom! He unleashed an oppressive force that drove Chen Tianyang deeper into the ground. Cough. His complexion turned pale as he coughed up blood, his features twisted in agony. He gazed at the once mighty Chen Tianyang, who had always looked down on him, now reduced to a pitiful state. Chen Mu raised his foot, pressing it against Chen Tianyang's abdomen, sneering, as a transcending tribulation expert. "Is it so difficult for me to eliminate a mere Kaiguang practitioner? Transcending tribulation. Chen Tianyang was shaken to his core. No wonder his mere aura had suffocated him. This ungrateful son had transformed from being a useless wretch into a formidable expert. Please, spare me. I will allow you to return to the Chen family, and even make you a candidate for the family head, Chen Tianyang proposed, regretting not heeding the suggestions of the Chun family elders earlier. Not a chance. Chen Mu swiftly rejected, with a wave of his hand. A crimson line pierced through Chen Tianyang's throat, blood oozing out in varying sizes. I have avenged my mother's death. I owe you nothing now. With another wave, Chen Tianyang's body disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. On another front, utilizing the powers of the system, reviving someone was a trivial task for Chen Mu. Finding the remains and altering a few words would suffice. Yet, there was no need. Although he had inherited the memories and physical form of his predecessor, it did not imply that he, as a reincarnator, could casually accept his predecessor's family as his own. The deceased ought to rest in peace. The path ahead is one of unrestrained freedom for Chen Mu. Chapter 12. Modifying Lifespan. Adjusting Loyalty. Spiritual Stones at Will. Seated in the position of family head, Chen Mu grasped the well-polished armrest of a wooden chair, worn smooth over generations. Supporting his head with one hand, his starry eyes half closed, he surveyed the dozen or so elders of the Chun family kneeling before him, not rushing to speak. The elders bowed their heads, casting furtive glances at the surrounding warriors. Initially, when they heard of the warriors' betrayal and the brutal execution of Chen Shu, they thought it was a jest. However, it was evidently no joke. Raising their eyes, they stole a glance at Chen Mu, utterly perplexed by how he accomplished this. These warriors were orphans adopted by the Chen family through various means, brainwashed to ensure unwavering loyalty. They were expected to be 100% loyal to the family, incapable of defying the commands of the family head. But now, rather than pondering the betrayal of the warriors, they had a more pressing matter at hand: survival. Elder Chen Wani was the first to speak. We are willing to elect you as the new family head. Please spare our lives. Chen Mu remained silent, examining the personal attributes of the elders. He selected 7 individuals, all of whom had spoken harshly to him and his mother, inflicting violence upon them. Shall we modify the remaining lifespan of 52 to 0? Shall we modify the remaining lifespan of 24 to 0? Shall we modify the remaining lifespan of 33 to 0? All modifications executed. Modification successful. The system notification had barely appeared when all 7 clutched their throats, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath before dying in agony. How could this be possible? The remaining elders trembled, their faces betraying their fear. Throughout the entire process, they were certain Chen Mu had not lifted a finger. The warriors standing guard had also not moved an inch. Mind-based killing. To what extent had this youth's cultivation reached? The more they pondered, the more they cursed the now-deceased Chen Tianyang for his lack of vision. Neglecting to nurture a prodigy like Chen Mu while squandering the family's resources on the mediocre Chen Xingxiang. What did it matter if one possessed superior talent? Compared to Chen Mu's current abilities, it was merely average. Regret consumed them. They had placed their faith in the wrong person and aligned themselves with the wrong faction. From now on, all of you shall be demoted to servants, forever bound to the Chen family. Should anyone dare to flee, they shall be met with death. In Chen Mu's eyes, they were guilty of mortal sins, but he would spare their lives. Yes, we will obey the family head's command. They chorused in unison. What other choice did they have? Refusal meant death. Satisfied with their compliance, Chen Mu summoned a warrior, instructing him, from now on, you will manage the Chen family. When I am absent, you will have full authority over all family assets. He effortlessly maxed out the warrior's management talents. Why dismantle a force when it could be augmented? At this moment, Chen Mu undoubtedly held the fate of the entire Chen family in his hands. The family's survival or demise rested solely upon him. After completing these tasks, Chen Mu stood, stretching lazily, feeling considerably more at ease. Remaining in the Chen family held no further significance. However, not long after, he paused, as if recalling something, and turned to the warrior he had appointed as the acting family head, beckoning him closer. Come here. Yes, master. The warrior complied, approaching Chen Mu. Chen Mu feigned raising his hand, but instead accessed the warrior's personal panel. Finding the cultivation section, he altered it without hesitation to the transcending tribulation realm. Modifications in progress. Modifications successful. In the future, matters that can be resolved through force should not involve me. With that, Chen Mu left with his hands clasped behind his back, leaving the dead warrior stunned and at a loss. Witnessing his petrified demeanor, with tears streaming down his cheeks, the warriors approached and inquired, "What troubles you?" Dao Jiejing. Dao Jiejing? Upon hearing this, the 100 warriors furrowed their brows, unable to grasp its profound implications. Subsequently, the man released his spiritual energy, and the crowd felt an immense, intangible pressure descend upon them, forcing their knees to buckle as they knelt on the ground. Dao Jiejing. In that moment, they finally comprehended the significance of the man's words. Coupled with Chen Mu's previous actions and his parting remarks, the astonishment was palpable, etched across their faces as they stood dumbfounded. After years of interaction, they knew each other intimately. As for this newly appointed acting family head, they were equally familiar. His name was Lin Wanquan, who was supposed to possess only the strength of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Yet now, due to fortunate circumstances, he had been chosen by the Master and granted the power of Dao Jiejing. Truly, the Master was remarkable. The power of Dao Jiejing could be so casually bestowed upon others. I believe the Master must be a reincarnated celestial being for the Chen family. This should be a monumental fortune, yet regrettably, they, mere mortals, fail to perceive the Master's extraordinary talents. Such a pity. To pledge loyalty to such a formidable figure is an honor. Silence. Who gives you the audacity to speak ill of the Master? Lin Wanquan bellowed. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Obedient to his command, the advantage of the dead warriors became evident. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, with the intent of indulging in lavish spending, arrived at the central area of Tianfu City, at the Longhu auction house. He planned to savor the experience of extravagance. In his past life, he had meticulously budgeted for a meager existence, leading a life of constraint and frustration. Indulgence in food, drink, and entertainment had seemed a luxury beyond reach, with the sole aim of surviving until the next sunrise. But now, he held trillions of spiritual stones, ready to acquire some celestial treasures for himself. He need not worry about depleting his wealth, for even if the count of spiritual stones dwindled to 0, he could easily alter it to 9999999999999 without expending much effort. In a private box, Chen Mu casually tossed a fist-sized golden high-grade spiritual stone to the attendant. By my mother. The attendant, cradling the radiant stone in his hands, was taken aback. He hurriedly tucked it away, glancing around anxiously, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Bowing and scraping, he led the way, saying, "This way, please." This way? The attendant had encountered many wealthy patrons, but none so extravagant as Chen Mu. His generosity was unprecedented. The mere act of spending tens of thousands of spiritual stones was astonishing. His attitude could only be described as treating Chen Mu as a revered ancestor. Once inside the box, an array of delectable treats and the finest teas awaited. Fearing that Chen Mu might not enjoy the pastries from the auction house, the attendant rushed to the most renowned bakeries in Tianfu City, personally purchased a variety of colorful pastries, and brought them back. Chen Mu was thoroughly pleased with this attentive service and tossed another high-grade spiritual stone to him. Bang, bang, bang. "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The attendant knelt, bowing 3 times. "That will be enough. You may leave." Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, sir. Should you require anything, I shall be outside waiting." The attendant replied as he stood up, carefully backing away and closing the door. Chen Mu then enjoyed the exquisite pastries and the finest tea, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the auction. However, at that moment, an unpleasant commotion erupted outside the door. Chapter 13. Your support is merely my servant. Young master, you cannot enter. There is already someone in the box. The attendant's voice grew louder outside. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately raised their voice. "What are you? How dare you block my path, Chen Ziguan? You must be tired of living. Get out of my way. I consulted a master today, and number 6 is my lucky number. Whoever is inside must vacate." Listening to this arrogant tirade, and the mention of Chen Ziguan, Chen Mu recalled that indeed, there was such a person in the Chen family. He was, in fact, his cousin. "I said get out of my way. Do you hear me? My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family." The implication of Chen Ziguan's words was clear. He was unaware that his father had already met a tragic end. With a forceful shove, he sent the attendant flying several meters before kicking open the door with a heavy thud, striding in with several subordinates. At this moment, Chen Mu warned, "Take another step forward, and I'll sever whichever foot touches the ground first." Hearing this, Chen Ziguan disregarded the warning, treating it as empty bravado. "I doubt you have the courage to do so." The next second, his expression changed drastically, his features contorting as he collapsed to the ground. Gazing at his severed right leg, now a half-meter away, he cried out in terror, My leg! My leg!" He could never have imagined that Chen Mu would dare to sever his leg, and he had completely failed to perceive the speed of his actions. How could someone still be standing 10 meters away accomplish such a feat? Several subordinates rushed forward, hastily feeding Chen Ziguan a healing pill. They then took another pill, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it on the severed leg to halt the bleeding. You have some nerve. I am Chen Ziguan of the Chen family. You dare to lay a hand on me." Chen Ziguan cursed as he was helped to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow. Noticing that Chen Mu was ignoring him, he turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Kill him." The subordinates hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward. In an instant, blood splattered 3 meters. Just like Chen Ziguan earlier, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Whoa. They hurriedly retrieved a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth, attempting to stem the bleeding. I will repeat myself only once. Chen Mu glanced sideways, his aura exuding a sense of murderous intent that could not be concealed. As if a formidable demon loomed behind him, standing atop a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. You are quite formidable. Let's retreat. Chen Ziguan understood the wisdom of recognizing when to yield. Faced with such a reckless man, he knew he needed to return home and seek assistance. The remaining subordinate, whose legs were intact, supported both injured men as they hopped away. The attendant quickly cleaned up the severed legs and the bloodstains from the floor, ensuring that Chen Mu's mood would not be disturbed. My apologies for the disturbance, he said as he completed the task and swiftly exited. On the way back to the Chen family, Chen Ziguan seethed with rage. How dare that bastard turn me into a cripple? I will ensure he has no place to rest in death. My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family. Who in Tianfu City dares to disrespect Chen Ziguan? Who does he think he is? Just wait. I swear I will not rest until he is dead. Young master, do you not think that fellow resembles someone? One subordinate suddenly spoke up. I don't care who he resembles. Chen Ziguan instinctively retorted, then couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Who? Chen Mu. The 2nd young master of the Chen family, who was sent to Qingxian Sect as a servant 4 years ago, replied the subordinate. Chen Ziguan halted in his tracks, straining to recall, as 2 figures, one large and one small, overlapped in his mind. It truly was that waste. How did I not recognize him earlier? Chen Ziguan was now certain that the one who had severed his leg was indeed the discarded son of the Chen family, Chen Mu. It appeared that Chun heir Shao had obtained some fortuitous opportunity at Qingxian Sect, resulting in a surge of power, his subordinates remarked with trepidation. They sought to dissuade Chen Ziguan from escalating the matter, fearing they might provoke someone they should not. And what of it? The Chen family is filled with powerful individuals. He is still a waste. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Chen Ziguan dismissed Chen Mu with contempt. Hurry, return home. If my father learns that he has crippled me, he will undoubtedly intervene personally, crushing him like an ant. Before long, the 3 returned to the Chen family. An unsettling atmosphere permeated the surroundings, and the figures of several servants raking leaves in the courtyard appeared eerily familiar to Chen Ziguan. Surely, he was overthinking. He casually approached one of them, placing a hand on his shoulder, and inquired, Where is my father? The individual spun around, startling Chen Ziguan. It was his 2nd uncle. You are dressed like this, cleaning leaves? His uncle's demeanor was one of hesitance, as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chen Ziguan mused that perhaps his uncle had grown weary of his elevated position and sought a change of perspective, a taste of the common life. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Ziguan asked, 2nd uncle, do you know where my father is? He hesitated mid-sentence. Why beat around the bush when his uncle stood right in front of him? He swiftly amended his question, 2nd uncle, that little bastard Chen Mu has returned. It seems he has acquired some fortune and even severed one of my legs. You must stand up for me. Otherwise, word will spread, and our Chen family will be the laughingstock of all. For reasons unknown, after uttering these words, Chen Ziguan sensed an unsettling fear etched across his uncle's face. Shouldn't he be outraged instead? He quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that his fearless 2nd uncle could not possibly be afraid of that good-for-nothing. Just then, with a swift motion, Chen Chuxing raised his hand and struck Chen Ziguan across the face. Silence. Do not disrespect the head of the family. Chen Ziguan, stunned and bewildered, thought to himself, is your hearing impaired? When have I ever disrespected the head of the family? I was clearly speaking of that Chen Mu, who surely cannot be regarded as the head. 2nd uncle, you must have misheard. I was referring to that coward Chen Mu. But his words were cut short as Chen Chuxing delivered another slap, exclaiming, You insolent wretch. 2nd uncle, have you lost your mind? Even Chen Ziguan, who was accustomed to enduring his uncle's behavior, found it intolerable to be slapped repeatedly without cause. In terms of family hierarchy, you are nearly equal to my father. Should this continue, I shall certainly report you to him. Chen Ziguan warned, invoking the name of his father as a shield. Your father? Chen Chuxing's icy laughter sent chills down Chen Ziguan's spine. He is already dead. Dead? How can that be? Do not deceive me. Chen Ziguan felt utterly perplexed. What had happened to the Chun family to make it so strange today? A glance around revealed several prominent figures of the Chun family clad in coarse linen garments, resembling servants. Suddenly, a group of assassins revealed themselves. Their gaze locked onto Chen Ziguan, sending a shiver down his spine. This was not how assassins should act. They were not supposed to appear unless a significant event was at hand. Was it possible that his father had learned of his humiliation at the hands of Chen Mu and had dispatched these assassins to take him to Longhu Auction City for revenge? Such a possibility seemed plausible, reinforcing his belief that Chen Chuxing was deliberately toying with him, forbidding any disrespect towards the head of the family and claiming his father was dead. In the midst of his thoughts, an assassin lunged forward. Chen Ziguan felt a sharp pain pierce his chest as a blade struck true. Looking down, he saw a cold, long sword glinting ominously. "What are you doing?" Chen Ziguan attempted to push the assassin away, only to stumble and fall to the ground. His hands touched the warm, sticky liquid pooling beneath him, and when he turned, he was horrified to see it was blood. Raising his eyes, he witnessed the two subordinates who had accompanied him being ruthlessly slain by assassins that had appeared from nowhere. Their chests pierced and throats slashed. Chen Ziguan clutched his chest, but the blood flowed uncontrollably, staining the ground crimson. He gazed at Chen Chuxing in confusion. "Second uncle, what is happening?" The Chun family has undergone a transformation. Now, Chen Mu reigns supreme. Chen Chuxing sighed. "Chen Mu? The master?" Suddenly, the bizarre statements made earlier by Chen Chuxing clicked into place for Chen Ziguan. No wonder his uncle had struck him for cursing Chen Mu. It was forbidden to disrespect the head of the family. No wonder they were dressed in humble attire, engaging in menial tasks they once scorned. It was all to repay the debts of the family now that that man had returned in glory. In a tragic turn, Chen Ziguan was ultimately pierced by the multitude of assassins, collapsing amidst a pool of his own blood, lifeless and unblinking. As for his burial, a single flame consumed him entirely, leaving only a charred silhouette upon the stone bricks. Meanwhile, at Longhu Auction City, Chen Mu was contently indulging in pastries. Awaiting the commencement of the auction, detected that the host will spend a substantial amount of money. "Would you like to activate the system's 10,000-fold rebate feature?" 10,000-fold rebate. Does that mean the more I spend, the more I gain? Chen Mu confirmed with the system. Indeed, should you spend 1 spirit stone, the system will return you 10,000 spirit stones. Now it made sense. No wonder it was dubbed the 10,000-fold rebate feature. A smile crept across Chen Mu's face. Such a prospect, once merely a dream, was now a reality. "System, what other built-in functions do you possess?" With the auctioneer still rambling on, Chen Mu decided to explore the capabilities of the system that had bonded with him. The system did not respond directly, but displayed a window titled Breaking Functions. At the top of the list was 10,000-fold rebate, status, activated. Billion-fold luck, status, not activated. Invincible instant kill, status, not activated. 100% loot drop from kills, status, not activated. Endless wealth, status, not activated. Unlimited teleportation, status, not activated. Flight and evasion, status, not activated. One-click full charisma, status, not activated. The multitude of features overwhelmed Chen Mu as he scrolled down, losing track of time. There were at least tens of thousands of breaking functions, each more extraordinary than the last. No wonder it was called a breaking system. Each feature alone could elevate one from the mundane to the extraordinary, rivaling even the protagonist. Even the invincible instant kill option would incite envy in any protagonist who laid eyes upon it. Yet, it was Chen Mu who enjoyed these countless functions. Unbelievable. "System, you truly are extraordinary." Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim. The system, however, remained silent, maintaining an aloof demeanor, responding only to critical inquiries without engaging in conversation. Fortunately, he found this characteristic quite agreeable. Meanwhile, the auctioneer finally concluded his lengthy introduction, presenting the first item for bidding. It was a heart-protecting armor crafted by the Empire's finest artisans, capable of withstanding a single lethal blow. The starting bid was set at 500,000 spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bids began to pour in. 550,000, 600,000, 650,000. The competition was fierce. However, in a separate VIP room on the second floor, no one dared to speak. They relished the spectacle of ordinary people fighting over the item. As they anticipated a chance to capitalize on the chaos, it was time to show them the disparity of the world. A voice from box number 3 spoke. Su Jingyan, a scion of one of the 4 great families of Tianfu City, renowned for his illustrious lineage. He had a penchant for wielding money as a means of exerting pressure, showcasing his uniqueness and satisfying his vanity. He was a regular at Longhu Auction City. When the price of the heart-protecting armor reached 1 million spirit stones, he decisively raised his bid to 2 million. Doubling the price, he smirked, confident that no one would dare challenge him. Upon hearing the previously tumultuous cheers of the crowd instantly fall into silence, he felt an immense satisfaction, a shiver of exhilaration coursing through him. 20 million. At this moment, Chen Mu spoke up. The sound of a slap echoed as Su Jingyan could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly, searching for the source of the voice. Who could be so audacious? While he had doubled his bid, this person had multiplied it tenfold on his foundation. It was as if he were deliberately opposing himself. Noticing that the other party was seated in a VIP box on the second floor, he assumed it was no jest. Who was this individual? A newcomer perhaps? Su Jingyan returned to his seat. To counter the price? He had wealth, but that did not imply he could squander it recklessly. Spending 20 million on a piece of armor could result in dire consequences upon returning home. Su Jingyan speculated that Chen Mu must have offended someone significant and was being pursued, thus willing to exhaust his entire fortune for that armor. There was no need for him to lower himself to the level of a dying man. He would generously let this armor go. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million thrice. Congratulations to the guest in the 6th VIP box for acquiring this piece of armor. The auctioneer swiftly concluded, striking the gavel. Fully confident that no one would dare to compete at this price. Even he had just regained his composure from the shock. He wondered if Chen Mu's family possessed not one, but multiple mines. Little did he know, the reality was even more astonishing. Spending 20 million would yield a staggering return of 200 billion spirit stones. Having spent 20 million spirit stones, he acquired an armor capable of withstanding fatal injuries. And in addition, received 200 billion spirit stones. Is there a more lucrative business in the world? Shortly thereafter, a staff member presented the armor to Chen Mu, offering it with both hands. Gazing at the armor, and then at the function of the tenfold return, a bold idea began to form in Chen Mu's mind. Chapter 15. The Frenzied Tenfold Return. The Ultimate Acquisition. Feeling Chen Mu's penetrating gaze, as if he could see into one's soul, the staff member nervously inquired, "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" The armor, which he had purchased for 20 million spirit stones, was of no use to him. He tossed it to the staff member nonchalantly. The staff member stared at Chen Mu and then at the armor in his arms, stunned for 3 to 4 seconds before coming to his senses. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit a cooked egg. Then, with a thud, he knelt before Chen Mu, declaring, "Your great kindness, I will never forget." He had always considered himself unfortunate, born into an ordinary family with mediocre talents, destined to live a life of mediocrity. It was only now that he understood he was not unfortunate. Rather, he had expended all his luck on this day. Encountering Chen Mu. Hearing the conversation from the second floor, the onlookers on the first floor were each more astonished than the last. The armor, purchased for 20 million spirit stones, was given away just like that? While it might be understandable to gift it to a prominent figure to build connections, why give it to an auction house staff member? What kind of wealth must one possess to do such a thing? Not to mention the wealthiest individual in Tianfu City could never achieve such a feat. Indeed, that was 20 million spirit stones, not 2,000, and certainly not 200. Su Jingyan, seated directly across from the box, fell silent upon hearing this exchange. Chen Mu's actions completely shattered his earlier self-reassurance. How could he, a young master from one of the 4 great families, achieve what the Su family could not? Who on earth was this young man? Was he merely spending his entire fortune for a thrill, seeking quality over quantity? It seemed effective thus far. Su Jingyan regretted not thinking of such a strategy himself. However, it was now his time to perform. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu was witnessing an astonishing system prompt on his screen. Grant successful. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving a top-tier armor of the heavenly grade, 10,000 pieces. Not only had the quality of the armor, which was originally of the earth grade, been elevated to the heavenly grade, but it was also returned tenfold, one piece not missing. If those below were to learn of this, their eyes would bulge, and their jaws would drop in disbelief. Closing the system panel, having tasted success, Chen Mu had no intention of stopping there. The next auction item was a 5th-grade Longyan Dan, nearly devoid of impurities, ideal for practitioners of fire attribute cultivation. The auctioneer opened a palm-sized treasure box, showcasing a translucent pill with flames continuously burning within, enthusiastically presenting it. He then announced the starting bid, 500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan immediately raised his hand, eager to make the most prestigious bid and secure the pill for his father, who practiced fire attribute cultivation. 500 million. Yet, Chen Mu's voice was louder and swifter, resonating throughout the entire auction house, like thunder in their ears. 500 million? Surely. I did not mishear. It was indeed 500 million. Did he possess a spirit stone mine? Not just one, but at least 10, as the crowd murmured. Su Jingyan's expression grew awkward. He lowered his hand, stripped of any confidence. That shred of self-assuredness as a wealthy young master was obliterated by Chen Mu. This person could casually spend half a year's worth of his entire family's income on a pill worth no more than 8 million. Finally, Su Jingyan grasped the stark disparity in wealth between himself and Chen Mu. There was no comparison, none at all. One was in the heavens, the other in the depths. Entirely on different planes. 500 million spirit stones, once. 500 million spirit stones, thrice. Congratulations once again to the esteemed guest in Box 6 for acquiring the Longyan Dan. realizing no one dared to bid against him. The auctioneer skipped the second call and promptly announced Chen Mu as the winner of the Longyan Dan. An overwhelming victory. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 trillion spirit stones. Originally, he had come with the intention of spending trillions, yet unexpectedly earned 50 trillion. This pill was of no use to him. He tossed it to the staff member standing nearby, just as he had done with the armor. He was solely focused on accumulating the tenfold returns. Grant successful. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 9th grade superior Longshu Dan 10,000 pieces. Once again, he elevated to the highest tier before receiving the tenfold return. This system was truly extraordinary. The onlookers below, not to mention those on the first floor, even those in the second floor VIP box, accustomed to being referred to as lavish spenders, were left speechless upon witnessing this scene. That was a pill worth 500 million spirit stones. Setting aside the value of 500 million spirit stones, even a 5th grade pill was a rare and coveted resource within any sect. Yet, Chen Mu simply gave it away, claiming he had no use for it. Could this person not only possess immense wealth, but also wield such power that a 5th grade pill was of little consequence? Forgive their ignorance. Their limited strength constrained their imagination. They could hardly fathom the level of power required to dismiss a 5th grade pill as useless. The third auction item, an Earth grade inferior Qinglian sword, was taken by Chen Mu with a single bid of 10 billion. He then tossed it to the staff member. 20-fold return activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 trillion spirit stones. Grant successful. 10-fold return activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-tier Zhanshun sword of heavenly grade. 10,000 pieces. The fourth auction item, an Earth grade inferior technique, the Roaring Lion's Howl, was also taken by Chen Mu with a single bid of 10 billion. Predictably, he tossed it to the staff member, citing he had no need for it. 20-fold return activated. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring an astounding 1 billion. The bestowal has been successfully completed, and the 10,000-fold rebate has been triggered. Rejoice, for you have also obtained the Celestial Grade Supreme Martial Art, Dragon Roar Technique, valued at 10,000. The attendant gazed at the plethora of top-tier martial arts, elixirs, and formidable weapons cradled in his arms, a state of astonishment that transcended mere surprise. He found himself pondering if he might be the long-lost son of Chen Mu, and had it not been for their similar ages, he might have dared to voice such a thought. Little did he know the extent of wealth Chen Mu had accrued through bestowing such treasures upon him. Alas, the items returned through the system's rebate could not be further gifted, for the consequences of an infinite cycle were too daunting to contemplate. In stark contrast, the crowd below had remained utterly silent since the auctioning of the second item, the atmosphere so still that one could hear a pin drop. Many were so taken aback that they nearly forgot to breathe. As for those in the second floor box, including Su Jingyan, Chapter 16, What do you call me? Master Lord. Su Jingyan was uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others, yet he was acutely aware of his own hand trembling uncontrollably, rendering him limp in his chair, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. This was no mere disregard for, it was the realization that he possessed the innate ability to conjure at will. Beyond this, Su Jingyan could fathom no reason for Chen Mu's extravagant spending. He had genuinely achieved the ability to squander wealth as if it were mere dirt. Even those ordinary individuals on the first floor, not to mention him, the young master of a prominent family, felt utterly dwarfed by Chen Mu's financial prowess. Their imaginations shackled by poverty. This fellow was exceedingly wealthy. Su Jingyan found himself unable to suppress a twinge of envy towards that attendant, who had evidently struck an incredible stroke of luck. He resolved to retract his earlier remarks about the chasm that separated him from Chen Mu, for the distance was so vast that it was beyond his comprehension. To describe it as the span between heaven and earth would only serve to flatter himself. By the conclusion of the auction, Chen Mu was certain that the acquired through the 10,000-fold rebate surpassed the trillion he had modified upon his arrival. The more he spent, the more he gained. He had also secured a trove of treasures sufficient to effortlessly establish a formidable empire. Subsequently, the Longhu auction house personally delivered a supreme identity card crafted exclusively for Chen Mu, elevating him above all esteemed guests. This singular card was unparalleled across the entire Xian continent. How could such a distinguished guest not be treated with utmost regard? Having exhausted all items for purchase, Chen Mu rose to depart. As he turned away, the attendant silently vowed to grow stronger, with the hope of one day repaying Chen Mu's kindness. He was a man who valued even the smallest favor, returning it with a flood of gratitude. Chen Mu, however, remained indifferent to the attendant's internal musings, perceiving him merely as a convenient tool for the 10,000-fold rebate, nothing more. Having left the box, Chen Mu had not taken many steps when he was halted by none other than Su Jingyan. Were it not for the young man's deep bow, Chen Mu might have assumed he was there to confront him over having overshadowed him. What is your intention, young Master Su? Chen Mu inquired. I wish to inquire about your background. If convenient, may we become friends? Su Jingyan was acutely aware that forming a connection with Chen Mu would benefit the Su family immensely. As for the Chen family, Chen Mu, he deemed friendship an unlikely prospect. He waved his hand dismissively and brushed past Su Jingyan, leaving him murmuring, Chen family, Chen Mu, Chen family, Chen Mu. There is but one Chen family in Tianfu City, and likewise, only one Chen Mu. Yet he cannot be. Could there be another Chen family in the capital or elsewhere with the same name? Questions cascaded in Su Jingyan's mind, confounding him. The shock Chen Mu had just delivered was so profound that he could not reconcile him with the discarded son of the Chen family. If they were indeed the same individual, the implications were staggering. Exiting the Longhu auction house, the sun dipped below the horizon. Chen Mu accessed the functionality page and located the infinite teleportation feature, confirming its activation. Infinite teleportation status activated. He then opened the accompanying map, selected Qing Xianzong, Qing Yunfu, and confirmed the teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the entrance of Qing Yunfu. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's sudden appearance, Su Qingtian was momentarily startled but quickly composed himself. Wasn't this a matter of course for the family head? Noticing the troubled expression etched on Su Qingtian's face, Chen Mu inquired, what troubles you? Master, that woman has taken up residence in the manor, refusing to leave. Claiming she wishes to serve you and attend to your daily needs, Su Qingtian replied. Chen Mu struggled to recall who this woman was before confirming. You mean Lu Ruoxue? Indeed, Su Qingtian affirmed with a nod. To serve me? Chen Mu could hardly believe that the illustrious, stunning senior sister of the sect would debase herself to such an extent. With a faint smile, he advised Su Qingtian to disregard her presence, treating her as if she were non-existent. He was eager to witness the expression on Sidu Qing's face when confronted with this turn of events and anticipated the ensuing conflict between Lu Ruoxue and her fiancé. Sidu Qing. Entering Qing Yunfu, within the inner courtyard, he immediately spotted Lu Ruoxue arranging a feast of exquisitely prepared dishes on the table. While the presentation was impressive when compared to ordinary fare, it paled in comparison to the top-tier culinary skills of Su Qingtian, modified by Chen Mu. Upon catching sight of Chen Mu, Lu Ruoxue's face flushed with embarrassment, and she became visibly flustered. Ah, junior brother Chen, you have returned. Chen Mu did not rush to respond, instead walking to the table and taking a seat. He glanced at the dishes and then at Lu Ruoxue. What is this? I noticed you live alone in such a large mansion without a single maid to attend to your needs. So I thought I would stay and care for your meals and daily needs. I humbly request your acceptance, Lu Ruoxue pleaded earnestly. You wish to be my maid? Chen Mu countered. If that is what junior brother desires, I am more than willing. Lu Ruoxue replied without hesitation, nodding emphatically. Though Chen Mu had never played the role of a sycophant, he could not deny that he was somewhat taken aback. Well, since you have expressed yourself so clearly, to refuse would make me seem unkind. Does this mean you agree to let me stay? Lu Ruoxue exclaimed joyfully. What do you call me? Chen Mu inquired with a cold glance. Master, my lord. Lu Ruoxue summoned her courage and declared. This address sent a shiver down Chen Mu's spine, especially when coupled with Lu Ruoxue's tall, slender figure and her captivating beauty. The system of cracks was a divine marvel. Subsequently, Chen Mu picked up his bowl and chopsticks, beginning to savor the meal Lu Ruoxue had meticulously prepared. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxue was led away by Su Qingtian to familiarize herself with the workings of Qing Yunfu. As a maid must fulfill her duties, Chen Mu would not treat her as a revered ancestor. The reality had to be the opposite. As for the taste of the meal, it was mediocre, barely reaching an edible standard compared to Su Qingtian's culinary prowess. Meanwhile, within the residence of Elder Lu Chanming, the high-grade healing elixirs he had procured from the alchemy room had enabled Situ Qing to recover more swiftly than anticipated. He was now able to walk unassisted. Sitting in the courtyard, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Chen Mu. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist onto the stone table, muttering, Tomorrow shall be your end. The lateness of the hour was inconsequential. The crux of the matter was that most disciples of the sect were already asleep, and even those who were not would not dare to wander near Qing Yunfu. His thoughts were straightforward. Since he had been publicly humiliated by Chen Mu in front of his disciples, he felt it was only natural to retaliate with a humiliation of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times greater. In Chapter 17, titled The Fiancé, he turns against him, the senior brother's mind crumbles, as morale soared with eager anticipation. He remained blissfully unaware that his betrothed, Lu Ruoxue, was kneeling before Chen Mu, diligently washing his feet with a basin of spiritual spring water. Setting aside other matters, Chen Mu found Lu Ruoshue's foot washing skills to be quite satisfactory, exquisite, and meticulous. To those in the know, it was his own feet being treated. To those unaware, it might have seemed like a fine ancient porcelain artifact, something to be cherished and feared to break. Strikingly, Lu Ruoshue, a direct disciple of the elder and the sect's senior sister, wore an expression of pride, deeply moved by her role. This prompted Chen Mu to marvel once again at the terrifying power of 100% favorability. As night fell, Chen Mu retired to his room, and after considerable pleading, he finally acquiesced to Lu Ruoshue's request to allow Su Qingtian to find her a vacant room to stay in, ignoring her tearful and pitiful demeanor, along with her complaints about the distant Jingyue Peak and the hindrance it posed to her duties in serving him. Chen Mu felt as though he might develop calluses in his ears from hearing the same grievances. Setting aside Lu Ruoshue's ulterior motives, her attitude as a maid was indeed impeccable. Upon entering the room, she bid Su Guancher good night and shut the door behind her. Looking left and right, she could hardly contain her excitement. At last, she had found a place to stay. Approaching the bed, she removed her long boots and lay down, stretching out her arms as if to embrace someone, wrapping herself around the neatly folded quilt. Her long, shapely legs, mostly exposed to the air, tightly embraced the fabric. She mused that if this continued for 100 years or 1,000, she might secure a place in his heart. Even if it was merely to be remembered by him, Lu Ruoshue would feel satisfied. Outside the door, Su Qingtian, sensing her whispered words, felt a wave of relief wash over him and departed. He couldn't help but marvel at the master's unparalleled choice. Such a breathtaking beauty willingly served as a maid, silently contributing her efforts. He respected her decision and believed there was nothing inappropriate about it. If he were a woman, he would have made the same choice. Since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes, a truth as old as time. In Su Qingtian's eyes, Chen Mu was the epitome of a great hero, unmatched in history. The next day dawned early, with a loud banging at the door of Chu Yun mansion. Indeed, it was. Brimming with pride, accompanied by his master and the second elder, Lu Chanming, seeking revenge. Setting aside the copper ring from the Qilin sound device, lips curled upwards in triumph. One could easily imagine Chen Mu's expression upon seeing Lu Chanming arrive. Undoubtedly, it would be one of great distress, likely leading him to kneel and beg for mercy, weeping profusely in repentance. To reclaim the dignity lost the previous day, had dispatched several trusted disciples to spread the news, hoping to attract a crowd of spectators. A glance around confirmed the effectiveness of his plan. Yet, one perplexing matter lingered in his mind. Why did his fellow disciples appear so uncomfortable when he shared his intentions with them? They exchanged glances, hesitating to speak, seemingly burdened by unspoken troubles. When he pressed for answers, they merely shook their heads, insisting there was nothing amiss. This was indeed peculiar. As the door creaked open, shook his head, clearing his mind of unnecessary thoughts, fully prepared to diminish Chen Mu's reputation. However, upon catching a glimpse of a stunning visage through the crack of the door, the words he intended to utter faltered on his lips. He had not anticipated finding his fiancée in the residence of his adversary, especially not at this hour. The slightly disheveled state of her hair only added fuel to his imagination. There was no trace of panic on her face. Could it be that Ruoshue had remained in Chu Yun mansion to engage in a fierce battle with that detestable fellow for an entire day and night? Had she just emerged victorious? This was the only reasonable explanation could conceive. If Lu Ruoshue had indeed betrayed him, she would not be so composed. Ruoshue, he exclaimed in disbelief, how could you be here? Yet, the cold gaze she directed at him was unexpectedly chilling. Who gave you permission to address me so intimately? Are we that close? Was taken aback. Previously, their relationship had been one of deep affection, and Lu Ruoshue had never shown him such a frosty demeanor. Ruoshue, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Did that fellow force you to do anything? He suspected that Lu Ruoshue might be ill, speaking nonsensically. Silence. Do not slander him. Lu Ruoshue drew her sword, her gaze sharper than ever. And do not call me Ruoshue. I do not wish for him to misunderstand our relationship. What misunderstanding? You are my fiancée, my childhood sweetheart. Have you forgotten all of this? Today, Lu Ruoshue felt like a stranger too, as if she had transformed entirely. Fiancée? Lu Ruoshue recalled something. You didn't mention it, and I almost forgot. Tomorrow, I will have my father go to the family to annul our engagement. What? You wish to break our engagement? S eyes widened in disbelief. What is all this noise early in the morning? Can't anyone get some sleep? At that moment, Chen Mu approached from a distance, yawning and scratching his head. You vile scoundrel, what have you done to my Ruoshue? Upon seeing the detestable Chen Mu, immediately interrogated him. Unable to act due to Lu Ruoshue's sword pointed at him, he was concerned about harming his fiancée. Do not misunderstand, I have done nothing. She insisted on staying to serve me. If you don't believe me, you can ask her, Chen Mu explained, refusing to take the blame. Stop your nonsense. You think you have the right to have her serve you? Retorted angrily. Silence. In Chapter 18, titled A Mountain to Rely On, One Thought to Annihilate. Never imagined these words would come from Lu Ruoxue. In their exchanged glances, her eyes conveyed a message that those who knew she was his fiancée would understand, while those unaware might mistakenly believe he was her father's murderer. Ruoxue, what is the matter with you? Today Lu Ruoxue left feeling utterly perplexed. They had known each other for over 20 years. Lu Ruoxue's subsequent words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. I am not lying. It was indeed I who sought him out to let me stay and serve him. Ruoxue, are you jesting with me? What qualifications does he possess to warrant such deference from you? This question perplexed not only Si Maqing, but also Lu Chonming and all disciples present, excluding Su Qingtian. They were all curious about the enchantment that Chen Mu must have cast upon Lu Ruoxue, compelling her unwavering loyalty. Is this truly the same ice-cold senior sister, known for her aloof demeanor? She seems like a devoted admirer now. Enough of this prattle. If we are to sever ties, let it be done thoroughly. I am a person who cannot tolerate any impurities in my sight, Chen Mu interjected. Indeed, master. Lu Ruoxue's gaze turned toward Chen Mu. Her eyes filled with tenderness as she spoke. To describe her as transformed would hardly be an exaggeration. Master. Upon hearing this, Si Maqing felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, his heart shattered into pieces. What? Did you all hear how Lu Shijie addressed him? Yes, master. It was evident on the surface, and one could only imagine the implications beneath. Moreover, have you noticed the disheveled state of Lu Shijie's hair and attire? In truth, the reason for her disarray was her desire to forego grooming in order to attend to Chen Mu. Unbeknownst to her, she encountered Si Maqing and Lu Chonming along the way, who disrupted her intentions. Naturally, she would not grant them a favorable demeanor. Each word they uttered felt like a sharp blade, piercing Si Maqing's heart. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Unable to endure any longer, he struck with immense force, aiming at Chen Mu's chest. With me here, you shall not harm my master. Lu Ruoxue reacted swiftly, delivering a counterstrike to Si Maqing's chest. At such close proximity, he had no chance to evade. Spitting out blood, he was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, tumbling down the steps. He could not fathom that the fiancée he once adored would now harm him for another man. Chinger. Lu Chonming's expression shifted dramatically. As an elder, he had no desire to intervene and earn a reputation for bullying the weak. Yet, Chen Mu had gone too far, daring to take away his precious disciple's fiancée right before his eyes and commanding her to injure his own disciple. He could no longer tolerate this. In the blink of an eye, he bypassed Lu Ruoxue and appeared before Chen Mu. Although Lu Ruoxue had betrayed Si Maqing, she was still his fiancée, and as her master, he could not strike her. Lu Chonming was determined to eliminate the scourge that was Chen Mu. Without him, none of this would have transpired. Kill rate 100, loot drop status, activated. Faced with Lu Chonming's rapid assault, Chen Mu seized the opportunity to activate a countermeasure. Without even moving a finger, a single glance sufficed. Boom. A wave of pressure descended from above. The sound of bones cracking echoed, one after another. Lu Chonming's body was gradually forced down before the eyes of all. His bones shattered with each passing moment. This is impossible. Lu Chonming's face was etched with horror, exclaiming in disbelief. Boom. Chen Mu unleashed another wave of pressure, crushing him utterly, blood spraying in all directions, leaving behind a vibrant, flower-like stain on the ground. Strikingly beautiful. Blood-soaked. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 5th-grade elixirs, 5 6th-grade elixirs, 10 low-grade, Earth-level techniques, 5 mid-grade, Earth-level techniques, and 3 high-grade, Earth-level techniques. In that moment, the entire arena fell into silence. Rising from the ground, Si Maqing, previously consumed by rage, took a step forward, only to find himself utterly stunned. All his thoughts evaporated in an instant, leaving only fear. Master, is he dead? The one who should have perished should have been that young man, right? What has he done? A myriad of questions swirled in Si Maqing's mind, leaving him utterly confounded. This fellow is protected by an unparalleled master. Realizing this, Si Maqing's doubts were finally resolved. No wonder he dared to disregard me and the elders of the sect. It turns out he had a formidable protector capable of crushing his own master. Upon this realization, Si Maqing laughed instead of raging. This is Qin Xianzong, and he has killed the second elder of the sect on its territory. The elders and the sect leader will undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Even if he has a powerful protector by his side, he cannot escape death. Is that so? Chen Mu, aware of Si Maqing's misunderstanding, was not in a hurry to clarify. Raising his gaze, he noticed figures approaching on swords in the distance. It was none other than the sect leader Zhao Hungshan and a dozen other elders who had come in response to the commotion. Look, it's the sect leader and the elders. He is doomed now. Killing an elder is a capital offense. Hundreds of experts from the law enforcement hall were also dispatched. Witnessing this spectacle, almost everyone believed that Chen Mu was certainly facing death today. He indeed possessed great strength, but it was a grave mistake to kill Lu Chanming, the second elder of the sect, challenging the dignity of the entire sect. This was tantamount to seeking his own demise. Over 100 individuals descended. Encircling the law enforcement hall, Zhao Hungshan and the dozen elders gazed in shock at Lu Chanming, reduced to little more than a crumpled remnant of skin. Unable to believe the sight before them. What kind of powerful being could render a sect elder's demise so tragic? Sect leader, esteemed elders, this man provoked first. Not only did he take my fiancée, but he also killed my master. He is a vile traitor to the sect. Please take action on my behalf. Seeing his allies arrive, Si Maqing quickly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in respect, beseeching the mighty to take action against Chen Mu. In response, the elders and hundreds of experts from the law enforcement hall turned their gaze towards sect leader Zhao Hungshan. They knew they could not overstep their bounds in his presence. They had to await his command. Zhao Hungshan glanced at the kneeling Si Maqing, then at the fiercely protective Lu Ruoshui, and finally at Su Qingtian. At last, he turned his attention to Chen Mu. It is you who killed Elder Lu? He inquired. The sect leader must be jesting. A mere waste like him could not possibly possess such strength. It must have been his powerful companions. Si Maqing sneered. Chen Mu had little interest in their banter. Opening his personal attribute panel, he decided to enhance his own status. Chapter 19. The underlying power emerges. I pay my respects to the Holy Sun. Identity, miscellaneous servant of Qing Xian Zong Outer Court. Upon clicking Modify, a selection of directories appeared. Disciple of Qing Xian Zong Outer Court. Eldest senior brother of Qing Xian Zong Outer Court. Elder of Qing Xian Zong Outer Court. Disciple of Qing Xian Zong Inner Court. Elder of Qing Xian Zong. Sect leader of Qing Xian Zong. Holy Son of Qing Xian Zong. The title of Holy Son instantly captured Chen Mu's attention. Upon investigation, he learned that the Holy Son represents the hope of the entire sect, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Becoming the Holy Son would grant him unconditional priority access to all resources within and outside the sect. His status would surpass even that of the sect leader. This is because the Holy Son is selected by those reclusive old monsters, the foundational pillars of the sect. Chen Mu smiled faintly, deciding that this would be his chosen identity. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. You have become the Holy Son of Qing Xian Zong. Witnessing Chen Mu treat him as if he were invisible, Zhao Hungshan, the sect leader, had never endured such humiliation. He immediately turned to the elders of the law enforcement hall, commanding, seize him and imprison him in the dungeon, awaiting punishment. Let us see who dares. Before the elder could respond, a voice resonated through the air, shattering the silence. In the blink of an eye, an elderly figure with flowing white hair, clad in an ink-colored robe, appeared before the crowd. Who do you think you are to speak to the sect leader in such a manner? Slap. Qing originally believed this was a splendid opportunity to flatter Zhao Hungshan. However, before he could finish his words, he was struck across the face by Zhao Hungshan, sending him flying several meters away. Are you mad? How dare you show disrespect to Elder Zhao Yun? Zhao Hungshan bellowed, his face flushed with rage. If even the sect leader must respectfully address him as elder, what kind of person must he be? Surely, he must be a figure of profound background. One of those reclusive masters. What? The sect's profound background has intervened. Upon hearing these words, all pain forgotten, he quickly adjusted his posture, kneeling on the ground. The younger generation, Qing, is blind. I humbly ask for forgiveness, revered elder. Elder Zhao Yun, uninterested, averted his gaze, directing his attention towards Zhao Hungshan, questioning, Zhao Hungshan, do you possess such audacity to confront the Saint's son? Do you seek to rebel? As Saint's son, Zhao Hungshan stammered, utterly astonished, doubting his own senses as if he were dreaming. This person has been unanimously recognized and chosen by us old fellows as the new Saint's son of Qingxian sect. Do you have any objections? Elder Zhao Yun pressed further. And no, I do not dare. Zhao Hungshan shook his head repeatedly. The crowd, upon hearing this, shifted their focus towards Chen Mu. Saint's son, who would have thought that after 300 years, our Qingxian sect has produced another Saint's son? He is the hope for our sect's future. I misjudged senior sister Lu. Indeed, compared to the Saint's son, what is Qing? Exactly. If I were senior sister Lu, I would also choose the Saint's son. In an instant, the tide of opinions turned, with everyone rallying behind Chen Mu. Qing's face turned a deep shade of blue, then a purplish hue, reflecting his extreme discomfort. Impossible. How could he possibly be the Saint's son? There must be some mistake. Qing protested. Why should that kind of person be allowed to become the saint's son? Boom. Since when did you have the right to speak here? Elder Zhao Yun decisively struck, shattering Qing's spirit, resulting in his immediate demise as he crashed to the ground. This swift action established authority and made it clear to everyone the terror of the sect's profound background. Saint's son, I deeply apologize for the earlier offense. It was merely a misunderstanding. Please do not hold it against me. Witnessing Qing's tragic end, Zhao Hengshan quickly approached Chen Mu, bowing respectfully, genuinely apologizing. The law enforcement hall and the inner court elders followed suit, in unison stating, "We have been blind, and we humbly ask for the saint's son's forgiveness." Chen Mu turned and entered the courtyard, addressing Su Qingtan and Lu Ruoshui, "I am hungry. Please prepare breakfast promptly." "Yes, master." "Understood, lord." The two responded. The door slammed shut. Elder Zhao Yun vanished from the crowd's sight, with Zhao Hengshan and the others hastily departing. Today, they had lost face entirely. Had they known that the sect's profound background had chosen such a saint's son, Zhao Hengshan would never have dared to provoke him. What was intended to establish the sect leader's authority had instead backfired. On the other hand, curiosity piqued about the extraordinary qualities of the saint's son who had not appeared for 3 centuries. Soon, news of the emergence of the saint's son in Qingxian sect spread widely within the sect. In contrast, within Qingyun Mansion, it was far more tranquil. Observing the meal he had prepared, Qing noted the minimal amount consumed compared to Su Qingtian's plate, which was nearly empty. Lu Ruoshui pursed her lips, silently vowing to improve her culinary skills, striving to satisfy her master soon. Meanwhile, the news of the new saint's son of Qingxian sect quickly reached other sections. At Tianjin Mountain, the sect leader inquired, "What are your thoughts on the emergence of the new saint's son in Qingxian sect?" An elder stepped forward, offering his perspective. "I believe it is a smokescreen to stabilize internal and external affairs. Qingxian sect's strength is in decline, so they resort to such tactics in hopes of betting on luck." "I second that." "I concur." After a moment of contemplation, the Tianjin sect leader responded, "Since it concerns the saint's son, it would be prudent to send someone to investigate further. Lu Yuanshan, what is your command?" The elder of the sect, Lu Yuanshan, stepped forward to the center of the hall, clasping his fists. "Take your disciples to Qingxian sect under the pretense of exchanging skills, and gather information about the saint's son. If he truly possesses such abilities, find a way to recruit him into our Tianjin sect." "What if he refuses?" Lu Yuanshan inquired. "In that case, eliminate him discreetly. We must not allow Qingxian sect to retain the saint's son." The Tianjin sect leader smirked, not wishing to see the 300-year dominance of Tianjin sect over Qingxian sect disrupted. Any glimmer of hope must be extinguished. "Understood." Lu Yuanshan wasted no time and immediately set off, bringing along his most prized disciples on the journey to Qingxian sect. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu was unaware of these developments. Approaching the alchemy chamber, he was greeted with, "Greetings, saint's son." "Salutations, saint's son. We pay our respects to the saint's son." As he walked through, everyone bowed deeply, reverently acknowledging his presence, becoming the center of attention. Chen Mu paid little heed. Opening the decryption feature, 10,000 times return, status, activated. After confirming that the decryption function was operating normally, he strode into the alchemy chamber, determined to create something grand. Chapter 20, 8 billion pills. We are willing to go to great lengths for the saint's son. Chen Mu did not wish to waste this 10,000-fold return function. "We did not anticipate your esteemed presence. Please forgive us." Upon learning of the saint's son's arrival at the alchemy chamber, over a dozen elders promptly came forth to welcome him. They formed a semicircle, clasping their fists and bowing in respect. Such a scene was typically reserved for the sect leader's visits, a sight only the disciples could witness. To claim they were not envious would be a blatant falsehood. After all, how could they not envy someone of their age who had achieved accomplishments rivaling that of a sect leader? It was easy to imagine how terrifying his future achievements would be. Jealousy? Hatred? They harbored no such sentiments, nor dared to. The thought of being discovered with such ideas could lead to dire consequences. After all, it had barely been half a day since the tragic deaths of Lu Changming and Qing, and it felt as if nothing had occurred. Chen Mu had faced no repercussions. It was reasonable, given that as the saint's son, backed by the sect's profound background, even the typically haughty law enforcement hall members would likely be scrambling to curry favor rather than offend him. "I require pills. Please fetch them for me." Chen Mu directed his gaze toward the head elder of the alchemy chamber, Yin Wenyuan. Upon hearing this, Yin Wenyuan promptly signaled to the alchemy chamber's disciples, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and bring forth the finest pills in the chamber. The more, the better." As soon as Chen Mu's words fell, Yin Wenyuan raised his voice to echo, "The more, the better." He understood the significance of the saint's son to Qingxian sect. It was not just pills. Even if the entire alchemy chamber were to be handed over for his use, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. "Elder, We only have this much left. Shortly thereafter, a disciple returned carrying several large bottles of pills. Yin Wenyuan glanced at the disciple, then at Chen Mu, awkwardly saying, Saint Sun, today is the day for distributing cultivation resources. The alchemy chamber only has 300 second-grade pills, 180 third-grade pills, 94 fourth-grade pills, and 35 fifth-grade pills remaining. Please rest assured, you may use these pills first. I will immediately summon all alchemists to expedite the creation of more for you. Yin Wenyuan gestured, preparing to send a message. No need for that at the moment. Chen Mu sat down on the steps, patting the empty space beside him. Hurry and present the pills to the Saint Sun. Yin Wenyuan understood and signaled the disciple with a glance. Saint Sun. The disciple respectfully placed several precious gourds beside Chen Mu. Chen Mu picked up one of the gourds containing 300 second-grade pills and casually tossed it into the air. The disciples all raised their heads, gazing at the jade gourd overhead, their expressions filled with confusion. What could the Holy Sun mean by this? Suddenly, with a gentle strike of his palm, Chen Mu shattered the jade gourd, and 300 pills cascaded down like rain. The disciples instantly understood. The Holy Sun was bestowing gifts upon them, and they scrambled to seize the falling treasures. Mine. This is mine. Hey, don't snatch. Stop it. You scoundrel. I saw it first. Just because you saw it first, does that mean it's yours? Humph. If it weren't for the Holy Sun being present, I would teach you a lesson. After obtaining the pills, gratitude swelled among the crowd, and they cried out in unison, Thank you for your generous gift, Holy Sun. Yet, Chen Mu had no time to concern himself with their exuberance. His focus was solely on the virtual system panel before him, visible only to him. Successfully awarded the second-grade Qi-inducing pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300,000 high-grade Saint Qi pills of the 9th rank. Successfully awarded the second-grade True Spirit pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500,000 high-grade True Martial pills of the 9th rank. Successfully awarded the second-grade Yuan Cultivating pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200,000 high-grade Hunyuan pills of the 9th rank. By distributing 300 second-grade pills, Chen Mu had reaped a staggering total of 3 million high-grade 9th rank pills. Such an immense quantity could not be produced even if the entire empire were to be drained of its resources. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, one by one, the jade gourds ascended into the sky, bursting open in succession. 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade pills fell like a torrential downpour. Thousands of disciples fought fiercely, and more individuals continued to rush in from afar to join the fray. Successfully awarded the 3rd grade Blazing Fire pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 high-grade Eternal pills of the 9th rank. Meanwhile, Yin Wenyuan and the other elders of the alchemy chamber could no longer maintain their composure upon witnessing this scene. Their eyes twitched uncontrollably. Initially, they had assumed that Chen Mu was disinterested in second-grade pills, which was why he had chosen to distribute them. However, they never anticipated that he would also give away 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade pills. This was beyond mere generosity. Some even speculated whether this Holy Sun had devoted all his talents solely to cultivation, resulting in deficiencies elsewhere. Holy Sun, if you do not require these pills, please allow us to reclaim them. Otherwise, if the sect master finds out, we cannot bear the consequences. Yin Wenyuan knelt before Chen Mu, bowing his head in supplication. It was evident that if this matter reached Zhao Hongshan's ears, he would not dare to hold Chen Mu accountable. Thus, these old fellows naturally became the scapegoats. Blame? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu had retained one of each type of pill. Each Qi-inducing pill, True Spirit pill, and Yuan Cultivating pill was modified to 999, 999. He then produced 10,000 of each, waving his hand, causing a true downpour of pills to fall upon Yin Wenyuan and the others. Will I still blame you? Chen Mu inquired. Yin Wenyuan and the others remained in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. Surrounding them were no fewer than 100,000 pills. At this moment, they finally comprehended why Chen Mu could so casually bestow several hundred pills upon the sect's disciples without a flicker of hesitation. For him, such pills could be summoned in the hundreds of thousands at will, equivalent to several years' worth of production from the entire alchemy chamber. Yin Wenyuan declared his willingness to serve the Holy Sun faithfully, even at the cost of his life. The other elders similarly knelt in agreement, expressing their loyalty to this new Holy Sun, as they beheld the tens of thousands of pills that nearly buried Yin Wenyuan and the others. The disciples realized with clarity that aligning themselves with this new Holy Sun was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Thousands knelt in unison, their voices resonating in a powerful declaration, We are willing to sacrifice everything for the Holy Sun. At that moment, Chen Mu's stature in their eyes surpassed even that of Sect Master Zhao Hungshan. However, Chen Mu merely sought to collect a few pills, inadvertently amassing over 2 billion pills and garnering the loyalty of thousands of Sect disciples. A glance at his personal attribute panel revealed that not a single loyalty score was below 50. In the Sect Master's hall, Zhao Hungshan sneezed. Achoo. He rubbed his nose and muttered softly, "Who is speaking of me?" "Sect Master, there has been an incident in the alchemy chamber." In the next moment, a spy placed by Zhao Hungshan within the sect rushed into the hall. An incident in the alchemy chamber? What has happened? Zhao Hungshan crossed his arms, resting his chin in thought. Could it be that another alchemist has recklessly blown up a furnace? No. The man shook his head. It concerns the Holy Sun. Gasping for breath, Zhao Hungshan interrupted. What trouble has that boy stirred up now? Just a query. As for accountability, Chen Mu is supported by the Sect's foundation. And given Zhao Yun's protective attitude, Zhao Hungshan lacked the courage to confront him. If he were to openly oppose Chen Mu, he might not only lose his position as Sect Master, but also become a historical disgrace for Qingxian Sect, the first Sect Master to be expelled from the sect. That would be utterly humiliating. The Holy Sun generously scattered several hundred pills, ranging from 2nd to 5th grade. The man continued, "What? That is an extravagant waste." Even if Chen Mu had used all those pills for himself, Zhao Hungshan would have said little. Utilizing sect resources to win the hearts of disciples by gifting those unworthy of such high-grade pills, especially the 5th-grade ones, was indeed wasteful. With a long sigh, he thought, "Let it be. I need not be informed of such matters in the future." There was no need to intervene when the Sect's foundation itself had remained silent. Reflecting on his own position as Sect Master, he found it quite stifling. It would be preferable to be the Holy Sun. However, he lacked the talent for it. If the position of Holy Sun were so easily attained, there wouldn't be only one every 300 years. No, it's more than that. What else has he done? Zhao Hungshan exclaimed in his native dialect. The elders of the alchemy chamber, witnessing his extravagant waste, knelt and pleaded with the Holy Sun to allow them to reclaim the pills. As a result, the Holy Sun struck them? Zhao Hungshan interjected. Were they severely injured? If that were the case, Chen Mu would indeed be overstepping. An injured alchemist would hinder the Sect's ability to refine pills, and without pills, how could one cultivate? No. The man shook his head vigorously, continuing, the Holy Sun produced tens of thousands of pills, causing a literal rain of pills that nearly buried those elders. Zhao Hungshan was stunned. Where did he acquire so many pills? Unknown to the subordinate. All right, you may leave. Zhao Hungshan waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I take my leave. Once alone in the grand hall, Zhao Hungshan sat in his chair, utterly perplexed about the origins of this Holy Sun. First, he had spent 1 billion spirit stones to purchase Qingyun Mansion, and now he had produced tens of thousands of pills, equivalent to several years' worth of production for the entire sect. The more he pondered, the more formidable and mysterious Chen Mu appeared, shrouded in fog, utterly inscrutable. He finally understood why Elder Zhao Yun was so protective of him. It was not merely protection, but a matter of cherishing him as if he were a precious gem, fearing that he might slip away or dissolve. He resolved that henceforth, he would turn a blind eye to all matters concerning Chen Mu, even if he caused an enormous uproar, as long as the Sect's foundation remained silent. He would resolutely remain silent too. This youth was not to be offended. Zhao Hungshan firmly believed that besides the Sect's foundation as a backing, Chen Mu must possess some other powerful, unknown support. Who could it be? Could it be that he is of royal lineage? Or perhaps a descendant of some extraordinary being? Qinjianfu. Upon returning, Chen Mu encountered Lu Ruoxue exiting through the grand entrance. Upon seeing Chen Mu, Lu Ruoxue promptly offered her respects, acknowledging her master. Where are you headed? Chen Mu inquired casually. Our household is running low on pastries and tea leaves, so I intend to descend the mountain to procure more, while also acquiring some premium ingredients. Lu Ruoxue pondered that the quality of ingredients might bridge the gap between herself and Su Qingtian. Take my hand. Chen Mu raised his hand, palm facing upward. Yes. Lu Ruoxue complied with his request without further questioning, delicately placing her fair, almost boneless fingertips upon his palm. She felt immensely honored, her heart fluttering with joy to the point of fainting. She believed this marked a significant leap in her relationship with Chen Mu. Tonight, I shall not wash my hands. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruoxue was astonished to find herself amidst a bustling marketplace. Master, where are we? Lu Ruoxue asked, bewildered. Tianfu City. Chen Mu replied. Tianfu City. But isn't Tianfu City halfway from Qingshuanzong? Lu Ruoxue fell silent. Such feats must be trivial for one of the saintly lineage, mustn't they? It is only natural for him to possess such strength. Thank you, master. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Ruoxue wasted no time. Darting towards various stalls and shops to replenish her pastries, tea leaves, and ingredients. A flurry of shopping ensued. Being a lady of noble birth and wealth, she was hardly short of funds. Meanwhile, Chen Mu strolled leisurely behind her, observing Lu Ruoshui's excessive greed as her arms filled to the brim. He sighed and beckoned her closer. Tossing her a spatial ring, he remarked, "Take this, it will be more convenient." A spatial ring. Lu Ruoshui gazed at it in astonishment. In the Zhongshuan continent, spatial rings were considered high-grade treasures, not easily obtained. "Thank you so much, master," Lu Ruoshui exclaimed, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she slipped it onto her finger, her smile pure and radiant. She then waved her hand, storing all her purchases within the ring, feeling considerably lighter. As for Chen Mu, he too reaped rewards. Grant successful. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 heavenly grade spatial rings with infinite storage capacity. A low-grade spatial ring exchanged for 10,000 heavenly grade ones. How could his lips not curl upwards in delight? "Boss, this, and that. Wrap them all up for me. I'll take them all." Lu Ruoshue indulged in a frenzy of shopping within the store. Chen Mu lingered at the entrance, observing the diverse array of passers-by. Suddenly, a sharp bark pierced the air, echoing in Chen Mu's ears. It was a pitiful sound. Following the noise, he turned to see a group of youths tormenting a small black dog. Behind the little black dog lay a mother dog, battered and lifeless, sprawled in a pool of blood. "Get lost. Don't bother me while I'm enjoying my dog meat." The leader of the youth, his eyes filled with contempt, kicked the small dog several meters away, sending it rolling to Chen Mu's feet. The little black dog attempted to rise multiple times to protect its mother, but failed each time. "Boss, that little mutt is also a piece of meat. Don't waste it." One of the youths jeered, swaggering toward Chen Mu with a grin, crouching down to reach for the small black dog. However, Chen Mu swiftly raised his foot, pinning the youth's hand to the ground. Chapter 22. Modify the Qilan bloodline. Brutality. Huh. The youth looked up, his mouth twisting in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone dared to thwart his misdeeds. With a crack, Chen Mu crushed the bones in his hand with a slight exertion of his foot, reducing them to dust. The flesh was mangled. "Ah, my hand." The youth's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Fueled by intense hatred, the youth reached behind him to draw a curved blade, aiming to stab Chen Mu in the thigh. Bang! Boom! Chen Mu would not grant him such an opportunity. He swiftly kicked the youth in the head. The action was so rapid that the crowd barely registered it. By the time the youth's companions turned to look, they were met with a headless corpse slumped beneath a large willow tree, which appeared ready to collapse at any moment. Swallowing hard, they realized they had encountered someone formidable. Glancing at one another, they hesitated before drawing their own knives, uncertainty etched on their faces. Yet Chen Mu's focus remained solely on the small black dog, which lay on its side, its body riddled with fractures, clinging to life, yet determined to protect its mother. He felt an inexplicable fondness for the creature. Perhaps this was a matter of fate? He resolved to save its life. Opening the attribute panel, he noted, name, none. Gender, male. Age, 1.5 months. Status, life-threatening. Would you like to erase the life-threatening status? Deleting. Deletion successful. Just as he prepared to close the panel, he noticed the race category. Race, chasing mountain dog. Reading this line, a thought struck Chen Mu. Would you like to modify chasing mountain dog to Qilan? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. From that moment on, the small black dog not only healed from its injuries, but also acquired the Qilan bloodline. Observing that Chen Mu was entirely focused on the small black dog, the duo decided to split their approach, attempting a flanking maneuver to stab him in the heart. Master, be careful. Lu Ruoshue, having sensed the danger, rushed out of the shop. With a swift move of her lotus sword technique, she dismembered one of the assailants. The other accomplice? He was met with the small black dog leaping up, sinking its teeth into his neck, causing blood to spurt 3 meters as he succumbed to asphyxiation. The brutality left the onlookers astounded. They could not comprehend how the once critically injured small black dog had recovered, nor how it suddenly possessed the strength to slay thugs. However, what left them even more envious was Lu Ruoshue's repeated address of master. Historically, beauty often accompanied heroes, suggesting that her companion must possess an extraordinary background. The small black dog was likely healed by his mystical powers. Mystical powers? He must be a celestial being. An elder knelt on the spot, prostrating in worship. Gradually, others followed suit. Most of them were ordinary folk, lacking a path to cultivation. Those with even a modicum of understanding of magical arts regarded anyone with such abilities as celestial, not to mention someone as formidable as Chen Mu. Chen Mu, however, was entirely uninterested in their adoration, his attention wholly fixed on the small black dog, which now nuzzled against his leg. Master, It seems this little black dog wishes to follow you, Lu Ruoxue remarked, sharing her thoughts. Chen Mu scooped up the small black dog, asking with a smile, "Do you want to come with me?" Woof. The little black dog appeared to understand Chen Mu's words, barking in response, its tongue lolling out, sporting an innate smile that was utterly adorable. Simultaneously, Chen Mu noticed that the small black dog's eyes now held a hint of regal ferocity compared to before. Upon checking the attribute panel, he found the loyalty section filled to the brim, 100 loyalty from the small black dog. Given the circumstances, to refuse would be impolite. In that case, you shall accompany me, Xiaohe. Woof. Xiaohe was the name Chen Mu had chosen for the small black dog, simple and easy to understand. Moreover, it aptly described the dog's color, with the only exception being the 2 brown spots above its eyes that resembled eyes or eyebrows, creating an illusion of having 4 eyes. In Chen Mu's previous life, such dogs were often referred to as 4-eyed dogs, regarded as rare and loyal companions. How about it? Have you finished shopping? Chen Mu asked Lu Ruoxue. I still need one last thing, whine, retracting her envious gaze at Xiaohe being cradled in Chen Mu's arms. Lu Ruoxue was also contemplating Chen Mu's well-being. Having consumed too much tea, he might be tempted to drink wine instead. Furthermore, wine serves to eliminate the gamey taste, enhances dishes, and is indeed quite necessary. Thus, they proceeded onward. Chen Mu discovered that, whether in his past life or this one, he had little fondness for shopping with women. Indeed, the trio of man and dog made their way to the tavern. As for the dog's mother, Chen Mu consumed her in flames, turning her to ashes that danced away with the wind, buried between heaven and earth. At the Qingyuan tavern, Lu Ruoxue's purchasing manner remained as domineering as ever, instructing, this one, that one, and this one as well, bring me a pot of each. The convenience afforded by the spatial ring only amplified her assertiveness. With her intentions solely focused on him, Chen Mu refrained from voicing further objections. To pass the time, he entertained himself by playing with the dog. However, in the next moment, he abruptly sensed several pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, observing him. They were concealed within an alley. Were they allies of those 3 ruffians from earlier? Chen Mu could conceive of no other possibility. Soon after, seemingly confirming the absence of any officials, they sprang into action, surging from the alley to encircle Chen Mu. Kill. Without uttering a word of preamble, they raised their blades and struck towards Chen Mu. Roar. Unmoved, Chen Mu watched as Xiaohe transformed, the prowess of its Qilin bloodline manifesting in dragon scales and horns. What was this creature? Ah, a monster. A monster. A holy beast. It is a holy beast. Run. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Xiaohe annihilated any who dared disrespect Chen Mu, shaking the very heavens and earth, uprooting stone bricks in great swathes. A whirlwind spiraled forth, tearing through those fleeing, shredding them mercilessly. Faced with the reborn Xiaohe, imbued with the Qilin bloodline, the hapless onlookers were destined for a one-sided slaughter. In the blink of an eye, the only proof of their existence lay in a pool of blood. By the time Lu Ruoxue rushed out of the tavern, the opportunity for her to make an entrance had long passed. Her gaze fixed upon Xiaohe, astonished, she exclaimed, This is a Qilin. How could the holy beast Qilin appear in Tianfu City? Xiaohe, having confirmed no one remained alive, reverted to its form as the little black dog, leaping into Chen Mu's embrace. Xiaohe, witnessing the entire spectacle, Lu Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened further. She could hardly believe that Xiaohe could transform into the holy beast Qilin. Who could have imagined that the little black dog, once bullied and nearly perished at the hands of ordinary folk, possessed the invaluable Qilin bloodline? Certainly not Lu Ruoxue. At the same time, she marveled at Chen Mu's discernment. Truly, he possessed the eyes of a celestial being, golden pupils, undoubtedly worthy of being her master. Realizing this, Lu Ruoxue, as his devoted maid, felt a surge of pride within her. To serve such a master was indeed a stroke of fortune. Simultaneously, news of the holy beast Qilin appearing in Tianfu City swiftly spread through various channels. Chapter 23, No Mercy? Even your master shall be struck down. Before long, 3 factions had arrived first. Judging by their attire, Chen Mu estimated that they included members of the city lord's mansion and various prominent families. As the holy beast, the Qilin's entire being was a treasure to human cultivators. Its scales could be forged into armor, its flesh could be cooked into spirit food to enhance spiritual power. Its bones could be used to craft weapons, and its blood, when mixed into medicinal pills, could elevate their grade and eliminate impurities. Its value rivaled mountains of gold and silver. You spoke of a Qilin? Where is it? The leader of the city lord's forces, Xiaofeng, surveyed Chen Mu and then Lu Ruoxue. Not only was there no sign of a Qilin, but not even a single hair from one could be found. The others posed the same inquiry. A subordinate replied that the Qilin was, in fact, transformed from the little black dog. Noticing Xiaofeng's skeptical gaze, The subordinate assured him repeatedly, "I can stake my life on the truth of my words." While Xiao Feng contemplated this, more factions continued to arrive, including Su Jingyan from the Su family, whom Chen Mu had encountered previously at the Longhu auction house. He had been nearby, enjoying music, and upon seeing his kin pass by, inquired casually, only to learn of the Qilin's appearance in Tianfu City. Approaching with a mindset to observe the spectacle, he was taken aback to see Chen Mu surrounded by several factions. He was certain that the man before him was indeed Chen Mu. This face was one he would never forget. Even should Chen Mu turn to ash, he would recognize him. After all, in matters of wealth, Chen Mu was the first to deliver a devastating blow to him. "Quickly, hold on, Uncle Zhong. Don't approach. My young master, what troubles you? We cannot stand idly by when it concerns the holy beast Qilin and allow them to seize the opportunity," Uncle Zhong firmly stated. "Uncle Zhong, listen to me. That man, whether they or you and I, is not someone we can provoke." Su Jingyan's tone was authoritative. Uncle Zhong recalled that it was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from Su Jingyan. The young master, who had always looked down upon everyone, was evidently afraid. After much hesitation, Uncle Zhong chose to trust Su Jingyan. He raised his hand, signaling the main force to halt their advance and dispersing everyone. However, he did not depart, remaining at a distance to discern the identity of the one who could instill fear in his young master. "This territory is governed by our city lord's mansion. Who dares defy us?" Noticing the crowd continuing to gather, Xiao Feng regained his composure and bellowed. His voice was powerful enough to be heard several kilometers away. "Back off." Xiao Feng's cold gaze swept over, weighing the pros and cons. The various factions ultimately dared not oppose the city lord's mansion and retreated. Xiao Feng's attention returned to Chen Mu, signaling, "Hand over that little black dog." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruoxue drew her sword, declaring, "One person dares to block 1,000 troops." Xiao Feng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Chen Mu's group to brandish their weapon against him. Truly, they were courting death. "Once more, I repeat, hand over that little black dog. I will not say it a third time. If you do not comply, there will be no mercy." Yet in the next instant, his anger was replaced by astonishment. Figures clad in black materialized beside him, each bearing a weapon. Snap, snap, snap. The assailants had no time to react or resist before their necks were twisted, their heads spinning 360 degrees as they met their demise in an instant. Who are you? How dare you oppose the city lord's mansion? Do you wish to die?" Xiao Feng found 2 daggers pressed firmly against his throat, isolated and helpless, attempting to intimidate with his connections. At that moment, Lin Wangquan emerged from the crowd, ignoring Xiao Feng and approaching Chen Mu directly, kneeling on one knee. "Master, I have arrived late. Please punish me." "No, your timing is impeccable." Chen Mu shook his head, gesturing for Lin Wangquan to rise. "Master, how would you like to deal with this man?" Lin Wangquan presumed that, in Chen Mu's presence, he had no authority to decide Xiao Feng's fate. "Kill him." His tone was as light as a feather. Upon hearing Chen Mu's decree, Xiao Feng panicked, struggling. "No, you cannot do this. I am acting under the orders of the city lord." Uft, uft. Clutching his throat, blood gushed between his fingers. Before long, he collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. They had never imagined that someone would dare to unleash such carnage upon the forces of the city lord's mansion. This was an utter disregard for the city lord and the court. Seeing this, Uncle Zhong finally comprehended why his young master feared that person. The city lord's men had slain without a hint of hesitation. "Young master, this man." Uncle Zhong glanced at Su Jingyan. "He claims his name is Chen Mu, from the Chen family." Su Jingyan replied, "Chen Mu? The discarded pawn of the Chen family, cast aside years ago." Uncle Zhong's eyes widened in surprise. Even so, to kill a member of the city lord's mansion seemed overly rash. Uncle Zhong had a premonition that the Chun family would face dire consequences. "Master, he just said they came on the city lord's orders." "Kill." Chen Mu interrupted Lin Wangquan's words with a single response. "Your subordinates are at your command." In the blink of an eye, dozens of individuals vanished as if they had never existed, embodying the phrase, "They come without a shadow and leave without a trace." Initially, the crowd believed that Chen Mu's audacity to slay members of the city lord's manor was already quite extraordinary. Little did they expect that he intended to send someone to assassinate the city lord. Was this man out of his mind? After all, he was the city lord, a terrifying presence who could effortlessly suppress even the 4 great families. No matter how grave the dispute, as long as the city lord intervened, no one dared to defy him. It was hard to imagine that even Chen Tianyang would not dare utter a word of dissent in the face of the city lord. However, unbeknownst to them, the Chun family had undergone a drastic transformation, and the grass on Chen Tianyang's grave was beginning to sprout. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar echoing from afar. The crowd shifted their gazes towards the direction of the city lord's manor, where a massive cloud of dust rose high into the air, at least 100 feet. Was that not the city lord's manor? What could have happened there? Surely, it could not have been attacked. Fools, that is the city lord's manor. Who would dare to assault it? As the thought crossed their minds, their pupils dilated, and they instinctively realized the gravity of the situation. Their gazes hurriedly returned to Chen Mu. At that moment, someone in the crowd spoke up, suggesting that it must be the city lord displaying his might, slaughtering all in his path. Indeed, they found it hard to believe that Lin Wangquan, with just a handful of followers, could dare to strike against the city lord's manor. It could only be said that while Lin Wangquan had some skill, he was still leagues away from being able to kill the city lord. Nevertheless, having forced the city lord into such a predicament was no small feat at this point. He had likely sealed his own fate. As they pondered this, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Wangquan, who had left not long ago, and was now standing before them, seemingly alive and well. In his hand, he appeared to be holding something, a severed head. Chapter 24. A subordinate with unparalleled martial arts. How powerful must he be? Upon closer examination, several individuals were struck with terror. Some, with lesser courage, watched in horror as blood flowed from the severed head, streaming down in a gruesome display. "Ah!" they exclaimed, stepping back in fright. One person, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground, their lips trembling and their complexion as pale as a sheet. Pointing with a shaking finger, they stammered, "Isn't that the city lord's head?" Upon hearing the word city lord, the crowd's collective gaze turned towards Lin Wangquan, their faces expressing sheer astonishment. Fear rendered them speechless. The uproar had been so great that Lin Wangquan's survival was initially thought to be a mere extension of life, a desperate struggle to cling to existence. After all, they had sent dozens of men, yet only one had returned. However, upon further scrutiny, they realized that he was not only unharmed, but had brought back the city lord's severed head. "Master, I have executed your command and slain this man." Lin Wangquan presented the trophy with both hands. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mu made the head vanish without a trace, leaving not a drop of blood behind. He then remarked, "You have done well." "Not at all," Lin Wangquan replied humbly. With the matter resolved, there was no need to linger. As Chen Mu raised his hand, Lu Ruoxue understood and immediately lifted her arm. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with Chen Mu's palm, a furious voice erupted, "You timid wretches! Do not flee." Looking towards the source of the voice, they recognized it as Zhang Tianxiao, the foremost expert within the city lord's manor, a formidable general by the city lord's side. The city lord had once relied on him to suppress numerous rebels. Previously, when Lin Wangquan had slain the city lord, Zhang Tianxiao had been secluded in his room, unable to intervene. Little did he expect that upon finally breaking through his own realm and emerging from his chamber, he would find the city lord already decapitated. As he raised his eyes, Zhang Tianxiao spotted Lin Wangquan on the eaves, along with the severed head of the city lord in his grasp. Without hesitation, he launched into pursuit, but Lin Wangquan had gained a considerable lead, and it took him some time to catch up. Even he had to concede that Lin Wangquan's agility was remarkable. However, in terms of strength, he was confident he would not be outmatched. Furthermore, having just broken through to the 8th layer of fusion realm, Zhang Tianxiao was brimming with self-assurance. Eager to test his newfound prowess, he viewed Lin Wangquan as an excellent sparring partner, a stepping stone to avenge the city lord and claim the coveted position he had long desired. Some in the crowd noticed a distinct change in Zhang Tianxiao's demeanor and cautiously remarked, "It seems Zhang Lao has just broken through." "What? He has broken through?" "I recall Zhang Lao was at the 7th layer of fusion realm. Does that mean he now possesses the strength of the 8th layer?" The 8th layer of fusion realm. This made the outcome of the confrontation uncertain. Indeed, each advancement in the fusion realm was akin to traversing two worlds. Zhang Tianxiao, buoyed by the praise, felt a surge of pride. "You audacious rogue, daring to invade the city lord's manor in broad daylight and attempt to assassinate the city lord. Today, I, Zhang Tianxiao, shall bring you to justice." This was a prime opportunity to win the hearts of the people, and Zhang Tianxiao was determined not to let it slip away. He unleashed a technique known as the green ring poison hand. His arms and fingers turned a vivid green, an eerie hue, as he charged towards Lin Wangquan. The poison he practiced was derived from the venom of countless creatures, its toxicity far more lethal than typical poisons that could seal one's throat. The moment it touched the skin, the poison would rapidly invade the body, coursing through the meridians and infiltrating the vital organs. Rumor had it that Zhang Lao's poisonous hands had claimed the lives of over 1,000 individuals. How terrifying! Why hasn't he made a move? Could it be that he is paralyzed with fear? The crowd watched Lin Wangquan, murmuring amongst themselves. "He has succeeded." Zhang Tianxiao's face lit up with joy. He believed Lin Wangquan was indeed intimidated by his poisonous technique, and he decided to grant him a quick death. He would then effortlessly dispose of Chen Mu, who appeared weak and inexperienced. As for Lu Ruoxue, with her unparalleled beauty, he thought it best to keep her nearby as a personal attendant for his nightly pleasures. Boom. The sound of raging winds drowned out the applause. The gusts, mixed with a crimson mist, surged outward like crashing waves, sending a shiver down the exposed skin of onlookers. Raising his arm, one could see the fine droplets of fresh blood glistening on the bristling hairs of their arms. Before this moment, everyone had believed it would be a one-sided battle. However, the reality proved to be a one-sided affair, just not in the way they had anticipated. Lin Wangquan not only overwhelmed the newly advanced Zhang Tianxiao, but with a single, brutal strike, reduced him to a mist of blood and bone dust. This was a powerhouse of the 8th layer of Fusion Realm. Was this not too easy? Yet, rather than curiosity about Lin Wangquan's strength, they were even more intrigued by the extraordinary Chen Mu, who could command such unwavering loyalty from a superlative warrior like Lin Wangquan. What terrifying realm had he reached? Possessing a sacred beast Qilin by his side, an unparalleled beauty, and subordinates with unparalleled martial prowess. Was this truly the same person who had been cast out for his mediocre talents, sold to Qing Xian Sect, and reduced to a lowly servant? The entrenched perceptions of Chen Mu were shattered, compelling a forced reevaluation of their understanding. Would you like to grant Lin Wangquan the identity of City Lord? Yes. Modifications in progress. Modification successful. With the City Lord deceased, and the most promising successor, Zhang Tianxiao, also dead without a trace, the position of City Lord was now vacant. Chen Mu saw no reason to waste this opportunity and graciously bestowed a new identity upon Lin Wangquan. Lin Wangquan was oblivious to this development, but would soon find himself presented with the City Lord's seal, heralding his ascension to the populace. Congratulations, Master. Lin Wangquan bowed, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue vanished from sight. The presence of Chen Mu, once regarded as the abandoned scion of the Chen family, has now transformed him into a figure of formidable prowess, akin to a dragon amidst stormy clouds. Dispelling the previous notion of him as the feeble second son of the Chen lineage, he hastily returned to his family, relaying all that he had witnessed and heard, ensuring that they understood the gravity of the situation. In the city of Tianfu, it is permissible to provoke anyone, but one must never provoke the Chen family or Chen Mu himself. At Qing Xianzong, Qing Yinfu, bang, 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 just as Chen Mu set foot inside. Barely taking a moment to rest, a loud knock echoed from the door. Su Cheng proceeded to open it, greeting the visitor. After exchanging a few words, he closed the door and turned to Chen Mu, who was seated in the pavilion, reporting, Master, the sect leader Zhao has sent someone to request your presence at the sect leader's hall. The sect leader's hall? What do they want me for? Chen Mu pondered, reflecting on his status as the Holy Son, bolstered by the support of powerful factions such as Zhao Yun. Even if Zhao Hongshan held a grudge against him, he would not dare to act against him, making the likelihood of a trap exceedingly low. It seemed related to Situ Qing. Su Cheng conveyed the information he had gathered. Situ Qing? It appears that it is likely someone from the Situ family seeking to hold me accountable. Chen Mu responded with a smile, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Typically, individuals who reach such heights are backed by powerful families that invest heavily in their development. Rapid advancement in cultivation requires not only talent, but also substantial financial resources. So, will you go? Su Cheng inquired about Chen Mu's intentions. No, I'm not the one who killed him. Why should I go? Grievances must have a source, and they should seek out Zhao Yun if they wish to address their issues, Chen Mu replied decisively. In Chapter 25, the Dragon Child and the Qilin guard the gate? The crowd was astonished. Chen Mu believed his statement held no fault. After all, he did not slay Sidu Qing. It was Zhao Yun who, frustrated by Sidu Qing's incessant noise, ended his life with a single strike. Even if one were to argue, the Sidu family had not achieved a level of invincibility that would compel Chen Mu to bow his head and seek them out voluntarily. Yes, Su Cheng affirmed, turning towards the door to convey Chen Mu's stance to the messenger. The young man frowned deeply, but faced with the Holy Son, he dared not speak further. Understood. Please convey to the Holy Son that I will relay his words accurately to the sect leader. After saying this, the young man turned and hurried back to the sect leader's hall. In front of Zhao Hongshan and several members of the Sidu family, he recounted Chen Mu's words verbatim. Zhao Hongshan, upon hearing this, displayed an awkward expression and remarked, as you have heard, the Holy Son is unwilling to meet you, and there is nothing I can do about it. Please inform sect leader Zhao of our residence. We wish to visit in person, the elderly Situ Jian implored. Take them. Zhao Hongshan ordered, wishing not to involve himself in their conflicts, and directed the young disciple to guide the Sidu family. Yes, sect leader, the disciple complied. gesturing for the Sidu family to follow him. As they exited the sect leader's hall, the young man, trailing behind Zhao Hongshan, raised his arms, fingers intertwined behind his head, displaying a scornful demeanor. What a joke. Just a mere holy son, and he carries himself as if he were royalty. Who is he trying to impress? Ninger, be quiet. Zhao Hongshan swiftly reprimanded, fearing that such words might reach Chen Mu's ears, for if they did, the matter would not be resolved merely through an apology. Indeed, the Sidu family's visit was not merely for accountability, but was an attempt to humbly seek Chen Mu's forgiveness, aiming to avert any conflict between the Sidu family and Qin Xianzong. The Sidu family held some influence in Qin Mountain City and maintained valuable connections, but they could not afford to offend a sect. As the Holy Son, should the Sidu family choose to oppose him, the ensuing turmoil would not go unnoticed by Qin Xianzong. Observing Zhao Hongshan's previous interactions, one could discern how significantly this Holy Son, re-emerging after 3 centuries, mattered to Qin Xianzong. Even the sect leader could not manage him. Grandfather, our Sidu family is vast and powerful, filled with numerous strong individuals. Why should we fear a mere Holy Son? Moreover, he is the enemy who killed my brother. Should we simply let this go? If word gets out, how will others perceive us? They will think the Sidu family is nothing but a group of easily intimidated weaklings. Situ Ning protested indignantly. I command you to be silent. Speak again, and you shall find no mercy from me. Seeing his grandfather genuinely angered, Situ Ning pouted but ceased his objections, well aware of Situ Jian's temperament. Meanwhile, the young disciple listened passively, knowing well the adage that when gods fight, mortals suffer. Neither the Sidu family nor the Holy Son was someone he could contend with. He obediently followed the sect leader's orders, leading the group to the entrance of Qin Yunfu. This is it, the young disciple indicated. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small black dog that had not been there moments prior. A watchdog? Is it not too feeble for that role? A mere child could easily overpower it. Yet upon reflection, to be the dog of a Holy Son already surpassed the majority of individuals. In that instant, an envious glint flickered in his gaze. How wonderful it would be to be the Holy Son's dog. Bang, bang, bang. Situ Jian lifted his robe, ascended the steps, grasped the door knocker, and struck it 3 times. After a prolonged silence, he knocked again, but still, no response came. Grandfather, it seems that person is intentionally ignoring us. Step aside. I shall break down the door. Let him know that the Sidu family is not to be trifled with. Situ Ning, unable to contain himself, summoned his spiritual energy, ready to unleash it. Ninger, do not act recklessly. Situ Jian urgently interjected. At that moment, it was not just him who spoke. Woof, woof, woof. Even the small black dog joined in. This prompted Situ Ning, already incensed, to shout, Be quiet. What are you barking for? I cannot deal with that ridiculous Holy Son. But I can certainly handle you. With that, he hurled a punch imbued with spiritual energy toward the little black dog's head. The young disciple, sensing the impending disaster, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A chill gripped his heart. That punch could easily obliterate the small black dog. Should that happen, the Holy Son would undoubtedly be furious, and even if he had no direct involvement, he would inevitably be affected. Bang, boom. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, creating a whirlwind that sent dust and debris flying. The young disciple struggled to keep his eyes open, raising his arms to shield himself, and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Following this, he heard the formerly arrogant voice of Situ Ning transform into one of terror and helplessness. What kind of monster is this? Grandfather, save me. Help me. Activated by the Qilin bloodline, the small black dog, now transformed into a sacred beast, paid no heed to anything but its instincts. It opened its massive jaws and bit off a significant portion of Situ Ning's body. Ninger, Situ Jian, having finally regained his composure from the shock of the Qilin's emergence, witnessed yet another grandson perish before his eyes. Sobbing, after devouring the remaining legs of Situ Ning, the small black dog turned, baring its teeth and glaring at Situ Jian, clearly considering him an enemy. Holy Qilin monarch, I mean no harm. Please do not harm me. Situ Jian knelt, fully aware that a mortal body could not withstand a sacred beast's power. He trembled, fear evident in his eyes, lacking any semblance of the dignity expected of a family patriarch. At that moment, the door swung open. The small black dog, seeing Chen Mu emerge, dashed toward him, transforming back into its diminutive canine form, circling around Chen Mu's feet, wagging its tail enthusiastically, occasionally rising on its hind legs, seeking an embrace. Situ Jian and the young disciple stood there, utterly dumbfounded. A brilliant flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings, but the brilliance was so dazzling that they could not discern its entirety. However, at this moment, they could see clearly. The sacred beast Qilin had transformed from that unassuming little black dog. To treat the sacred beast as a mere guard dog? They had speculated about the strength of this holy sun, but they never anticipated that it could reach such an extraordinary level. In the entire Zhongxian world, how many could manage to have a sacred beast, a dragon offspring, guarding the entrance? Moreover, to tame such a naturally fierce and proud sacred beast so perfectly was unprecedented in history. The young disciples had to admit that their earlier remarks about the little black dog being too weak had been rather loud. Apologies. Chen Mu bent down to pick up the little black dog, wiping the blood from its lips, saying, "I was just about to come out and feed you. Why did you start eating early?" The little black dog, sensing it might have done something wrong, drooped its ears, displaying a pitiful expression with glistening eyes. Chen Mu then turned to Sidu Jian with a forced smile and inquired, "This little pup is still young and naive. It accidentally devoured your grandson. You wouldn't hold it against it, would you?" Chapter 26. You feed dogs with fifth-rank pills? Holy Sun Luo Yu. No, no. Sidu Jian hastily shook his head and waved his hands in denial. Though his heart ached grievously, he did not dare to speak further. Instead, due to Sidu Ning's reckless behavior, he became acutely aware of one thing. This holy son of Qingxian sect, be it himself or the entire Sidu family, was someone they absolutely could not provoke. To forcefully oppose him would likely invite catastrophic consequences, something Sidu Ning absolutely did not wish to witness. One word, endure. All the faults lie with my grandson. Blame him for being reckless and provoking the Qilin's sacred monarch. Sidu Jian knelt on the ground, bowing in apology with utmost sincerity. Those accompanying him were left astounded, unable to believe that this was the person renowned locally as a figure of immense power. At this moment, facing Chen Mu and the little black dog in his arms, he was reduced to humility, to an extreme degree. "Why have you come to my Qingyun mansion?" Chen Mu asked while petting the dog. "I dare to come and apologize for my grandson Sidu Qing offending the Holy Sun," replied the steward, removing a spatial ring from his finger and presenting it with both hands, not daring to raise his gaze to meet Chen Mu's. Chen Mu pinched the spatial ring between his fingers. If the other party was willing to offer it, why should he refuse? After infusing a thread of divine consciousness to scan it, he was taken aback. There was quite a substantial amount inside. At least over 100 million spirit stones, several thousand pills, and some xian and earth-grade treasures. I implore the Holy Sun to forgive the actions of my two grandsons. If you deem this insufficient, I am willing to sacrifice myself in atonement. Sidu Jian's thoughts were straightforward. Sacrificing himself to preserve the entire Sidu family was still a commendable act. Hold on. I have a cleanliness obsession. Please do not splatter my clothes with blood. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your magnanimity. We shall forever remember this in our hearts. Sidu Jian bowed deeply once more, feeling immense gratitude and a sense of relief towards Chen Mu. Chen Mu no longer paid them any heed and knelt down to play with the dog. Seeing the little black dog perform well, he retrieved a handful of fifth-rank pills, no less than 20 or 30, from the earlier spatial ring and tossed them to it. Scattered across the ground, the little black dog devoured every single one, crunching them delightfully. The expressions of Sidu Jian and the young disciples were mixed with complexity. You feed dogs with fifth-rank pills? Am I truly inferior to a dog? No. Upon further reflection, it was a Qilin. How could they compare? What was wrong with it eating a few fifth-rank pills? Afterward, Sidu Jian and the others dared not linger any longer, fearing Chen Mu might change his mind and decisively slay them. With their tails tucked between their legs, they fled in haste. The young disciples also cupped their fists in respect to Chen Mu and planned to return to the Sect Master's hall to truthfully report what they had seen and heard in Qingyun Mansion. Surely, upon learning that the Holy Sun's guard dog was a sacred beast Qilin, the Sect Master would be left utterly astonished. After all, such treatment was something even the Sect Master was unworthy of receiving. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 9th rank superior Huang Long Dan. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 9th rank superior Feng Shui Dan. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 9th rank superior Xian Yu Dan. Upon discovering that feeding pills to the dog could trigger a 10,000-fold rebate, Chen Mu became uncontrollable. He began to lavishly dispense them. Meanwhile, after the little black dog had its fill in its canine form, it effortlessly transformed into its Qilin form, continuing to gorge itself. Its bones, bloodline, spiritual energy, cultivation, and power surged rapidly during this process. In the Sect Master's hall, upon seeing the return of the young disciples, Zhao Hongshan casually inquired, "How was it? Did anything happen?" Reporting to the Sect Master, the Sidu family has received the Holy Sun's forgiveness and has departed the mountain. The young disciple responded with a cupped fist. That is good. That is good. Zhao Hengshan felt relieved that nothing significant had occurred. However, the young disciple hesitated. But Zhao Hengshan urged him to speak plainly, not to beat around the bush. However, Situ Jian's grandson, Situ Ning, is indeed a prodigal. He showed no respect towards our Qing Xian sect's holy son and spoke disrespectfully. After being reprimanded by Situ Jian, he even attempted to harm the guard dog raised by the holy son, only to be devoured instead. Devoured? Zhao Hengshan's expression turned skeptical. I observed that Situ Ning possesses at least the strength of the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. How could a mere guard dog possibly contend with him? Typically, a guard dog would indeed be incapable, but the holy son's pet is a dog that possesses the Qilin bloodline and can transform into a Qilin. The young disciple explained fully. What? A Qilin? You mean the sacred beast Qilin? Zhao Hengshan exclaimed, rising in shock. Even for someone of his high stature, the sacred beast Qilin existed only in the realm of legend. Clearing his throat and lightly tapping his lips with his fist to mask his embarrassment, he returned to his seat. As the sect master, such a display was somewhat inappropriate and diminished his authority. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Zhao Hengshan waved his hand. After watching the disciple depart, his expression darkened. He had not expected that group of old fellows to harbor a Qilin and even bestow it upon that boy. Just how high were their expectations for him? Was this boy's talent truly that terrifying? A series of doubts plagued Zhao Hengshan, yet he had no means to validate them. The more he thought, the more he felt himself to be a feeble sect master. Alas, I once was praised as a rare genius in Qing Xian sect. Yet now I am overshadowed and diminished. A long sigh escaped him. At this moment, in Leiyan City, Lu Hanqing received a marriage annulment letter that had just been sent over long distance by Bai He, pinned personally by Lu Ruoxue. What was that girl thinking? Why did she suddenly wish to annul her engagement with the Situ family? Lu Hanqing was utterly perplexed. Before he could ponder further, the voice of the steward came from the entrance. Master, members of the Situ family request an audience. Let them in, he instructed. After a moment, gazing at the marriage annulment letter presented by the Situ family, Lu Hanqing was even more bewildered. What on earth was going on? Why were both sides annulling the engagement? Had there been a conflict? However, given the current circumstances, if both parties wished to annul the marriage, he had no choice but to comply. Lu Hanqing understood well that a forcibly tied knot would not be sweet. He, being open-minded, decided to facilitate their wishes. On the Situ family side, upon receiving the marriage annulment letter penned by Lu Ruoxue, they began to widely proclaim that the Situ family would henceforth have no ties with her, fearing that Chen Mu might misinterpret the situation. The entire Leiyan city was engulfed in confusion. In the realm of whispered tales, where celestial and terrestrial beings are entwined in the narrative of star-crossed lovers, a sudden severance of ties has emerged, casting a shadow of estrangement. Yet, amidst this unfolding drama, one individual stands apart, grinning with uncontainable delight upon receiving the news. This person is Luo Yu, the son of the Lord of Leiyan City. Ha! Splendid. The Lu family has voluntarily withdrawn their engagement with the Sidu family. Now, Lu Ruoxue is destined to be mine. Young master, I sense there is more to this matter. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. Interjected an elder at his side. What do you know? It is undoubtedly Situ Qing, that useless individual, whose lack of ambition has led to a decline in strength, rendering him unworthy of Ruoxue, hence the Lu family's decision to call off the engagement. As for me, I am now one of the 10 holy sons of the Sacred Dragon Sect, a formidable force within the Xian kingdom. It is a stroke of fortune for the Lu family that I still find her appealing. Surely, upon learning of my current achievements, Ruoxue will be enamored with me, eager to join the Luo family and become my wife. Since time immemorial, beautiful women have adored heroes. Only a hero such as I is deserving of her affection. Luo Yu brimmed with confidence. Chapter 27. The destruction of the marriage certificate. Do you even deserve it? Silence. I do not require your counsel on how to conduct my affairs. The elder in black robes attempted to interject, but was forcefully interrupted by Luo Yu, who commanded him to fetch paper and ink. The elder, resigned, complied. After procuring the materials and preparing the ink, he handed them to Luo Yu. Once the ink was ready, Luo Yu swiftly inscribed 4 characters upon the paper. Luo Yu, proposing. He believed his words were succinct yet profound. As a disciple of the Sacred Dragon Sect's inner court, having achieved the status of one of the 10 holy sons through his innate prowess, how could anyone in Leiyan City be unaware of his name? What could hold more weight than the name Luo Yu? Fearing that others might misinterpret his message as a challenge if he did not clarify his intent, he felt compelled to include the words proposing. His pride reached unparalleled heights, but he believed he was worthy of it. Folding the paper, he placed it into an envelope and handed it to the elder in black robes, instructing him to deliver it to the Lu family. proclaiming that Luo Yu formally proposed to them. A smirk graced his lips as he envisioned the excitement of the Lu family upon receiving his marriage proposal. Soon after, Lu Hanqing received the envelope, opened it, and, devoid of surprise, deemed it a forgery. He immediately convened a family meeting. At the round table, Lu Hanqing spoke first. What are your thoughts on the Luo family's proposal? What else can we think? We should accept it. After all, he is a holy son of the sacred dragon sect. If we are to speak honestly, it is Lu Ruoshui who is fortunate to have caught his eye. The Luo family is currently at the height of its power, and if we can marry Ruoshui into their clan, the Lu family will benefit for centuries to come. I suspect the Sidu family's sudden withdrawal from the engagement is largely due to Luo Yu's interference. With these words, a rationale emerged for the situation. Ultimately, it was decided to consult Lu Ruoshui's opinion. Lu Hanqing penned a letter detailing the events transpiring in Leiyan City, instructing a white crane resting in the courtyard to deliver it back to Qingxian Zone. Observing Lu Hanqing's actions, the Lu family felt it was unnecessary. After all, he was a holy son, one of the 10 holy sons. There was no reason for Ruoshui to decline. Indeed, throughout all of Leiyan City, it was hard to find a more suitable match for her than Luo Yu. I firmly believe that upon learning of this matter, Ruoshui will agree without a second thought. Boom. As for the truth of the matter, upon receiving the letter and the 4-character marriage proposal penned by Luo Yu, Lu Ruoshui's eyes reflected nothing but profound indifference. With a flicker of spiritual fire, she reduced it to ashes. What of the disciples of the sacred dragon sect? What of the 10 holy sons? In Lu Ruoshui's eyes, no one could compare to her master, Chen Mu. Having burned the letter, she could hardly be bothered to respond, instead bustling off to experiment with new recipes, hoping Chen Mu would enjoy a few more bites. That alone would bring her immense satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Mu was leisurely riding the well-fed and sated Xiaohe in its Qilin form, meandering through the sect to aid digestion. To be precise, he was reclining upon it, as it was spacious, albeit with somewhat rigid scales. Traversing the streets atop such a magnificent beast drew the attention of many disciples. Look, it's the Holy Sun. Bow before the Holy Sun. Is the Holy Sun here to participate in the trial tower? It appears the list of the top 500 does not yet include his name. Could it be possible for the Holy Sun to break the record set by his predecessors? The record established by Zhao Qinfeng has stood unbroken for nearly a millennium, hasn't it? Indeed, he is widely regarded as the foremost genius since the inception of our sect. It should be quite challenging, wouldn't you agree? The trial tower? Chen Mu sat cross-legged upon the Qilin's back, gazing at the ancient tower that stretched endlessly into the clouds. He couldn't help but wonder what sights awaited at the summit and what rewards would be bestowed for conquering all 100 tiers. Thus, he dismounted, instructing Xiaohe to wait for him, as the trial tower forbade the presence of spirit pets. With a light step, he ascended the platform with remarkable grace, entering the swirling portal without hesitation. In the grand hall of the sect, upon learning that Chen Mu had ventured to the trial tower, Zhao Hengshan felt a surge of interest. The young man could not contain his eagerness to break the records of those who came before him. This indeed served as an excellent means of winning hearts. However, having just become a holy son, breaking records, or even reaching the 100th tier would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Be that as it may, this opportunity shall serve to temper his arrogant demeanor. One must not become overly complacent merely because they have the backing of a prestigious sect. Such hubris could ruin what should be a resplendent life. Moreover, Zhao Hengshan seeks to gauge the genuine prowess of Chen Mu. Chapter 28. The Rapid Trial Tower. A shock to the entire sect. At the age of 43, having nearly exhausted the lifetime of an ordinary person to conquer 100 levels of the trial tower, Zhao Hengshan is acutely aware of the correlation between the number of levels breached and one's strength. He estimates that Chen Mu should surpass 60 levels, yet remain below 75. For a first-time entrant to the trial tower, even as a holy son, such an achievement would be commendable. Should he fall below 60 levels, Zhao Hengshan would have to concede that he has overestimated Chen Mu's talent. The esteemed lineage of Zhao Yue has likely lowered its standards due to a lack of holy sons for 3 centuries. One can only speculate in that direction. Hurry, run, wait for me. Why are you so excited about others challenging the trial tower? That is the holy son. Are you not curious about his true strength? Upon hearing of Chen Mu's entrance into the trial tower, thousands of disciples remaining within the sect rushed to witness the event. After millennia of evolution, the sect has developed methods to glimpse the inner workings of the trial tower, utilizing a unique mineral known as the Luiying Stone. At this moment, within the trial tower, Chen Mu confronts the first level's illusionary spirit. If memory serves, these spirits possess a remarkable trait. They learn and grow stronger through combat. To put it plainly, illusionary spirits can absorb and assimilate their opponent's techniques, evolving them into their own. Therefore, the longer the battle persists, the more formidable the spirits become. I still recall that spirit. It shattered my proud defensive technique with a single strike. After centuries of training, these spirits have long surpassed the strength they possessed at the inception of the sect. Indeed, even with my Foundation Establishment 4th layer strength, it would take more than 10 moves to defeat him. The Holy Sun would undoubtedly dispatch that spirit in an instant. There is no question about it. No one disputes this. Yet, the reality left them utterly astonished. The spirit actually abandoned its weapon and vanished. Subsequently, the portal to the second level of the trial tower opened. What does this mean? Has he cleared it already? The spirit willingly surrendered? Aren't they supposed to be battle maniacs? Could it be that the Holy Sun's strength is so overwhelming that they fear being utterly defeated? While that possibility exists, to what extent must one be powerful to invoke such a reaction? Bewildered, everyone stood in a state of shock. What they witnessed undoubtedly exceeded their comprehension. For countless millennia, there had never been an instance of an illusionary spirit voluntarily surrendering. Though it was merely the first-level spirit, the shock it instilled was profound. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Second level, third level, fourth level, all the way to the 20th, 30th, and 40th levels. Until the 50th level, without exception, every illusionary spirit encountered Chen Mu and relinquished their weapons, surrendering unconditionally. They dissolved into thin air, opening the gateway to the next level of the trial tower. Rewards such as elixirs, techniques, and insights were promptly bestowed. As the observing disciples reflected, they realized the rewards exceeded those they had received upon their own completions by more than a factor of 1. It became clear that the 3 centuries without a Holy Sun were all for this moment. The Holy Sun is unparalleled. I am witnessing the birth of a legend. There were many who worshipped in reverence. Their awe for Chen Mu surged exponentially, unstoppable in its ascent. In the main hall of the sect leader, upon the return of the spies he dispatched, Zhao Hangshan set aside the tome in his hands and calmly inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? Has he already failed and been expelled from the tower?" In such little time, he could scarcely have cleared 3 levels, could he? This Holy Sun is not merely disappointing. He is woefully overrated. Reporting to the sect leader, the Holy Sun has already surpassed 50 levels, a young disciple spoke. "Oh, so he has breached 50, what did you say?" Zhao Hangshan exclaimed, rising to his feet, his pupils trembling with disbelief. 50 levels? Are you certain it is not 5? Indeed, it is unquestionably 50 levels. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and moreover, the young disciple hesitated, primarily because Zhao Hangshan had left the conversation. It was not hard to deduce that he likely disbelieved the report and intended to verify it personally. Such was indeed the case. On the way, he hastened down the mountain, racing towards the location of the trial tower. He muttered to himself incessantly, 50 levels? In this amount of time? How could that be? Even if he is the Holy Sun who appears once every 3 centuries, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. There has to be something amiss. He firmly believed that in such a brief period, clearing 50 levels was unattainable. Even the predecessors who held the top position for nearly a millennium took 10 days to clear 50 levels. That was already an extraordinarily formidable record. How long had Chen Mu been in the trial tower? Not even the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn. How could Zhao Hangshan possibly believe it? Look, the sect leader is coming. Clear the way. Make way for the sect leader. Not only the sect leader, but also the Grand Elder and the 3rd and 4th elders arrived. Naturally, for this was the strongest Holy Sun in the history of Xianxian sect, without exception. Are we about to witness history? Today, I have a premonition that the record set by the Holy Sun will remain unbroken for millennia, even eons to come. Hearing these voices, Zhao Hangshan grew increasingly anxious. Finding the crowd too bothersome, he summoned a flying sword, soaring upwards to swiftly close the distance to the Luing Stone. Just in time to witness Chen Mu pass through the portal to the 60th level of the trial tower. If memory serves, the illusionary spirit of the 60th level possesses at least half a step into the heart-moving realm. He heard the Grand Elder's voice beside him. It is likely more than that. He may have already reached the heart-moving realm. He indeed possesses some ability, but it must end here. One elder asserted. With the cultivation of the heart-moving realm, coupled with millennia of growth, even I would find it difficult to contend. Zhao Hangshan remained silent, engrossed in the images displayed by the Luing Stone. Facing an illusionary spirit as imposing as a towering giant, Chen Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting not a trace of the appropriate anxiety or fear. He remained unflustered, as steady as a mountain. By what means does he maintain such composure? As the giant spirit raised its arm, Zhao Hangshan could already anticipate the outcome awaiting Chen Mu. Chapter 29. Is there cheating with divine artifacts? The 100 levels trial. Annihilated with a finger, shocking the sect leader. The fact that Chen Mu could reach this point in such a brief span of time was of little concern to others. In Zhao Hongshan's heart, he had already come to a significant recognition of this holy son. The gap in strength between the two was glaringly apparent. Had it been several centuries prior, before so many battles and self-enhancements, the 60-level illusionary spirit might have posed a 50% chance of victory for Chen Mu. He could not believe that a giant-shaped illusionary spirit, so powerful that even he dared not underestimate it, would willingly discard its weapon and submit to Chen Mu. Surely, that young disciple was merely jesting. He resolved to teach him a lesson upon his return, to restore the dignity of the sect leader. Otherwise, would it not mean that anyone could ride upon his back in the future? What in the world is happening here? In the fleeting moment that followed, Zhao Hongshan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the astonished exclamations that echoed around him, drawing his attention back to the looming stone. He clearly observed the colossal figure of the giant phantom spirit on the 60th floor relinquishing its double-headed axe, transforming into a wisp of smoke that gradually faded away. Simultaneously, the portal leading to the 61st floor of the trial tower swung open. Zhao Hongshan stood in stunned silence, as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Feeling utterly bewildered, at that moment, his understanding of the situation was completely upended by Chen Mu. Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable based on his past experiences. He could perhaps entertain the notion that the phantom spirits on the first and second floors yielded in fear of Chen Mu's prowess. However, he was now confronted with the giant phantom spirit residing on the 60th floor of the trial tower. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he found that no matter how much he tried, the scene before him remained unchanged. 61st floor, 62nd floor, up to the 80th floor. Without exception, Chen Mu had not lifted a finger throughout. The phantom spirits, upon seeing him, hastily discarded their weapons and fled like the wind, as if they were not facing a disciple participating in the trial tower's challenges, but rather an ancient demon lord. They all scurried away in terror. If Zhao Hongshan, as the sect leader, felt this way, one could only imagine the consternation of the elders. Among them, the highest number of floors cleared could reach 92, while the lowest was 86. They were all too aware of the trial tower's formidable challenges. Yet, those very phantom spirits that had once given them such torment were now cowering before Chen Mu. His emotions were complex and difficult to articulate. 90 floors, 95 floors, approaching 99 floors. The gateway to the 100th floor of the trial tower was now ajar. In just a little over the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, completing the 100 floors of the trial tower was indeed a record that would remain unbroken for eons. For him, nearly all the time spent in surpassing the trial tower was wasted on traversing the paths to the next floor. He felt the stark contrasts of the world. If individuals like Sidu and Lu Ruoxue were deemed geniuses, even peerless prodigies, then what of him? The crowd clasped their hands before their chests, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had already arrived at the final level of the trial tower. Surrounded by swirling mists, visibility was drastically reduced. Within, a massive silhouette could be discerned. Towering at least several dozen feet high, it possessed 3 heads and 8 arms, wielding an array of weapons, swords, spears, staffs, axes, and hooks, none of which were absent. It resembled a wrathful golden deity. Unlike the phantom spirits encountered on the previous 99 floors, the phantom spirit on the 100th floor did not immediately discard its weapons or choose to surrender. Its eyes, perpetually filled with fury, were fixed intently on Chen Mu. The onlookers sensed that something was amiss. Was it finally about to engage in combat? It seemed rather unwilling to concede. As expected of the ultimate trial, the differences were now evident. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Hongshan exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, it had not surrendered instantly. Otherwise, the trial tower would surely become a laughingstock throughout the entire Zhongshuan realm. Reflecting on his battle with that wrathful golden deity from over a decade ago, Zhao Hongshan could not help but shudder. For 3 days and nights, he had not dared to relax even for a moment. He had given it his all, yet victory had been merely a stroke of luck. Regarding the earlier peculiar phenomenon on the 99th floor, Zhao Hongshan had concocted a plausible explanation in his mind. Either Chen Mu possessed a rare physique, such as a 1 in a billion sacred body, or he had acquired some sort of divine artifact from those ancient beings like Zhao Yue. In any case, once the phantom spirit on the 100th floor made its move, defeat was inevitable. Zhao Hongshan had mentally prepared himself to witness Chen Mu being expelled from the trial tower. A sacred body would be acceptable, as it was an innate gift that could not be refused. However, if Chen Mu had indeed relied on an artifact to swiftly conquer the trial tower, thereby creating the illusion of a powerful sacred son emerging from the Qingxian sect, Zhao Hongshan would find such behavior repulsive and contemptible. Nonetheless, a part of Zhao Hongshan's heart still hoped that Chen Mu had awakened some extraordinary physique. It had been nearly 8 centuries since the last sacred son with a sacred body had appeared. Within the trial tower, a roar erupted. The phantom spirit let out a battle cry, lifting its foot and stomping heavily on the ground. The thunderous sound reverberated, regardless of how fiercely the ground trembled beneath it. Chen Mu remained as steadfast as a mountain, unaffected in the slightest. Finally, someone dared to make a move, beyond the element of surprise. Chen Mu found the situation rather amusing. He had long wished to experience the strength of the coveted phantom spirits of the trial tower. Unfortunately, during his descent through the 99 floors, the opponents had surrendered far too quickly, leaving him no opportunity to engage. Now, he finally had such an opportunity presented before him. The phantom spirit raised its robust 8 arms, brandishing weapons without hesitation and prepared to strike down upon him. Each weapon carried the might to obliterate the heavens and earth. One could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Chen Mu. Would he falter on the 100th floor? The spear gripped in the lowest right position lunged forward first. A glint flashed as the spear shot forth like a dragon. Boom. The surrounding mists were violently dispersed for hundreds of meters by the overwhelming force. In contrast, Chen Mu remained unhurried, lifting his arm and gently tapping the spear's tip with his index finger. Bang! Crash! By merely releasing a hint of spiritual energy, the shockwave instantly cleared away all the mist within visible range, leaving not a trace behind. The phantom spirit? It had long since dissipated in the process. The onlookers, the elders, and Zhao Hongshan all turned to the stone tablet, where the name of the first place was now boldly inscribed as Chen Mu. The time taken was even less than they had anticipated, and under the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Chen Mu could hardly conceal his disappointment. It had proven to be far too weak. Possessing the cultivation of the crossing tribulation realm, he had not even needed to expend 1/10,000th of his spiritual energy. Just as he intended to leave the trial tower, a powerful and resonant elder voice echoed within the tower, proclaiming, "Disciple Chen Mu, endowed with extraordinary talent, shall receive the unparalleled inheritance." Chapter 30. Further trials? Refusal of the sacred body inheritance. The words resonated like celestial music throughout the Qingxian sect, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals. It had never been mentioned before that clearing 100 floors would grant one an unparalleled inheritance. Note the phrase extraordinary talent, which indicated that no one had previously met the standard. The sacred son had undoubtedly exceeded expectations. If I were that elder, I too would gladly bestow the inheritance upon him. Not only the disciples, but even the elders were equally astonished by the notion of an unparalleled inheritance at the tower's peak, something they had never heard of before. The grand elder stepped forward, inquiring of Zhao Hongshan about this unparalleled inheritance. Zhao Hongshan began to speak, but, upon meeting the confused gaze of Zhao Hongshan, the grand elder instantly grasped the situation. He too was unaware. To avoid any awkwardness, Zhao Hongshan remarked, "I believe it must be something left behind by a prodigy in the history of the Qingxian sect." The Qingxian sect had experienced numerous battles throughout its history, and records of its powerful figures were not comprehensive. Thus, it was understandable that they were unaware of this matter. However, to receive this sacred son, the rise of our Qingxian sect and a return to the ranks of the top 10 sects is not without hope. The Grand Elder's words garnered agreement from all the elders. Consequently, Zhao Hongshan found himself equally convinced of Chen Mu's merit. He had to concede that the ancient beings like Zhao Yue possessed great discernment. It was likely that Chen Mu's strength had already surpassed his own. As Zhao Hongshan uttered these words, the elders collectively gasped in astonishment. Their reverence for Chen Mu had risen several notches. They contemplated that in the future, when encountering Chen Mu, they must treat him with utmost respect, elevating him above all, lest they provoke his ire. Within the trial tower, the mention of an unparalleled inheritance raised questions. What kind of inheritance? Chen Mu inquired. The sacred body of Qingxian. The resounding and powerful voice reverberated throughout the entire Qianxiaaudiobooks once more. Xianxiaaudiobooks. The mere utterance of these 4 words sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. The Xianxiaaudiobooks is renowned on the top 100 physique list and represents the very foundation upon which our Xianxiaaudiobooks was established. Though its lineage was severed millennia ago, to think that in our lifetime, I would have the chance to witness the awakening of the Xianxiaaudiobooks. The Holy Son is indeed unparalleled. Zhao Yue and others were rendered speechless. The Xianxiaaudiobooks had almost been forgotten, yet the yearning for it in their hearts remained undiminished. It has been nearly 3,000 years since the Xianxiaaudiobooks vanished. Who could have imagined that our generation would be fortunate enough to witness its reemergence, and on the Holy Son no less? This Holy Son will undoubtedly lead our Xianxiaaudiobooks to unprecedented heights. They were resolute in their belief. In Zhao Yue's mind, he began to comprehend the reasons behind the voluntary surrender of the previous 99 layers of the illusory spirit. He realized that he was the chosen one of the xianxiaaudiobooks. The true trial lies in the 100th layer. Suddenly, everything made sense. How do I acquire the xianxiaaudiobooks? Chen Mu inquired again. You must pass through 99 trials, including tests of mind, strength, and combat. Stop. What a hassle. I no longer desire it. Chen Mu interjected, astonishing everyone with his words. If you wish to give it, then give. If not, then don't. Why the roundabout? Are you toying with me? The crowd, the elders, and Zhao Yue unanimously deemed Chen Mu to be out of his mind. After all, that was the Sect, an entity listed among the top 100 physiques, which had not appeared for a millennium. To declare one does not want it? Such arrogance. It is an utter waste. You cannot simply dismiss it. The tone turned furious. At that moment, a figure entirely enveloped in blue, devoid of discernible features, appeared before Chen Mu, emanating an aura of intimidation. What? Do you wish to force a transaction? Chen Mu scoffed at the specter before him. The remnant spirit did not hastily respond. It transformed instantaneously into a towering figure, as if a deity had descended. Accept the trials to obtain the Sect. It proclaimed. System, please check the physique list. Searching. Search successful. In the next moment, the top 100 physiques appeared before Chen Mu's eyes. His gaze was drawn directly to the first-ranked Sect. WNDOSHT. One path equals one divine ability. Awakening this Sect grants one myriad divine abilities. Even Chen Mu could not help but feel a sense of awe. The description stated that the WNDOSHT had only existed once since its inception in the xianxiaaudiobooks realm. That individual, at the age of 20, was invincible, sweeping through the world and revered as a deity, only to suddenly vanish without a trace. Some rumored that he had fallen into madness, while others claimed he had attained the true path and ascended to divinity. Yet, the legend he left behind continues to be a topic of fascination. It is decided, you shall be the one. To amend, one must naturally rectify the most formidable. He found the section for Sect. None. Would you like to change none to WNDOSHT? Change it. Modifying. Modification successful. In the next moment, myriad divine abilities surged into his mind. Master the galaxy, control dragons, calculate the heavens. Thunderous roars. Seeing that Chen Mu was slow to respond, the remnant spirit slammed down a palm, resolved to make the decision for him. Observing this, Zhao Yue murmured softly. While this youth possessed talent, he was also excessively proud, making it an opportune moment for the 99 trials to temper his mind, teaching him what it means to be outclassed by others. He understood well that pride leads to stagnation, while humility fosters progress. Zhao Yue had once nearly ruined his life due to arrogance. As someone who had experienced this, he wished to prevent a similar fate from befalling Chen Mu. Enough. I said I do not want it. Chen Mu retorted. However, what the others heard was a mighty roar. In the next moment, myriad divine spirits stood tall behind him. Each one dwarfed the remnant spirit. An overwhelming presence? Apologies. But this is Chen Mu's forte. Not only did he overshadow the remnant spirit in terms of aura, but he also surpassed it in numbers. What is that? The Grand Elder, accustomed to a plethora of experiences, was now utterly bewildered. Do you all know what that is? Someone asked. The crowd shook their heads. This. In contrast, Zhao Yue was left agape, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might fall out. His pupils trembled violently. In response, the Grand Elder pondered that perhaps the sect master would know what the multitude of towering figures behind Chen Mu truly represented. Thus, he asked, Sect Master, may I inquire what that is? Zhao Yue, still in shock, had yet to regain his composure. The Grand Elder pressed further, Sect Master, may I ask? WNDOSHT, came the light, somewhat feeble reply. Oh, so it is the WNDO what? WNDOSHT? Chapter 31, Amending the Mightiest Sect. The revelation astounded all present. The Grand Elder's voice was not quiet, and many heard it. Word spread like wildfire, one transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. The name WNDOSHT echoed like thunder. WNDOSHT. The remnant spirit was equally startled by the scene before it. The declaration silenced the tens of thousands of disciples watching. Boom. Thunder. Subsequently, a divine soul emerged from behind Chen Mu and effortlessly dispersed the remnant spirit with a single palm. Congratulations. You have acquired the inheritance of the xianxiaaudiobooks. A line of golden text materialized before Chen Mu. Had it been this way from the start, it would have been resolved, Chen Mu scoffed. Then, the myriad divine souls returned to his body, and he stepped into the open portal before him, returning to the entrance of the trial tower. Congratulations to the Holy Sun for successfully surpassing the 100th layer. Congratulations to the Holy Sun for successfully surpassing the 100th layer. The Holy Sun is indeed unparalleled. The accolades echoed one after another, and all present regarded Chen Mu with profound respect. Xiao He soared through the air, and Chen Mu leaped onto its back, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed. "Let us return home," he instructed. The crowd watched as they gradually disappeared from view, their excitement undiminished but rather heightened. At that moment, Zhao Yun's voice resonated throughout the xianxiaaudiobooks, reminding all of the day's events and stressing that it must never be disclosed. Should anyone dare to leak this information, they would face dire consequences. Given the implications surrounding the WNDOSHINT, Zhao Yun had to remain vigilant. Should any malicious individuals consider striking before Chen Mu fully grasps the WNDOSHINT, it would spell disaster. He is the greatest and sole hope for the rise of xianxiaaudiobooks, and Zhao Yun must take this matter seriously. He was also concerned that other powerful sects would come to seize Chen Mu upon learning of his awakening of the WNDOSHINT. In the QNYNF, at this moment, Li Rushu stood in the courtyard, gazing yearnfully in the direction of the trial tower. She heard those voices clearly, word for word. To her astonishment, her master possessed the unparalleled Wandao Xingti, widely recognized as the strongest sacred body in the world. What should she do? Suddenly, she felt utterly unworthy of her master, and a sense of inferiority washed over Lu Ruoshui. "At least you are honest," Su Qingtian interjected. Before long, Chen Mu returned riding the Qilin, captivating Lu Ruoshui in an instant. She unabashedly displayed her infatuation. As Chen Mu leapt down from the Qilin, Lu Ruoshui quickly regained her composure, her lips parting to welcome her master home. Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell. At the dining table, seeing Lu Ruoshui busy and sweating profusely, Chen Mu took a few more bites of the meal she prepared. Witnessing this, Lu Ruoshui felt immense joy, her happiness evident as she beamed with delight. After dinner, Chen Mu headed to the Lingquan pool to indulge in solitude, declining Lu Ruoshui's request for a back rub. At his current level, his body was far from ordinary and would not expel impurities. A soak was merely for relaxation, not for cleansing. Resting his hands on the edge of the hot spring and gazing up at the starry sky, he found immense pleasure in the sight of the silver moon. He couldn't help but marvel at what true living meant. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan had arrived in Tianfu City with 3 talented disciples from Tianjin Sect, settling into an inn. They decided to ascend the mountain the next day to visit Qingxian Sect. As night deepened, Lu Yuanshan glanced at the 2 men and 1 woman, taking the initiative to speak. Tomorrow's visit to Qingxian Sect should be discreet, lacking the usual arrogance displayed within our sect. Our primary aim is to assess the strength of the Qingxian Sect's xianxia, understood? Master, our Tianjin Sect ranks among the top 20 in Xian country. Why should we show such deference to a sect that ranks below 50? The speaker was Zhao Lai, Lu Yuanshan's most favored disciple. Indeed, what of the xianxia of Qingxian Sect? I believe his true strength would not even place him in our top 10. This was spoken by Lung Tian, Lu Yuanshan's second disciple. The third disciple, Su Jiao, remained focused on her meal, choosing not to engage. Before grasping the whole truth, one must refrain from hasty judgments. The xianxia of Qingxian Sect has emerged once every 300 years and undoubtedly possesses unique strengths. Lu Yuanshan hoped his disciples would maintain humility to avoid embarrassing the entire Tianjin Sect. Understood, Master, Zhao Lai and Lung Tian replied. Their words sweet, yet their gazes betraying their true disdain for Qingxian Sect. They had both been invited to become inner disciples of Qingxian Sect, but, confident in their prodigious talents, had deemed it unnecessary to even glance at the sect. To them, Qingxian Sect was a relic of the past, and the current xianxia was hardly worth mentioning. Had it not been late, they would have relished the opportunity to ascend the mountain and publicly humiliate that xianxia, demonstrating the disparity between themselves and the Tianjin Sect. Lu Yuanshan saw through their thoughts, but chose not to address them, merely hoping for a smooth outcome the following day. He also wished for the xianxia to be merely a figurehead, sparing him the need to take action to quash him. A truly formidable xianxia would inevitably instigate sect wars. Although Tianjin Sect would undoubtedly overpower Qingxian Sect in strength, conflict would result in mutual losses. Should a third-party force choose to exploit the situation, the repercussions for Tianjin Sect would be catastrophic. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms for the night. As dawn broke, the 4 departed the inn, hiring a carriage to Qingxian Mountain. An incense stick later, they arrived at their destination. The guards at the mountain gate saw Lu Yuanshan and the others disembark and cross their spears to block the path, demanding to know their identity. Tianjin Sect Lu Yuanshan. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Mere ants daring to obstruct our path. Chapter 32. Does the sect master still need to heed his whims? Not worthy of the master's intervention. Zhao Yue contemplated giving the Qingxian sect a taste of their own medicine. Unable to confront the weak Xingzi, he resolved to vent his frustrations on the doorman instead. Ah, so it's Elder Lu of Tianjin sect. We were unaware of your visit. What brings you here? The doorman disregarded Zhao Yue entirely, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuanshan. Your insolence. Zhao Yue began to retort, but a glance from Lu Yuanshan silenced him. He then clasped his hands before his chest, raising them above his head, and stated, on the orders of the sect master of Tianjin sect. We have come for an exchange. Let them in. A celestial voice resonated from the mist-shrouded peak, belonging to none other than Zhao Hengshan. It was not difficult to surmise that Tianjin sect had come to investigate the emergence of the Xianxia from Qingxian sect. Given the proximity of the two sects, they had historically clashed over sect resources, though they currently maintained a fragile peace. Tianjin sect was clearly concerned that the rise of the Xianxia from Qingxian sect might disrupt the balance that had been upheld for centuries. Should Qingxian sect regain its strength, they might seek to reclaim the lost mine resources and territory. However, since they had traveled such a distance, there was no reason to impede their entrance. Were they worried that the Wandao Xingdi would be revealed? Why be concerned? To put it bluntly, with Chen Mu's current strength, he would not even need to employ the Wandao Xingdi to handle a few disciples from Tianjin sect. On this matter, Zhao Hengshan possessed even more confidence than Chen Mu himself. On the mountainside, Zhao Yue reflected on the earlier incident, growing angrier with each thought. How dare a mere doorman act so arrogantly? Had they forgotten the painful lesson of being crushed by Tianjin sect for nearly 1,000 years? Indeed, if it weren't for Master holding me back, I would have smashed his mouth. Lung Tian agreed. Humph, it's likely because of that damned Xingzi. Thinking they have a new Xingzi, puffing their chests out in arrogance. Once I half-beat that Xingzi into submission, I'll ask him if he dares to act so disdainfully again. Despite having never met Chen Mu, Zhao Yue's anger continued to rise. After a while, they arrived at the sect master's Grand Hall. After greeting Zhao Hengshan, Lu Yuanshan stepped forward to explain his purpose. I've heard that Qingxian sect has a new Xingzi, and I would like my disciples to spar with him, if Zhao's sect master permits. Zhao Hengshan appeared hesitant and called for a disciple to inform Chen Mu, seeking his opinion. As a sect leader, he needed to consider the wishes of his disciples. Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Yue were taken aback. However, such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Expressing them might provoke Zhao Hengshan, and they were certainly no match for him. In Qingyun Prefecture, Chen Mu dismissed the news from the disciple with a wave of his hand, showing no interest. He had no reason to concern himself with such trivial matters. Xingzi, I've heard from the inner disciples along the way that those Tianjin sect disciples have been quite rude, boasting that they would beat you half to death if you didn't come. The young disciple hesitated to finish his sentence. Is this a tactic to provoke me? Although Chen Mu recognized the likelihood of truth in the disciple's words, he was not the type to be swayed by such provocations. They are far too arrogant. How dare they act with such disdain? If my master wished, with just a flick of his finger, he could render them utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxue, who was sitting beside Chen Mu, massaging his legs, could no longer contain her anger upon hearing this. She rose in indignation, unable to tolerate the disrespect shown to the man she admired. Master, I request permission to teach those Tianjin sect disciples a lesson for their ignorance of their own limitations. Lu Ruoxue longed to draw her sword and fiercely strike Zhao Yue and his companions. To this, Chen Mu held no objections. Turning to the young disciple, he inquired about the realms of those individuals. The disciple assessed and reported that 2 were at the 4th level of Kai Guang and 1 at the 6th level. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu distinctly noticed a change in Lu Ruoxue's expression. After all, her current realm was merely the 3rd level of Kai Guang. Even the weakest among the 3 surpassed her in strength. Chen Mu sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Ruoxue was now a maidservant in his household. Since she was willing to stand up for him, as her master, how could he remain passive? Thus, he accessed her personal attributes panel and located the cultivation section. Cultivation, Kai Guang 3rd level. Would you like to change Kai Guang 3rd level to Jin Dan 1st level? Change. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Just as Lu Ruoxue prepared to express her gratitude, she suddenly felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy within her, magnified to an incomprehensible degree. Boom. The powerful energy erupted, sending the young disciple staggering back 6 or 7 steps beyond the pavilion. Master, Lu Ruoxue gazed at Chen Mu with excitement, fully aware that this transformation was undoubtedly a gift from him. Go forth. This cultivation should suffice for your needs. Chen Mu nodded in affirmation. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruoxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although the young disciple was somewhat bewildered, he understood one thing. Lu Ruoshue's sudden increase in cultivation was closely tied to Chen Mu. This holy son was indeed formidable, capable of elevating one's strength out of thin air. What realm was Lu Ruoshue at now? He could not discern, only knowing that she was exceedingly powerful, her presence rivaling that of the sect leader, Zhao Hengshan. He could not help but speculate that no matter how extraordinary, it was improbable for one at the third level of Kai Guang to suddenly ascend to the Jindan realm. That would be utterly outrageous. It must merely be a few minor improvements. The abrupt enhancement, the overlapping spiritual energy, and the instant release had created an illusion in his mind. Rest assured, Master. I shall ensure that those individuals deeply understand the severe consequences of underestimating you. Before departing, Lu Ruoshue vowed. Indeed, I look forward to it, Chen Mu replied, contemplating the prospect of nurturing more loyal subordinates like Lu Ruoshue. He could delegate all trivial matters to them. His gaze returned to the main hall of the sect. Zhao Lai and his companions were beginning to grow impatient, their animosity towards Chen Mu intensifying. They resolved to further interrupt him and break a few of his bones as a form of punishment. Although it was a friendly exchange, it was reasonable to break a few bones, right? Soon, he caught sight of the young disciple he had dispatched returning, but he was accompanied by a woman. Why is there a woman? Zhao Lai questioned, perplexed. However, the woman was indeed stunningly beautiful. A lewd smile crept onto Lung Tian's face. Ruoshue, what brings you here? Zhao Hengshan asked, intrigued. He had heard of Lu Ruoshue becoming Chen Mu's personal maidservant. These individuals are unworthy of my master's intervention. I shall fight on his behalf. Chapter 33. Overwhelming. A complete domination. No glimmer of hope. Politeness. They showed no respect for their own master. So naturally, Lu Ruoshue would not extend any courtesy to them. What nonsense. Hurry up and come here. What business do you have here? The voice belonged to Jingyue Peak's master, Lu Yuchan, the fifth elder of Qingxian sect, and Lu Ruoshue's true master. Though they shared the same surname, there was no familial connection. It was utterly humiliating for a distinguished true disciple to serve as a maid for someone else. She had originally planned to go today to retrieve Lu Ruoshue back to Jingyue Peak, but with the incident at Tianjin sect, she could only postpone her visit. It was utterly unexpected that Lu Ruoshue would emerge at such a moment. Lu Yuchan felt that her lifetime of reputation was on the verge of being destroyed by her most favored disciple. She could not fathom how much of a spell Chen Mu had cast upon her. Lu Ruoshue, who should have remained aloof, now willingly knelt as a servant, unwavering in her loyalty. Master, please forgive my defiance. My master has shown me great kindness, and I cannot choose to retreat at this time. Lu Ruoshue's stance was resolute. Nonsense. Among the three of them, the weakest is at the fourth level of Kai Guang, while you are merely at the third level. How can you compare? Lu Yuchan did not wish for Lu Ruoshue, like a fragile egg, to clash against a stone. She knew well the outcome. Kai Guang third level? Upon hearing this, Lung Tian laughed mockingly. The rumors of Qingxian sect's eldest senior sister Lu Ruoshue being as beautiful as a celestial being and immensely powerful were indeed true. However, what surprised him was that she would willingly degrade herself to serve as a slave for someone who had been forcefully elevated. It was laughable, truly laughable. Even more absurd was the notion that she, at the third level of Kai Guang, would dare to challenge them. What could she possibly use to challenge them? If you are willing to bet with me, should you lose, you shall be my servant. I might consider it. Being my servant is certainly better than serving that fellow. Bang. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Lung Tian was sent flying backward 7 or 8 meters, crashing violently against a support pillar. The pillar's surface cracked with dozens of fissures. Lung Tian collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Ruoshue stood in the spot he had just occupied, lowering her hand and coldly stating, "Do the people of Tianjin sect only know how to talk?" Zhao Lai and Su Jiao, witnessing their comrade grievously injured, prepared to draw their swords. Yet, halfway through, they heard Lung Tian's voice halting them. "You need not intervene. I can handle this myself." He was using his sword to support himself, gathering energy to heal and ease the pain. "I underestimated you, but next time, within 3 strikes, I will surely defeat you." He had to reclaim his honor. Otherwise, if word of this spread within Tianjin sect, where would he hide his face? In response, Zhao Lai and Su Jiao sheathed their swords and stepped back, still unconvinced that Lu Ruoshue could be a match for Lung Tian. Previously, she had merely taken advantage of a moment of surprise. Zhao Hengshan and Lu Yuanshan remained silent, allowing the younger generation to settle their own grievances. Raising his right arm, with his elbow bent backward, he positioned the sword blade horizontally before his eyes, aiming directly at Lu Ruoshue. In an instant, Lung Tian dashed toward Lu Ruoshue, employing his most prized Luiying sword technique. Dozens of sword shadows filled the air, overwhelming and piercing toward Lu Ruoshue. He was determined to win with a single strike. Unwilling to use a second sword, for that would better showcase his might. Bang. What? However, what Lung Tian never anticipated was that his sword would be effortlessly deflected by Lu Ruoshui's blade, sending it flying several meters away. As a sword cultivator, having his sword knocked from his hands was the most humiliating experience imaginable. Damn it. Lung Tian drew circles with his hands, unleashing a surge of profound spiritual energy to strike at Lu Ruoshui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ruoshui casually waved her sword, severing his arms. Ah, my hands. My hands. Lung Tian staggered back, terror-stricken, before suddenly rolling his eyes and fainting, collapsing heavily to the ground. This scene was utterly unforeseen by anyone. Lu Ruoshui not only defeated Lung Tian in a cross-realm battle with her third level of Kai Guang, but did so with an overwhelming force, rendering him powerless. Losing one's hands was a fate worse than death for a sword cultivator. Seeking death, Zhao Lai roared, drawing his sword almost simultaneously with Su Jiao, intent on retaliating against Lu Ruoshui by severing her arms. They represented Tianjin's sect and could not allow their sect's dignity to be tarnished. Boom, boom. Lu Ruoshui effortlessly swung her sword left and right. Two sword energies surged forth, stirring up dust as they sliced towards Zhao Lai and Su Jiao. Sword energy. Even for Zhao Lai and Su Jiao, who were renowned as prodigies of the Inner Academy, their comprehension of sword energy was far from the prowess demonstrated by Lu Ruoshui. It is essential to note that they were sword cultivators. Zhao Hengshan was taken aback. Lu Yuanshan was equally astonished. Lu Yuchan, who prided herself on her understanding of her disciples, was also shocked. When did Ruoshui grasp the sword energy? Why is she so formidable? Lu Yuchan exclaimed. Moreover, have you not noticed that throughout the entire process, she did not even utilize spiritual energy? This implies that her current realm utterly overwhelms those three. An elder interjected. Overwhelm. Lu Yuchan's beautiful autumn-like eyes widened in disbelief. Bang, bang. Despite Zhao Lai and Su Jiao's swift reactions, using their swords as shields, they were still sent flying over 10 meters by the overwhelming sword energy. The sword blade shattered, leaving a deep wound in Zhao Lai's chest, blood rapidly spreading. Even I cannot prevail, yet you dare to challenge my master? How utterly naive. Lu Ruoshui remarked coldly. How infuriating. Zhao Lai, propping himself up with his broken sword, struggled to maintain his stance. Su Jiao, more gravely injured, was unable to rise. Master, I have been so humiliated. Do you not intend to intervene? Zhao Lai looked towards Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan wore a conflicted expression. You provoked first, yet your strength is inferior to theirs. How can I have the face to intervene? Realizing he could not rely on Lu Yuanshan, Zhao Lai unleashed all his spiritual energy and charged once more at Lu Ruoshui, sword raised. So what if my sword is broken? I still possess the ability to kill. He executed the Chu Yun sword technique, ranked among the top 10 of the Inner Academy. The sword light was dazzling, radiant as the sun. Bang! Lu Ruoshui effortlessly deflected Zhao Lai's broken sword. Slap! With a swift motion, she sent Zhao Lai crashing 3 to 4 meters to her left. A mouthful of blood, mixed with shattered teeth, fell to the ground. Lu Ruoshui understood how to weigh advantages and disadvantages. Teaching them a lesson was sufficient. To truly kill them would bring considerable trouble to Chen Mu and the sect. Overwhelm. Completely overwhelm. She offered no glimmer of hope. Lu Ruoshui's performance far exceeded everyone's expectations. You call this the third realm of enlightenment? Lu Yuchan was acutely aware that Lu Ruoshui's strength had not been this formidable beforehand. Was it all due to the Saint Sun? What had he done? How did he achieve this? Suddenly, Lu Yuchan's expression changed as she noticed Zhao Lai's subtle movements. She hurriedly cautioned, Ruoshui, be careful. Chapter 34. Even the maidservants are at the golden core stage. Can you provoke them? Zhao Lai produced a miniature blow dart from his sleeve and placed it between his lips. Uffed. He aimed at Lu Ruoshui and released a poison needle. At such proximity, even if others noticed, they would find it nearly impossible to react in time, for the needle was classified as an Earth-grade treasure. Upon being shot, the needle emitted visible purple toxic gas, swiftly coalescing into a form reminiscent of a venomous python. It opened its gaping maw, revealing 2 curved, dagger-like fangs. Fully exposed to the air, it was enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. This was undoubtedly a city-destroying poison. With Lu Ruoshui's current cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to withstand it, leading to a tragic end. Seeing Lu Yuchan still en route while the poison needle was mere inches from Lu Ruoshui, Zhao Lai revealed a sinister smile. You humiliated me before everyone, and I shall repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold, by taking your life. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Lai's smile froze. He watched in horror as Lu Ruoshui pinched the poison needle between her fingers, nearly touching her brow. The smile vanished. Then, Lu Ruoshui lowered her hand. facing the exposed fangs of the venomous python. With a gentle exhale, she dispersed it into nothingness. Now, Zhao Yue was not just unable to smile. His complexion shifted erratically from ashen to green, then to a ghastly purple, appearing more grotesque than a liver. Impossible. How can this be? That is an Earth-grade treasure. You are cheating. There has been someone aiding you from behind the scenes. Do you have no shame, Qingxian Sect? Zhao Yue screamed in desperation. In that moment, his dignity was trampled to dust by Lu Ruoxue. He had come to inflict brutal punishment on the saint's son, yet now, he could not even contend with his maidservant. What would others think of him if this spread? Cheating? Lu Ruoxue smiled faintly, then ceased her concealment, unleashing her momentum and pressure. Boom. Every onlooker was moved. Faced with such an overwhelming spiritual pressure, many were forced to mobilize their spiritual energy to barely maintain their ground, preserving the last vestiges of dignity as seniors and elders of the sect. Golden Core stage. Zhao Yue was left in a daze. Zhao Hengshan, seated in the main hall, could not hide his shock, gripping the armrest of his chair so tightly that it began to crack. He was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. As the sect leader, his own strength was only at the Golden Core stage. How could a mere true disciple of the Inner Academy compare equally, or even surpass him? Now you should understand why you lowly creatures are unworthy of my master's intervention, Lu Ruoxue declared coldly. Zhao Yue stood in stunned silence, speechless. Whoosh. Lu Ruoxue flicked her fingers, sending the poison needle Zhao Yue had just shot back at him. Thud. It pierced through his brain, killing him instantly. I intended to stop at a warning, yet he harbored murderous intent and struck with lethal force. Now, I have turned the tables and killed him. Elder Lu, do you think I am in the wrong? Lu Ruoxue turned to Lu Yuanshan and asked. Not at all. Not at all. You did well to kill such scum. Lu Yuanshan clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing, I must thank Miss Lu for ridding our Tianjian sect of such a menace. Thank you. Lu Ruoxue had previously severed Lung Tian's hands without hesitation. In this continent, where strength reigns supreme, especially on another's territory, how could Lu Yuanshan, an outsider, dare to say anything? He feared that if he spoke further, he might not survive to descend the mountain today. Su Jiao, seeing the situation, hastily dropped her broken sword, losing all fighting spirit, lacking the courage to confront Lu Ruoxue again. What a joke. A being of such strength could send one to meet the king of hell with a mere thought. What chance did she have to strike? Reflecting on the harsh words Zhao Yue and Lung Tian had spoken to the Qingxian saint's son on their way here, she nearly burst into laughter. Their maidservant was at the Golden Core stage, and they dared challenge her? To speak bluntly, the reality was even harsher. They were not even qualified to behold her true form. At this moment, Lu Yuchan finally emerged from her shock. Did she not know her own disciple? Just days ago, she was at the third realm of enlightenment. How had she suddenly reached the same realm as the sect leader? Wait, it couldn't be. Connecting Lu Ruoxue's unusual acknowledgement behavior, a bold thought emerged in Lu Yuchan's mind. Could it be that the saint's son had bestowed her a method to rapidly elevate her realm? Or perhaps a treasure? With this thought, Lu Yuchan finally understood why Lu Ruoxue was willing to lower herself to serve Chen Mu. This was not narrowing her path, but rather broadening it. Broad enough that it seemed endless. Was this not a form of opportunity? If so, I should hasten back to inform your Tianjian sect's leader to cease any thoughts of provoking my master. Some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Lu Ruoxue spoke coldly. Indeed, I shall relay your message at once. The humble demeanor displayed by Lu Yuanshan was hardly befitting that of a powerful sect elder. If the disciples of Tianjian sect were to witness this, they would surely suspect he had been possessed. He quickly signaled Su Jiao, urging her to take away the still unconscious Lung Tian. Though he was damaged, at least he was still alive, which could suffice for an explanation back home. Let the head of our sect and all members of TNGNZ comprehend the terrifying nature of the newly appointed xianxia of xianxiaaudiobooks. It is advisable to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Have you all forgotten about that worthless individual? Li Rushu released a wisp of spiritual energy, lifting Zhao Li's lifeless body from the ground and casting it out of the door. My sincerest apologies, I am getting old and my memory is failing me. Lunshn gazed at Zhao Li's remains that lay at his feet, unable to do anything but offer a forced smile. Sect leader, master, esteemed elders. I must return to report to my master, farewell. Before Zhao Hngshn could utter a word, Li Rushu had already vanished from sight in an instant, leaving behind a group of prominent figures from the sect, exchanging awkward glances that spoke of their embarrassment. They felt that their titles of sect leader and elder were utterly unmerited. There was no doubt regarding CHNM's selection as xianxia. That position could only be rightfully occupied by him. It was not merely his honor, but a privilege for all of Qianxiaaudiobooks. With a sigh of exasperation, Lunshn reflected on his earlier concerns that CHNM might inadvertently reveal his WNDOSHNT during their sparring session, only to chuckle at the realization that the boy had never even shown himself. His earlier worries were unfounded and utterly unnecessary. On the way down the mountain, Master, shall we return just like this? Geo hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns. Let him be. Does he expect us to throw our lives away for his satisfaction? Lunshn declared. With his words spoken, Geo refrained from further argument. Unable to resist, she cast a glance back, eager to glimpse the true visage of the Xianxi. What manner of Xianxi could he possibly be? In Linching, the Liu family. Liu Wai donned his attire, preparing to depart for Lingziying to partake in a ceremony of utmost importance to him. Just as he was about to step outside, an old man in black robes emerged from the shadows, presenting a letter, saying, "Young master, this is what you instructed me to procure from TNJG regarding Miss Li's recent circumstances in Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, I believe it is advisable for you not to read it, as it may dampen your spirits." He offered this counsel out of kindness. Chapter 35. The Sacred Body Ceremony Shakes TNGNZing. In response to the old man's well-meaning advice, Liu Wai retorted with a cold expression, "My state of mind is quite stable. It is not so easily disturbed." The old man, upon hearing this, chose not to press further, realizing there was no benefit in forcing his goodwill upon someone unappreciative. Boom. Liu Wai conjured flames in the palm of his hand, incinerating the envelope to ash, while the letter within remained unscathed. He opened it and began to read attentively. The initial content detailed Li Rushu's remarkable achievements in Xianxiaaudiobooks, and despite being the fiancée of another, she had never crossed any boundaries with STQing, nor engaged in any intimate behavior. It is no exaggeration to claim that since the beginning of his memories, STQing had never even touched Li Rushu's hand. In this regard, Li Rushu maintained a rather old-fashioned demeanor, believing that many actions should only be taken after formal marriage. Good. Excellent. This is the kind of woman worthy of me, Liu Wai, he exclaimed joyfully, glancing at the old man in black. However, the old man could not share in his joy, his expression darkening. Ignoring him, Liu Wai continued reading. The more he read, the tighter his brows knitted, his features contorting with displeasure. What? Rushu has actually become that boy's maid. An overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from Liu Wai, causing even the old man, caught off guard, to bend his knees slightly. What about the subsequent events? Why is there no record? Liu Wai questioned. The TNJG informed me that since that time, Xianxiaaudiobooks has been under strict lockdown, making it impossible to gather further intelligence. Several spies have gone missing, the old man explained. Humph. Bang. The ground trembled as Liu Wai slammed his palm down, crushing the letter and leaving a deep imprint on the earth, clear enough to reveal the pattern of his palm. Damn Xianxiaaudiobooks for daring to treat my woman as a commodity, bestowing her upon that worthless Xianxi to curry favor with him. Once I complete the awakening ceremony of the sacred body, I will ensure they regret their actions. Liu Wai clenched his jaw, the sound of grinding teeth audible even from half a meter away. You must infiltrate Xianxiaaudiobooks and keep watch on that fellow. Should he dare to act inappropriately towards Rushu, incapacitate him. Remember, do not kill him. I will handle that myself. A chilling glint ignited in Liu Wai's eyes. He was determined to make CHNM understand the consequences of daring to covet a woman he had already designated. As for why the old man in black was not allowed to directly retrieve Li Rushu and return her to Linching, it was simply Liu Wai's romantic notion that he would soar in, embodying the sacred body, and stage a heroic rescue, effortlessly winning her heart in the process. In the realm of Xianxiaaudiobooks, the awakening of the sacred body can occur either innately or through later rituals. Some are born with extraordinary signs indicating their possession of a sacred body, promising an immeasurable future. Others remain hidden, requiring special ceremonies to awaken their bloodlines. Every Xianxi of Lingziying is granted one such opportunity. For now, Li Rushu's significance in Liu Wai's heart pales in comparison to the sacred body. He must seize this opportunity. Liu Wai was certain he could awaken his sacred body. At that time, he would become the pride of all Linching. No one would be worthy of his regard. A mere Xianxi of Xianxiaaudiobooks, easily dispatched. The old man bowed to acknowledge the command, retreating back into the shadows. Setting off toward Xianxiaaudiobooks as instructed, Liu Wai immediately embarked on his journey to Lingziying, preparing to participate in the awakening ceremony of the sacred body, destined to become a dragon among men. Thus, the events unfolded. Within Xianxiaf, Li Rushu massaged CHNM while recounting the happenings in the sect's grand hall. Upon hearing her tale, CHNM remarked, "You are still too merciful. Those who dare to oppose you should be eliminated entirely. Leaving no survivors is prudent. You must understand that if you do not eradicate the roots, they may sprout again when spring arrives. What if they gain power in the future and seek vengeance upon you? You are right, Master. I will never again show mercy. Li Rushu conceded without argument, explaining that she had acted to prevent bringing trouble from Tngnzing upon siege in M and the sect. In any case, whatever the Master says is absolute. By the way, Master, now that the matter with Tngnzing is resolved, you may reclaim the cultivation you lent me. Li Rushu offered willingly. Lent to you? Ch&M replied with a faint smile. That was a fundamental enhancement of your cultivation realm, not merely me lending you my power for your use. Do you understand? Ah, I see now. Li Rushu could not hide her astonishment. Initially, like everyone else, she had thought that Ch&M was temporarily boosting her strength. Thank you for your generous gift. Master, I shall serve you faithfully for life. Li Rushu declared with a radiant smile. Continue, please. Ch&M reclined in his chair, basking in the sun, enjoying the moment to the fullest. Li Rushu's massage techniques had been perfected through the system, bringing him unparalleled comfort that penetrated to his very bones. Even with divine composure, he found himself ensnared by the pleasure, unable to extricate himself. Excellent. Li Rushu diligently continued her massage. Time flew by, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lunshn and XGO hastened their return to Tngnzing. What has transpired? Wasn't the Grand Elder supposed to take the disciples to engage with the Xianxia of Xianxiaaudiobooks? How is it that there are reports of death and injury? Moreover, both individuals were the Grand Elder's most esteemed disciples. Our inner court's talented disciples. Zhao Li and Ling. These two are notoriously arrogant, likely unaware of the need to restrain themselves, recklessly provoking the Xianxia of Xianxiaaudiobooks, thus meeting with such an unfortunate fate. Given this, it appears that the Xianxia of Xianxiaaudiobooks is far from an ordinary character. Upon seeing them, the disciples exchanged whispers, engaging in fervent discussion. They had gained a more comprehensive understanding of the strength of the Xianxia of Xianxiaaudiobooks. The fact that he dared to kill and incapacitate members of Tngnzing spoke volumes of his formidable power and immense confidence. On this day, the long-standing dominance of Tngnzing over Xianxiaaudiobooks for centuries appears to be on the brink of transformation. Within the Grand Hall of the Sect, observing the lifeless Zhao Li and the incapacitated Lung Tian, the sect leader Su Wenchang's expression solidifies, starkly contrasting with his anticipated outcome. He inquires, is the Xianxiaaudiobooks truly that formidable? Does he dare to disregard our Tngnzing? Reporting to the sect leader. We did not encounter the Xianxiaaudiobooks during our mission. Lu Yuanshan responds with cupped fists. What? No encounter? Did you perhaps cross paths with bandits? Su Wenchang contemplates this, realizing how improbable it is for such a minor saint to challenge an entire sect. Surely, he must fear inciting a conflict between the two sections. Not at all, Lu Yuanshan shakes his head. The one who harmed me and crippled my disciple was merely a maid from the residence of the Xianxia. A maid from the Xianxi's residence. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. From their understanding, Lu Yuanshan did not seem the type to jest. A jest? Zhao Li's corpse lies before us. How could this be a jest? After a prolonged silence, Su Wenchang finally regains his composure and asks, are you certain it was merely a maid? Not some hidden master from Xianxiaaudiobooks? I am quite certain. This individual is known as Lu Ruoxue, a prodigy from Xianxiaaudiobooks' inner courtyard, whose cultivation should only reach the third level of Kaiguan. Should only reach the third level of Kaiguan? What do you mean? Su Wenchang probes further, asking the very question on everyone's mind. It appears that the Xianxiaaudiobooks utilized some method that allowed her to transcend several major realms in a short time, achieving the JNDN realm. Upon hearing this, the remaining elders could no longer contain themselves. Lu Elder, are you certain you are not jesting? Even a heretic could not leap from the third level of Kaiguan directly to the JNDN realm. Indeed, if such a method existed, what would be the purpose of our cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be that some hidden master employed a disguise, masquerading as that Lu individual to instill fear of the Xianxiaaudiobooks within us, preventing us from opposing him. This assertion garnered considerable agreement, as the latter explanation seemed more plausible than a sudden leap in cultivation. At that moment, the renowned combative elder of Tngnzing, Lu Qingping, stood forth. Facing sect leader, I request permission to lead an attack on Xianxiaaudiobooks. They must understand the consequences of mocking us and opposing Tngnzing. Otherwise, those buffoons will only become more arrogant, he insisted. Unwise. Such an action is far too perilous. We currently lack clarity on the true nature of the xianxiaaudiobooks. To act recklessly would only increase our risks. Although Lu Yuanshan found Lu Chongping's conjecture somewhat reasonable, he still opposed initiating a sect war against xianxiaaudiobooks. Coward. They have already bullied us. Must we, who are stronger, learn to swallow our pride? Lu Qingping retorted. As the arguments escalated between the two, Su Wenchang's stance wavered. Observing this, Lu Qingping opened his arms, attempting to rally the support of all elders, pressuring Su Wenchang to declare his position. Since the sect leader cannot make a decision, shall we vote on it? Lu Qingping held considerable prestige among the elders and could already foresee the outcome. With a sigh, Su Wenchang ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. You may proceed with the vote. I support launching a sect war. Otherwise, it will damage the morale of TNG. I too support this. I concur. One by one, the elders rose, moving down the steps to express their stance on whether to initiate a sect war against xianxiaaudiobooks. The conservative faction, opposed to the war, remained seated, observing the growing majority. Seeing the numbers stacked against them, Lu Qingping smiled with satisfaction. He sought the opportunity to prove himself more suited for the sect leader's throne than Su Wenchang. Sitting before the assembly, Lu Yuanshan shook his head, feeling a sense of unease that he could not shake. He feared this decision would lead TNG down an irretrievable path to destruction. With the situation settled, Su Wenchang raised his hand to announce. Then, Lu Elder shall take full responsibility for this matter. Rest assured, sect leader, I will not disappoint you. The entire Xian kingdom shall know the name of TNG. We will achieve fame in battle. Lu Chengping declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Suddenly, shouts of alarm erupted from outside the grand hall. Look, something is amiss in the sky. What is that? The heavens are being pierced. A colossal finger is descending upon us. Before Su Wenchang and Lu Chengping could grasp the situation, a disciple rolled in, panic-stricken, kneeling and pointing towards the sky, exclaiming, Sect leader, elders, it's bad. A golden giant finger has pierced the firmament and is crashing down upon us. Lu Qingping dismissed the claim, incredulous at the notion of a giant finger piercing the heavens. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed overhead as they looked up to see the roof of the grand hall shattering into fragments, being drawn skyward. Wooden beams and stone walls crumbled as if made of mere tofu at the touch. The golden giant finger came into view, dazzling and detailed, resembling an index finger, aimed squarely at Lu Qingping and the other prominent figures of TNG. Quick, channel your energy to resist. Lu Qingping shouted to the others. Dozens of individuals swung their arms, gathering their spiritual energy, palms raised above their heads against the impending giant finger, striving to unite their strength to resist this enigmatic assault from above. Boom. With a single press, Lu Yuanshan, seated nearby, felt the ground beneath him crumble. The combined efforts of the dozen or so individuals proved as futile as the wooden beams and stone walls, shattering upon contact. Boom. The entire TNG mountain trembled violently. Countless disciples fell to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Some even lost control of their bladders, scurrying away like frightened mice. Such a spectacle was beyond their comprehension. Lu Qingping and Su Wenchang, too, had never witnessed anything like it. The golden giant finger appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving behind a cascade of golden stardust. Lu Yuanshan collapsed to the ground, staring at the gaping pit before him, petrified. He attempted to extend his consciousness to locate Su Wenchang and Lu Qingping, but their presence had vanished from the air. Not even a trace of bone fragments remained. Huh. Lu Yuanshan laughed, though the expression resembled more of a grimace than joy. Who could have foreseen that the esteemed leader of TNG and over a dozen elders would be annihilated in an instant? Before absolute power, they were as helpless as a child. Who could have done this? It hardly required speculation. Mere moments after they had declared their intent to wage war against xianxiaaudiobooks, a colossal finger descended from the heavens, obliterating those who had consented. It was impossible not to associate such an act with the xianxiaaudiobooks. The remaining elders understood one thing better than anyone else. Prior to this, xianxiaaudiobooks could never have possessed such strength. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by WNG for centuries. What kind of extraordinary xianxia has xianxiaaudiobooks acquired? Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, a few elders trembled, rising from their seats. They focused their gaze on him, asking for confirmation. Elder, are you suggesting that all of this was orchestrated by the xianxiaaudiobooks? Aside from him, can you think of anyone else? Lu Yuanshan retorted. Indeed, they had just expressed their stance to the sect leader, only to be met with a tremendous descending finger that left them with no chance of survival. It was hard not to think in that direction. Yes, those who survived were precisely us old fellows who had not nodded in agreement. 300 years. And the Qingxian sect had managed to wait for such a prodigious, saintly son. Worth it, indeed. Enough of this discussion. We must be cautious, for the walls have ears. The walls here separate countless mountains and rivers. Within the Qingyun mansion, Chen Mu listened to their conversation with great satisfaction. For someone of his cultivation level, it was trivial to extend his consciousness from the Qingxian sect to the Tianjian sect, effortlessly, seeing those individuals unwilling to learn from their lessons and still seeking trouble. He had no reason to spare their lives. A mere flick of his finger required little effort. However, it seemed that those individuals were not inclined to relent. At that moment, beside a deep pit left by the finger, a group of white-haired elders appeared. There were about 20 or 30 of them, all former powerful figures of the Tianjian sect, hidden away in seclusion. They had been cultivating in isolation but were compelled to emerge early due to the pressure exerted by the immense finger to ascertain the situation. What do you think? At least half a step into the spirit separation realm. Do we have a chance of victory? We must fight even if we have no chance. They dare to bully us in our own home. There is no reason to retreat. Shall we wait until they defile our heads before we resist? With our strength, it is trivial to jointly confront a half-step spirit separation realm expert. Witnessing the representatives of the sect's heritage preparing to seek vengeance on the owner of that colossal finger, Lu Yuanshan's words were halted by a fierce glare from one among them. He clearly did not permit Lu Yuanshan to speak words that would dampen their morale at such a moment. As stalwart figures, they must rise to confront the intruders. Lu Yuanshan felt utterly powerless, yet had no other recourse. Let us go to the Qingxian sect, someone exclaimed, soaring into the sky, riding the wind with their sword. Issuing a call to arms, he sensed a strand of spiritual energy emanating from the direction of the Qingxian sect. How brazen! Chen Mu opened the personal attribute panels of those 20 or 30 individuals, neatly stacking them to form a massive electronic screen. Select all cultivation levels, delete with one click. Modifying in progress. His gaze returned to the Tianjian sect. Without a reasonable explanation, today would surely see the Qingxian sect bathed in blood. Kill. Leave no trace. Kill. Everyone responded in unison, soaring into the sky, hands clasped behind their backs. Clad in white robes, with white hair, white brows, and white beards, they exuded an ethereal presence. Modification successful. Yet, in the next moment, what is happening? How can this be? My cultivation level, what has happened? I have become a useless person. Accompanied by cries of despair, those once formidable figures, whose lowest cultivation was at the nascent soul level, felt their Dantian's spiritual energy dissipate, plummeting from their swords. No matter how they attempted to mobilize or channel their energy, it proved futile. They were horrified to discover that they had lost all their cultivation, reduced to mere ordinary beings. This was precisely the outcome Chen Mu sought. The painstakingly accumulated cultivation over hundreds of years was now entirely dispersed. This was far more cruel than simply taking their lives. The elders around Lu Yuanshan were left petrified. The first words that escaped Lu Yuanshan upon regaining his senses were, "I wanted to advise you, but you did not give me the chance to speak." Lu Yuanshan, what on earth is going on? What do you know? Speak quickly. Do not keep us in suspense. Everyone urged. I only know that the Qingxian Saint Sun seems to possess the ability to increase or decrease others' cultivation levels, Lu Yuanshan conjectured, unable to be entirely certain. Increase or decrease others' cultivation. Despite the difficulty in believing such an exaggerated phenomenon existed in the world, how could they, as first-hand witnesses, dare to question it? They lacked the confidence. They collectively believed that Chen Mu must have mastered some secret method, sealing their Dantian, rendering them temporarily unable to use their spiritual energy, which was still different from being utterly useless. If it could be sealed, there must be a means to lift the restrictions. They hastened to the treasure vault and alchemy chamber in search of a solution. Lu Yuanshan did not stop them. As the temporary sect leader, he ordered the sealing of information to prevent any leaks. Now, the Tianjian sect had lost its leader, and several elders and dozens of powerful figures had been rendered useless. If this matter were to spread, it would undoubtedly bring about a crisis of annihilation. Thud. Lu Yuanshan knelt on the ground first, to express gratitude for Chen Mu's mercy. He pledged to keep a close watch on the Tianjian sect's members to prevent them from causing further trouble with the Qingxian sect. The more he thought, the more unsettled he felt. A wave of sweat drenched him, front and back. Seeing this, Chen Mu finally withdrew his consciousness and abandoned the idea of annihilating the sect. After all, the potential troublemakers had already been dealt with. A delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. Chen Mu stood from his reclining chair, preparing to indulge and savor the delicacies. At this moment, the night had long descended. All right, let us sit together and eat. It is uncomfortable for me to eat while you stand there staring. Chen Mu gestured. Yes, thank you, master. The two obediently followed his command, sitting down and picking up their utensils. Indeed, your culinary skills have improved, Chen Mu expressed honestly. Lu Ruoxue lowered her head, a smile creeping onto her face. She felt that tonight, due to this praise, she would be so excited she might not sleep. The feeling of being acknowledged by her master was simply exhilarating. She must continue to work hard to earn even more recognition. After finishing the meal and sipping on the warm tea handed to him by Lu Ruoxue, she hurriedly came behind him to massage his shoulders. Chen Mu sighed contentedly. This life is blissful. As a reincarnator, one ought to live thus. Roll? Whoever wishes to roll can roll. When faced with dilemmas, modification is the solution. After savoring a few sips of hot tea, feeling thoroughly satisfied, he set the cup down on the table. Chen Mu spoke casually. Since you are here, do not hide. Reveal yourself. The old man in the black robe believed he had perfected his concealment technique to the utmost, and Chen Mu should not be able to perceive his presence. Was he deliberately trying to deceive himself? Calling out would not take much effort. I am speaking to you. Can you not hear me? Chen Mu suddenly appeared beside him, swiftly taking action, his expression darkening. The black-robed elder found himself seized by the throat, forcibly dragged out of the darkness, his feet leaving the ground as he struggled in agony. Chapter 38, Modification. Luo Yu's awakening of the sacred body failed. You, how did you discover me? The black-robed elder finally comprehended that the concealment technique he had cultivated for a lifetime had proven utterly ineffective before Chen Mu. Despite having navigated through the heavily guarded Qingxian sect with ease, who exactly was this saint's son? Chen Mu did not believe the black-robed elder had the right to question him. He raised his hand, fingertip pressing against the elder's forehead. The black-robed elder's expression shifted continuously, contorting as if his soul were being forcibly stripped away. He could sense something within him flowing outward along Chen Mu's fingertip. Soon, Chen Mu gleaned all the memories of the black-robed elder's life. He learned that in Lei City, there was a character named Luo Yu, who had been keeping an eye on his personal maid. How much do you know about Luo Yu? Chen Mu turned to Lu Ruoxue and inquired. He has had close cooperation with our Lu family and was once my childhood playmate. However, we are not well acquainted now. I have heard that he was selected as an inner disciple by the Holy Dragon Sect, one of the top 10 powerful sections. Upon completing his response, Lu Ruoxue seemed to ponder something, confirming with a question. Could it be that this person was sent by Luo Yu? Indeed. He learned from Tianji Gu that you have become my maid, and feeling quite displeased, he sent this individual to gather intelligence and to prevent me from taking liberties with you during his participation in the sacred body awakening ceremony. Hearing these words from Chen Mu, the old man in black felt a chill run down his spine. He was baffled by how Chen Mu knew all of this. Could it be that he could divine the secrets of heaven? Lu Ruoxue instinctively retorted, but then her cheeks flushed, and she quickly shook her head and corrected herself. No. What I meant was that this man is utterly despicable. The phrase sacred body awakening ceremony lingered in Chen Mu's mind. Raising his hand, he swept it through the air. A swirling mist expanded in a circular shape, forming a mirror-like surface in the center, upon which images began to emerge, gradually becoming clearer, towering to a height equal to that of a person. The Kuwaitian mirror. Lu Ruoxue had never seen such an item, but the old man in black had heard of it. It was said to be a top-tier divination technique, lost to time thousands of years ago. Tianji Gu, renowned for collecting and selling information, had offered a staggering bounty for anyone who could provide information about the Kuwaitian mirror, promising a reward of trillions of spirit stones. He was astonished that such an extraordinary treasure, long considered extinct, would appear in the hands of a sect's holy son. This individual was certainly not simple. It was no wonder that Qingxian sect chose him as their holy son and bestowed upon him the renowned beauty of Lei City as his maid. He truly possessed that qualification. Turning to gaze at the Kuwaitian mirror, the image revealed the awakening platform of Shenglong's sect. At this moment, Luo Yu was seated at the center of a complex array, surrounded by over a dozen elders who stood at the edges to protect him, stimulating his bloodline and awakening the sacred body. Luo Yu's brow furrowed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his fingers clenched tightly, showing evident discomfort. Outside, the spiritual energy surged violently, swirling around him. Within the dark red spiritual energy, flashes of lightning could be discerned. Observing this, the protective elders revealed looks of satisfaction, seemingly confirming the awakening of the Thunder's sacred body. Wonderful. Though it ranked at the bottom of the list, its power was formidable nonetheless. Indeed, the former Thunder Emperor could fell millions in a fit of rage. Our Shenglong sect is destined to give birth to another top-tier powerhouse, the Thunder's sacred body. The sacred body ranked 98th on the list. Upon hearing the voices around him, Luo Yu's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat, and the corners of his lips involuntarily lifted. The Thunder Emperor? Huh. He shall merely serve as a stepping stone on my path. I, Luo Yu, will ultimately become the strongest person in this world, invincible and unparalleled. He could already foresee his brilliant future. My young master is about to awaken the Thunder Sacred Body. You cannot kill me. If you do, my young master will undoubtedly take vengeance upon you. The old man in black immediately resorted to this threat against Chen Mu upon hearing the conversation emanating from the Kuwaitian mirror, realizing that he might live another day. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled. In the image, dark clouds filled the sky, obscuring the moon, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. Then, bolts of lightning flashed continuously, splitting in the air, their brilliance illuminating a radius of 100 miles, as if daylight had arrived. Boom. Subsequently, a pillar-like bolt of lightning struck Luo Yu directly, which he quickly absorbed. When the lightning dissipated and the dark clouds lifted, under the moonlight, Luo Yu stood up. His clothes tattered, revealing skin marked with flickering thunder patterns. Luo Yu clenched his fists, then opened his fingers, manifesting a sphere of lightning energy and throwing it forth. Boom. It created a crescent-shaped crater in the nameless mountain across from him. Is this the Thunder Sacred Body? Luo Yu beamed with joy, pleasantly surprised by the strength the sacred body had bestowed upon him. It is worth noting that he had utilized less than 1/10 of his power in that strike. If he unleashed his full strength, it was unimaginable. Congratulations, Holy Son Luo, on awakening the Thunder Sacred Body. The assembled protective elders clasped their fists in congratulations. Luo Yu did not respond, turning his gaze toward the distance, intending to head to Qingxian Sect immediately to completely claim Lu Rashui as his own. The Thunder Sacred Body? Witnessing all of this, Chen Mu chuckled softly. What is this young man smiling about? Has he been rendered speechless? The old man in black felt a wave of doubt rise within him. Chen Mu then accessed Luo Yu's system panel. Constitution, Thunder Sacred Body, Awakening Successful. Note, Sacred Body ranked 98th on the list, modifiable. Would you like to change Awakening Successful to Awakening Failed? Modify. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Just as the system finished its prompt, Luo Yu's voice echoed from the Kuwaitian mirror, filled with pain and confusion. What is happening? Why? Why is my spiritual energy dispersing? Help me. I feel like someone is trying to extract my soul. Luo Yu floated in the air, unable to control his body. As the spiritual energy infused with thunderous power continuously peeled away from him, soaring toward the heavens. Each separation of thunderous energy brought him agony, far surpassing that of being skinned alive. Boom. The protective elders had never witnessed such a scene and attempted to approach, only to be hurled back several meters by the thunder. Charred on the outside, tender on the inside. Scatter. Quickly scatter. The sacred body awakening has failed, and chaos has begun. At that moment, an elder shouted. Hearing this, everyone retreated hastily, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they might lose their lives. Bang. When Luo Yu's body crashed to the ground again, both his spiritual energy and sacred body had vanished entirely. He appeared weak, on the verge of death, his eyes vacant. Muttering, "No, you cannot do this to me. How could this happen?" The old man in black was even more despondent than Luo Yu. With the failure of the sacred body awakening, his own life was likely forfeit at Qingxian Sect. How could a sacred body that had clearly awakened suddenly go berserk? As he spoke, the old man in black seemed to realize something. Could it be? His gaze snapped back to Chen Mu, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 39. Awakening the Thunder Sacred Body in front of him. A fool is left dumbfounded, realizing Chen Mu had seen through his stealth techniques. Along with the appearance of the Kuwaitian mirror, an unparalleled treasure. The old man in black had every reason to suspect that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Mu in the shadows. What led you to believe that his awakening of the Thunder Sacred Body would allow him to contend with me? Chen Mu opened his personal attribute panel. In the section for his constitution, in addition to the myriad of sacred bodies, including the Qingxian Sacred Body, 4 additional words appeared. Thunder Sacred Body. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, the winds and clouds shifted. This scene was all too familiar to the old man in black. A bolt of thunder descended, which Chen Mu swiftly absorbed. Clenching his fingers, he easily coalesced a bolt of thunder in the palm of his hand. Thunder. The Thunder Sacred Body. Witnessing all of this, the old man in black felt numb. Is the sacred body something that can be awakened at will, whenever desired? Is the heavenly Tao his father? Can he demand it at will? Upon careful consideration, if this were indeed the case, the failure of his young master's sacred body awakening would have a reasonable explanation. Even if Chen Mu were not the son of the heavenly Tao, he was certainly favored by it, a person of great fortune. How could his young master dare to contend with someone like this? Let alone attempt to kill and seize a woman? It was simply unfathomable. Even though the old man in black stood alongside Luo Yu, he could not help but acknowledge the sheer audacity of the young man. Not only had he provoked an individual blessed with great fortune, but he had also foolishly squandered the sacred body within his grasp, destroying his own future. Meanwhile, within Qingxian Sect, except for those who were completely unaware, most of the members, including the sect leader and the elders of both inner and outer sects, were awakened by the extraordinary thunderous phenomenon overhead. They stepped outside and immediately focused on the direction of Chu Yun Mansion. Zhao Hengshan was equally astonished. That little monster remains so defiant. Returning to Chen Mu, he reveled in the despair reflected on the face of the old man in black kneeling before him, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The thrill of striking at the heart was simply unparalleled. Chen Mu raised his hand once more, and it fell again. It seems too lenient to simply execute the old man in the black robe. A more ingenious plan comes to mind. I shall extract the old man's consciousness, reducing him to a thoughtless puppet under my control. I will then command him to return to Shenglong Zone and be by Luo Yu's side again, allowing him to experience the sensation of betrayal from someone he trusts most while in a critical state. My subordinate acknowledges the command. Upon finishing, the old man in the black robe vacantly retreats, disappearing into the shadows of the corner. Lu Ruoxue, she has been silently observing. Why hasn't she spoken? Perhaps she is too busy with her infatuation. Her gaze seems to suggest that Chen Mu is devoid of clothing. Were it not for my superior strength, I might genuinely worry that she would succumb to her desires and devour me whole. Clearing my throat, I rise, lightly clasping my fists before my lips. Enough of this. It is late. Time to return to my chamber for rest. I shall prepare a footbath for the master. Lu Ruoxue moves with a light step, leaving no opportunity for Chen Mu to refuse her offer. What can I complain about? I should take solace in that which others can only dream of. At Shenglong Zone, Luo Yu is bound in bandages, resembling a mummy, lying on his bed. His eyes are wide open, fixed intently on the ceiling. Having not blinked for an extended period, his eyes are bloodshot, an alarming red. He feels a deep sense of unwillingness. How could the sacred body, which was within his grasp, vanish into thin air? He cannot comprehend what he has done to deserve such a cruel jest from the heavens. This is no jest, not in the slightest. With a creak, the door swings open. Entering is Luo Yu's true mentor, the fifth elder of Shenglong Zone, Qian Hunyuan. Apologies, master. I have disappointed you, Luo Yu rasps. Please, elaborate on the circumstances at that moment. You had already harnessed the power of the thunder sacred body. Why did it suddenly go berserk? Qian Hunyuan inquires. I do not know, master. The spiritual energy within me surged without any warning. Luo Yu replies, his confusion apparent. If he understood the reason, he would not be in such a state of helplessness and bewilderment. Logically, if you could wield the power of the sacred body, such an incident should not occur. I suspect someone has intervened, employing secret techniques to cause you to lose your sacred body. Qian Hunyuan expresses his suspicion. Who? Who did this? Luo Yu demands, his emotions flaring up. Qian Hunyuan shakes his head. Few possess the ability to achieve such a feat. Reflect on whom you may have offended recently. Rest well. I shall return tomorrow. Oh, and I will have the alchemy room send over some medicinal bath liquid and healing pills shortly. Luo Yu pays little heed, instead lost in contemplation of the past. Yet, after much thought, he cannot identify anyone capable of such an act who would dare to cross him and still live. Damn it, who could it be? You had better hide well. If I find you, even if it is across the ends of the earth, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 deaths. Luo Yu vows, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Time passes, and Luo Yu senses another presence in the room. Turning his head, he sees the old man in the black robe. You again, what is it? Have you dealt with the person? The bad news is overwhelming, and Luo Yu longs for a glimmer of good tidings. Although Chen Mu's existence seems trivial, even a fly, albeit small, is still a morsel. Hearing news of his demise would surely lighten Luo Yu's heart. If he could also summon Lu Ruoxue to serve him, his spirits would improve, and his wounds would heal more rapidly. The old man in the black robe steps from the shadows, not responding. Approaching the bedside, Luo Yu does not even spare him a glance. Knowing full well that he has likely failed, exhaling deeply, he feels exasperated, wondering how the old man could dare to return after failing his task. If I were you, I would find a rock and end my own life. What use are you to me if you cannot deal with that useless fool? Get out. I command you to leave. Luo Yu clearly views the old man in the black robe as a target for his anger, berating him without restraint. Admittedly, this method proves quite effective. Luo Yu's mood lightens significantly, the heaviness in his chest dissipating. I told you to leave. Do you not comprehend human speech? Noticing that the old man's presence lingers by the bedside, Luo Yu turns to look, his anger dissipating as he observes the glint of a cold light emanating from the old man's lowered hands. It is a dagger. Has he gone mad? At this distance, Compounded by his injuries, Luo Yu has no chance to evade. With a swift plunge, the blade pierces through his right side. Bang! Boom! A cry of anguish escapes Luo Yu's lips as he suppresses the pain, unleashing his latent potential to send the old man flying several meters out of the door with a single palm strike and kick. You lunatic! How dare you stab me in the kidney? Chapter 40. Frantic. The holy son Luo Yu is rendered incapacitated. The old man in the black robe rises from the ground, retrieving the dagger that had fallen beside him, grasping it tightly as he charges back into the room. You again? Are you truly unwell? Luo Yu cannot fathom what insanity drives this old fool. Could it be that my harsh words have shattered his psyche? Beyond that, Luo Yu struggles to conceive of any other possibility. As the dagger's cold glimmer reappears, Luo Yu hastily seizes the opportunity, severing the binding rope and removing a small flying sword that hangs around his neck. With a decisive gesture, he strikes down the old man in the black robe. The latter stands frozen, a diamond-shaped wound appearing on his brow, blood gushing forth. Seeing him collapse to the ground, Luo Yu finally feels a sense of relief. Yet, he cannot help but lament the waste of a treasured protective artifact, which he had acquired at a high price from the auction house. Damn it! If it were not for my current state, I, Luo Yu, would never have been forced into such a predicament. Your Excellency, the Holy Sun, are you all right? Just then, the alchemists arrive, placing a wooden tub filled with medicinal bath liquid aside. They hasten to Luo Yu's side, producing several healing pills for him to consume. After swallowing the pills, the wound continues to burn without showing any signs of healing, the pain intensifying. The agony is unbearable. Quickly, summon my master. Luo Yu curls up on the bed, clutching his chest, beads of cold sweat rolling down his face as he shouts at the others. Yes, I will do so immediately. Before long, Xianxiaaudiobooks arrives on his flying sword. He first glances at the lifeless body of the old man in the black robe at the door. Upon reaching Luo Yu, who is barely clinging to life, he rushes forward, asking urgently, Disciple, what has happened to you? Master, that man went mad and suddenly stabbed me with a dagger. I took the healing pills, but they not only failed to help, they made it worse. Luo Yu exclaims, his face contorted in pain. Do not panic. Let me see, Xianxiaaudiobooks instructs, urging Luo Yu to lie back on the bed. He tears open Luo Yu's clothing, revealing the festering wound on his right side. What a vicious poison. This is aimed at taking your life. Master, save me. I do not wish to die. Luo Yu has never felt such fear before. Do not fret. I will expel the poison for you. Xianxiaaudiobooks helps Luo Yu sit up, then sits behind him on the bed, placing his palms against Luo Yu's back to channel his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours pass. With most of his energy spent, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally purges the lethal poison from Luo Yu's body. Thank you, Master. Luo Yu, having just recovered, appears pallid, his lips cracked and pale, speaking with a faint voice. Noticing Chen Yuan's troubled expression, Luo Yu anxiously asks, Master, what is wrong with me? Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitates, unsure whether to speak, fearing that the truth may crush Luo Yu's hope for survival. Master, please speak freely. I can handle it. Luo Yu perceives Chen Yuan's apprehension. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a sigh and ultimately revealed the truth. Disciple, although I have expelled the toxins from your body, they have irreparably damaged your dantian and sullied your spiritual root. Henceforth, you may find it impossible to gather qi for your cultivation. With this declaration, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Luo Yu, leaving him frozen in place, his lips slightly parted, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. After a long silence, he finally managed to confirm, Master, do you mean to say that I have become a? Xianxiaaudiobooks refrained from answering directly, advising Luo Yu to rest well and not to dwell too much on it. Lying in bed, Luo Yu fixed his gaze on the ceiling, as if time had come to a standstill. First, he had lost the thunder-sacred body, and now, he had been betrayed by his most trusted confidant. The most critical aspect was that the dagger used in the betrayal was coated with a lethal poison, which had destroyed his dantian and tainted his spiritual root, reducing him to a. Reflecting on his life, which had once flowed smoothly, he pondered why everything had suddenly turned upside down. Wait, Master, I believe I know who is behind this scheme that has led to my downfall. Luo Yu's eyes suddenly regained clarity as he propped himself up and spoke with effort. Oh, who is it? Xianxiaaudiobooks was equally curious about who possessed such formidable capabilities. Subsequently, Luo Yu disclosed the details of how he had sent the old man in black robes to assassinate the Qingxian Holy Sun, revealing the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks approached the corpse of the old man in black, crouched down, and placed his fingertip on the forehead, infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. Shocked, he exclaimed, Indeed, this fellow's mind has been tampered with. He has been completely transformed into a puppet under someone else's control. I knew it had to be the Qingxian sect. Fury surged in Luo Yu's eyes. He could not fathom that this entire scheme could have been orchestrated solely by that insignificant holy son, as there must have been hidden experts aiding him from the shadows. What audacity the Qingxian sect has to dare harm a disciple of mine. Qian Hunyuan. Rest assured, disciple, I shall seek justice for this matter. Qian Hunyuan was equally infuriated. The occurrence of such an event under his very nose was a slap in the face, causing him to lose a true disciple who was meant to possess the Thunder Sacred Body. The influence of his sect had been diminished by this act. If this grievance went unaddressed, others would surely think him a pushover, while perhaps the other top 10 sects could find a reason to swallow their pride. How could a mere Qingxian sect be so audacious? Master, I wish to witness the downfall of the Qingxian sect with my own eyes once my injuries have healed. The grudge of being rendered cannot be quelled unless I see all of them pay the price. Very well. I promise you, come. Quickly prepare a medicinal bath to expedite your recovery. Once you are healed, I shall take you to flatten the Qingxian sect. Thank you, Master. Qian Hunyuan was willing to do so, partly to uphold his own dignity and partly because, despite Luo Yu's current state, the Luo family still held significant utility for him. At that moment, due to Chen Mu, this night was not peaceful solely for the Shenglong sect. At the Qingfeng Cliff of the Tianjian sect, a myriad of ancient texts and scrolls were piled into small mountains. Dozens of seasoned experts bore expressions of despair, exclaiming, "We cannot find it. We still cannot find it. Must we live the rest of our lives as? Should we go to the Qingxian sect and seek that boy? Since it was his secret technique, he must have a way to resolve it. Are you mad? We have lost all our cultivation. If we go to him, will we even survive to return? Indeed. Wait. It is said that the Tianji Pavilion possesses the ability to know the past and foresee the future. Perhaps they will know how to break this secret technique." Chapter 41. The seasoned experts bow their heads and seek forgiveness from Qingxian. At the Tianji Pavilion, a few individuals were disguised and began inquiring with the branch master about whether he had heard of a secret technique that could seal others' cultivation, rendering them completely oblivious to spiritual energy. Once afflicted by this technique, even the mightiest cultivators would become indistinguishable from ordinary people. Upon hearing this, the branch master's previously warm smile vanished, and he looked at them with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, asking, "You all wouldn't have come here just to amuse yourselves, would you? There are many guests waiting outside. If you have no other business, please leave." The elders exchanged glances, realizing the branch master's serious demeanor, and reluctantly stood up to depart, lest they be mistaken for troublemakers. If a confrontation were to arise, to put it bluntly, even their combined strength would not rival that of the young janitor at the entrance, who was merely at the second stage of foundation establishment. The disparity between ordinary people and true cultivators was no exaggeration to describe as heaven and earth. A group of oddballs, the branch master muttered, shaking his head, before calling out, "Next." As the three emerged from the Tianji Pavilion, the remaining dozen outside hurriedly surrounded them, inquiring, "How was it? Is there any way to resolve this?" The three could only shake their heads in bitter resignation, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. After a long silence, someone tentatively suggested, "What if we go to the Qingxian sect to seek forgiveness?" Ridiculous. Are we to humble ourselves before a mere child who has just barely matured? What will others think of us if this gets out? What will they think? I only know that this matter can be hidden for a moment, but not for a lifetime. If those enemies learn that we have lost all our cultivation and are on the brink of death, will the opinions of others matter? Faced with this statement, the agitated seasoned experts fell silent, their faces flushed with indignation, yet unable to refute. Over the centuries, they had made numerous enemies, not just one or two. Bring forth all the treasures we can muster. Perhaps he will consider our sincerity and restore our cultivation. One influential seasoned expert suggested. Agreed. The others responded, as no other solution came to mind. Had they known this would happen, they might as well have stayed hidden until death rather than emerge to cause a ruckus. Reflecting on the past century, they had never felt so stifled. It was utterly infuriating. Just the thought made their noses tingle with bitterness. The next day, as dawn broke, the disciples of the Qingxian sect found it difficult to calm their hearts. Dozens of seasoned experts from the Tianjian sect had arrived at the Qingxian sect. Were it not for the knowledge that a peerless holy son, endowed with multiple sacred bodies, resided within, they would not have been able to remain so composed. Finally, they understood why those mortals were so eager to cling to powerful figures. The feeling of having a strong backing was indeed exhilarating. All the seasoned experts from the Tianjian sect have come? They felt ordinary, no different from mortals. They must be concealing their might, fearing it would frighten us. Hearing the discussions around them, the dozens of disciples pressed their lips tightly, refraining from speaking, beads of cold sweat trickling down. For among them, even a single individual could easily annihilate them. Their only hope lay in the figure at the forefront, Lu Yuanshan, who had now become the sect master of the Tianjian sect. The collective emergence of seasoned experts to the Qingxian sect could only spell trouble. They were undoubtedly there to avenge their fallen brethren who had perished at the hands of the Holy Sun. Upon hearing this, an elder quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Young brother, we can eat recklessly but cannot speak recklessly. We are merely here to congratulate the Qingxian sect on the awakening of their Holy Sun after 300 years. His smile was forced, appearing quite strained. Soon, the news of the arrival of the seasoned experts from the Tianjian sect reached the sect master and the elders of the Qingxian sect. As for why the seasoned experts of the Qingxian sect had not taken action, they were all preoccupied with their secluded cultivation, and besides, these dozens of individuals currently bore no spiritual energy. If one did not pay special attention, they would hardly be noticeable. Thus, the notion of a threat was unfounded. To sacrifice their cultivation time for this was not worth it. In contrast, Zhao Hongshan and the other elders had arrived early at the sect master's hall, each one of them tense to the extreme. In this day and age, the formidable presence of the esteemed members of the Tianjian sect has undeniably raised suspicions regarding their intentions, particularly in relation to seeking vengeance for Zhao Lai and Lung Tian. Indeed, it seems implausible that such ancient beings would merely come to extend their congratulations. Should we consult Elder Zhao Yun and the others? As Zhao Hongshan feigned calmness amidst the murmurs from the crowd, he forced a smile, signaling for patience and observation. Before long, Lu Yuanshan arrived with his entourage. Forgive my inadequate reception, Elder Lu, and the esteemed elders accompanying you, Zhao Hongshan expressed with a semblance of humility. He, along with his disciples, believed that the lack of spiritual energy felt was due to this group deliberately concealing their auras. You are too gracious, Sect Master Zhao. We have come to congratulate the Qingxian sect on the acquisition of the Qingxian Holy Sun, Lu Yuanshan replied, and as his words faded, an array of treasures was presented. Various elixirs, long-lost cultivation manuals, and even inferior-grade heavenly weapons dazzled the eyes of onlookers, eliciting involuntary salivation. Was such extravagance truly necessary? It is no exaggeration to say that these items could suffice to establish a new faction. Zhao Hongshan and his peers were convinced that the existence of Chen Mu's myriad holy body had not been leaked. If it had, the Tianjian sect would not be the sole visitors. Sect Master Zhao, we come with sincerity and would like to request an audience with the Qingxian Holy Sun, they implored. Indeed, we wish to behold the grandeur of the Qingxian Holy Sun, they echoed, appealing to Zhao Hongshan. Internally, Zhao Hongshan grappled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he suspected ill intentions from these individuals, yet he discerned a fleeting glimmer of fear on their faces when the Qingxian Holy Sun was mentioned. Indeed, fear. Which of these names does not instill dread in countless juniors? Now, they collectively quivered in trepidation. This was all exceedingly peculiar. To be candid, it depends on his wishes. Despite my position as the sect master, there is little I can do if he does not wish to meet you, Zhao Hongshan conservatively replied, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. Very well, I shall send someone to inform him and inquire whether he is willing to see you, he suggested. Zhao Hongshan was somewhat taken aback by the affable demeanor of the visitors today, unusual indeed. He gestured to a disciple stationed nearby, instructing him to visit Qingyun Manor to summon the Holy Sun. There is no need for such formality. I happen to be nearby walking my dog. Chen Mu's voice resonated from outside. Walking a dog? Dismissing the triviality of such details, Lu Yuanshan and the others turned with excitement upon hearing Chen Mu's voice, only to be rendered speechless in an instant. Before them stood a majestic qilin, towering over them with golden scales that emanated an aura of authority, alongside Chen Mu, who held its leash. Is this what you refer to as walking a dog? Chapter 42. Better to stand in death than kneel in life. They had lived for centuries, and the qilin had only ever existed in tales. This was their first encounter, and it was even more imposing than they had imagined, exuding a formidable presence. From the perspective of an ordinary person, their legs trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though the sky itself was collapsing. Chen Mu's entrance remained as flamboyant and distinctive as ever. Zhao Hongshan, what is this? Is the lesson insufficient? Do you wish to continue seeking trouble? Chen Mu's cold gaze swept over them. The very figures who once commanded reverence and fear, including Zhao Hongshan, now stepped back in trepidation, swallowing hard. The image was profoundly striking, instilling a sense of awe in Zhao Hongshan and the elders present. What does it mean to possess the depth of a sect? In the presence of Chen Mu, even the likes of Zhao Yun would feel compelled to retreat. Seeing the unfolding situation, Lu Yuanshan stepped forward, clarifying, Holy Sun, please do not misunderstand. They have come to apologize. The utterance of the word apologize left the assembly perplexed. What could Chen Mu have done to elicit such a response from the formidable members of the Tianjian sect? They were filled with astonishment and confusion. Your demeanor hardly reflects that of individuals seeking forgiveness. Do you require me to instruct you on the proper etiquette for an apology? Chen Mu spoke with an inscrutable expression, neither angered nor amused. The more composed he appeared, the more elusive he became, heightening their fear. Lu Yuanshan recognized the difficulty these powerful figures had in lowering their pride, so he was the first to bend his knees, kneeling before Chen Mu and bowing his head in supplication, pleading for forgiveness. With his lead, one after another, the proud figures who had remained resolute for centuries bowed their heads in humility. This sight caused those inner courtyard prodigies who had come to witness the spectacle to question their own realities. Not only them, but Zhao Hangshan and the elders also blinked in disbelief, rubbing their eyes, convinced they must be dreaming. Yet no matter how much they rubbed or blinked, the reality remained unchanged. These venerable figures, who had instilled fear across the Qingxian and Tianjin sects for centuries, were now collectively kneeling before a youth in his early 20s, seeking his pardon. In unison, they implored, "Holy Son, please forgive us." Chen Mu, however, was more concerned with the remaining 6 or 7 who stood defiantly. Sensing his gaze upon them, they gathered their courage and retorted, "Not a chance. We would rather stand and die than kneel." With a resounding strike of his palm, Chen Mu obliterated those 6 individuals, turning them into mere blood mist, leaving no trace behind. He felt no remorse, for they had declared their unwillingness to kneel, and he merely acted as a benevolent hand in fulfilling their wish to maintain their final line of pride. Their resolve was not as unyielding as he had anticipated. With a wave of his hand, silence enveloped the space, as if the very air had stilled. Every heart could distinctly hear its own rhythm. Their understanding of the Qingxian Holy Sun deepened profoundly. The inner courtyard has seen an abundance of fallen leaves lately. You shall remain and tidy the grounds. We shall obey, came the unanimous and respectful response. This at least signified that if they performed well, perhaps they would genuinely earn Chen Mu's forgiveness and regain their former powers. Rather than harboring resentment, they felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Mu. After all, with the grim fate of the 6 or 7 individuals who had perished, they dared not act recklessly again. As for you, the Tianjin sect has lost its capacity for self-preservation. Why not simply integrate into the Qingxian sect? Chen Mu decided to extend a significant favor to Zhao Hangshan. Such a gesture would ensure that, even without a modification device, he could not refuse Chen Mu's future requests. This was an immense kindness. The notion of the esteemed members of the Tianjin sect sweeping the streets of the Qingxian sect was already enough to leave Zhao Hangshan questioning his very existence. When he heard Chen Mu propose that the Tianjin sect submit to the Qingxian sect, he felt it was a fanciful thought. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yuanshan interjected, unhesitatingly agreeing. "We shall heed the Holy Sun's directive." They agreed so readily? Zhao Hangshan sank back into his seat, unable to contain himself as he reached behind to pinch his flesh. Hiss! The pain elicited a sharp intake of breath. This was no dream. Everything was unfolding in stark reality. Had he known that the Tianjin sect had suffered grievous losses, with the sect master and elders either dead or gravely injured, he would not have questioned why Lu Yuanshan had acquiesced so easily. "Come, Xiaohei, let us continue our journey through the mountains." How splendid it was that the matter had been resolved so perfectly. Chen Mu turned, leading the Qilin away as if on a leisurely stroll. Meanwhile, the news spread rapidly through the inner courtyard prodigies, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, until the entirety of the Qingxian sect was aware that the formidable members of the Tianjin sect had knelt in apology, and those who did not were summarily turned to blood mist by a mere gesture. The news of the Tianjin sect's pledge of allegiance to the Qingxian sect reverberated with astonishment. My heavens, that is indeed the Tianjin sect, a force far superior to us, and they have surrendered. Without delving into this matter, those individuals in their prime were all extraordinary talents, wielding immense power. Now, in their quest for survival, they are willing to kneel before the Holy Sun. Is life not more precious than dignity? Once life is extinguished, what worth is there in discussing dignity? I believe they have broadened their paths by aligning themselves with our Qingxian zone, clinging to the Holy Sun. Isn't that commendable? Goodness. They were actually on the 3rd level. The Holy Sun is invincible. The dashing and formidable Holy Sun. How I long to bear his offspring. Even senior sister Lu can only serve as his handmaiden. You? Perhaps it's best to return home and rest. They chatter among themselves while Chen Mu strolls at his own pace. I must say, this little black Qilin possesses remarkable stamina. It has run circles around several peaks without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, Chen Mu has mastered supreme agility. Otherwise, keeping pace with it would have been a challenge. Where's this place? Chen Mu suddenly realizes that the little black Qilin has brought him to a rather eerie location. Subsequently, the little black Qilin halts before a small mound and begins to dig with its claws. A flurry of sand and stones erupts, mixed with some wood shavings. Then, Chen Mu sees that the little black Qilin has uncovered a complete skeleton. With your Qilin bloodline, how can you still succumb to such canine instincts? Chen Mu raises his hand to his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile, somewhat exuding a sense of frustration over wasted potential. He glances at the stone tablet nearby, partially obscured by moss and soil, the inscriptions barely legible. It seems to read xianxia. After meticulously searching his memories, Chen Mu finally recalls what this place is, a burial site for the esteemed ancestors of Qing Xianzong. Entry is not granted to just anyone. One must possess formidable strength and have contributed to the sect during their lifetime to be laid to rest in Qingxia. Eating bones is reserved for the strong, which is at least a glimmer of hope, Chen Mu jested. Though he could not ascertain how many years had passed, the bones indeed held a trace of spiritual energy. As the little black Qilin seems to understand Chen Mu's praise, its tail wags even more vigorously, stirring up a powerful gust of wind. Boldly, who dares disturb my rest? Chapter 43, The First Talented One? A single slap sends souls scattering. An ethereal voice resonates from ahead, accompanied by a wisp of blue smoke emerging from the fractured bones, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid figure. Azure and translucent, its clothing and visage are discernible. A remnant soul, perhaps? Chen Mu murmurs. The presence of a lingering soul suggests a reluctance to simply fade away, whether hundreds or thousands of years. It seeks the hope of rebirth. Upon encountering my presence, why do you not kneel? The elder's tone is haughty. Suddenly recalling something, he turns swiftly and exclaims, quickly, have that beast release my remains, or else. Wait, is that a Qilin? The elder's pupils constrict in shock. Turning back to Chen Mu, he is astonished that someone so young has such an opportunity. It seems he is a person of great fortune. In that case, I will reluctantly take you as my disciple. Allow me to enter your sea of souls, and I shall impart powerful cultivation techniques to you. The elder continues. Chen Mu feels this approach is all too familiar. Had he not been bound to the system, agreeing to the elder's proposal would have likely led to a life of mediocrity. Not interested? Given the existence of the system, there is no reason to acquiesce. Moreover, he is merely a remnant soul of a powerful figure from Qing Xianzong. How audacious! For one to think themselves worthy of my attention is a privilege, and to act as if they possess luck while disregarding my presence is laughable. I am the master of Qing Xianzong during the Wanli era, the first on the talented ones list. Chen Mu ponders. It is often said that without comparison, one cannot feel the pain of inadequacy. This exceedingly arrogant elder pales in comparison to Zhao Hongshan, who is far more agreeable. I grant you one more opportunity. Release the shackles of your sea of souls, and let me in. Though he speaks as if giving Chen Mu time to consider, his tone is overwhelmingly assertive. Enough. Chen Mu waves his hand, dispersing the remnant soul into nothingness. Unable to withstand a single slap, yet aspiring to teach. How preposterous. Following this, Chen Mu permits the little black Qilin to crush the skeleton and swallow it whole. From its expression, the bones infused with spiritual energy must be quite delectable. Enough. Do you intend to unearth every grave here? Chen Mu steps down on the fallen leather strap, halting the little black Qilin from continuing its mischief. Suddenly, footsteps echo nearby. Chen Mu turns to see Zhao Hongshan, the master of Qing Xianzong, approaching. I greet the Holy Sun. Zhao Hongshan is taken aback, not expecting Chen Mu to be in such a place, and promptly clasps his hands in greeting. A sect leader bowing to a disciple, even if it is the Holy Sun, would be considered unreasonable in other sections. However, within Qing Xianzong, Zhao Hongshan believes there to be no impropriety. He is deserving. I have seen the sect leader, Chen Mu replies politely. In the next moment, Zhao Hongshan notices the disturbed grave and the scattered white bone fragments, then glances at the leather strap Chen Mu is stepping on. No matter the grievances, one can only swallow them down. He cannot contend with these two living embodiments of death. May I inquire as to the sect leader's purpose for visiting Qingxia? Chen Mu senses the awkward atmosphere and proactively shifts the topic. I have come to pay my respects to the previous sect leader, who was also my mentor. Zhao Hongshan says, lifting 2 flasks of wine he carries, as he was a connoisseur in life. I see. Would you like to join me in visiting? I have some matters to discuss with the Holy Sun. Zhao Hongshan extends an invitation. Very well, Chen Mu nods. Lin Juezi, on the stone tablet. Only the lower right corner bears a minuscule inscription of the name of the individual buried here. The remainder of the large stone tablet is filled with ancient characters, resembling a cultivation mantra. Before Chen Mu can inquire, Zhao Hongshan steps forward to explain. The Holy Sun must be curious about what is inscribed on the tombstone, correct? This is actually a technique created by the previous sect leader. He once relied on this method to safeguard Qing Xianzong from annihilation by Tianjianzong. Before his passing, he left a will stating that only those who comprehend this technique may inherit the position of sect leader. So, Zhao sect leader, You have comprehended it? Chen Mu currently sees no clarity in this matter. No, I have only comprehended half. Zhao Hongshan shakes his head with a wry smile. However, a leader is indispensable. You do not intend for me to resolve this conundrum for you, do you? Chen Mu inquires with a smile. To claim he has no such thoughts would be a lie. Zhao Hongshan candidly admits, this is his inner turmoil. If he can comprehend the technique left on the stone tablet, he would have no regrets in death. Opening the system panel. Stone tablet inscribed with mysterious techniques. Difficulty of deciphering. Extremely high, modifiable. If one can avoid straining their brain, why waste brain cells? Would you like to modify extremely high to simple? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Simultaneously, Chen Mu raises his hand to reveal the new clarity to Zhao Hongshan. Zhao Hongshan gazes in confusion. But when he looks back at the stone tablet, the conundrum that had plagued him for decades is suddenly unraveled. This, the Holy Sun, is indeed remarkable. Zhao admires you. Zhao Hongshan says respectfully, should there be a need for Zhao in the future, the Holy Sun need only speak, and I shall not decline. He is not merely offering empty platitudes. Chen Mu perceives his loyalty and goodwill soaring. Very well. With such an overture, Chen Mu finds no reason to be polite. Subsequently, he leaves Zhao Hongshan to practice the technique alone. Chen Mu, with the now smaller little black Qilin in tow, leisurely departs xianxiaaudiobooks. As for the technique inscribed on the stone tablet, Chen Mu has made a note of it. It is called Qing Mu Ju, a high-grade technique of the Xian tier. Despite being merely at the Xian level, cultivation can indeed extend one's lifespan. The former sect master reaped the benefits of the Qing Mu Ju, living 300 years longer than his peers of the same realm. If the Xian level possesses such efficacy, one can only imagine the potential of upgrading it to the Tian level supreme form. This thought prompted a bold attempt. Upon opening the system, a prompt appeared. Would you like to modify the Xian level superior Qing Mu Ju to the Tian level supreme Qing Mu Ju? Modification confirmed. Modifying. Modification successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Eternal Life Ju. Huh, it even changed its name? After comprehending it with a single click, Chen Mu, possessing the longevity of the Tribulation Crossing realm, was instantly granted immortality. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Why not simply modify directly to immortality? What an unnecessary effort. Woof. Upon hearing the bark of Xiao He, Chen Mu crouched down to embrace him and asked with a smile, "What's up? Are you envious? Do you want immortality too?" Woof. Xiao He seemed to understand and nodded, as if aware of his master's boundless capabilities. All right, let us do it, Chen Mu said indulgently. He then opened the system and took a few seconds to modify Xiao He's lifespan to read immortality. Outsiders, even those supreme experts, would never dream that the precious treasure they sought throughout their lives could be so effortlessly acquired by Chen Mu, and even bestowed upon a dog. Chapter 44, The Arrival of the Shenglong Sect. Lu Ruoxue draws her sword. Unbeknownst to them, were they to discover this, they would surely lament that living as a dog was preferable. Meanwhile, the sect experts from the Tianjin sect donned coarse garments and wielded bamboo brooms, beginning to sweep fallen leaves along the streets, attracting a throng of disciples who paused to watch. Heavens! Is that truly a formidable expert from the Tianjin sect? I've seen him in books. 300 years ago, he single-handedly annihilated hundreds of bandits. He was the top sword talent in the Tianjin sect for a decade. Look at that person. He once shocked the Xian kingdom with a single waterfall sword move. Even the empire sent envoys to recruit him. My goodness. So many great figures are sweeping the streets of our Qingxian sect. Hearing the murmurs around them, everyone buried their heads in shame, unable to lift their gazes. Their ears turned crimson with embarrassment. How humiliating. Yet they lacked the courage to flee. Having made a promise, how could they not follow through? Escape? Where could they possibly go with these mortal bodies? They certainly did not wish to meet a fate of being obliterated into a mist of blood. In contrast, Lu Yuanshan was already on his way back to the Tianjin sect, determined to inform all disciples about the decision to submit to the Qingxian sect. He did not force those unwilling to stay. Lu Yuanshan understood very well that allegiance to the Qingxian sect, or rather to Chen Mu, was the Tianjin sect's only path to survival. Nowadays, the conflicts surrounding cultivation resources were escalating, and if this continued, even if the Tianjin sect remained unscathed, it could not endure for centuries. He felt grateful that Chen Mu had provided the Tianjin sect with such an opportunity, a sentiment he held sincerely. Time flew by. Upon returning to the Tianjin sect, Lu Yuanshan immediately utilized a long-distance communication technique to announce the submission to the entire sect. What? The Tianjin sect is submitting to the Qingxian sect? Why? Need one even ponder? Had they forgotten that finger? Within the Qingxian sect, there existed a monster. Our Tianjin sect has already lost. Could it be that Qingxian Saint Sun? Is it possible for such a mere Saint Sun to wield such influence? Surely. It must be an extraordinary expert who has achieved enlightenment. Each had their own theories regarding this matter. Upon receiving detailed information, Lu Yuanshan discovered that the actual number of disciples intending to depart was considerably fewer than anticipated. After all, a large tree provides ample shade, and for them, the merger of the two sects might yield greater cultivation resources. If they did not benefit, they could always consider leaving later. Following this, Lu Yuanshan decided to first bring the top 100 prodigies from the inner courtyard to the Qingxian sect. It was implausible to forcefully relocate all Tianjian sect members to the Qingxian sect at once. A gradual process was necessary. This 100 prodigies would be sufficient to signify their intent. From this point onward, the Tianjian sect would essentially function as a branch of the Qingxian sect. As the sun set, the horizon was awash with orange-red hues, complemented by the clouds, creating a picturesque scene. The 100 prodigies from the inner courtyard of the Tianjian sect, led by Lu Yuanshan, arrived at the Qingxian sect. The disciples of the Qingxian sect did not intentionally create difficulties or mock these individuals. After all, they would all be one family in the future, and there was no need for hostility. They would meet each other often. Uncertain if they would have the chance to meet the Qingxian saint's son, who had slain senior brother Zhao Lai, one prodigy asked. Who told you that senior brother Zhao Lai was killed by the Qingxian saint's son? Who else could it be? Was it merely a maid from the Qingxian saint's son's residence? At that moment, the prodigy ranked 78th opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Step aside. Clear the way. A sudden, commanding voice echoed from behind the group. The disciples of the Tianjian sect were displeased, wondering who was so arrogant. Turning around, the words that almost escaped their lips were swallowed back in an instant. Isn't that the attire of the Shenglong sect? One of the top 10 sects, the Shenglong sect? What brings them here? Ask me, and I shall ask whom. Could it be that the Shenglong sect is submitting to the Qingxian sect? Dream on. They are the Shenglong sect. Do you think we are the Tianjin sect? The words sounded strange, as they quickly retreated to the sides, holding a deep respect for the powerful. Seeing their compliance, the dozen or so disciples from the Shenglong sect grew even prouder, practically gazing up at the heavens. One could not help but worry that they might strain their necks. Everyone was curious as to why the seemingly unrelated Shenglong sect had come to the Qingxian sect. Just as they pondered, a disciple from the Shenglong sect stepped forward, casually grabbing the collar of one disciple and pulling him from the ranks. In an authoritative tone, he shouted, "Go tell your sect master that we of the Shenglong sect have come specifically to see your Qingxian saint's son. He should hurry and come meet us. Make it quick. If we are kept waiting, the consequences will be yours to bear." With that, he forcefully shoved the young disciple backward. As he was about to fall, a hand reached out from behind, steadying him to maintain his balance. "Are you all right?" A woman asked with concern. The young disciple turned to see Lu Ruoxue and clasped his fists, shaking his head. "Thank you, Lu Shiji, I'm fine." "Look, it's Lu Shiji." Lu Shiji? The gazes of the Tianjian sect and Shenglong sect disciples all fell upon Lu Ruoxue. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura that seemed unattainable. The disciples of the Tianjian sect found it hard to fathom that such a proud beauty would willingly serve as a maid. "You are Lu Ruoxue?" "Indeed, seeing is believing. You are as stunning as they say. I am Zhao Wuho, a disciple of the Shenglong sect. I wonder if Miss Lu would be interested in a deeper exchange?" He deliberately emphasized certain words, causing many girls present to blush. A rogue, Lu Ruoxue had no intention of holding back. "Draw your sword. Unsheath it." Though he was indeed handsome, his swordplay was entirely contrary to her expectations. "If you wish to speak, perhaps I might teach you," Zhao Wuho remarked, casually raising his hand. Not even intending to use his spiritual energy, aiming merely to catch the sword blade with 2 fingers. With a swift motion, Lu Ruoxue's sword pierced through his left chest. The cut perfectly clean. The speed was so remarkable that blood only began to flow afterward. Gasping for breath, Zhao Wuho's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, this is impossible." He attempted to gather his energy to retaliate against Lu Ruoxue. With a swift motion, Lu Ruoxue withdrew her silver sword, leaving it bloodless. She would not grant Zhao Wuho that opportunity. Faced with an absolute disparity in realm, every move Zhao Wuho made was anticipated by her. Those who dare to show disrespect to their own master shall find that Lu Ruoxue has learned from Chen Mu's previous lesson and will leave no survivors. She is determined to eradicate any possibility of leaving roots for regrowth, ensuring that none escape her wrath. The cold gleam of her sword is blinding. With a single stroke, she severed Zhao Wuho's head, sending it tumbling several meters away, his eyes and mouth agape in disbelief as he met his untimely end. Zhao Wuho could never have imagined that after a life of tyranny, he would meet such a humiliating demise at the hands of a woman he scorned. In front of thousands, he was pierced through the heart and beheaded. This outcome was beyond the expectations of anyone present. Previously, when you claimed he could slay Zhao Lixing, I had my doubts. Now, I am convinced. Such formidable strength begs the question, why would one of such caliber serve as a maid? Could it be that the Holy Sun surpasses her in strength? Surely, if the Holy Sun were weaker than a female prodigy, he would not be worthy of that title. Perhaps, for now, the Holy Sun merely possesses great talent, and in time, he will surely surpass Miss Lu. The disciples of the Tianjin sect whispered among themselves, discussing the matter. Upon witnessing one of their own beheaded by Lu Ruoshui, the disciples of the Shenglong sect swiftly took action, marching in unison to encircle her. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to overpower us with numbers? Have you consulted us? Indeed, this is Qingxian sect, not your Shenglong sect. As the Shenglong sect attempted to bully Lu Ruoshui with their numbers, the surrounding disciples of Qingxian sect grew displeased, stepping forward to defend their goddess and senior sister from foreign oppression. Silence! You have no place to speak here. A thunderous roar rang out. The crowd turned to see the source of the voice, their words caught in their throats, swallowed back in fear. They recognized that the speaker was not someone of their station to provoke. He stood enveloped in a massive inferno, his clothes and hair untouched by the flames. Yet those who dared to approach felt an unbearable heat, more intense than the sun. Seeing this, the disciples of Shenglong sect could not contain their arrogance any longer. Our senior brother Chu Tianming is among the top 10 of Shenglong sect, a prodigious disciple possessing the sacred fire body. How dare you mere fish offend us? Indeed, a bunch of worthless shrimp, daring to stand against Shenglong sect. I wonder who gave you such courage. Kneel and apologize. Even though they hailed from one of the 10 strongest sects, their petty demeanor was on full display at that moment. The disciples of Qingxian sect fell silent. They were indeed faced with a prodigy bearing the sacred body from a top sect, one they could not afford to provoke. To expect us to kneel before you, you may find yourselves lacking the qualifications. With a roar, Lu Ruoshui unleashed her spiritual energy, crashing against the disciples of Shenglong sect like a tumultuous wave. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This was the might of the Jindan realm. How could she, a mere inner courtyard disciple, possess such strength? I have heard that even the sect master of Qingxian sect is only at the Jindan level. This must be an illusion she is casting. Do not be deceived. With a sweep of her sword, imbued with visible spiritual energy, she executed a strike that beheaded all the Shenglong sect disciples except for Chu Tianming. The sound of decapitation echoed, and headless corpses fell one after another in a grotesque display. As for Chu Tianming, thanks to the protection of the sacred body and his own cultivation at the 6th level of fusion, along with a heart shield mirror, he barely preserved his life. A Jindan realm expert. She truly is a powerhouse of the Jindan level. If even a maid possesses such strength, what must her master, the Holy Sun of Qingxian, be capable of? Uncertain of what lies ahead, the disciples of Tianjin sect grew increasingly eager to witness Chen Mu, the Holy Sun, in action. Kneel and apologize for your disrespectful actions to my master and the entire Qingxian sect, or shall I strike again? Lu Ruoshui pointed her sword at Chu Tianming, demanding an answer. Do not be so arrogant. Killing me will not be so simple. Chu Tianming retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom. With a pop, he uncorked it and tilted his head back, pouring the crimson liquid into his mouth. Instantly, his spiritual energy surged, flames erupting around him, reaching heights of several meters and igniting a true inferno. It is said that Shenglong sect was once the site of an ancient dragon tomb, where vast quantities of dragon blood essence were stored, which they refined into dragon blood spiritual liquid, capable of exponentially increasing one's cultivation in a short time. No wonder it is called Shenglong sect. The power he now exudes nearly matches Lu Ruoshui's. Coupled with the sacred body, the two are evenly matched. Chu Tianming's once black hair turned white, his bloodline shifting to a deep crimson, the patterns visible through his fair skin, as if he were possessed by fire. Yet, unlike a true possession, his mind remained unaffected. If you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your lives. At this moment, for Chu Tianming, it was a matter of pressing urgency. They had come at Qian Huanyuan's orders to investigate the Holy Sun of Qingxian, but never expected such resistance. With the killing of several disciples from Shenglong sect, would they not retaliate tenfold or 100-fold? Where would Shenglong's dignity be? What of his own pride as an inner courtyard prodigy? Even with the dragon blood spiritual liquid and the enhancement of the sacred body, Chu Tianming felt no fear as Lu Ruoshui approached him with her sword drawn. Ice and fire clashed in a dazzling display, the two forces colliding and evaporating into white mist. The waves of fire pressed down, only to be cleaved apart by Lu Ruoshui's sword. Both sides were indeed evenly matched. All of this was clearly observed by Chen Mu, who lounged lazily in Qingyun Mansion, utilizing the Qiutian mirror to witness the event unfold. Dragon blood, combined with the sacred body, is quite intriguing. It seems unfair that only you possess the sacred body. opening Lu Ruoshue's personal attribute panel. He recalled it was called the Sacred Fire Body. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Die. Chu Tianming unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a massive wave of flames, attempting to settle the matter with one decisive blow and eliminate Lu Ruoshue. At that moment, Lu Ruoshue suddenly felt a surge of heat within her, coursing through her organs and along her meridians. Boom! A colossal firestorm erupted, soaring into the heavens and igniting the sky. The fire palm Chu Tianming had unleashed was absorbed entirely. An omen. Another omen. This time, it was conjured by Lu Ruoshue. Could she be awakening her sacred body as well? Can the sacred body awaken so unexpectedly? Could it be the work of the Holy Sun behind the scenes? Others might not believe it, but as disciples of Qingxian Sect, they understood that such phenomena were not impossible for their Holy Sun. Looking back at Chu Tianming, he suddenly swung his arm, his expression crumbling as he shouted, "No, this is impossible. The sacred fire body? How could you awaken the same sacred body as mine? Such coincidences cannot happen. Witchcraft. It must be witchcraft. I shall uphold justice." Chu Tianming could not accept reality, extending his arms to summon his trump card, the descent of the sacred fire to incinerate all. Yet the next moment, he found that all his released spiritual energy and flames were devoured by Lu Ruoshue, forcibly drawn to her. Above her head, a fiery orb coalesced, radiant and scorching, rivaling the sun itself. Chapter 46. The Holy Sun takes action, slaying Qian Hunyuan. In that moment, Chu Tianming was compelled to set aside his pride, lowering his arms. He understood that it was all over for him, completely over. The fireball descended as Lu Ruoshue released it, seemingly about to crush Chu Tianming, engulfing him entirely and incinerating him to the point of leaving no trace behind. Stop! Do not harm my disciple. Unexpectedly, a figure burst forth like Cheng Yaojin. He charged forward and struck Chu Tianming in the chest with a powerful palm. Bang! Boom! Chu Tianming was instantly propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling several meters away before crashing onto the ground. In contrast, the elders standing beneath the fireball raised both hands, unleashing a spirit energy as clear and cold as spring water. It coiled around, enveloped, and devoured the fireball, continuously cooling and shrinking it until it vanished entirely. Heavens! Who is that? Such a terrifying blow was effortlessly neutralized. Observing his attire, it was evident he belonged to the Shenglong zone. Given his age and strength, he must be an elder. Surely, did you not hear him just now? Do not harm my disciple. The master of a prodigious disciple could not possibly be an ordinary character. It was unexpected that an elder from the inner court of Shenglong zone had also arrived. Confronted with the sudden appearance of Qian Hunyuan, whose strength far surpassed her own, did Lu Ruoshue feel fear? Yes. Yet, she never contemplated retreating even a single step, even if not for herself. To preserve Chen Mu's reputation from disgrace, Lu Ruoshue was resolute in her unwillingness to retreat. Qian Hunyuan surveyed the scattered remains of the Shenglong zone disciples. His fingers clenched tightly. Though his expression seemed unchanged, one could sense the depth of his fury at this moment. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web under the weight of his imposing aura, sinking downwards. Who gave you the audacity to slay my Shenglong zone disciples? To lay a hand on my disciple, Qian Hunyuan. His voice was deep and resonant, booming like thunder. What I gave you is insufficient. A portal opened, and Chen Mu stepped out beside Lu Ruoshue, casually remarking, "Master." Lu Ruoshue cast an excited glance towards him. Is he the Qing Xianxingzi? Judging by his appearance, one could tell he was a dragon among men. What a handsome young man. His charm was such that even I could not help but yield to his brilliance. Would this avoidance last a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Qian Hunyuan scrutinized Chen Mu. You are the Qing Xianxingzi? Before Chen Mu could respond, he continued with a harsh interrogative tone. Is it you who secretly employed forbidden techniques to cause my disciple to lose his sacred body? Is it you who turned old Wu into a puppet and pierced my disciple's right rib with a poisoned dagger, rendering him incapable of cultivation? You must die. Throughout, Qian Hunyuan had no intention of allowing Chen Mu to speak. He lunged forward, fingers poised like talons to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Mu. Seeing his master take action, the recently revived Chu Tianming revealed a smile, knowing that all these people would meet their demise. They would pay for the lives of his deceased fellow disciples. How could this be? Boom, boom. Just as his fingers were about to graze Chen Mu's face, an overwhelming, invisible pressure descended from above. Qian Hunyuan, under this weight, could not rise. He first buckled his knees and knelt before finally collapsing completely to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. His body crushed the bluestone tiles, sinking deeper. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, every bone in his body seemed to shatter. His organs were subjected to an inescapable oppression, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bang, whoosh, whoosh. The next instant, an explosion ensued, leaving nothing but a pool of blood filling the cracks of the shattered stones. Another insignificant character, grandstanding with empty threats. Interrupting my rest. Chen Mu remarked with a yawn, wiping away a tear that had escaped the corner of his eye. Chu Tianming, disciples of the Tianjianzong, despite having anticipated all of this, could not help but reveal the same expression upon witnessing it firsthand. Shun Longzong, one of the 10 strongest sects, an elder, and an inner court elder at that, was instantly eliminated by Chen Mu without him even lifting a finger. In that moment, it was hard to discern whether Chen Mu was too strong or Qian Hunyuan was too weak. Master, how should we deal with this fellow? Lu Ruoxue approached Chu Tianming with her sword, its tip resting against his neck. Blood began to ooze forth. Do not ask me such foolish questions again. Chen Mu replied with exasperation. Chu Tianming clearly understood the implication in Chen Mu's words and immediately protested. No, you cannot kill me. I am from Sheng Longzong. Swish. With a swift movement, Lu Ruoxue drew her sword, the blade slicing through the air, and blood sprayed like ink across the ground, leaving a long streak. Returning to Chen Mu's side, Lu Ruoxue felt guilty for having spoken out of turn. It was obvious that such a person had no need to be spared. Let us return. Chen Mu opened another portal, stepping inside. Yes, master. Lu Ruoxue followed closely behind, leaving the disciples of Qing Xianzong and Tianjianzong in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Deeper and deeper they fell, unable to extricate themselves. Some, overwhelmed by shock, found their jaws dislocated, unable to return to their previous state, and had to seek assistance from others. At Qingyanfu, Chen Mu reclined in a chair, enjoying Lu Ruoxue's massage. Master, it is entirely my fault for being too weak. You not only granted me cultivation but also bestowed upon me the sacred body, and yet I have failed to meet your expectations, Lu Ruoxue said, looking pitiful. Learn from this experience and strive for improvement in your cultivation, Chen Mu replied, once again activating the Tianjing mirror. Since last night, he had not checked on Luo Yu's situation. Had it not been for the appearance of Chu Tianming and Qian Hunyuan, Chen Mu might have completely forgotten about that individual. The image in the mirror revealed Luo Yu in his chamber, diligently unwrapping the moss-green bandages soaked in medicinal liquid from his body. It appeared he had nearly healed, though his pallor still betrayed his weakness. Compared to before, he seemed far more frail. Yet, a radiant smile illuminated his face, clearly anticipating that his master had arrived at Qing Xianzong and was wreaking havoc. Others were inconsequential. But that useless Shengzi must be left for last so that I can personally slay him. I cannot wait to see the expression on his face as a mere cripple falls beneath my blade. Laughing to himself, he donned his training attire, preparing to set off for Qing Xianzong. When it came to self-indulgence, no one could match Chen Mu, and if pressed to name one, Luo Yu would barely qualify. Reduced to a cripple, yet he could still smile with glee. What a commendable mindset. However, Chen Mu excelled in delivering the final blow and striking at the heart. A portal? How did a portal appear here? Just as Luo Yu finished dressing and was about to open the door, he noticed a shimmering portal materializing beside him. Chapter 47. The Overwhelming Slaughter of Luo Yu. Shocking Sheng Longzong. Could it be that master has returned? Yet, Luo Yu did not recall his master being capable of such advanced teleportation techniques. Not even the sect leader or other elders could achieve this without the aid of artifacts. His mood turned anxious. Swallowing hard, he felt an unsettling unease. At that moment, Chen Mu stepped through. This individual was unfamiliar to Luo Yu. He could not recognize the attire of the Qing Xianzong disciples, as they were too weak for him to bother committing to memory. Before he could finish, Luo Yu spotted Lu Ruoxue. Their reunion filled Luo Yu with immense joy. Wait, could this person be the Qing Xianxingzi? Did master send him back through the portal to alleviate our worries? And he even brought Lu Ruoxue along for me. Luo Yu was utterly smitten with his master. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruoxue's face bore an icy demeanor upon hearing him directly address her by name. At this moment, Luo Yu tilted his head, fixated on the portal, awaiting the grand appearance of Qian Hunyuan. However, as time passed, with each fleeting second, the portal eventually closed without revealing Qian Hunyuan. What is happening? Where is my master? Luo Yu inquired anxiously. If you wish to find him, I'm afraid you can only descend below, was the cryptic reply. Below? Luo Yu instinctively lowered his head. His eyes widened as the word hell involuntarily surfaced in his mind. What have you done to my master? He demanded. Chen Mu, unfazed, retrieved a stone of memory. How can this be? Luo Yu gasped at the sight within the stone, witnessing Qian Hunyuan, crushed under a formidable force, his body obliterated, utterly powerless. Luo Yu stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Who exactly are you? He pressed, returning his gaze to Chen Mu. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Yet you don't even know who I am? Chen Mu found this amusing. Enough of this. He gestured to Lu Ruoxue to take action. Send this filial disciple to meet his master. On the road to the Yellow Springs, they shall have each other's company. As Lu Ruoxue approached with her sword drawn, despair flooded Luo Yu's expression, and he retreated incessantly. Ruoxue, what do you intend to do? We grew up together. Will you kill me for him? Any foe of the master must perish. Lu Ruoxue swiftly unsheathed her sword. Huh. Lu Ruoxue froze, for Luo Yu had vanished without a trace, leaving only a piece of burning yellow talisman paper behind. An escape talisman? Moreover, one of considerable grade. I apologize, master, I let him escape. Lu Ruoxue expressed with a look of regret. Do not worry, he cannot flee. Chen Mu turned and stepped into the portal, with Lu Ruoxue closely following. Meanwhile, Luo Yu reappeared out of thin air, kneeling on the ground, one hand propping himself up, the other clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Where's this? Once he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had been randomly transported to the enforcement hall. Is that not Luo Xingzi? How did you end up here? Someone remarked, puzzled. Quickly, save me, someone wants to kill me. Luo Yu shouted. Who wants to kill you? The person questioned. The Qingxian sect, the people of Qingxian want to kill me. Luo Yu cried out in agony. Upon hearing this, the enforcement elder merely smiled lightly, thinking Luo Yu was jesting. Luo Xingzi, it seems the pressure has driven you to hallucinate. This is the Sacred Dragon sect. How could a third-rate sect dare to kill on our territory, especially that of our sacred son? The enforcement elder had heard of Luo Yu's failed awakening of the sacred body and assumed this incident had struck him too hard, leading him to speak nonsense. Just then, a portal opened before them, revealing Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue stepping forth. Examining the two of them, they noted, is that the attire of the Qingxian sect? How audacious of them to kill on the territory of the Sacred Dragon sect. Have they lost their minds? With fingers forming a circle, a whistle escaped from their lips. Within moments, hundreds of elite enforcers rushed in, surrounding Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue. It was at that moment that Luo Yu's anxious heart finally found solace. Now, you are doomed. Luo Yu rose, a twisted smile appearing on his face, still tinged with fear. You should never have come to the Sacred Dragon sect to kill me. What is wrong with the minds of you people from the Qingxian sect? Utterly delusional. Chen Mu paid no heed to Luo Yu's taunts. With a wave of his hand, boom, 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 hundreds were reduced to blood mist and bone dust, transforming the enforcement hall into a macabre tableau. Blood splattered all over Luo Yu, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Before his smile could fade, Chen Mu was already upon him, gripping his neck and lifting him from the ground. You cannot do this, Luo Yu protested. Crack. With a gentle twist, Chen Mu snapped Luo Yu's neck. He relished the moment, savoring the sound of the fracture. Since he was invincible, finding joy in such acts was hardly a sin. The sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor, approaching from all directions. More elite enforcers and the Elder of Enforcement hastened to the scene, surrounding Chen Mu in layers. This matter is a personal grievance. It is not your concern. Do not seek your own demise, Chen Mu cautioned. Preposterous. Attack. Kill him, commanded the head of the enforcement hall with a wave of his hand. Arms fell like guillotines, and hundreds launched their assault. Sighing deeply, Chen Mu lamented the folly of humanity. What could he do? He exhaled a breath of icy air. Lu Ruoxue watched as the nearest blade brushed against a strand of his dark hair, only to be instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures. All life ceased to exist. Hundreds fell lifeless in extreme cold. The entire enforcement hall was enveloped in frost. This bizarre phenomenon attracted numerous disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect to witness. Look, the inner courtyard, the outer courtyard, even the deputy sect master has arrived. What on earth is happening? It is my first time seeing so many prominent figures. Stay back. Remember, when gods battle, mortals suffer. A group of outer courtyard elders soared above the enforcement hall on their swords, forming a circle. With one hand gripping the wrist of the other, fingers positioned like a sword, they extended their arms straight, channeling spiritual energy to shatter the ice. Little did they know, this action would shatter the entire enforcement hall as well. Like a mountain collapsing, they beheld Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue standing amidst the chaos. Everyone was taken aback. Are they disciples of Qingxian? Chapter 48. The sect's first formation? Is that all? How did disciples of Qingxian end up in our Sacred Dragon sect? Surely not. The enforcement hall was annihilated by a disciple of Qingxian? Who were those two? Qingxian sect? Is there such a sect in our Xian kingdom? Merely a low-tier sect with no presence. They once sought me out, but I couldn't be bothered to glance at them. However, that woman beside him is truly exquisite. The outer courtyard's grand elder, Sun Chongqing, was the first to step forward, demanding, Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Sacred Dragon sect, destroying the enforcement hall? He understood that such minor characters were unworthy of the inner courtyard or the sect master's attention. Addressing them would only diminish their status. As the leader of the outer courtyard, he needed to assert himself, seizing this opportunity to showcase his worth before the inner courtyard. He hoped to gain favor for a chance to join them. Although they belonged to the same sect, the treatment between the inner and outer courtyards was worlds apart. Chen Mu had no time to respond to Sun Changqing's inquiries. His focus was solely on the kill notifications flashing on the system panel before him. The previously activated feature of 100 loot drop upon kills was still in effect. Successfully killed an Enforcement Hall disciple. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a top-tier Huang grade Chu Yun sword, 1 3rd-grade elixir, and 4 2nd-grade elixirs. Successfully killed an Enforcement Elder. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a top-tier Xian grade turtleback armor and a low-tier Earth grade tiger helm. Successfully killed the head of the Enforcement Hall. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-tier Celestial grade Lihing blade and a top-tier Earth grade soul-burning sword. The rewards were substantial. The various elixirs alone totaled over 10,000. 1 Celestial grade weapon and over 10 Earth grade weapons. Although Chen Mu could freely modify and upgrade the quality of these items, the thrill of killing and plundering brought him immense joy. Observing Chen Mu, and then glancing at the awkwardly expressioned Sun Changqing beside him, along with the numerous formidable figures of the Xinglongzong hovering in the air, Lu Ruoshui's heart began to flutter with anxiety. The Xinglongzong was not to be trifled with like the Tianjianzong. She still harbored a sense of reverence for such a powerful sect, facing so many strong adversaries. It was entirely natural to feel overwhelmed and powerless. A cultivator at the Jindan realm would hold the position of a sect leader in the Qingxian sect. Yet in the Xinglongzong, such strength would at best allow one to be a lower-ranking elder in the inner court, without significant influence. The unspoken pressure from the top 10 elders and that deputy sect master gripped Lu Ruoshui's heart like an invisible hand, causing her breath to grow heavy. Unruly junior, daring to disregard my presence. Sun Changqing seethed with rage, feeling humiliated before the inner court and the thousands of disciples, especially when disregarded by a seemingly inconsequential disciple of another sect. He could not afford to let this affront go unpunished. He was eager to see just how powerful this youth was to dare show such disdain towards him. Look, Elder Sun is making his move, murmured the onlookers. As the strongest elder of the outer court, it was outrageous that the boy had not even spared him a glance. How audacious! One could only wonder about the source of his confidence. Yet, let us not be too hasty in our conclusions. For someone capable of leaving the law enforcement hall strewn with bodies surely possesses considerable abilities. However, there was no doubt that he would be unable to endure Elder Sun's impending strike. Sun Changqing charged directly towards Chen Mu, his palm imbued with boundless spiritual energy, warping the air around him with a fierce howling. Master, be careful! Lu Ruoshui cried out, noticing Chen Mu's gaze fixated on something unseen, his focus entirely elsewhere. Sun Changqing was drawing ever closer, prompting her to grasp her sword and step forward. Even if she could not win, she had to fight. She would rather perish than allow Chen Mu to face danger alone. To Chen Mu, bothersome flies like Sun Changqing had but one remedy. He raised his hand and swatted it away. The sound of a thunderous explosion resonated, a shockwave forcing onlookers to stagger back as the winds whipped up sand and debris, stinging their eyes. Blood mist compressed into a single beam, shooting out several dozen meters before dissipating into the air. Lu Ruoshui and the disciples of Xinglongzong were left in disbelief. Had Elder Sun just been obliterated? Was this truly not an illusion? Surely, it could not be. That man was a pinnacle representative of our outer court. The pride of countless outer court disciples crumbled in an instant. Hurry, form a formation. Let us collectively confront this boy. The remaining outer court elders quickly regained their composure, soaring above Chen Mu to form a circular formation. They raised their palms skyward, channeling their spiritual energy toward the center. The combined energies of a dozen individuals coalesced into a magnificent 7-colored tower, radiant and sacred. Here it comes. The first binding array of our Xinglongzong, the 7-colored prison tower. Is this the legendary 7-colored prison tower? How astonishing. It is said that those suppressed by this tower rarely last a day. He does have some skill, but once the elders unleash this move, his life will meet its inevitable end. Suppress, they shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. As their arms descended, a tremendous pressure descended with the 7-colored prison tower. Disciples below the 5th level of Foundation establishment found their knees buckling, many succumbing to the overwhelming might and kneeling in submission. Suppress. In the face of such a grand display from the dozen elders, Chen Mu merely scoffed, finding it dull. As the tower descended, filling his field of vision, Lu Ruoshui instinctively shut her eyes and raised her arms to shield herself. How is this possible? A voice, not belonging to Chen Mu, expressed astonishment from above. Upon opening her eyes, Lu Ruoshui discovered that the 7-colored prison tower, now perilously close, was shattering into seven-colored stardust, scattering in all directions. It appeared there was an invisible protective barrier above that rendered the tower's power ineffective, causing it to self-destruct instead. The seven-colored prison tower had failed to work. How was this possible? How did he achieve this? I assure you, I have not blinked since the beginning. So I am certain he did not even lift a finger. Is Qingxian sect truly as weak as you claim? Are you certain it is not a top-tier sect? Many disciples of Xinglongzong transitioned from confidence to despair, ultimately questioning their very existence. Once more, the outer court elders, undeterred, resolved to continue their efforts to summon the seven-colored prison tower to suppress Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue. Is this never-ending? Chen Mu raised his hand, his fingertips releasing a wisp of blood-red spiritual energy, which shot forth like an arrow, swiftly and accurately piercing the hearts of several outer court elders. Chapter 49, Kill. The sword god body erupts. Bang, bang, bang. The spectators watched as the outer court elders plummeted from dozens of meters in the air, showing no signs of struggle. The sounds of bones shattering resonated not far from them. Some, summoning their courage, approached, checking for signs of life, and confirmed with certainty that the men were dead. Was it truly possible to annihilate all the outer court elders with a single blow? You were watching this all along, weren't you? What you saw with your own eyes cannot be false. Indeed, I now begin to doubt that my eyes are deceiving me. He appears to be of similar age to us, yet how can his power be so monstrous? It can only be said that there are always greater beings beyond the mountains and the heavens, a truth that remains unrefuted. The disciples had to acknowledge they had overestimated the strength of the outer court elders while underestimating Chen Mu's prowess. He was far more terrifying than they had imagined. As the tide turned against them, the inner court elders could no longer remain passive. Every second Chen Mu lived would bring further disgrace to the Xinglongzong. He must be eradicated without delay. Seeing them still unrepentant and preparing to act, Chen Mu slightly lifted his leg and stomped down. Boom! A column of thunder surged skyward, creating a massive hole in the cloud canopy. Immediately, dark clouds gathered, blocking out the sun and drastically reducing visibility. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within like dragons in hiding. That is the Thunder Sacred Body. A sharp-eyed elder recognized it. The so-called Thunder Sacred Body, ranked at the bottom, would be a breeze for us dozens to suppress. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a golden bolt of lightning, half a meter in diameter, descended from 10,000 meters above, striking him down and piercing through his entire being, connecting to the ground. Amidst the brilliance of the thunder, his form was swiftly consumed until he vanished entirely. Moreover, there were hundreds or even thousands of such golden bolts. They danced wildly within the sect, annihilating everything in their path. The spectacle was beyond description, grand and awe-inspiring. Quick, run. What are you still doing? Do you think you can withstand that thunderous might? The inner court elders have already been obliterated. Do you think I do not wish to flee? My body is paralyzed with fear. Is this truly the bottom-ranked sacred body? I have perused texts about the Thunder Sacred Body, and what was depicted is nowhere near this exaggerated. The only explanation is that his cultivation is outrageously high. This technique of summoning heavenly thunder is indeed impressive. Chen Mu gazed at the golden lightning, akin to a colossal serpent connecting heaven and earth, devouring all in its wake. Feeling utterly satisfied, the results exceeded all his expectations. Successfully killed an inner court elder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade heavenly tier 100 flame blade and a millennium-old Holy Spirit fruit. Successfully killed an inner court elder. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tianjia Zhongpin Duanhuan sword and the Dijie Shangpin Jinsi Lianzhu armor. The elder of the inner court has been successfully defeated. Congratulations to the host for this achievement. Master, someone has obstructed your thunderous might. Lu Ruoxue unexpectedly discovered and pointed in that direction. Obstructed? Chen Mu was genuinely curious about who possessed such formidable capabilities. Following Lu Ruoxue's finger, he found it was none other than Xianxia, the vice master of the Shenglong sect. At that moment, he was channeling his spiritual energy into countless radiant golden swords, which converged into a conical form, struggling to withstand one of the golden thunderbolts from above. Chen Mu learned that the golden swords were not merely techniques, but a form of a sacred body, ranking 38th on the physique list, the sword god body. With such a sacred body, it was not merely a matter of wielding a myriad of swords. With sufficient strength, one could easily cover the entire Zhongshuan realm with swords. Alas, the golden thunder grew increasingly oppressive, and Xianxia's sword defense began to shatter, threatening to collapse at any moment. He could not comprehend why. Despite possessing a sacred body that ranked above Chen Mu's, he was struggling so immensely. Was the gap between them truly so vast? A group of fleeing disciples, witnessing this scene, became even more convinced of Chen Mu's overwhelming prowess. It was astonishing. The Vice Master with the sword god body was unable to match him. Just how powerful was he? Why provoke him of all people? You must be tired of living, but I am not. I concede. I concede. I implore you to show mercy. Spare me a path to survival. Xianxia finally could not withstand the pressure, pleading loudly. At this moment, his pride was of little consequence, as it had already been thoroughly discarded. Why address Chen Mu as senior? The reason was simple. He could hardly believe that a junior could possess such extraordinary power. None of the formidable individuals in the Shenglong sect, including himself, could stand against him. They were merely prey in this one-sided slaughter. For this, Chen Mu offered no response. In fact, his silence was the most eloquent reply. Now you wish to beg for mercy? Why did you not do so earlier? As the Vice Master, allowing your subordinates to cause trouble was your folly. Chen Mu had no intention of showing leniency. Upon realizing his thoughts, Xianxia lamented that he was not the sect master, unable to activate the sect's great formation. Otherwise, he would have been able to resist. Unfortunately, at this moment, the sect master was in seclusion on the back mountain. He had sent numerous messages over great distances, but received no reply. Indeed, relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Go. He exerted himself, channeling all his spiritual energy to manifest thousands of swords, combining them into a massive blade aimed at Chen Mu, launching it forth. Xianxia understood well that dragging Chen Mu down with him was impossible, but at the very least, he could not let him enjoy himself too much. He wanted Chen Mu to remember him for eternity. Faced with that dazzling giant sword, Chen Mu concentrated his thoughts. Several bolts of golden lightning suddenly shifted direction, intertwining together, taking the form of a colossal serpent poised to devour. Boom. As Xianxia's heart sank into despair, the myriad of swords above him shattered completely. With the might of thunder, flesh and blood were vaporized. He could not die more thoroughly. The notification rang out, Vice Master defeated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sword God Body, 36 5th grade elixirs, and 106 4th grade elixirs. To say it was unexpected would be an understatement. He never anticipated that from Xianxia, the Sword God Body would be obtained. It saved him the trouble of modification. This fellow was indeed formidable. Luo Yu's remnant soul observed this spectacle, utterly astonished, unable to articulate his shock. He looked toward the infatuated Lu Ruoxue and finally understood why she chose Chen Mu over himself. His own talents paled in comparison before him. Fortunately, the heavens had not been unkind, granting him a chance at rebirth. Gazing at the nearby portal of reincarnation, Luo Yu resolved to reincarnate. His gaze fixed firmly upon Chen Mu. He gritted his teeth and vowed, in my next life, if I retain my memories, I shall repay today's grievances 100-fold. 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. Such thoughts were admirable, but alas, you will not have that opportunity. Chapter 50. The Sword God Body reaches maximum level. He is, in fact, a dual sacred body. Initially, upon hearing that voice emanate from Chen Mu, Luo Yu thought he was hallucinating. Or perhaps Chen Mu was not addressing him directly. It was merely coincidence. However, when Luo Yu turned and locked eyes with Chen Mu, their gazes met in that instant. The cold, emotionless glare from Chen Mu sent a jolt through Luo Yu's mind, instilling an unprecedented fear. An idea surged within his mind. This person is not human. Would you like to modify the portal of reincarnation to a closed state? Modify. Modifying in progress. Realizing the danger, Luo Yu hurriedly turned and lunged towards the portal of reincarnation. Modification successful. Yet, he found himself grasping at nothing. The portal of reincarnation, 1 in a billion, had closed. The remnant soul stood frozen, his eyes trembling violently. Luo Yu's thoughts shifted instantaneously. This individual was not merely human. He was divine. How could he see me? How could he close the portal of reincarnation? Was this not a chance bestowed by the heavens? He dares to oppose the heavens. The crucial point was that it seemed the heavens had not yet dealt with him. Absurd. Chen Mu raised his hand and drew Luo Yu's body uncontrollably toward him. Grasping his head, he found himself unable to escape. Please, it is all my fault. I beg for your mercy. I do not wish to die. I am willing to serve you for all eternity. Just spare me a path to survival. His voice trembled, and at that moment, he lacked even the courage to struggle. No need. Chen Mu clenched his fist, shattering the last remnants of Luo Yu's soul. Luo Yu ceased to exist entirely. Such a monumental event transpired within the sect. On the back mountain, within the pure water cave, the sect master of Shenglong sect, Chu Yun, who was attempting to break through from the 9th level of Yuanying to the out-of-body realm, had long been aware of the happenings. Yet, he was but a half-step away from the out-of-body realm and could not afford to leave. Abruptly interrupting would not only squander this rare opportunity, but also risk severe backlash. At best, he would be injured for months, leaving hidden ailments. At worst, he could become a cripple. Chu Yun dared not take the risk. Who was that young man? Every prominent figure in Shenlong's sect had been slaughtered by him. If possible, Chu Yun truly wished to drag out the one who provoked Chen Mu and give him a thorough beating. He had repeatedly cautioned the members of the sect to maintain a sense of reverence before the strong, lest they walk themselves into a dead end. From the current situation, it seemed they had not heeded his words at all. Fortunately, Chu Yun sensed the auras of those hidden formidable beings swiftly passing overhead. Since those ancient powerhouses had taken action, Chu Yun could continue to focus on his breakthrough with peace of mind. In contrast to the Tianjin sect, only half of the hidden strongmen from the Shenlong sect chose to intervene. The other half opted to observe from a distance, unwilling to confront Chen Mu directly. The remaining half was led by an ancient entity named Yuanzhou, who had lived for over 1,000 years and possessed peak out-of-body strength. He was a warlike faction, and while the nourishment of dragon blood provided immense power, it also altered one's temperament. Some could restrain themselves, while others could not. Coupled with their sense of superiority from their strength and experience, they became intolerant of any disrespect before them. Look, who are those people? They must have recently joined the sect. They are the foundation of our Shenlong sect. With the emergence of so many hidden masters, it appears that a fierce battle is likely to ensue. Is it truly necessary to fight again? Can't we negotiate? The sects have already been devastated beyond recognition. It is difficult. He has slain numerous individuals at the Shenlong zone, including many elders and even the vice sect master. If he survives, once word of this spreads to other sects, how will they perceive us? The opinions are sharply divided. Upon reaching the skies above, Yuanzhou signaled everyone to unite and collectively thwart this terrifying golden thunder. Stubbornly, upon seeing that the opponent showed no sign of retreating, Chen Mu focused his thoughts. Hundreds of thousands of golden lightning bolts converged into a towering golden dragon, emitting a deafening roar that could be heard clearly from 1,000 miles away. The demonic beasts were thrown into disarray, scattering in fear. Although it merely took the form of a dragon, it was still a dragon, and none dared to underestimate it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuanzhou recognized he had underestimated his adversary. He shouted urgently, "Quick! Activate the sect's Great Formation." The Great Formation of the sect could be initiated not only by the sect master. They, too, held that power due to their sect's profound heritage. Thunderous roars echoed as the Shenlong mountain trembled, with countless cracks spreading like spider webs, alive with energy. From these fissures, visible crimson auras surged forth, dragon blood essence. Countless droplets of dragon blood essence quickly coalesced, transforming into a towering blood dragon. The twin dragons roared, shaking the heavens and earth as they clashed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. One side expelled a colossal pillar of thunder, piercing through 10,000 meters of space, tearing apart the darkness and illuminating the land with holy light. The other side, unwilling to be overshadowed, similarly opened its jaws, unleashing a torrential blood mist. The dragon's breath, as thick as a pillar and crimson to the point of blackness, enveloped the entire Shenlong mountain in a bloody shroud. Amidst the thunderous explosions, no other sound could be heard, and ears felt numb. Some even bled. Was this dragon blood? What a fine substance! Chen Mu resolved to conclude the battle swiftly to prevent Yuanzhou and the others from wasting more of the buried dragon blood essence. With a swift step, he ascended into the air. The lightning and blood mist parted before him. The sword god body reached its maximum potential. Chen Mu raised his hand, drawing circles slowly in the air with his index finger. With each circle drawn, thousands of divine swords manifested in the sky. The sound of swords echoed continuously as tens of thousands of divine swords spiraled, growing larger and larger, ultimately merging into an incredibly resplendent giant divine sword. He is actually a dual holy body. The thunder holy body. The sword god body. This individual is an unparalleled genius among millions. How could the Shenlong zone have offended such a formidable being? Who exactly is he? Have they lost their minds? I have never witnessed something so extravagant. He has truly broadened my horizons. Yuanzhou and the others were equally astonished. Having lived for a millennium, it was their first time hearing that someone could awaken two holy bodies. No wonder this individual dares to look down on the Shenlong zone. He indeed possesses the confidence and strength. What should we do, Brother Yuan? Someone asked Yuanzhou. Should we abandon the fight and negotiate with him? I have a feeling that things might turn sour if we continue like this. Some even contemplated retreat. Do not jest. Do you wish to become a laughingstock across the entire Zhongxian realm? Yuanzhou glared fiercely and shouted. He then composed himself and calmly reassured everyone. Do not worry. We have the Dragon Blood Guardian formation. We need not fear him. Do you not believe in the power of the true dragon? Do you not trust in the protection of the Blood Dragon God? The crowd fell silent. Chen Mu glanced up and saw that the giant sword was nearly fully formed. Swinging his arm down. Chapter 51. Your trump card? Now belongs to me. Forceful plunder. The sound of the sword echoed like a roar, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The visible space twisted and distorted as the colossal sword descended at an angle. Seeing the giant sword coming down, Yuan Zhou cried out, "Please, Blood Dragon God, protect our Shenglong Zone." Faced with the might of the giant sword, he felt a twinge of fear, but could only feign calmness. Choosing to trust in the Blood Dragon God, "Lord Dragon God, surely you will protect us." Unexpectedly, a single sword pierced the gaping maw of the towering blood dragon, shattering its head and then its body. The deity they worshipped, the Blood Dragon God, had no means of resisting Chen Mu's sword. The golden thunder dragon seized the opportunity to press the attack, further engulfing its foe. Heavens! The guardian blood dragon has been defeated. The sword god body is indeed terrifying. It seemed that the vice sect master had barely unleashed a fraction of the sword god body's energy. It can only be said that while the holy body is powerful, it must be wielded by the right individual. After the sword cleaved through the blood dragon, the blade remained unblemished, showing no signs of damage. In stark contrast to the golden thunder dragon, Yuan Zhou's heart raced, and he had to reassure everyone, urging them to continue activating the guardian blood dragon. They could not simply accept death, could they? Escape was certainly not an option. They could only confront it head-on. They might even have to resort to secret techniques. What is happening? I feel my strength waning, being drawn away. I too feel dizzy. I cannot go on. I am out of strength. The disciples, noticing their fellow practitioners faltering beneath their feet, began to collapse one after another, only to realize something in the next moment. Their gazes snapped back to Yuan Zhou. "Brother Yuan, you aren't planning to sacrifice them, are you? What other choice do you think we have?" Yuan Zhou retorted, his voice resolute. "In this moment, someone must sacrifice themselves, offering their lifeblood to honor the blood dragon god. Only then will he lend us greater power. They are all disciples of our Shenglong Zone. Is it not natural for them to sacrifice for the sect? It is their honor." The rest of the sect listened. Hearing Yuan Zhou's intention to sacrifice himself to honor the blood dragon god, the disciples felt unwilling, yet could not voice their objections or take action. They could only passively endure as their lifeblood was drawn away, ascending into the air, merging, absorbed by the dragon blood essence, growing stronger. The towering blood dragon reformed its body. It appeared even more imposing than before. With a dragon's roar, though it could not overpower the sound of the swords, it at least no longer sounded completely suppressed as it had before. Excellent. The dragon spirit has been summoned successfully. The blood dragon god is willing to intervene on our behalf. Yuan Zhou's smile was almost crooked with joy. When his gaze returned to Chen Mu, it was tinged with a newfound smugness. "With dragon blood essence and the dragon spirit, I shall see how you contend with me now." Yuan Zhou believed victory was in his grasp. How could a mere mortal contend against the dragon god? "Accept your fate and perish." The dragon spirit? Upon hearing these words from Yuan Zhou, Chen Mu's heart filled with curiosity, finally finding an answer. He sensed that the towering blood dragon before him was indeed different from before. However, even so, Chen Mu remained confident that he could slay it with a single sword. But on further thought, since he already possessed a Qilin, why not raise a blood dragon as well? How delightful it would be to stroll with dragons. Thus, he decided to pause his offensive. Seeing this, Yuan Zhou mistakenly believed that Chen Mu was afraid and was about to plead for mercy. Instead, Chen Mu proclaimed, "Surrender and bow to me as your master, and I shall grant you a new corporeal form." To have the blood dragon god reshape a corporeal form? He truly did not know where this individual derived his audacity. That was a feat only achievable by deities. How could mere mortals like us be worthy? It was indeed a bit presumptuous. Yuan Zhou shook his head and sighed. The youth of today, believing themselves talented, are not only arrogant, but also blind to the divine. How pitiful. The blood dragon seemed unwilling to relent. Since gentle words had no effect, Chen Mu considered employing a more forceful approach. He accessed the system. "Would you like to change the holder of the blood dragon god to Chen Mu?" Change. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. What is happening? Why has the blood dragon god ceased? Wait. He turned towards us. What does he intend to do? A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could the blood dragon god truly be contemplating surrendering to that young brat? Upon hearing such words, Yuan Zhou displayed profound anger and retorted, "Nonsense. How could the blood dragon god betray us? How could he possibly bow to a mere child still reeking of milk?" Boom. At that moment, Yuan Zhou faced the crowd. His back turned to the blood dragon god, completely unaware of the latter opening its dragon maw to unleash a terrifying breath of blood. The last image etched into his mind was that of a group of formidable beings displaying an unprecedented fear. In an instant, all of them perished beneath the onslaught of that powerful dragon breath. The Shenglong Sect, which flourished under the protection of the blood dragon god and was rooted in the essence of dragon blood, could never withstand a strike from the very deity that bestowed upon them their power. In the rear mountain, within the pure water cave, despite having just achieved a breakthrough, Chu Yun was engulfed not by joy, but by an indescribable dread, etched plainly on his face. He could sense that the auras of those formidable beings had vanished. Completely disappeared. No trace left. No, it can't be. He then raised his gaze and felt the remaining powerful beings' auras swiftly passing overhead. Puff! Chu Yun could no longer remain seated and hurriedly sprang to his feet, bursting forth from behind the waterfall, hastening towards the main peak. Together with the remaining 10 or so formidable beings, they stood suspended in midair and witnessed Chen Mu reshaping the Blood Dragon God's corporeal form. The Blood Dragon God had been resurrected. It was inconceivable, utterly beyond belief. Fortunately, we had not chosen to oppose him earlier, otherwise we might have met the same fate as that old fool Yuan Zhou, with our bodies left unrecognizable. He deserved it. Ignoring advice. He believed he could provoke anyone in this world? What a joke. A millennium wasted, living only for hair growth and lacking wisdom. Boom, boom, boom. The reconstruction of the dragon's body was complete, and its domineering aura spread out like ripples from a stone cast into water. Even Chu Yun and his companions could not withstand it, being forcibly pushed back 100 meters. They strained with all their might to stabilize their forms. Lowering their arms and reopening their eyes, they beheld Chen Mu accompanied by a towering golden thunder dragon and an ancient blood dragon, with a colossal divine sword hovering above, pointing directly at them. Terrified, they hastily bent their knees and knelt in midair, not daring to gaze up at Chen Mu, pleading, "We beg for your forgiveness. O Divine One, we mean no harm." What else could they call him? They had witnessed Chen Mu forge a corporeal form for the ancient blood dragon, which had perished countless years ago. To them, this was no feat achievable by mere mortals. Chen Mu was undoubtedly a celestial being traversing this mortal realm from a higher plane of existence. In the following moments, a powerful being voluntarily offered a dragon blood crystal, which had taken billions of years to form. With hands raised high, kneeling before Chen Mu, the powerful being bore the pressure of his age and presented the dragon blood crystal. Throughout, he did not dare to raise his eyes to meet Chen Mu's. His attitude utterly humble as he spoke. It is said that this dragon blood crystal can be used to refine the 9th grade Dan, the dragon blood Dan, allowing for the recreation of a dragon blood corporeal form. The strength could increase at least tenfold, if not more, and is something rare to encounter. As for why they had retained this dragon blood crystal instead of refining it into a Dan, the reason was simple. There were but a handful of alchemists capable of crafting 9th grade Dan. Those capable of refining the 9th grade dragon blood Dan were even rarer. The last time they had heard of one was a millennium ago. Though the item was splendid, they lacked the fortune to benefit from it. Gazing at the dragon blood crystal, infused with potent dragon energy and slightly translucent, Chen Mu did not hasten to reach out. Feeling that the term dragon blood Dan was somewhat familiar, it seemed he had encountered it before. To confirm his thoughts, he opened his system backpack and indeed found the words dragon blood Dan, quantity 10,000. Rare to encounter? Are you referring to this? Chen Mu spread his fingers, and several dozen dragon blood Dan, enveloped in spiritual energy, floated in his palm. Initially, the elder thought Chen Mu also possessed a dragon blood crystal. Upon a glance, he was nearly petrified, utterly astounded into silence. It was not a dragon blood crystal, but dragon blood Dan, 9th grade superior. Furthermore, on the surface of the Dan, golden patterns were visible, a sign of a premium Dan, a heavenly treasure, rare to encounter. Yet he casually produced dozens. The elder's worldview was completely shattered, leaving him at a loss for words. He even contemplated surrendering, extending his neck for Chen Mu to strike him down with a sword, having no desire to struggle further. Let it be destruction. Subsequently, Chen Mu directly tossed a dragon blood Dan into his mouth like a candy, swallowing it whole as it melted upon entry. With a frown, he could clearly feel the overwhelming potency of the dragon blood Dan. It was reshaping his bones and flesh from the inside out. Describing it as a complete transformation would be no exaggeration. His strength surged at least 100-fold beyond the original. Chen Mu pondered that it was likely due to his multiple sacred bodies and his tribulation realm cultivation. To what extent had his power ascended? To put it plainly, with a mere thought, he could obliterate the entire Shenlong sect, annihilating everyone and leveling the entire Shenlong mountain to the ground. Boom. The elder, caught off guard, was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the momentum emanating from Chen Mu. The others watched in silence, too fearful to express anger or speak. After a considerable time, they finally steadied themselves. Seeing Lu Ruoxue fixated on the dragon blood Dan in her hand, Chen Mu, having ample supply, casually tossed her one. Even if the count dropped to 0, he could effortlessly modify it back to 99, 999, 999. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruoxue exclaimed with immense joy. With this dragon blood Dan, she too could reshape her dragon blood corporeal form and elevate her strength, striving to alleviate Chen Mu's burdens. At this moment, her thoughts were solely focused on becoming stronger for Chen Mu. Witnessing this scene, the powerful beings and Chu Yun felt a complex mix of emotions. Even they could not casually bestow 9th grade Dan upon others, let alone a dragon blood Dan, a top-tier Dan considered nearly extinct. Their awe and respect for Chen Mu intensified, further solidifying their belief in his celestial identity. I, Chu Yun of the Shenlong Sect, pledge my loyalty to the celestial sovereign, along with all disciples of the Shenlong Sect. I only ask that the celestial sovereign spare the innocent and grant us a path to survival, Chu Yun beseeched. This was the only way he could conceive to survive. The hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Shenlong Sect must not perish due to the actions of a few traitors. We are willing to serve the celestial sovereign with utmost dedication until death. We are willing to serve the celestial sovereign with utmost dedication until death. We are willing to serve the celestial sovereign with utmost dedication until death. A multitude of disciples knelt in unison, with the sect leader kneeling. What reason did they have not to follow suit? They had no intention of opposing Chen Mu, nor did they possess the courage to do so, especially with the examples set by Yuan Zhou and others. Upon hearing their words, Chen Mu did not rush to respond, but cast a sweeping gaze over the powerful beings. Those who met his hawk-like gaze trembled involuntarily, hastily kneeling and declaring in unison, "We too are willing to serve the celestial sovereign with utmost dedication until death." Acquiring a sect without effort and being able to operate as a hands-off manager was not a wasted journey for Chen Mu. Initially, he had merely intended to eliminate Luo Yu. As the portal opened, Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue stepped in one after the other. Subsequently, the portal closed. The hearts of the crowd, which had been gripped by an invisible hand, finally returned to their normal rhythm. After the immense sense of crisis faded, their bodies softened, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This day would undoubtedly remain etched in their memories for eternity. As for the identity of Chen Maqing and the Qingxian sect, it has long been disregarded. Primarily, they do not believe that the Qingxian sect possesses the qualifications to harbor a formidable figure like Chen Mu. It is highly likely that it is merely a case of resembling attire. If the Qingxian sect truly had such an extraordinary powerhouse, would they remain obscure? The position of the foremost sect in Xian country would undoubtedly be occupied by them. Even if they did not take the seat, no one would dare to claim it. Those who dare would surely meet their demise. Subsequently, Chu Yun began to lead the entire sect in renovations. Idleness. They could not afford to be idle. After all, the current Shenlong sect no longer belonged to Chu Yun. He was merely an agent. He was concerned about mismanagement and the potential loss of his own head. After a couple of hours had passed, in the main hall of the sect, Chu Wushuang, the daughter of Chu Yun, returned from her training and was taken aback by the dilapidated state of the Shenlong sect, mistakenly thinking it was under attack from other powerful sections. Chu Yun, with one hand on his forehead and the other gesturing dismissively, was reluctant to discuss the matter. He then inquired, "What brings you to me?" His daughter was wholeheartedly devoted to her training and had no interest in romantic affairs. Regarding the marriage contract with the Chun family from Tianfu City that her father had previously mentioned, she expressed her desire to halt it. Her gaze suddenly firming as she continued, "I wish to annul the engagement." Chu Wushuang had only recently become aware of her betrothal to another. Thus, she had proactively descended the mountain to earn merits, intending to leverage them as a means to propose an annulment. "Do as you wish," Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. The engagement with the Chu family was something the elder had decided unilaterally. Once she came of age, Chu Wushuang was to marry the most outstanding son of the Chen family. Now that the elder was no longer alive, Chu Yun chose to respect his daughter's wishes. Although he was perplexed as to why the elder had forged such a union with the Chen family, he acknowledged that, in terms of status, they were indeed unworthy of the Chu family. No one could possibly be deemed worthy of his daughter, renowned as a genius in the art of spear. "Thank you, father," Chu Wushuang said, turning to leave. She was determined not to dawdle and set off immediately for Tianfu City to annul her engagement with the Chen family. Chapter 53, The Forging of the Golden-Scaled Dragon Armor. On the road, within a carriage. "Miss, allow an old servant to handle the annulment. There is no need for you to go personally. It would only delay your training." The elder had suggested that he could return the marriage contract to the Chen family, but Chu Wushuang had declined. In response, she explained that since she was the one breaking the contract, her absence would reflect poorly on the Chu family's reputation. "What you say makes sense," the elder conceded, deciding to adhere to Chu Wushuang's intentions. Should the quantity of the Longshu Adan be modified to 999999999? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Upon returning to the Qingxian sect and Qingyun mansion, Chen Mu, with idle time on his hands, resolved to experiment with the Longxue Dan to explore his inner thoughts. He began by modifying a modest quantity of Longxue Dan, consuming them one after another as if they were mere candies, continuously refining and absorbing the medicinal properties. Chen Mu had already refined over 100 pills, while Lu Ruoxue struggled to absorb even a fraction of a single Longxue Dan's efficacy, her expression one of difficulty. Soon, the number of Longxue Dan consumed by Chen Mu surpassed 200, then 300, 400, and 500. When the count finally reached 1,000, Chen Mu distinctly felt something unusual within his body. It was an itch, as if something wished to emerge from beneath his skin. Rolling up his sleeve, he was astonished to discover vibrant, multicolored dragon scales sprouting forth. These scales were reputed to be among the hardest substances in existence. Even a heavenly-grade divine weapon would struggle to leave a scratch upon them. Moreover, Chen Mu could freely control the existence and disappearance of these scales. Only 50 scales from 1,000 Longxue Dan? Looking at the remaining over 900 million Longxue Dan, a faint smile graced Chen Mu's lips. He quickened his pace, taking handfuls at a time. With the enhancement of the multi-holy body, the tribulation realm cultivation, and the accumulation of thousands of Longxue Dan, the notion of losing one's mind was laughable. If any inner demons were to confront him, they would kneel and slap themselves in defeat. 2,000 Longxue Dan, 3,000 Longxue Dan, 4,000 Longxue Dan. Soon, Lu Ruoxue finally refined 30% of the Longxue Dan's efficacy, while Chen Mu had already consumed over 10,000 pills. His body adorned with golden scales not only boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities, but also delivered devastating power with each punch. He emanated a natural dragon's might. Outside Qingyan Mansion, passers-by rubbed their arms together, goosebumps rising, as an inexplicable chill crept down their spines. They felt as if some ancient malevolent spirit was watching them from the shadows, imposing an overwhelming pressure. Why do I feel that the sense of oppression emanating from within Qingyan Mansion is stronger than before? Not just stronger, but 100-fold. Even standing a little closer made their legs tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that the Holy Sun has gained insight into some divine technique again? It is indeed possible. Truly worthy of the Holy Sun. They dared not approach too closely, the invisible pressure above rendering their breath somewhat labored. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Chen Mu, now adorned in dragon scales, contentedly closed the system panel. His strength had transcended the mere description of the tribulation realm. If one were to draw a comparison, an ordinary person in the tribulation realm would be at the first layer, while he, having undergone the baptism and enhancement from tens of thousands of Longxue Dan, had already ascended to the 999th layer. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Lu Ruoxue's expression was not quite right. Her already pale complexion had turned even more pallid. Her lips tinged with purple, a perfect embodiment of the phrase losing control. Was her rapid increase in power resulting in a backlash from her inner demons? Chen Mu pondered uncertainly. Indeed, as he suspected, Lu Ruoxue was engulfed in a quagmire, her darker sides emerging, striving to drag her down. Whispers of temptation echoed in her ears. Lu Ruoxue tightly closed her eyes, attempting to ignore them. She understood that she must overcome this challenge to transcend herself and reach a higher realm. What is happening? Who is pulling me? Hearing the confused, struggling voice from within her darker self, Lu Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes, finding a ray of light illuminating her path. A large hand grasped tightly onto her shadowy self, forcibly pulling her toward the door of that light. As Lu Ruoxue's vision focused, she saw Chen Mu standing before her, grasping a mass of dark energy in his hand. With a slight tightening of his fingers, he crushed it completely. Is this the inner demon? How weak, Chen Mu remarked, somewhat incredulous. Yet, if anyone was to feel incredulous, it would be Lu Ruoxue. The inner demon that had caused her such torment was effortlessly shattered by Chen Mu. It was precisely this that intensified her determination not to disappoint his expectations. Refocusing on refining the remaining Longxue Dan's efficacy. Seeing her complexion return to normal, Chen Mu proceeded to the back courtyard, heading toward the spirit spring pool. Upon arriving, he removed his clothing and stepped into the water. With a snap of his fingers, a miniature blood dragon emerged from the void, circling and swimming in the spirit spring pool. The breath of the dragon's blood rapidly infused the entire pool, turning it a deep crimson. Upgrading it to a dragon blood spirit spring pool, its effects improved 1,000-fold. Ah, how pleasant. Chen Mu raised his arms and reclined back, his expression one of pure enjoyment. The dragon blood spirit spring pool, although present in Shenglong's sect, would astound even the founder if he were aware of the high purity of this dragon blood pool. The blood energy continuously dispersed and ascended, dyeing a vast expanse of sky above Qingyan Mansion a striking crimson, spreading far and wide. Half an hour later, The entire Xianxian zone was enveloped in a remarkable phenomenon, visible from afar. Such an extraordinary sight was impossible for Zhao Hongshan to overlook. Was that dragon qi? How could Xianxian zone possess such energy? Where did it originate? He gazed towards the area where the dragon qi was most potent, and his eyes ultimately settled on Qin Yunfu. Indeed, he sighed in resignation, knowing that such immense dragon qi would likely provoke a surge of beasts. Zhao Hongshan had heard tales of such occurrences. The Shenglong zone, known for its dragon blood, frequently faced invasions from ferocious beasts, as the dragon blood was a rare treasure for them to enhance their cultivation. Master, no, this is bad. The disciples ahead have detected a significant number of beasts converging from all four directions towards our Xianxian zone. With a slap to his face, he lamented the inevitability of trouble. Send out orders to swiftly gather all disciples and prepare defensive measures to withstand the beast tide. Yes. As the disciples departed, Zhao Hongshan descended the mountain, determined to visit Qin Yunfu and ascertain whether Chen Mu had encountered any trouble. Such a cataclysmic phenomenon could not arise from trivial matters. It was undoubtedly a significant event. Upon arriving at Qin Yunfu, Zhao Hongshan initially intended to enter unceremoniously but reconsidered. Taking a step back to grasp the copper ring held by the lion's mouth, he knocked firmly on the door. Shortly after, Su Qingtian opened a crack in the door, peering out. Upon recognizing Zhao Hongshan, his demeanor softened, and he fully opened the door. Zhao Zongzhu, what brings you to Qin Yunfu? Is Xingzi present? I need to speak with him. Zhao Hongshan explained his purpose. Su Qingtian was about to respond, intending to announce his arrival, when Chen Mu's voice echoed in his mind, instructing him to let Zhao Hongshan in. Please, Su Qingtian gestured for him to enter. Zhao Hongshan stepped inside and immediately spotted Lu Ruoshui seated cross-legged beneath the pavilion, refining dragon blood pills, nearing completion. Was that dragon qi? Zhao Hongshan's eyes widened, but quickly diverted his gaze, for he confirmed that the source of the dragon qi did not originate from Lu Ruoshui. Although her dragon qi was astonishing, it was far from sufficient to evoke such a colossal and terrifying phenomenon. His peripheral vision caught sight of the backyard, and he focused intently, fully convinced that the root of the anomaly lay there. The master is in the spirit spring pool in the backyard, Su Qingtian remarked. Good. Zhao Hongshan quickened his pace towards the backyard. Upon arriving, he was taken aback. Was this truly a spirit spring pool? It was entirely different from his understanding. The blood-red water brimmed with spiritual energy, as if it had condensed the essence of spiritual energy from a vast expanse into this small pool. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a blood dragon swimming in circles. After the Qilin, was there yet another divine dragon? For reasons unknown, Zhao Hongshan did not feel as astonished as he expected. Perhaps his perception had been so profoundly altered by Chen Mu that he was becoming numb to the wonders. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which Chen Mu might incite such a celestial phenomenon, yet he never imagined it was merely a bath. He had witnessed baths infused with petals, spirit liquid, and medicinal herbs, but never one featuring a divine dragon. Was it not deserving of its reputation? Such a quality of dragon blood pool would surely be unattainable even for the Shenglong zone, which monopolized vast amounts of dragon blood essence. Little did Zhao Hongshan realize that this blood dragon deity was forcibly seized by Chen Mu from the Shenglong zone. Otherwise, his expression would have been far more exaggerated. What brings Zhao Zongzhu to seek me? Chen Mu asked, noticing Zhao Hongshan's silence. Regarding Xingzi, the situation is as follows. Zhao Hongshan proceeded to relay the phenomenon and the impending beast tide. I see. Chen Mu was astonished that such a simple act of bathing could cause such a disturbance. He raised his hand and revealed the Kuwaitian mirror. What is this? Zhao Hongshan, unaware of the Kuwaitian mirror's existence, could discern that it was no ordinary object. As Chen Mu's fingers glided through the air, the image shifted seamlessly, depicting the situation below Qingxian Mountain. Various beasts, from centuries old to millennia old, surged forth. Their crimson eyes made it evident how ravenous they were for dragon blood. Then, with a thought, Chen Mu erected a barrier enclosing the entire Qin Yunfu to prevent the dragon qi from spreading further. What? Zhao Hongshan was utterly astonished. The speed at which this formation was activated was astonishing. He had not even seen Chen Mu make a move. In the Zongxian realm, formation masters were categorized into 10 levels. The strongest Zhao Hongshan had encountered was at level 6, and their formations were vastly inferior in speed and quality compared to Chen Mu's. It would not be an exaggeration to say that comparing him to Chen Mu was an insult to the latter. The barrier Chen Mu casually established was hundreds of times more potent than the protective formation that had sustained Qingxian zone for 10 millennia. Yet, despite this, the dragon qi that had already leaked and spread was unaffected by the barrier. The beast continued to swarm towards Qingxian zone, undeterred. The disciples were petrified by this once-in-a-millennium spectacle, their legs trembling in fear. How could such a terrifying beast tide erupt? This scale must be unprecedented in a century, right? Millennia-old beasts are almost gathering. In the mirror, everything was vividly witnessed by Chen Mu and Zhao Hongshan. Having initiated this trouble himself, Chen Mu did not wish to burden others and commanded the blood dragon deity to resolve the matter. With a splash, the blood dragon deity burst forth from the water, soaring into the sky. The further it traveled, the larger it became. In mere moments, it regained its colossal dragon form, perched atop Chu Yun mountain. A resounding dragon roar reverberated, shaking the heavens and instilling fear across the land. What is happening? A dragon. How could a dragon appear in Qin Xin Zone? This must be related to Shengzi. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that since Shengzi could walk the Qilin like a pet, having a dragon was entirely reasonable. Indeed, absolutely reasonable. They covered their ears in disbelief and laughter. Look, the beast tide is retreating. Of course, those creatures would not dare challenge a true dragon. Is this truly a dragon? The most divine being, semi-divine. How absurd. As the beast tide receded, the blood dragon deity absorbed all the dragon chi filling the sky, reverting to a miniature form. Returning to Chen Mu's side. Was it truly that simple? Had it been resolved? Zhao Hongshan, based on his past experiences, knew that such a level of beast tide, given the current strength of Qin Xin Zone, would typically cost at least a third of their disciples. Yet, under Chen Mu, it seemed to be a matter of mere moments. Where on earth had Zhao Yue and the others discovered such an extraordinary individual? And how had they persuaded him to join Qin Xin Zone? This was not mere self-deprecation. Even the strongest sect in Xian Kingdom would not qualify to possess Chen Mu. Had he perhaps saved the Zong Xian realm in his past life to be granted such a prodigy? After expressing his gratitude to Chen Mu, Zhao Hongshan decided to take his leave. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, recalling something. Shengzi. Rumors have emerged of a peculiar stone discovered within the distant Jingwu mountain, seemingly harboring a legacy treasure. He believed that Chen Mu might find this matter intriguing, acknowledging that Chen Mu's strength was not solely attributed to his unmatched talent, but also to his diligence and effort in seizing every opportunity. Very well, I understand. Thank you for the information, Zhao Zongzhu. Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement. You're welcome. Once Zhao Hongshan stepped out of sight, Chen Mu rose, remaining untouched by any water. And as he stepped ashore, his garments adorned themselves automatically. The legacy of treasures possesses a certain intrigue. Upon opening the system's built-in Song Xianxia map, Chen Mu swiftly pinpointed the location of Zhongwu Mountain. Utilizing the Kuaitian mirror, he sought to glimpse the nature of the legacy treasure, perhaps to modify it and enhance its prowess. He realized he had developed a mild obsession with collecting. The term treasure inherently carries an allure. Surrounding the massive black stone were no fewer than 100 individuals, including Chu Wushuang, whose striking appearance compelled one to steal an extra glance. She quickly approached the black stone. Name: Inheritance Stone. Reward: Supreme Spear Intent. Heir: None. Chapter 55. The Plunder of Spear Intent Inheritance. Huang tier ascending to heavenly tier instantly. Miss. An elder, noticing Chu Wushuang gazing at the 3 to 4 meter high black stone in silence for an extended period, tentatively called out. It seemed the journey to Tianfu City would need to be postponed. Coming back to her senses, Chu Wushuang parted her delicate lips. Postponed? Are you saying that you are interested in the inheritance within this black stone? The elder continued to inquire. Indeed, Chu Wushuang nodded, revealing without hesitation that the black stone contained a legacy of spear intent, precisely what she required. Whether it be a sword, knife, or spear, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one may have a chance to manifest sword intent, spear intent, or knife intent, significantly enhancing their strength. Although Chu Wushuang was a prodigy of spear arts, she was still far from comprehending spear intent. Unexpectedly, on the path of breaking off an engagement, she stumbled upon a gift of spear intent inheritance. Casting her gaze over the gathered crowd, she noted that her cultivation level surpassed the rest. And as one who specialized in spear techniques, her chances of acquiring the spear intent inheritance were certainly higher than others. It would be a pity not to at least attempt. I see. Miss, please feel free to delve into this. I shall guard you from the side. The elder assured her. Thank you for your assistance, Chu Wushuang replied, making her way toward the black stone. Her stunning visage and statuesque figure quickly attracted many gazes. Yet none dared to entertain untoward thoughts, for they recognized her attire belonging to the Shenglong sect. Some even identified her, exclaiming, "Goodness! Isn't that Chu Wushuang?" The daughter of the sect leader, renowned as the foremost prodigy of spear arts in Shenglong sect. Chu Wushuang. Whispers circulated regarding her insights into spear arts, surpassing even many of the older practitioners in the field. With her presence, the inheritance seemed beyond the reach of the others. Indeed, such legacies are predominantly monopolized by geniuses. We mere mortals can only watch enviously. Sighs of resignation filled the air as they opened a path for Chu Wushuang. This cooperation was nothing short of advantageous for her, alleviating considerable trouble. She was determined to acquire this spear art's inheritance. The crowd shared her sentiment. Was there truly anyone more suitable than her? Had it been their inheritance left behind, they too would have chosen to pass it on to a talent like Chu Wushuang. For only in this way could it continue to flourish. Taking a deep breath, Chu Wushuang pressed her 5 fingers against the black stone, infusing her consciousness, commencing the connection and comprehension process. As her beautiful autumn-like eyes closed, they suddenly flew open in disbelief. Why? How could this be? The inheritance had already been seized by another. Look, characters are appearing on the black stone. Indeed, it was commendable for a genius of Shenlong Sect to gain the acknowledgement of the inheritance so swiftly. Wait, shouldn't there be 3 characters? Why are there only 2? Perhaps the 3rd character has yet to manifest? Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang quickly retreated a few steps, lifting her gaze upward. She beheld 2 golden characters emerging from the black stone. Chen Mu. Chu Wushuang read the characters aloud, her eyes scanning the crowd. Yet she could not find a single individual who fit the bill. When had he accomplished this? How had he done it? A series of questions plagued Chu Wushuang, leaving her utterly perplexed. Chen Mu? Does anyone know him? I have never heard of him, someone replied. His background must be significant to have snatched the inheritance right under Chu Wushuang's nose. Strength speaks volumes. It cannot be deemed theft, merely a testament to her inferiority. As the words fell, the speaker felt the sharpness of Chu Wushuang's gaze upon him, causing him to tremble and hastily retreat into the crowd. Back at the carriage, the more Chu Wushuang pondered, the more discontented she felt. Clenching her fist, she muttered, Chen Mu, is it? Very well, I shall remember you. She surmised that for him to have claimed this inheritance, he too must be a practitioner of spear arts. Given the opportunity, Chu Wushuang would surely seek him out for guidance to ascertain whether he truly possessed such strength. Modification successful. However, in reality, for Chen Mu, acquiring this spear intent occurred while he was far removed from the scene. The method was rather simple. He merely modified air, none, to air, Chen Mu. With a single click, the inheritance was his. The spear intent was now deeply etched in his mind. At present, he only required a suitable spear. Casually, he opened a portal, heading towards the Qingxian Sect's treasure vault. This portal was yet another of the many functions provided by the system, allowing for immediate transportation without restrictions on frequency or distance. As long as Chen Mu desired, he could arrive anywhere in the blink of an eye. Greetings, esteemed son. Welcome, esteemed son. As Chen Mu stepped through the portal, the disciples within the treasure vault, engaged in selecting weapons, promptly offered their respects. The manager hurried over, breathless, and inquired, I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed son. How may I assist you? I require a spear, Chen Mu stated directly, revealing his intentions. A spear, you say? Please, follow me, the manager replied, leading Chen Mu to the uppermost level where the Qingxian sect stored its highest grade weapons. The treasures on this floor were of mediocre quality, primarily allocated for the outer court and lower-level disciples of the inner court. As the manager led the way, he soon realized Chen Mu had not followed him up the stairs. Observing him approach a wall adorned with over a dozen long spears, the manager hurriedly cautioned, esteemed son. Those are merely Huang-tier weapons, unsuitable for your use. The 6th level holds better options. To this, Chen Mu remained unperturbed, casually selecting a mid-grade Huang-tier long spear named Pavilion. Modify Huang-tier to Heavenly Tier Supreme. Modification in progress. Modification successful. The once mid-grade Huang-tier long spear instantly transformed into the Heavenly Tier Supreme Shenlong spear. The spear's handle gleamed silver, with a dragon coiled around the spearhead, its mouth agape, lifelike, with the tip protruding from within. The manager, witnessing this transformation, was left utterly speechless, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. Having dealt with weapons for the better part of his life, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. How could a perfectly good Huang-tier mid-grade weapon suddenly elevate to a Heavenly Tier Supreme? He had not even blinked throughout the entire process. While he had heard many tales of Chen Mu's extraordinary feats, he had never anticipated witnessing such a display firsthand. Is there a place nearby to test the spear? Chen Mu inquired of the manager. Certainly, please follow me. The manager, regaining his composure, resumed leading the way. The treasure vault housed crystal stones designed for testing the weapon's power. Upon striking the stones, they would display corresponding values. Chapter 56, a maximum of 10 million. Your ordinary strike exceeds 10 billion? Upon reaching the testing ground, the space was considerable, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. Along the walls, variously sized testing crystals were arrayed, the smallest standing at 3 to 4 meters tall. The entire object is semi-transparent, with a limited degree of clarity, barely revealing the colors of the wall behind it, embellished with specks of green moss. Look, it is the Holy Sun. Has the esteemed Holy Sun come to select weapons as well? Wait, that gun appears extraordinary. Having accompanied my father in the auction city since childhood, I have encountered several celestial-grade divine weapons. Yet the dragon spear held by the Holy Sun possesses a menacing presence that surpasses any celestial-grade divine weapon I have ever seen. Celestial-grade divine weapons. How enviable. The highest quality weapon I have wielded is merely a low-grade xianxiaaudiobooks. Indeed, comparisons among people can be quite disheartening. What a joke. Who gave you the audacity to be mentioned in the same breath as the Holy Sun? Ignoring the murmurs, under the guidance of the manager, Chen Mu arrived at the central testing crystal designated for the elite of the inner courtyard. Occasionally, figures such as the sect leader and elders would also come here to test their blades. You just mentioned that this crystal can display attack values. What is the highest record within the Qingxian sect? Chen Mu casually inquired, intending to use it as a reference later. The manager did not respond immediately, but instead pulled out a thick book to consult, discovering that the highest record stood at 10 million force. 10 million force? In the world prior to his rebirth, that would have been enough to annihilate the world with a mere snap of the fingers. After all, in that realm, there was no cultivation or spiritual energy. Only the pinnacle of technological advancement existed. Seeing Chen Mu raise the holy dragon spear, the manager stepped back, retreating to a position he deemed relatively safe, 30 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide and swiftly thrust the spear. Bang! Boom! The sound erupted as the spear's tip struck the testing crystal, soaring into the heavens. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, mingled with flying sand and stones, crashing toward the manager and the gathered disciples. In that moment, the manager's mind echoed with a single thought: it's over. He was then hurled backward uncontrollably, flying 30 to 40 meters away, as if his bones might shatter. The mere residual force possessed such terrifying strength. How exaggerated would a direct hit be? The manager could hardly fathom it, struggling to rise and cast his gaze upon the crystal, as the breeze dispersed some of the dust. He finally discerned the words displayed upon its surface, causing his legs to weaken. After much effort to stand, he fell back down. His eyes trembled, and his lips quivered more violently as he stammered, 10 billion. Rubbing his eyes once was not enough. He rubbed them multiple times, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Is this truly the power that humanity can possess? It is utterly outrageous. It is astonishing. Upon closer inspection, he could also see a faint crack appearing on the crystal. Indeed, a crack. This proved that the power Chen Mu exerted was nearing the limits of what the testing crystal could withstand. Such a phenomenon was something he had never heard of in his entire life. In the eyes of the manager, this holy son Chen Mu was beyond description. Unparalleled. A dragon among men? A peerless genius? No, these words fail to capture the essence. They fall short of the profound realm. The manager bitterly smiled, realizing that even one who considered himself erudite could find himself at a loss for words. In contrast, the gathered disciples reacted with astonishment. 10 million force. How exaggerated. Has this record been shattered? 10 million? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Did you miss something? Miss something? By heavens. 10 billion. Should we perhaps descend the mountain and return to raising cattle and pigs? I suddenly feel utterly devoid of confidence about my future. Could it be due to the celestial-grade divine weapon? Divine weapons are ultimately just aids. Just because you possess one, can you truly unleash 10 billion force? At a loss for words, the manager nodded in agreement, preparing to approach and offer his congratulations to Chen Mu. However, he noticed Chen Mu raising the spear once more, seemingly intent on delivering another strike. Truly a top-tier genius. Is 10 billion not enough to satisfy him? Yet in the next moment, Chen Mu appeared to realize something, and his expression abruptly froze. Spiritual energy. Yes, that's it. It was spiritual energy. In that previous strike, there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Only sheer brute force. My heavens. What kind of monster is this, achieving 10 billion force without the use of spiritual energy, relying solely on raw power? The manager could not help but exclaim. Bang! Boom! The next strike was earth-shattering, with a force that could crush and obliterate. Bang! Without needing to see, the manager understood all too well that the testing crystal had shattered. Bang! 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 Unexpectedly, the residual force from that strike shattered the nearby testing crystals as well. As for why they remained unharmed, they owed that to Chen Mu's mercy, who had timely erected a barrier for protection. Otherwise, they would surely have been reduced to dust. The mere residual force was already terrifying to this extent. A direct hit was unimaginable. No, inconceivable. As the thick smoke dissipated, Chen Mu had long vanished, leaving the crowd in a daze, unable to regain their senses. Outside the treasure pavilion, Chen Mu looked at the holy dragon spear in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Yet, he found it somewhat unsatisfactory. That strike, let alone using all his strength, he hadn't even unleashed the spear intent. Chen Mu himself was somewhat surprised that he could effortlessly unleash 10 billion force relying solely on brute strength. He intended to experiment with a slight increase of spiritual energy to see what effect it would have. Little did he expect it would lead to the destruction of the entire testing ground, nearly obliterating hundreds of disciples. It seems that this spear intent can only be tested in a remote location away from others. Chen Mu worried that continuing to test the spear within Qingxian's sect would level the entire mountain gate. Such a possibility was not without merit. It appears that being too powerful can also be a burden. Chen Mu smiled wryly, reflecting on the saying that invincibility is a form of solitude. He opened the system panel and switched to the map function. Tianfu City, a population of 5 million. Qianlu Mountain, a population of 500. Wanmu Cliff, a population of 20. Indeed, the map not only reveals the entire terrain but also displays population numbers. It even indicates how many demon beasts there are, their types, and bloodlines, as well as treasures. It is no exaggeration to say that this single feature is sufficient to make one the protagonist and rise against the heavens. Lion Mountain, with a population of 300, is entirely composed of mountain bandits. Even if they were all killed, it could be considered a service to the people. Before persuading others, Chen Mu first sought to persuade himself. Finding a completely deserted location to test the spear was not a simple task. He had already lost his patience. Activating the teleportation portal, he set off, arriving at the foot of Lion Mountain to the south. Chapter 57. A single shot levels the mountain, becoming Chu Wushuang's idol. The mountain bandits of Heiying Village, who pride themselves as the masters of Lion Mountain, were unaware of the arrival of this great demon king. At this moment, they were gathering in large numbers along a shortcut leading to Tianfu City, lying in ambush. Previously, the bandit leader Yang Zhuang had received news from his subordinates who were on lookout duty. A convoy was approaching, with increasingly luxurious carriages, clearly belonging to wealthy families. Such a plump target, Yang Zhuang would not let it slip away, preparing to rob the entire convoy. Gold and silver treasures would be seized entirely. Men, all killed. As for the women, they would be brought back to the village. The beautiful ones would be kept as wives for himself, while the ordinary ones would be given to the subordinates for entertainment, further solidifying their loyalty. This way, they would know that following their big brother meant not only enjoying good food and drink, but also having women. However, little did they know that among the occupants of the carriages was the daughter of the sect leader of the Shenglong sect, Chu Wushuang. The reason she chose this perilous route was that she did not regard that group of mountain bandits at all. Moreover, she was eager to deliver the marriage contract and an apology gift to the Chun family before returning to the sect to intensify her cultivation. Striving to comprehend the spear intent as soon as possible, unable to obtain the legacy, she must rely solely on herself. Miss, we are being watched. The elder glanced around before drawing the curtains and relaying the information he had gathered. Do you need me to take action and eliminate them? He inquired. There's no rush. Chu Wushuang is waiting for them to strike first. This way, there will be no need for guilt or remorse over taking a life. Although the likelihood was slim, she recalled her master mentioning that excessive killing could, to some extent, affect one's psyche. History has shown that the number of those who descended into madness in search of thrill due to such actions far surpasses the fingers on one hand. Kill, kill, stop. Soon, shouts, whistles, and the startled whinnies of horses echoed from outside. Miss, you need not intervene with these petty ruffians. I can handle them. Noticing Chu Wushuang preparing to step out of the carriage, the elder spoke up. Since I have nothing better to do, let us expedite this. Chu Wushuang replied. Very well. The elder understood without needing to voice his thoughts. He sensed that the theft of the legacy had indeed left a trace of resentment in Chu Wushuang's heart. It was an opportune moment for her to vent her frustrations. As Chu Wushuang and the elder emerged from the carriage, Yang Zhuang tightened his grip on the reins, brandishing a gleaming sword and pointing it at Chu Wushuang while reciting a rhyme. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me, if you wish to. Before he could finish, Yang Zhuang was captivated by Chu Wushuang's breathtaking beauty. His eyes glazed over. He even drooled uncontrollably, wiping his mouth as he unabashedly exclaimed, Beautiful, truly beautiful. She is worthy of being my wife. Chu Wushuang could only respond with silence. She drew a silver spear, her aura surging from her arm, enveloping the weapon. With one thrust, a resounding boom echoed, shaking the earth. Even the elder nearly lost his footing, almost falling to the ground. He had never anticipated that the resentment within Chu Wushuang would be so immense. To deal with this band of mountain robbers, she expended such tremendous energy. Furthermore, her strength seemed to have significantly increased. Once steadied, she waved her hand, dispersing the swirling dust before the elder, who stood in stunned disbelief. Before him lay the entirety of Shitsi Mountain, pierced through, with the remaining cliffs on either side as thin as paper. He had not expected Chu Wushuang's spear technique to have reached such a terrifying level. Was there still a need to comprehend that legacy? The elder pondered that perhaps this moment of anger had allowed Chu Wushuang to break through and comprehend the essence of the spear. With a beaming smile, he turned to her and congratulated her on her newfound understanding of the spear. Miss. The elder felt as though disbelief was written all over Chu Wushuang's face. Suddenly, without waiting for the elder to finish speaking, Chu Wushuang vanished into thin air, gun in hand. The elder, tracking her aura, saw she was already 1,000 meters away. Shouting, "I will return shortly. Are there still remnants left to eliminate?" The elder scanned the surroundings, finding not a single drop of blood. Before him lay a vast chasm, large enough to bury 100,000 corpses. Without further thought, he remained in place, calming the drivers and awaiting Chu Wushuang's return. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense's time had passed. The elder finally heard Chu Wushuang's familiar voice. "Miss you." Her words were abruptly cut off as she interjected. "Did you see anyone pass through here?" "No, miss, what happened?" Noticing Chu Wushuang's furrowed brow, the elder became alert. Could there have been a hidden master among those bandits? Someone struck before I could shoot, and he wielded a spear much like mine. I could sense an overwhelming essence of the spear. Chu Wushuang's face was filled with longing and admiration. "What? So it wasn't you who caused all this?" The elder suddenly realized. "Me?" Chu Wushuang shook her head with a wry smile. "You overestimate me. I lack that kind of strength, not even a billionth of it." A billionth. The elder was left speechless. The foremost spear genius of Shenlong Sect could not even reach a billionth of that mysterious person's prowess. The crucial point was that the elder could clearly discern that Chu Wushuang was not joking. She was entirely earnest. "I can assure you that person is an unparalleled master in the realm of spear techniques, undoubtedly the greatest spear practitioner of the past 10,000 years. If I could become his disciple and receive his guidance, my understanding of spear techniques would surely soar." The more Chu Wushuang spoke, the more excited she became. To describe the mysterious spear master who pierced through Shitsi Mountain with admiration was an understatement. It was more appropriate to say she felt awe and reverence. Stars sparkled in her eyes. What a pity, I was a step too late. If only I had acted faster, perhaps I could have met him. Such a shame. Chu Wushuang lamented, filled with regret for not seeking him out immediately. She resolved to remain after the engagement with the Chen family was annulled. Remain? You mean to stay in Tianfu City? The elder confirmed. Yes, absolutely. Chu Wushuang nodded vigorously. I intend to stay in Tianfu City until I find that esteemed elder and beg him to take me as his disciple and teach me the spear techniques. Who would have thought that such a small Tianfu City would harbor such a powerful and terrifying spear master? I must find him at all costs. Chu Wushuang was even mentally prepared to stay in Tianfu City for the rest of her life. Her excitement was palpable. Chapter 58, Modifying the Supreme Spear Essence. He is my fiancé? The elder chose not to express too much opinion on this matter, for one reason alone. Chu Wushuang's actions were aimed at becoming stronger. Even if the sect leader were to learn of it, he would not criticize her. What parent would object to such ambition in their child? Utilizing spiritual energy, he summoned a massive stone to bridge the chasm created by the spear essence, allowing the carriage to continue onward towards Tianfu City. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was unaware of the events transpiring on that side. After successfully testing the power of the Shenlong spear and its integration with spear essence, earning himself numerous rewards for slaying bandits, Chen Mu felt immensely satisfied and opened a portal back to Qingyan Mansion. He was increasingly convinced that not choosing to continue testing his spear at Qingxian Sect was an incredibly wise decision. The scale of Shitsi Mountain was not much different from Qingxian Mountain, even with the protective formation of Qingxian Sect that had stood for millions of years. It could not alter any outcomes. Yet, Chen Mu was still unsatisfied. He opened his personal attribute panel and navigated to the spear essence section. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Congratulations on attaining maximum spear essence. Having acquired it, how could he be content without reaching the pinnacle? Meanwhile, the convoy led by Chu Wushuang finally arrived at the Chun residence. After notifying the guards at the gate, the news swiftly reached Lin Wangquan, the acting head of the Chun family and commander of the Chun family's assassins. Shenlong Sect, Chu family? As someone who had been adopted and raised by the Chen family and trained as an assassin, Lin Wangquan had heard some tales regarding the relationship between the Chu and Chen families. He gestured for them to enter, simultaneously relaying this news through distant communication to Chen Mu, who was far away at Qingxian Sect. Shenlong Sect, Chu family? Chen Mu pondered with curiosity about why they would come to Tianfu City. To offer an apology? He was unaware of the engagement between the Chun and Chu families. Thus, he waved his hand to activate the celestial mirror. The image that appeared showed Tianfu City, specifically the Chun family estate. Within the courtyard, Chu Wushuang walked ahead alongside an elder, followed by a long line of followers, four to a group, each carrying large redwood boxes filled with various treasures, including gold, silver, jewels, pills, and weapons. It seemed they truly were here to make amends, Chen Mu mused. Shenlong's sect was far more apprehensive than he had initially imagined. I had no idea Miss Chu was visiting. What brings you here? Lin Wangquan inquired straightforwardly. In response to the esteemed elder, Wu Shuang has arrived to discuss the annulment of the engagement. Chu Wu Shuang could distinctly sense that the individual before her was a formidable force, instilling a profound sense of reverence within her. Even without a hint of spiritual energy or commanding presence, the gravity of the situation was palpable. Annul the engagement. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing these words, Lin Wangquan could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly, unleashing a formidable aura that severed the ropes binding the wooden crate, causing the thick hemp rope to crash heavily to the ground. Boom. Chu Wu Shuang felt an overwhelming force descend upon her, compelling her knees to buckle. Do not rush. Allow her to finish speaking. Chen Mu's voice echoed in Lin Wangquan's mind. It was undeniable that the purpose of Chu Wu Shuang's visit had taken Chen Mu by surprise. It appeared that the Chu and Chun families were bound by a marriage contract. However, it was certainly unrelated to him, or, more accurately, to his predecessor. How could a talentless outcast, cast out by the Qin family, possibly be worthy of an alliance with the illustrious Chu family of the Sacred Dragon Sect? Indeed, Lin Wangquan silently acquiesced, retracting his aura and returning to his seat. But why annul the engagement? Chu Wu Shuang, trembling with trepidation, exhaled deeply. She had anticipated Lin Wangquan's strength, yet she had never envisioned it to be of such magnitude. A mere display of anger yielded such a terrifying outcome. Was it possible that such a plethora of strong individuals existed in the small Tianfu city? Regaining her composure, she explained. The engagement was arranged by my grandfather before I understood its implications. I am currently devoted to my cultivation and have no thoughts of marriage or children, lest I hinder Qin Xingsheng, the young master of the Qin family. I implore the esteemed elder to grant me this favor. Regarding the engagement, Chu Wushuang had some knowledge. She had learned that among the younger generation of the Qin family, the most outstanding individual was Qin Xingsheng. However, his abilities were far from remarkable, not even comparable to an outer disciple of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Moreover, his conduct was equally questionable, embodying the height of debauchery. Even if she were not focused on her cultivation, the prospect of marrying such a man was deeply repugnant to her. Qin Xingsheng? Lin Wangquan chuckled softly. He is already dead. Dead. This revelation startled Chu Wu Shuang. May I inquire how he met his end, esteemed elder? At this moment, the portal opened. And although he was not yet visible, his voice resonated. I killed him. Chen Mu stepped forth from the portal. What a striking figure. Even Chu Wu Shuang could not help but be momentarily captivated by the ethereal aura of Chen Mu, stealing a few extra glances. I pay my respects to the family head. Upon Chen Mu's appearance, Lin Wangquan and the others immediately rose to their feet and knelt in homage. Chu Wu Shuang was once again taken aback. She had never anticipated that a powerhouse like Lin Wangquan would bow before a youth such as Chen Mu. Furthermore, they referred to him as the family head. If her memory served her correctly, the current head of the Qin family should be over 50 years old. How could he be so youthful, so charismatic? Could it be that he had consumed a longevity elixir or practiced some technique to retain his youthful appearance? May I ask, esteemed elder, are you Chen Tianyang, the head of the Qin family? Chu Wu Shuang inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu shook his head in denial. My name is Chen Mu. Chen Mu. The name hovered on the tip of Chu Wu Shuang's tongue, but she swallowed it back. What relevance does the past hold to the present? Just because one was once weak does not imply they remain so. The truth was evident. He had risen against the odds. Previously, the information she had received indicated that among the Chun family's younger generation, Chen Mu was the weakest in terms of talent, strength, and renown. Astonishingly, within a mere few years, he had ascended to the position of family head. Chu Wu Shuang found it incomprehensible to fathom the trials he must have endured during those years. Wait, by this logic, could he not be the most exceptional among the Qin family's youth? Was he truly her intended fiancé? In that moment, her aversion to the marriage began to wane, replaced by immense curiosity regarding this young family head of the Qin family. Woof, woof. Suddenly, the sound of barking emerged from the portal. Chu Wu Shuang turned her gaze to see a small black dog darting out. Miss, be careful. The elder instinctively positioned himself in front of Chu Wu Shuang, attempting to shield her. The small black dog sensed the hostility emanating from the elder and instantly awakened its Qilin bloodline, transforming into a Qilin. With an aggressive demeanor, it caused the elder's pupils to constrict, and he staggered back. Hey, little black, you mustn't interfere with your master, came the voice of Lu Ruoxue, who emerged from the portal. Ruoxue, recognizing the newcomer, Chu Shuang's expression shifted to one of surprise and astonishment. Chapter 59. Using Fingers as a Gun. Shocked, Chu Shuang understood that it was entirely normal for a prodigious disciple of a sect to encounter another. The relationship between Chu Shuang and Lu Ruoxue was one forged through combat. They both held a mutual admiration for one another, one favoring the sword, the other the spear. It had been nearly 6 months since their last encounter, and she had not anticipated meeting Lu Ruoxue here, let alone under such circumstances. If she had not misheard moments ago, Lu Ruoxue had addressed Chen Mu as her master. Surely she could not have misheard. A woman of her caliber would never willingly call another master. Her interest in Lu Ruoxue clearly surpassed the fierce Qilin pup beside them. Enough, Little Black. They are not enemies. Chen Mu raised his hand and gently patted the side of Little Black's face. Only then did Little Black retract its fierce demeanor, sticking out its tongue in an attempt to lick Chen Mu. With quick reflexes, Chen Mu sidestepped. The size of its tongue, coupled with its razor-sharp, transparent barbs, would likely strip the flesh off an ordinary person. Chen Mu's physical defenses were undoubtedly formidable, but it was the saliva that would thoroughly drench him. Little Black seemed to realize this, and, undeterred, transformed back into a small black dog, leaping into Chen Mu's embrace, eagerly licking his chin. The elder stood in stunned silence. To witness a Qilin sacred beast thought lost for countless years in such a place was already astonishing enough. What shocked him even more was the unwavering loyalty this sacred beast displayed towards a human. After all, it was a sacred beast. Master, I apologize for not keeping an eye on it. Lu Ruoxue, oblivious to Chu Shuang's presence, hurriedly approached Chen Mu and bowed in apology. It is of no consequence. Chen Mu gently stroked the dog's head, reassuring Lu Ruoxue not to worry. Chu Shuang. If there had been room for doubt earlier, there was none now. Even if words could deceive, the admiration and awe radiating from Lu Ruoxue's face could not be feigned. She had genuinely pledged her loyalty to him, and it was overwhelmingly evident. What on earth had this man done to her? Chu Shuang's gaze returned to Chen Mu, brimming with curiosity. Moreover, reflecting on the name Chen Mu, she suddenly recalled the 2 characters she had seen on the Inheritance Black Stone earlier. Was it mere coincidence? Or was the individual before her the one who had taken the inheritance? Wu Shuang, what brings you here? As Chu Shuang was lost in thought, Lu Ruoxue's surprised voice cut through her reverie. Before Chu Shuang could respond, Lu Ruoxue recalled the earlier incident involving the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect causing trouble in Xingxian. Could it be that Wu Shuang has come to hold my master accountable? With this thought, Lu Ruoxue quickly added, Wu Shuang. The earlier incident cannot be blamed on my master. It was the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect who provoked him, which compelled my master to take action. She hoped to dissuade Chu Shuang from confronting Chen Mu. Disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect? Provocation? Chu Shuang's face reflected her bewilderment, noticing Lu Ruoxue's misunderstanding. Chen Mu took the initiative to clarify. She did not come for that matter. Not for that matter? Then, she has come to annul the engagement with the Chun family, Chen Mu continued. Annul the engagement? Whose engagement? Lu Ruoxue was equally astonished, turning to Chen Mu. It cannot be you, master, can it? According to the marriage contract left by the elder, I shall wed the most outstanding descendant of the Chen family. Chu Shuang gently parted her lips and recited the contents of the marriage document. Lu Ruoxue, the most remarkable descendant of the Chen family, appeared contemplative, and then suddenly raised her head, realization dawning upon her. Is it not the master? Wu Shuang, are you truly intending to break off the engagement with the master? She found it utterly inconceivable that she could possess a marriage contract with someone as illustrious as the master, a notion far beyond her wildest dreams. How could Wu Shuang make such a seemingly ungrateful remark? Meanwhile, Chu Shuang felt as if Lu Ruoxue regarded her as a fool. Lu Ruoxue hesitated, wanting to persuade Chu Shuang, but then reconsidered. If she did not break off the engagement, how could she seize the opportunity? Hence, she resolutely fell silent. For the sake of her beloved, is it too much to be a bit more astute? I agree to the annulment of the engagement. At this moment, Chen Mu spoke up. He held a favorable first impression of Chu Shuang, and since she was unwilling to be bound by the contract and was intent on cultivation, there was no need for him to impose restrictions. Moreover, this was not a contract that rightfully belonged to him. Acting on behalf of Chen Xingxing, he merely needed to dissolve it. Should Chu Shuang, like those he was familiar with, make a grand display of her intentions to break the engagement, filled with humiliation and perhaps a 3-year term of servitude, Chen Mu would undoubtedly respond without hesitation, either with a lethal strike or by reducing her pride to ashes, making her a lifelong servant. Upon hearing this, Chu Shuang said nothing further, retrieving the marriage document and presenting it to Chen Mu with both hands, expressing gratitude for the head of the Chen family's understanding. Graciously, Chen Mu accepted the document. With a resounding roar, it was immediately incinerated. By the way, I have another matter I wish to consult the head of the Chen family about, if I may. Chu Wushuang hesitated, but ultimately decided to voice her inquiry. Go ahead. You may ask. Chen Mu nodded. Has the head of the Chen family ever visited Jingwu Mountain and obtained a legacy of spear intent? I saw your name inscribed on the legacy stone. Perhaps it is a coincidence? Chu Wushuang sought to unravel this mystery. Indeed, there was such an occurrence. I casually took it. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. Casually took it? The absurdity was overwhelming, rendering Chu Wushuang speechless, unsure of how to respond. Then, a thought struck her, which implied that the head of the Chen family also practiced the spear path. In the Zhangxian realm, sword cultivators predominated, while spear cultivators ranked far outside the top 10, exceedingly rare. It was a rarity to encounter a spear cultivator, especially one who had acquired a legacy of spear intent. Chu Wushuang was eager to engage in a spar. Simultaneously, she wished to ascertain what made Chen Mu so compelling that Lu Ruoxue, her close friend, was completely captivated. I possess a modicum of skill in various disciplines. Chen Mu believed that such a response was sufficiently humble. I too practice the spear path. Might the head of the Chen family be inclined to engage in a spar with me and impart some guidance? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxue could not help but interject, remarking on Chu Wushuang's recurring habit. It was indeed Chu Wushuang who had initially suggested sparring when she and Lu Rushuang first became acquainted. Naturally, only those she greatly admired would prompt her to propose such a challenge, a rarity indeed. I believe that may not be necessary. Chen Mu discerned Chu Wushuang's cultivation level and her grasp of the spear path. A spar? It was not only devoid of suspense, but utterly meaningless. Observing Chu Wushuang's unwillingness to concede and her desire to continue pursuing the matter, Chen Mu preemptively raised his hand. Aligning his index and middle fingers as if they were the tip of a spear, his arm straight as a spear shaft. With a swift motion, a violent wind surged forth, pointing towards a centuries-old tree in the courtyard. The tree's trunk was so wide that it could not be fully embraced by two arms. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated, and countless green leaves cascaded down. A large hole appeared in the tree, completely penetrating it. One could see through to the courtyard wall behind it. Chu Wushuang's understanding of the situation was shattered. Chapter 60, Transcending Tribulation Realm. A new awareness dawned upon her. She had never anticipated that Chen Mu's mastery of the spear path had reached such heights that he could seamlessly integrate spear intent into his fingertips without reliance on a weapon. Unleashing its power, this strength did not diminish in the slightest. Chu Wushuang possessed a profound comprehension of her own abilities. She was acutely aware that even her utmost effort could not compare to Chen Mu's casual gesture. No wonder he would say there was no necessity. Initially, upon hearing this from Chen Mu, she felt he was overly arrogant, dismissive of her capabilities. After all, she too was a remarkable figure in her own right. Now, however, it was evident that there was indeed no need. The disparity in their strengths was colossal. Such was the reality, even if Chu Wushuang was reluctant to acknowledge it. With a bitter smile, she conceded, I believe you are correct. I never imagined that the head of the Chun family possessed such formidable prowess in the spear path. Surely, there must be a powerful mentor behind him. Chu Wushuang subtly probed for information about the esteemed figure guiding Chen Mu. One could reasonably believe that the elder imparting spear knowledge to Chen Mu might very well be an extraordinary being capable of delivering that devastating strike. Why not Chen Mu himself? Simply put, while Chu Wushuang regarded Chen Mu's strength as astonishing, even exaggerated, she believed that at his age, he was still far from achieving such a realm. Or rather, in Chu Wushuang's entrenched perspective, attaining such feats would require one to be an elder who had lived for over 1,000 years. Merely dabbling, without any formal mentorship. Chen Mu spoke the truth. Merely dabbling? Chu Wushuang hesitated. Noticing her apparent disbelief in her master's words, Lu Ruoxue quickly stepped forward, asserting, Wushuang, my master is incredibly powerful. He is not deceiving you. He truly has no master, and moreover, no one is qualified to be his master. As she spoke, Lu Ruoxue herself could not help but feel a surge of pride. More matters? Without Chen Mu's permission, Lu Ruoxue deemed it best to remain silent to avoid overstepping her bounds. In light of this, Wushuang decided not to intrude further. What else could she do? If he was unwilling to speak, she could not compel him to divulge anything. To force him to speak, she needed the strength to do so first. It is essential to possess self-awareness. Nonetheless, she at least clarified one thing. Lu Ruoxue was likely captivated by Chen Mu's overwhelming strength. After all, in the entire Xian nation, those who could reach Chen Mu's level at such a young age, in Chu Wushuang's estimation, could be counted on one hand. Not to mention, he had the unmatched fortune of subduing the sacred beast Qilin as a spirit pet. Since time immemorial, beautiful women have adored heroes. Chu Wushuang felt no resentment towards Lu Ruoxue. As she turned to leave, she suddenly encountered an enigmatic figure before her. Without a sound, Chu Wushuang was entirely unaware of when he had appeared. He resembled a wandering Taoist, with a Taoist hairstyle, a scruffy beard, and a long robe. And even from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, she could catch a whiff of a faint, unpleasant odor. Could this person be the powerful figure behind Chen Mu? Chu Wushuang glanced at the wandering Taoist, and then back at Chen Mu. As she parted her lips to speak, the wandering Taoist interjected, fixing his gaze directly upon her, asking, "Did you break that tree?" Chu Wushuang shook her head. "Was it you who did?" The wandering Taoist's gaze shifted to Chen Mu. "What concern is it of yours?" Chen Mu felt an instinctive wariness towards this old man, sensing a hidden malice in his eyes. He appeared to be a cunning and treacherous individual. "I am the wandering Taoist, Song Haizi. I sensed an immense power just now and came seeking a disciple or successor." The wandering Taoist introduced himself. Song Haizi. Upon hearing this name, Chu Wushuang, the elder, and Lu Ruoxue all displayed expressions of astonishment. "Do you know him?" Chen Mu inquired of Lu Ruoxue. Subsequently, she explained that this Song Haizi was among the top 50 powerhouses on the Earth ranking of the Xian nation. With a silver spear, he was unparalleled. Those who perished under his spear numbered not in the thousands, but nearly 1,000. After all, the Earth ranking is a recognized list of strength in the entire Xian nation. And those who make the list are all formidable figures who stand head and shoulders above the rest. With the existence of the Earth ranking, there naturally exists the Heaven ranking. The Earth ranking represents practical combat strength, while the Heaven ranking signifies the level of cultivation. Song Haizi ranks among the top 50 on the Earth ranking, yet his position on the Heaven ranking is beyond the 100 mark. Understanding this, Chen Mu remained uneasy after learning about Song Haizi's identity from Lu Ruoxue. He promptly examined Song Haizi's personal panel, quickly discerning the reason for Song Haizi's interest in him. It appeared that Song Haizi's fate was drawing near, leading him to seek a suitable host for possession. Chen Mu was the most fitting vessel he had found, possessing remarkable talent and the ability to bear all of Song Haizi's cultivation, a rare find indeed. Faced with such a splendid opportunity, Song Haizi was determined not to let it slip away. "Wushuang, I am entirely devoted to mastering the spear path. I implore you, Senior Song, to take me as your disciple. I shall strive diligently and will not bring shame upon you." For Chu Wushuang, Song Haizi had been one of her many desired masters, but despite her extensive search, she had found no trace of him. To her surprise, she encountered him in Tianfu City, a serendipitous meeting that felt as though she had stumbled upon something precious after a long and arduous quest. "You and I are not fated," Song Haizi said, sizing her up with a dismissive glance, his refusal as decisive as it was blunt. "Your talent is commendable, but alas, you are merely a woman." Song Haizi had no desire to become a woman. Yet, Chu Wushuang sought to plead her case further, only to be interrupted by Song Haizi's raised hand. The repeated rejections left her heart heavy with disappointment. "I advise you to abandon this notion early on. Becoming a disciple of one with the heart of a beast will bring you no good," Chen Mu cautioned. "Heart of a beast?" Chu Wushuang was puzzled by Chen Mu's insinuation. "Young friend, what do you mean by this?" Song Haizi's eyes narrowed into slits, a smile that sent chills down the spine. "Taking on disciples is merely a means for me to seize another's body, to escape this decaying form of mine," Chen Mu stated candidly, showing no intention of sparing Song Haizi's pride. Song Haizi's heart tightened. How did Chen Mu know? Was his intent that transparent? Realizing his true intentions had been exposed, Song Haizi felt no need to maintain his facade any longer. "If you have seen through me, then I shall simply take your body. I can make your death more comfortable," he declared, revealing his true nature with an air of superiority, as if he were bestowing a favor upon Chen Mu. Chen Mu scoffed. "Fool, what did you say?" Song Haizi erupted in fury, moving with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in the eyes of Chu Wushuang and Lu Ruoxue. "Master, be careful." They barely had time to react before realizing that Song Haizi had closed in on Chen Mu, his fingers akin to eagle talons, swiftly lunging for his throat. Success. The corners of Song Haizi's lips curled in triumph. Yet, in the next moment, a figure stood before him. It was none other than Lin Wangquan. Song Haizi's hand collided with Lin Wangquan, and in a delayed reaction accompanied by a crack, his bones shattered. "You." Song Haizi's words faltered, his wrinkled face turning pale. His eyes widened in terror. A tribulation stage? A tribulation stage? How could this be? How could a place like this harbor a tribulation stage powerhouse? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Song Haizi shouted in disbelief, but his actions betrayed his true feelings as he retreated, the fear palpable on his face. Chu Wushuang and the old man exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock. They were aware of Lin Wangquan's formidable strength, but this was altogether too much. Was this a jest? Tianfu City, a small locale in the Xian kingdom, had a tribulation stage expert residing within it? More absurdly, this powerhouse referred to Chen Mu as master. Having just annulled her engagement, the man who ought to have been her fiancé was now revealed to be so powerful. It would be a lie to say she felt no regret. As someone who had watched Chu Wushuang grow, the old man lamented his failure to prevent her from this folly. If only they could have secured such a husband, protected by a tribulation stage expert. It would benefit the entire Shenlong sect, elevating it to the pinnacle of the Xian kingdom, or even the entire Zhongshuan realm. Little did he know, not long ago, Chen Mu had unleashed a massacre within the Shenlong sect, slaughtering nearly 100 elders and forcing the sect leader and others to submit in order to survive. Do you not know who you are daring to offend before my master? Lin Wangquan raised his hand and inhaled. No, stop. Song Haizi's body moved forward uncontrollably, Lin Wanchuan's hand grasping his face in a vice-like grip. The terror seeped into his very bones. He felt his vitality, cultivation, and soul being drained by Lin Wangquan. Yet, Song Haizi was powerless to act. With great difficulty, he shifted his gaze to Chen Mu, who now stood devoid of the arrogance he once exuded. In that moment, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of humility as he pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I apologize, I have sinned." Seeing Song Haizi attempt to further ruin Chen Mu's mood, Lin Wangquan tightened his grip, crushing Song Haizi's facial bones effortlessly, rendering him unrecognizable. Song Haizi was utterly vanquished. Reincarnation? He had no such opportunity. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were completely drained by Lin Wangquan's cultivated technique, turned into his own strength. Witnessing this scene, Chu Wushuang felt her emotions tangled in complexity, unsure of what to say. The master she admired, a formidable expert, was so easily crushed by Chen Mu's servant. From beginning to end, he had not shown even the slightest resistance. Even having witnessed it firsthand, Chu Wushuang could not help but question whether her eyes had deceived her. Her gaze flickered between Chen Mu and Lin Wangquan, puzzled as to why such a powerful being would pledge loyalty to Chen Mu and serve him. Could it be a fade? Perhaps there were hidden reasons compelling him to conceal his true self? This possibility weighed heavily on her mind. She began to associate the master of the spear path, the enigmatic figure behind Chen Mu, and Lin Wangquan together. Master, discarding Song Haizi's corpse, Lin Wangquan knelt on one knee, presenting the spatial ring with both hands. Chen Mu accepted the spatial ring, feeling no need for pretense, as all that Song Haizi possessed was granted by him. This left Chu Wushuang utterly bewildered. Since his identity had been revealed, why continue the charade? As a tribulation stage expert, did bending the knee to present plundered treasures not diminish his status? It was a contradiction, a profound contradiction. Inside, Chu Wushuang was in turmoil. This old man, who prided himself on being a wandering ascetic of a righteous sect, had secretly hoarded so many sinister techniques. Chen Mu infused his consciousness into the spatial ring, discovering it filled with treasures and techniques related to possession and reincarnation. It seemed that Song Haizi had roamed the entire Zhongshuan realm over the years to gather such items. The methods were feasible, however, he had chosen the wrong target. Soon, a blood-red orb resembling an eye, woven with golden threads, caught Chen Mu's attention. Utilizing the system to examine it, he learned it was called the Blood Demon Pearl, capable of nurturing and cultivating a blood demon as a servant. Blood demons were terrifying beings, fiercely loyal to their master and relentless in battle. With a mere command, they would fight to the death without hesitation. Item name, Blood Demon Pearl. Cultivation status, 98. Chen Mu speculated that Song Haizi might have considered using the blood demon as a host if he could not find a suitable target for possession. Although the path of humanity is forsaken, this corporeal vessel undoubtedly possesses immense value. The cultivation speed of the blood demon is 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, surpassing even many talented individuals among the human race. Why would one refuse a powerful enforcer delivered to their doorstep? Extracting the blood demon orb, it was crushed, and crimson aura burst forth, coalescing and intricately weaving flesh and bone, manifesting a long-horned, entirely crimson blood demon before the onlookers. It was the blood demon. Chu Wushuang recognized it instantly. With a roar, the blood demon spread its arms and howled skyward. As it aimed to attack Chen Mu, Lin Wangquan reacted swiftly, releasing his might to suppress it. Although formidable, the blood demon could only kneel before a transcendent being, filled with rage yet powerless. Master, there is too much of that person's aura within the blood demon. It may not acknowledge you as its master. Perhaps we should eliminate it? Lin Wangquan inquired about Chen Mu's thoughts. No rush. Chen Mu raised his hand, signaling Lin Wangquan to maintain the suppression. Noticing Chen Mu's determination, Chu Wushuang grew concerned that he might ensnare himself, igniting his own ruin. This blood demon was not easily controlled, and failure could likely cost him his life. However, unbeknownst to her, Chen Mu possessed a system capable of unraveling such complexities. Wielding the highest authority in the world firmly in his grasp. Is altering the blood demon's loyalty a challenging endeavor? Not in the slightest. It is a trivial task. Release it. Chen Mu glanced at Lin Wangquan. Understood. As the blood demon gradually calmed, no longer exhibiting its former ferocity, Lin Wangquan retracted his imposing aura. The blood demon rose and swiftly charged towards Chen Mu once more. Beast! You dare! Lin Wangquan began, but was halted by Chen Mu's raised hand. As Lin Wangquan attempted to speak again, the blood demon knelt before them, thudding its head against the ground. The sound echoed as it repeatedly struck its forehead, seemingly oblivious to pain, reducing the bluestone bricks to powder and creating a large crater. In Chapter 62, the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord emerged. Any discerning eye could see that the blood demon was humbly bowing to Chen Mu, apologizing for its earlier rudeness with sincere contrition. Its gaze had transformed, now devoid of hostility. But didn't Fu Bo say that a blood demon can only pledge allegiance to one master throughout its life? Chu Wushuang looked at Su Fu with confusion. This was likely due to their previous lack of opportunity to confront a transcendent being. Su Fu's smile faltering as he struggled to justify this reasoning. Chu Wushuang fell silent. Meanwhile, Chen Mu allowed the blood demon to continue its penance. Knowing its resilient exterior would withstand the impact of countless bowings without leaving a mark, he was preoccupied with studying the evolution pathways of the blood demon. The system panel clearly displayed two evolutionary routes for the blood demon, one leading to the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon, and the other to the Blood Demon Lord. Each path had its own advantages. The 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon boasted unparalleled personal strength, while the Blood Demon Lord could transform and summon the souls of the deceased, creating an army of blood demon minions without limitation. Which path should he choose? With a resounding clap, Chen Mu smacked his forehead in self-reproach. Only a child would make a choice. A true man desires both. The 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord it is. Suddenly, a surge of blood energy erupted, staining the heavens crimson. The world seemed to plunge into a hellish abyss, bathed in dark red. Even the sun resembled a blood moon, glaring and bright, yet too fearsome to gaze upon. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu sluggishly raised their heads in awe, witnessing a blood demon towering high above, capable of effortlessly leveling the entire Tianfu city. The winds howled and clouds parted. The sight of the 16 wings spread wide was etched into their very souls, unforgettable. The ancient slaughtering demon, which had once claimed countless lives, was no less fearsome. Chen Mu assessed that while Lin Wangquan, with his transcendent cultivation, could previously crush the blood demon, now, against the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord, he would likely find himself utterly dominated. As the towering figure of the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord appeared, accompanied by an extraordinary phenomenon that spanned miles, ordinary people hastily retreated indoors, closing windows and doors, fearing the end of days. The many sects within the area trembled, gazing upward at the blood demon, grappling with the impossibility of such a being. One that belonged to the ancient past, returning to the mortal realm. At Xianxiaaudiobooks, in front of the main hall, Zhao Hengshan pondered, could it be? Aside from Chen Mu, he could not fathom who else could achieve such a feat after all. Only that boy defied all conventions. His actions and thought processes beyond any logical prediction. Returning to the Chun family estate, Chu Wushuang, recovering from her shock, began to worry. What was she concerned about? That the blood demon orb might actually be an ancient artifact, and that this blood demon had gone completely berserk, leading to unrestrained slaughter that none could prevent. The entire Zhangxian realm would face an existential crisis. Yet, such thoughts were abruptly dispelled by Chen Mu's words. How long do you intend for me to look up to you? Upon hearing this, the blood demon immediately shrank to a human size, its 16 wings remaining, proportionately diminished yet retaining their grandeur. With a thud, the familiar scene of bowing unfolded before them once more, though the destruction caused by its bowing was evidently more extensive. At this rate, Tianfu City would inevitably be submerged. Enough, Chen Mu commanded the blood demon to rise, preventing further destruction of the Chen family. The blood demon complied obediently, demonstrating an obedience that even surpassed that of Xiaohe, Chen Mu's pet. Tianfu City had narrowly escaped the brink of annihilation. Yet this left Chu Wushuang and Su Fu in profound silence. After the holy beast Qilin, there was the first female prodigy of Qing Xianzong, followed by a transcendent being, and now, the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord. Each of his subordinates surpassed the last in their extraordinary capabilities. In comparison, Lin Wangquan's presence began to seem reasonable. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu grasped a fundamental truth. to render an outrageous and absurd situation plausible. One merely needed to introduce an even more outrageous and absurd circumstance. Though, ironically, this statement itself was quite absurd. Subsequently, Chen Mu caught the blood demon's gaze and followed it, finding nothing unusual. Closing his eyes, then reopening them, he activated his divine sight, revealing myriad golden threads. The blood demon was observing the residual soul energy belonging to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Although faint, it was sufficient to summon blood demon soldiers. Summon them, Chen Mu granted permission, and the blood demon raised its hand, unleashing a powerful aura that fused with the soul energy, constructing and weaving the forms of blood demon soldiers. What? Chu Wuxuang couldn't contain her astonishment. The blood demon soldiers summoned by the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord possessed at least Golden Core level strength or above. In truth, the blood demons summoned by the Blood Demon Lord possess the strength of the Golden Core realm, while the blood demon generals have no restrictions on their growth levels. They can cultivate or continuously evolve by absorbing blood energy. Even someone as extraordinary as Chen Mu felt that this setting was somewhat excessive. If an army of blood demons numbering in the millions, tens of millions, or even billions were to be forged, would there still be anyone in this world who would dare oppose him? Unless they were seeking their own demise. The summoned blood demon soldiers first bowed to the blood demon lord. Thud. They showed even greater deference to Chen Mu, kneeling on both knees. This indicates that Chen Mu not only has complete control over the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord, but also possesses authority that surpasses that of the small soldiers he summoned. Chu Wuxuang and Su Fu no longer wished to utter a word. They felt utterly numb. The shock they had experienced over the past several decades paled in comparison to the brief moment they had just witnessed. They silently exited the scene. Overwhelmed with too many questions, their minds in a state of blankness, their eyes lost. They needed to find a place to rest and recuperate. Chen Mu did not attempt to retain them. At this moment, he was more preoccupied with thoughts on how to enhance the summoning of small soldiers for the Blood Demon Lord. The next moment, he looked up at the sky. Was an opportunity presenting itself right before him? Chapter 63. Crossing the Tribulation and the Elder's Shoulder Massage. An unprecedented display of power. In midair, a flying vessel was racing through the clouds toward the Chun family estate. Under the gaze of the divine eye technique, Chen Mu discerned that there were more than 30 individuals aboard the vessel. The one with the highest cultivation level was at the half-step spirit transformation realm, while the lowest was at the first layer of the nascent soul realm. To ordinary people and common cultivators, these individuals were undoubtedly great figures, beings not to be trifled with. However, to Chen Mu, they were mere ants, not even requiring his intervention to eliminate them. Yet, what intrigued him even more was that he sensed a similar aura emanating from these individuals as he did from the blood demons. Almost identical, but in terms of quality, the former were not even worthy of carrying the latter's shoes. He decided to utilize the system to check the detailed information about this group. Soon, the perplexities within him were resolved. The three characters Blood Demon Sect already spoke volumes. Those individuals were all top-tier figures from the inner court of the Blood Demon Sect. As for the relationship between the Blood Demon Sect and the Blood Demons, the information Chen Mu obtained from the system revealed that the Blood Demon Sect originated from the corpse of the Blood Demon Ancestor. In a time of chaos, where powerful beings were rampant and engaged in mutual slaughter, the Blood Demon Ancestor tragically fell victim to multiple forces sieges and ultimately perished at the foot of the Yuta Mountain. His massive body merged with the Yuta Mountain, forming the Blood Demon Pool and the Demon Bone Peak. In the subsequent hundreds of years, some fled to Yuta Mountain and comprehended the Blood Demon Great Law, cultivating secret techniques with the Ancestor's blood. Using the Ancestor's bones, they forged blood demon orbs to nurture and cultivate blood corpses. Indeed, blood corpses rather than blood demons. Blood corpses could not even be compared to blood demons. Even before the blood demon soldiers, they could only kneel in submission. The disparity in realms between the two was vast. One belonged to the earth, while the other belonged to the heavens. This was primarily due to the limited resources left by the Ancestor, and there were very few disciples capable of refining blood demons and controlling them. They could only settle for refining blood corpses. In the Blood Demon Sect, disciples who could refine low-tier blood demons from the blood demon orbs were regarded as outstanding talents, revered by thousands. The fundamental reason these individuals had come aboard the flying vessel was obvious to Chen Mu. It was due to the overwhelming blood energy released by the Supreme Blood Demon, which had ignited their hopes of restoring the former glory of the Blood Demon Sect. After all, when compared, the Blood Demon Ancestor, from whom they derived their fortunes, was merely a high-tier soldier in comparison to the Supreme Blood Demon that Chen Mu had modified and enhanced. Throughout the evolutionary path of the Blood Demons, the Blood Demon Ancestor ranked first. This meant that the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon represented the complete form of the Blood Demon Ancestor. The blood demon ancestor was still 3 major realms away from this form. If even the 16-winged supreme blood demon could not be compared, what more could be said of the ultimate evolutionary entity born from 2 fully evolved paths? Wasn't it merely a high-tier soldier? Aboard the flying vessel, a group of elders from the blood demon sect, led by Wu Shufeng, closely monitored the direction of the blood energy. They were astonished to discover that there existed a place with such dense blood energy, aside from their blood demon sect. It seemed that heaven was favoring the blood demon sect, granting them another opportunity to become the strongest sect in the Xian kingdom. The blood energy appeared to be on par with that left by the blood demon ancestor. Was there possibly another blood demon ancestor? Wu Shufeng did not involve himself in speculations regarding the rise of the blood demon sect. He dared not lose focus and diligently maneuvered the vessel, following the trajectory of the blood energy until they arrived above the Chun residence. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of figures leaped down from above, landing silently and steadily. They scanned the surroundings before their gazes quickly fixed upon the supreme blood demon. Such blood energy could only belong to the blood demon ancestor. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they knelt, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the blood demon ancestor." In response, the supreme blood demon remained unresponsive. In his eyes, these individuals were akin to air, or rather, in his perspective, there was only space for Chen Mu. Wu Shufeng believed that perhaps his voice was too soft, so he led the others in a louder and more synchronized call. "We, the descendants of the blood demon, pay our respects to the blood demon ancestor." It was futile. He could not hear them. Whatever they wished to say, they could directly convey to me. Chen Mu interjected. "What do you think you are?" Boom. Someone was about to retort Chen Mu, questioning his standing, claiming the blood demon ancestor was present, and he had no right to speak. However, they were swiftly silenced by Lin Wangquan, crushed to the point of obliteration. The only remnants left were bloodstains, blooming like flowers on the bluestone bricks, vividly striking. Crossing the tribulation realm, the remaining individuals felt a jolt in their hearts, not daring to entertain even a hint of resistance or hostility. They glanced at the silent blood demon ancestor and then at the imposing Lin Wangquan. Could it be that the blood demon ancestor was indeed in alliance with a crossing the tribulation realm powerhouse? If so, it would explain the terrifying surge of blood energy. It was not surprising at all. Regardless of how one viewed it, they were dealing with a formidable being of the crossing the tribulation realm. How could a mere ordinary formation contend with him? Wu Shufeng hesitated, contemplating whether to share in the glory or withdraw entirely, steering clear of the conflicts among these top-tier powerhouses. Upon reflection, even if he participated, it would likely result in a mere slap, leaving nothing but ashes, right? "My legs are a bit tired. You go fetch me a chair," Chen Mu instructed. Before the words even left his lips, Lin Wangquan had already positioned the chair perfectly. Chen Mu sat down with a thud, under the fearful expressions of Wu Shufeng and the others. Who exactly was he? How could he command a crossing the tribulation realm powerhouse to fetch him a chair? Shouldn't it be the other way around? If memory served correctly, crossing the tribulation realm represented the pinnacle of cultivation, not the foundation establishment realm. "You, come here and massage my shoulders," Chen Mu commanded, placing his left palm on his right shoulder, lifting it, stretching his arm, and gesturing at the supreme blood demon. This lad must have lost his mind. How dare he issue orders to the blood demon ancestor? Wu Shufeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Who would have thought that the blood demon ancestor would genuinely follow Chen Mu's command, moving to stand behind him, bending down earnestly, precisely gauging the strength, and began massaging his shoulders? The careful manner in which he did so left everyone dumbfounded. Wu Shufeng and the members of the blood demon sect questioned whether they were dreaming. Was all this about the explosive surge of blood energy, the blood demon ancestor, and the crossing the tribulation realm powerhouse merely an illusion, not a reality? Otherwise, it was simply too astonishing to comprehend. All of this feels surreal, overly ethereal. Even in the realm of dreams, it would be no different. Surely, no one can be invincible to such an extent. There have been displays of power, yet none could compare to Chen Mu, whose reputation is unparalleled. The Duel realm, the pinnacle of cultivation, offering you a seat? The blood demon ancestor, whose blood demon sect has dominated for centuries, offering to massage your shoulders. Such notions were unthinkable in the past. They lacked even the courage to entertain them. Chapter 64. The Resurrection of the Blood Demon Ancestor. To whom does he kneel? This individual is terrifying indeed. The most prestigious conjectures regarding Chen Mu's identity that they could imagine now seem utterly inadequate, as if something crucial is missing. Even the strongest cultivators from the Xian kingdom, let alone those in the Duel realm, have yet to reach that level themselves. This treatment, even within the entire Xianxian realm, makes Chen Mu unparalleled. Unanimously, they began to acknowledge the truth of the saying. There are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. How? Are you hesitant to speak? Observing the silence of the crowd, Chen Mu exhibited a hint of impatience. No, we initially intended to seek refuge with the blood demon ancestor, but unexpectedly encountered a being as extraordinary as Chen Mu, a prodigy. Such words, if spoken, would be considered deeply disrespectful, so they dared only to contemplate them in silence. Since your blood demon sect wishes to rely on his strength, it is certain that the sect's voice will ultimately rest in his hands. Chen Mu had no qualms about adding another force to his sphere of influence. Indeed, Wu Shufeng fervently nodded in agreement with Chen Mu's words. As the vice sect master, he swore an oath of blood. Any disobedience would invoke divine retribution. The blood oath is not to be taken lightly. Any infraction would manifest in reality. Given this, let us proceed. Chen Mu was curious to witness the sect centered around the cultivation of blood corpses and blood demons. The knowledge stored in his predecessor's mind about this world was woefully insufficient to satiate his curiosity. Moreover, he harbored a bold idea he wished to explore. The blood demon sect would serve as an excellent testing ground. Please, esteemed one, board the flying vessel. Wu Shufeng gestured invitingly. There is no need for such formality. With a thought, Chen Mu summoned a portal leading to the blood demon sect. As for the exquisite flying vessel above, he casually grasped it and stored it away. Wu Shufeng and the others could only think one thing. As long as you are pleased, we are content. There were no complaints. Just a flying vessel. If he desired the entire blood demon sect, they would willingly present it. Otherwise, a glance at the still fresh bloodstains at their feet would suffice as a warning. After handing Little Black to Lu Ruoxue, instructing her to return with it, Chen Mu then entered the portal with the supreme blood demon, arriving at the blood demon sect. Upon emerging from the portal, they were met by hundreds of disciples who had already summoned blood corpses and lower-tier blood demons, assuming a battle-ready stance. Their faces etched with vigilance. To them, the portal was a rare phenomenon. They mistakenly believed an attack on the blood demon sect was imminent. As Wu Shufeng and the others emerged from the portal, witnessing the disciples' treatment of their esteemed guest, they were about to speak when a roar from the supreme blood demon reverberated throughout the mountain gate. Everyone grimaced in agony, pressing their hands to their ears, as if their eardrums might burst. Yet, even more startling was what followed. The blood corpses and blood demons, typically unwaveringly loyal, suddenly broke free from their control, bowing before Chen Mu in a display of reverence. The sound of their kneeling echoed like thunder. For an ordinary person, the force would have likely resulted in severe injury. This demonstrated the deep respect the blood corpses and blood demons held for Chen Mu. Hold! Who permitted you to summon the blood corpses and act so disrespectfully towards our esteemed one? Kneel and apologize. Wu Shufeng bellowed. The disciples understood that he was attempting to preserve their lives and complied, aware that Chen Mu was no ordinary individual. A glance around revealed no one standing. All, whether blood corpses or disciple summoners, knelt in reverence. Wu Shufeng and the others followed suit. Esteemed one, these youngsters are ignorant and have offended you. Please forgive them. Rest assured, I am not a tyrant. This is merely a misunderstanding. Do not be anxious. Chen Mu gestured for Wu Shufeng and the others to rise. At that moment, the disciples were even more convinced that Chen Mu was extraordinary. He had instilled such fear and respect in the vice sect master Wu Shufeng. After managing Wu Shufeng and the others, Chen Mu's gaze lifted, locking onto a stone that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human skull, now overgrown with trees and flowers, including 2 hollow eye sockets. Nearby, there were also petrified remnants resembling arms, ribs, and leg bones. This scene was quite peculiar, yet held a certain artistic quality. In a game, it would undoubtedly serve as a battlefield. Chen Mu opened the system panel to examine the skull mountain and confirmed that it was indeed a massive skeletal structure, the remains of the blood demon ancestor. After millions of years of utilization and depletion, the residual blood energy resources were dwindling. In 1,000 years, decline was inevitable. At that time, the blood demon sect, founded on blood energy and countless techniques, would face a predictable fate. Name: blood demon ancestor. Status: deceased, transformed into bones. Would you like to modify death to awakening? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. The ground trembled violently. Only a few could maintain their stance. What is happening? The flesh of the blood demon ancestor is regenerating. My heavens! Is the blood demon ancestor returning? He is not dead? Shocked exclamations erupted like waves crashing upon the shore. Countless stones tumbled as the blood demon ancestor gradually rose, towering above the entire Yidu mountain. His immense form loomed, imposing and overwhelming, making even breathing a challenge. Truly, the blood demon ancestor is formidable. Bow before the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor is majestic. In an instant, Countless individuals bowed in reverence. Chen Mu's prominence seemed to have been overshadowed in that moment. Yet, he did not mind, waiting patiently for the blood demon ancestor to fully restore himself. At present, the reconstruction of flesh was only halfway complete. The skeletal structure was gradually becoming more robust, shedding the stones, soil, and trees that clung to him, revealing his original crimson form and muscular contours. In chaotic times, only a few chose to wear clothing. The blood demon ancestor clearly belonged to the latter majority, his wild, unkempt black hair epitomizing the essence of wildness. However, what transpired next exceeded the expectations of all blood demon sect members. The blood demon ancestor, suddenly diminished in height, knelt. To whom does he kneel? Chapter 65, Modifying Infinite Summoning Quantity. Trial Stone Weight. Many people's expressions shifted as they seemed to realize something. They turned their heads, casting sidelong glances at Chen Mu. He was undoubtedly the most likely candidate, without question. The reason is quite simple. One's own blood and flesh yearn to kneel before him. Yet the appearance of the blood demon ancestor elicits no response. Is he stronger than the blood demon ancestor? How could that possibly be? It is indeed difficult to convince oneself to accept such a notion. In their minds, the blood demon ancestor is an invincible entity. Can he not speak? Chen Mu reflects. In this chaotic era, the principle of might holds more weight than in the current Xianxian realm. What is there to say? Action speaks louder than words. Silencing the enemy is far more effective than engaging in verbal disputes. Fortunately, although the blood demon ancestor does not speak, he comprehends human language. Chen Mu boldly declares, "You shall end your own life." The reasoning is straightforward. The demise of the blood demon ancestor brings more benefit than detriment, both to himself and to the entire blood demon sect. What? He actually commands the blood demon ancestor to take his own life? Surely, even he cannot issue such a command to the blood demon ancestor, let alone one of self-termination. After all, he is the blood demon ancestor. The onlookers are incredulous that the blood demon ancestor would genuinely heed Chen Mu's words. Bang! In the next moment, they witness the blood demon ancestor drive his fist into his left chest, extracting and crushing his heart with resolute determination, without a trace of hesitation. As the heart explodes, blood pours down like rain, drenching the entirety of Yidu Mountain. The plants and soil absorb the demonic blood, becoming even more vibrant. Bang! Boom! Soon after, the blood demon ancestor's body collapses, reminiscent of events from millennia ago. The crowd, this is not the end, merely a segment of Chen Mu's plan. He exchanges a glance with the supreme blood demon, instructing him to summon the blood demon ancestor's soul power to create his own legion of blood demons. The supreme blood demon complies. The sky fills with blood energy, merging with the soul power of the blood demon ancestor to shape a colossal figure. The oppressive aura that had just dissipated suddenly returns. The blood demon ancestor voluntarily reduces himself to a normal human size and kneels before Chen Mu once more. At this moment, the members of the blood demon sect no longer harbor dissent regarding the figure who had just knelt. It is undoubtedly Chen Mu. They cannot fathom from where the vice sect master has summoned such a formidable being. No, he is even more terrifying than a mere demon god. Ignoring their thoughts, Chen Mu opens the personal page of the supreme blood demon. Blood demon soldier, quantity, 1. Blood demon general, quantity, 1. Selecting the number 1. Chen Mu resolves to act upon his audacious idea. Would you like to modify 1 to infinite? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Now, whether it be blood demon soldiers or blood demon generals, the supreme blood demon can summon as many as he desires, without limitation. This shackling has been thoroughly shattered by Chen Mu. Interfere? Who dares to intervene? He modifies whoever he wishes. With a system capable of such feats, invincibility is assured. Report. No, it is dire news. The disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect have reported that they are gathering forces to attack our blood demon sect. A disciple squeezes through the crowd, arriving before Wu Shufeng to relay the information. Understood, Wu Shufeng replies. Word in the past. He might have worried that even if the blood demon sect were not annihilated, they would suffer significant losses. Yet now, the vitality of the blood demon sect is recovering with unprecedented richness. Most importantly, they have secured a powerful ally in Chen Mu. The actions of the Mountain and Sea sect appear to him as nothing short of self-sabotage. Why choose this moment to launch an attack? Truly absurd. The Mountain and Sea sect. Chen Mu has heard of it. It seems to be a highly ranked sect, far superior to the previous Qingxian sect. Between sects, competition for resources often leads to disdain and conflicts. This is a common occurrence. Chen Mu muses that he will seize this opportunity to let the supreme blood demon showcase the power of his infinite summoning. Strength must be displayed. Concealment does not align with Chen Mu's style of handling matters. I shall resolve this. You need not intervene. Chen Mu is not consulting Wu Shufeng, but rather instructing him on what must be done. We shall obey your command, my lord. Wu Shufeng bows in respect. With the sect master currently in seclusion, everything is at the discretion of the vice sect master. The disciples of the Blood Demon sect, hearing Chen Mu's declaration, are curious about the extent of his strength. While they harbor disdain towards the Mountain and Sea sect, they do recognize its formidable power. Can he truly contend against them alone? Many disciples mentally prepare for a shared fate, whether glorious or disastrous. Feeling the continuous influx of blood energy surging within them, their fighting spirit is undeniably ignited. Meanwhile, dozens of flying vessels from the Mountain and Sea sect descend. The sect master, Zhao Yue, stands confidently on the deck of the foremost vessel, hands clasped behind his back. His cultivation has reached a breakthrough into the divine separation realm. And with over 20 seasoned experts at his side, subduing a weakened Blood Demon sect is undoubtedly within their grasp, even should the Blood Demon sect unleash their utmost capabilities. Zhao Yue is confident he can obliterate them within a single day. At that time, this vast expanse of cultivation resources will belong solely to the Mountain and Sea sect. Today, even if divine beings were to descend, the Blood Demon sect must perish. Zhao Yue chuckles lightly, brimming with self-assurance, awaiting the vessels to reach the Blood Demon sect. In a mere moment, the sky above the Blood Demon sect is obscured by a multitude of flying vessels. A rough estimate suggests that at least 10,000 elite disciples from the Mountain and Sea sect have arrived. Clearly, the Mountain and Sea sect is intent on annihilating the Blood Demon sect. Wu Shufeng grits his teeth. Wu Shufeng, as a gesture of goodwill, I offer your people a chance for self-termination. Perhaps I may consider sparing the lives of your disciples. Zhao Yue proclaims from atop the vessel, looking down imperiously. In your dreams, Wu Shufeng retorts defiantly. Zhao Yue, I advise you to quickly descend and apologize to my lord to preserve your lives. My lord. Zhao Yue follows Wu Shufeng's gaze, landing his eyes upon Chen Mu. A derisive smile escapes him. Though he says nothing further, this expression conveys much. Your Blood Demon sect has truly fallen from grace. Disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect, heed my command. Leave not a single one of the Blood Demon sect alive. Zhao Yue's voice reverberates through the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. The throngs respond in unison. Zhao Yue is eager to witness how the Blood Demon sect's scant forces will contend against him today. It is your time to shine. Do not disappoint me. Chen Mu instructs the Supreme Blood Demon. To him, this is merely an opportunity to expand the variety of Blood Demons summoned. A test of mettle. Chapter 66. Outnumbered? Summon 100,000 Blood Demons. The Supreme Blood Demon accepts the command, stepping forward to confront Zhao Yue and the multitude of disciples from the Mountain and Sea sect. Bang! With a powerful stomp, the bluestone bricks beneath him shatter, sending fragments and dust flying. The onlookers momentarily pause, then swiftly lift their gazes to follow the Supreme Blood Demon as he ascends to a height of 100 meters. Roar! He spreads his arms wide, unleashing a furious roar to express his anger and dissatisfaction. However, Zhao Yue dismisses the Supreme Blood Demon as merely a loud beast, not taking him seriously. After all, he has slain many demons before. Yet in the next instant, his expression drastically changes as he observes the scene before him twisting wildly. A colossal wave of sound energy, akin to a tornado, effortlessly shatters the flying vessels into debris. The protective formation? Bang! Instantly shattered. Everyone, take cover. Zhao Yue soars into the air on his sword, seemingly rising from the ground. Once the figure stabilized, I lowered my gaze to behold the fleet of flying vessels I had commanded, now reduced to countless fragments scattered across the sky. Nearly 1/10 of my disciples, caught off guard and unable to evade, met a fate akin to those vessels, transforming into blood mist and bone dust. My attention shifted back to the Supreme Blood Demon. I had underestimated you. I realized why Wu Shufeng dared to disregard me. There was indeed a hidden ace up your sleeve. Fear not, Wu Shufeng. Once I eradicate the Blood Demon sect, the methods for cultivating blood demons will be perpetuated by our Shanghai society. I too yearn for the power to command puppets as formidable as the Supreme Blood Demon. Even 100 such beings would bestow upon me an extraordinary and unparalleled combat prowess. Alas, the Blood Demon sect lacks the necessary strength and resources. I firmly believe I can achieve it. Defeat? I have never contemplated losing this battle. The Supreme Blood Demon merely succeeded in ambushing and slaughtering a few of my disciples, those who were merely fillers in our 1,000-strong team. The true elites still number in the tens of thousands. Can he truly slay them all? I am eager to see just how long you, a mere marionette, can withstand the onslaught. With a roar, the Supreme Blood Demon unleashed another skyward howl, a sound that resonated painfully against the eardrums of countless disciples from Shanghai sect, leaving them disoriented. Just as I naively believed that the Supreme Blood Demon's abilities were limited, an overwhelming wave of crimson appeared within and beyond my line of sight. Legions of Blood Demon soldiers and generals emerged, their numbers swiftly eclipsing the advantage I had once prided myself upon. How could this happen? Even I, who had felt certain of victory just moments prior, was thrown into disarray. Moreover, the speed at which the Blood Demons multiplied not only did not wane with their numbers, but accelerated further, becoming ever more numerous. A quick glance at the ground revealed no signs of spiritual energy emanating from Chen Mu, Wu Shufeng, or the other disciples of the Blood Demon sect. Where did these crimson monstrosities originate? Could it be? A terrifying thought began to take root in my mind. My gaze snapped back to the Supreme Blood Demon, my brows knitting together into a furrow, murmuring, could it be that they were all summoned by him? Is this the true trump card of the Blood Demon sect? Behind me, innumerable Blood Demons loomed. What should I do? Moments ago, he had obliterated the fleet, claiming the lives of over 1,000 of my fellow disciples. Now, their numbers were likely approaching 100,000. Please, do not suggest that you wish to flee. Hush. Keep your voice down. If the sect master hears us, we will all suffer the consequences. Are we to confront them head-on? Surely this is no jest? If we cannot defeat one, how can we possibly contend with 100,000? It is beyond impossible. Listening to the demoralized voices of my disciples, I understood that this path was untenable. Thus, I spoke up, endeavoring to stabilize their spirits. Do not panic. You are all elite disciples of the Shanghai sect. Exceptional among thousands, merely facing a horde of puppets that prioritize quantity over quality. What is there to fear? We shall prevail. If we secure victory over the Blood Demon sect, the treatment of all disciples within the sect shall be multiplied tenfold. A reward such as this will surely inspire courage, for I understand this principle well. Tenfold treatment. Upon hearing this, the crowd rallied as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Raising their voices in fervent unison, we shall prevail. We shall prevail. Hearing this, my restless heart found a semblance of calm once more. It was time to sound the horn of counterattack. My mind was a blank slate, and the scenes unfolding before me struck me with such force that I felt as though my very soul had been significantly diminished. The sight of the Blood Demon soldiers and generals, brimming with bloodlust, towering before me as colossal muscle-bound giants, resembled deities of destruction. The very moment the Supreme Blood Demon transformed into his complete form, with 16 wings unfurling, the overwhelming sight rendered me speechless. I felt as though I had plummeted into an abyss, my heart chilled to the core. To confront the existence of the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon was to gaze upon something beyond reach. Even his knee would be unattainable. My neck ached. No, I do not wish to die. Whoever desires to fight may do so. I wish to save my own life. I shall withdraw from the Shanghai sect. I have no connection to them. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. If you wish to perish, I shall not impede your path. Step aside. The disciples of Shanghai sect, in their panic, did not grant me the opportunity to speak. Each one turned their swords around, fleeing with utmost speed from Yuta Mountain. With a thunderous crash, the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon struck down, claiming the lives of 2,000 to 3,000. The 100,000-strong army of Blood Demons unleashed a ferocious assault, their movements shaking the very earth. Wu Shufeng and the disciples of the Blood Demon sect gazed up in awe, as if transported back to a chaotic and bloody era dominated by violence and slaughter. In this moment, they finally comprehended, experiencing firsthand, why their Blood Demon ancestor obeyed Chen Mu's commands without hesitation, choosing self-destruction. The reason was simple. The Blood Demon ancestor, whom they regarded as invincible, could summon an army of 100,000 in the blink of an eye. What was even more astonishing was that it was evident this was far from his limit. Even beings of such otherworldly might had to obediently heed Chen Mu's commands. The Blood Demon ancestor? Frankly speaking, what right did he have to rebel? As for Wu Shufeng, he had always believed himself sufficiently knowledgeable about the Blood Demon lineage. Yet the scenes unfolding before him, the gruesome slaughter of the disciples of Shanghai sect, led him to a moment of enlightenment. The Blood Demon ancestor, within the grand tapestry of the Blood Demon family, was perhaps merely an inconspicuous figure. Yet, the Blood Demon sect had thrived for millennia. Standing resolutely on the back of this unremarkable individual, his eyes filled with reverence and fear, he covertly glanced at Chen Mu's back, eager to discern the visage that lay beneath this youthful exterior. The true ancestor of Blood Demons? The essence of Blood Demons? Chapter 67. One-click unlock of thousands of summoning templates. On the other side, the slaughter of the Blood Demon army continued unabated. A single strike could level an unnamed mountain, shattering it with the ease of crushing dough. Though that massive hand appeared to move slowly, in reality, it was incredibly swift. A mere graze would cause an entire body to explode under the pressure with a resounding crack. Bones, stark white, scattered across the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moreover, countless bloodlines akin to tendrils erupted from the blood demons, raining down like arrows, overwhelming in their ferocity. In comparison to the blood demons' enormous forms, they appeared as mere lines. Yet to the human race, they represented a devastating assault, faced with such vast destructive capacity. Even those who had honed their agility to perfection within the Shanhai sect found it impossible to escape. Boom, boom, boom. The arcs of destruction landed heavily upon the ground, obliterating everything in their path, with remains buried deep into the earth, entombed 100 meters deep. Witnessing this cataclysmic one-sided massacre, the disciples of the Blood Demon sect felt immense relief that they were not born in that chaotic era. Otherwise, they would likely have been no match for even a mere insect. In stark contrast, the disciples of Shanhai sect could only feel despair, endless, chilling despair. No, please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to die. I have been forced into this. I never intended to oppose you. I implore you, have mercy and spare me. The fervent cries for battle and the passionate pledges of loyalty to enhance sect benefits had long been cast aside, replaced by selective amnesia. There was no trace of fighting spirit, only desperate pleas and a myriad of attempts to beg for mercy. The mind raced swiftly, uttering every conceivable word without regard for reason. Faced with such a lopsided and hopeless situation, Zhao Yue, the sect leader, had long abandoned the thought of fighting back, realizing it was a futile endeavor. He understood that pleading for mercy was in vain, so he sought to unite all the formidable experts present from the Shanhai zone, striving to preserve his life and escape. However, as he turned, he clearly beheld the scene before him. Boom! The towering demon with 16 wings waved its colossal hand, firmly grasping over 20 powerful figures in its palm. With a tightening grip, Zhao Yue knew all too well what horrifying spectacle awaited him. Flee! Escape immediately! His mind echoed with this imperative. Gulp! 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 He hastily stuffed numerous pills into his mouth, swallowing them down. Utilizing various techniques, he instantly fled over 100 kilometers. Was he relieved? Not in the slightest, for he witnessed blood pillars blooming like chrysanthemums, exploding around him, encircling him in a deadly embrace. Not even a fly could hope to escape. Hundreds of blood pillars converged upon him, violently crashing, merging, deforming, dispersing, then resuming a spherical shape, only to retract. Successfully killed an elder of the Shanhai zone. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-grade Earth-tier feathered blade, 2 6th-grade superior pills, 10 5th-grade inferior pills. Successfully killed an elder of the Shanhai zone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Earth-tier escape talismans, 5 protective jade swords, 8 5th-grade medium pills. Successfully killed the sect leader of the Shanhai zone. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade heavenly tier Songlong sword, 2 heavenly spirit fruits. The rewards for slaying 10,000 disciples of the Shanhai zone all went into Chen Mu's possession. The system notifications erupted before him in a frenzy, so rapid that he could scarcely discern their contents. Indeed, observing the tigers fight from the mountain and reaping the benefits was immensely satisfying. Once all members of the Shanhai zone were dealt with, the blood demons returned to their small world. The supreme blood demon regained its humanoid form and approached Chen Mu to report its success. Well done, Chen Mu praised without reservation. The supreme blood demon, unable to speak, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and fulfillment. The simple 4 words from Chen Mu held far more significance than the achievement of slaying tens of thousands. It could even be said that the 2 accomplishments were incomparable. Were over 10,000 disciples of the Shanhai zone truly gone? Indeed, they were. The responder confirmed repeatedly before nodding affirmatively. These were elite disciples of the Shanhai zone. Could it be a deception? Impossible. If they were false, then the sect leader and those elders could not possibly be. The blood demon ancestor. He truly was our blood demon ancestor. I believe we have all misunderstood. The one lying in the mountains is likely just a servant who served tea and water billions of years ago. I concur. The blood demon ancestor is undoubtedly him. Hush. How dare you outsiders discuss the blood demon ancestor so casually? Quiet down. Hearing himself mistaken for the blood demon ancestor, Chen Mu smiled faintly. Without speaking, he implanted commands into the supreme blood demon's mind, instructing it to absorb the souls of those 10,000 individuals, thereby expanding the types of blood demons it could summon. The supreme blood demon nodded and raised its hand, unleashing torrents of blood energy from its palm. Akin to a torrential downpour, merge and absorb the soul energy. Tens of thousands of blood demon soldiers were effortlessly acquired. Chen Mu opened the system panel to review the newly unlocked types of summonable blood demons. Devour type, capable of continuously strengthening itself by consuming the flesh and blood of others without restriction. Undying type, as the name implies. As long as the Supreme Blood Demon's heart continues to beat, they can resurrect endlessly and can share damage with the Supreme Blood Demon. Heavenly Demon type, possessing a more compact physique, with wings and high-speed flight capabilities. Transformation type, able to mimic the appearance of anything, even altering colors, regardless of life or death. Imitation type, capable of learning and utilizing any attack with 100% accuracy. If one learns it, all share the knowledge. A total of 5 new summoning types were unlocked. The harvest was indeed substantial. As an ordinary individual with extraordinary powers, one might be satisfied and stop there. However, as one with the authority to modify, Chen Mu decided to directly alter the parameters and obtain a complete summoning template. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. The system responded promptly, as always. It could be said that it was ever responsive. Over 10,000 summoning types transformed the page count to 999. Summoning quantity, all modified to infinite. Whatever quantity was desired, it would be available. Restrictions had no place in a cracked fantasy world. Thus, it was all about enjoyment. Chen Mu was now curious about the forms of those 10,000 blood demons. He commanded the Supreme Blood Demon to summon them all. Meanwhile, on the rear mountain, at Blood Demon Cliff, splosh, a water column soared several meters high as a flesh-colored figure erupted from the Blood Demon pool. Upon reaching the shore, it quickly donned a robe. At last, I have broken through to the Divine Sense realm. Now, even if the Xianxiaaudiobooks sought to engage in battle, there was no need for fear. He could fight. This individual was none other than Zhao Yue, the sect leader of the Blood Demon sect. Odd. Why does the blood energy within feel significantly more robust than before? Is it an illusion? What is this overwhelming pressure? Chapter 68, Blood Demon Sect Leader. Have I become a mere ornament during my seclusion? Why are all the bones of the Ancestor exposed? They look so fresh. Those unaware would think they just died not long ago. Could it be that the Ancestor knows the Blood Demon sect is in trouble and intends to assist us? With this thought, he quickly adjusted his posture, lifting his garment to reveal his white trousers, kneeling on the ground, bowing his head to touch the earth, and saying, "Thank you for your protection, Ancestor." He repeatedly knocked his head 3 times in front of the eerie, white skull to express the sincerity of his attitude. Rising again, he suddenly discovered that in the blood-red sky above stood imposing blood demons. These blood demons varied in form, and the vast majority were unfamiliar even to Zhao Yue, the sect leader of the Blood Demon sect. He only recognized the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even this glimpse was enough to leave him astounded. Heavens! That is the roaring blood demon, which had been lost for 1,000 years. Wait, that is the frenzied blood demon. Renowned as the strongest warrior and the favorite blood demon of the 9th Blood Demon sect leader. The heavenly demon. It truly exists. Not merely recorded in ancient texts. Sounds of astonishment echoed as Zhao Yue puzzled over why such an abundance of ancient-level blood demons had suddenly appeared in the Blood Demon sect. After all, they were all entities he had never heard of, either existing in legends or documented as formidable blood demons. Aside from explaining it as ancient, Zhao Yue could think of no other rationale. Each one could easily overpower him, who had just broken through to the Divine Sense realm and was overflowing with confidence. Not to mention, there were tens of thousands of them. What on earth is happening? Zhao Yue's gaze returned to Skull Mountain. Ancestor, is this blessing a bit too much? I feel I am unworthy of it. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Zone, the remaining elders were discussing how to welcome Chu Yun and his party upon their triumphant return. Shall we schedule the celebration for tomorrow morning? That should be fine, right? Morning? You overestimate those trash from the Blood Demon sect. They will surely be annihilated by the sect leader before the moon rises. Then let us move it to the evening? As they were deliberating, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside. Elders, something terrible has happened. What transpired? The 5th elder did not associate this matter with the external conflict involving Chu Yun and his companions, instead believing that some incident had occurred within the sect. The sect master, and the more than 10,000 disciples who went into battle, along with the life tokens of those formidable beings, all shattered, reported a young disciple earnestly. What? The 3 elders' faces turned ashen. Yet, they could not dismiss the possibility that someone would joke about such grave matters. They promptly moved towards the life pavilion to check the life tokens of Chu Yun and the others. Why did this happen? All shattered. Could it be that something was wrong with the life tokens? It must be so, without a doubt. How could the mere Shui Mo Zong annihilate the elite of Shanghai Zong? The 5th elder immediately commanded, "Bring forth all remaining flying vessels." We shall proceed to Shui Mo Zong. He needed to verify the situation personally. They had already acquired comprehensive intelligence about Shui Mo Zong through core members embedded within. Their limited resources could never contend with Shan Haizong's strength. According to pre-battle estimates, they wouldn't last a day. Now, with all life tokens of those who went into battle shattered, including those of the Sect's formidable beings, the fifth elder found it impossible to believe or accept such a result. He had to go in person to uncover the truth. Returning to Shui Mo Zone, Zhao Futu, after slapping his stiffened legs, resolved to leave the back mountain to seek clarity about the current situation. An unprecedented pressure enveloped his heart. The cultivation of the Shun realm offered him no sense of security. Should he fly on his sword? No, he preferred to walk, fearing a fall from the sky. This path, one he had traversed countless times over the years, now felt unusually arduous. Each step felt as heavy as lead. After much effort, he arrived before the main hall of the sect. Sensing the overwhelming blood energy that perpetually enhanced his cultivation, Zhao Futu swallowed hard. His gaze then fell upon Wu Shufeng and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the presence of the supreme blood demon. 16 wings. He was utterly stunned. Such a blood demon existed? Moreover, it seemed that the thousands of ancient-level blood demons hovering high above were all summoned by this single entity. Zhao Futu found it hard to shake the suspicion that the Ancestor had been resurrected. Who else, other than their own Ancestor, could command such an assembly? As modifications were underway, Chen Mu felt that the supreme blood demon's inability to speak was rather troublesome, so he decided to grant it a language function. Upon realizing it could now speak, the supreme blood demon paused, then clasped its fists before Chen Mu, saying, "Master, I have summoned all types of blood demons as per your command." Chen Mu's gaze swept rapidly through the skies. The pressure exerted by these summoned beings was vastly superior to that of 10,000 human soldiers. 1 against 100? Such a notion was far too conservative. 1 against 1,000,000, 10,000,000, or even 1,000,000,000 was more fitting. Each of these entities could individually obliterate the heavens and the earth. If not, then the modifications would continue until they were. Master. After confirming that these blood demons had indeed been summoned by the supreme blood demon, Zhao Futu was entirely thrown off balance by its address to Chen Mu as master. He gasped in astonishment. The crowd turned their attention towards him. In that moment, Zhao Futu felt immense pressure, cold sweat trickling down his brow, for the crowd included the thousands of blood demon troops hovering above. In a daze, he caught sight of a great door, where 2 figures, one black and one white, stood waving at him. It was the Sect Master. It was only Wu Shufeng's call that snapped Zhao Futu back from his reverie. Ah, it's the Deputy Sect Master. What on earth is happening? Zhao Futu was utterly perplexed. He had only been in seclusion for half a month, and how had the world changed so drastically upon his emergence? Master, that figure over there is a being even more terrifying than the blood demon Ancestor. I personally suspect he is a being of the blood demon's origin level. Thanks to his intervention, we were able to eliminate more than 10,000 elite members of Shan Haizong to ensure the safety of Shui Mo Zone. Wu Shufeng explained succinctly. There was no time to detail the entire narrative to Zhao Futu. However, among Wu Shufeng's words, Zhao Futu could only absorb the notion that this figure was even more terrifying than the blood demon Ancestor. Even more terrifying than the blood demon Ancestor. By the way, Sect Master, there is one more thing I must report. During your seclusion, I took the liberty of aligning all of Shui Mo Zone with the Master. You won't hold it against me, will you? Wu Shufeng inquired tentatively. Zhao Futu glanced up at the supreme blood demon with 16 wings. His expression was one of utter disbelief. How could he possibly blame Wu Shufeng for such an act? He thought to himself that he would have done the same in Wu Shufeng's position without hesitation, regardless of Chen Mu's true identity. Whether he was the blood demon's origin or not, aligning with such a powerful being was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune accrued over countless lifetimes. Disregarding Wu Shufeng, Zhao Futu approached Chen Mu and, with a resounding thud, knelt respectfully before him, proclaiming, "I am Zhao Futu, the Sect Master of Shui Mo Zone. Paying my respects to you, Master." Rise, Chen Mu replied. After the earlier series of events, the disciples present had grown numb to such grand displays, their hearts remaining unperturbed. Had Zhao Futu been more defiant, refusing to relinquish control over Shui Mo Zone, they might have regarded him with a measure of respect. But upon reflection, that possibility was exceedingly slim, if not entirely non-existent. The entities hovering above certainly were not trifling matters. One careless word could lead to instantaneous annihilation. Then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, more flying vessels are arriving." The insignia confirmed it was indeed Shan Haizong. Did they dare to come to their demise? Aboard the flying vessel, the fifth elder gazed at the thousands of blood demons, their crimson forms staining the sky, and his heart trembled with fear. Lowering his gaze, he could see enormous handprints and countless remnants of flying vessels. The Shui Mo Zone possessed such profound resources. Even the elders and disciples who had previously clamored to destroy Shui Mo's zone and regarded them as mere trash were now rendered speechless. Eliminate them. Chen Mu did not wish to waste excessive energy on such trivial matters. Kill, commanded the supreme blood demon. A colossal blood demon emerged, obeying the order, opening its gaping maw large enough to consume the entirety of Yudu Mountain. Boom. A massive blood column erupted from above the heads of Shui Mo Zong's disciples, obliterating both the flying vessels and their occupants in an instant. Zhao Fudu felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had not succumbed to the allure of power and had yielded in time. Otherwise, he feared he would have already been annihilated. It was no wonder Wu Shufeng had declared him a being even more terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. This terror had exceeded the limits of Zhao Futu's imagination. The giant blood demon surpassed his comprehension, let alone the supreme blood demon with its 16 wings, and Chen Mu, its master. Zhao Futu had once believed that upon reaching the Shunshin realm, he could regard himself as a formidable presence. Yet, now it appeared that the Shunshin realm was merely the threshold. This world was far grander than he had ever imagined. After dealing with all matters, Chen Mu, accompanied by the supreme blood demon, stepped into the teleportation portal and returned to Qing Xian Zone, Qing Yunfu. The disciples of Shui Mo Zone witnessed this and shouted in unison, "Farewell, Ancestor." Indeed, at this very moment, Chen Mu has already supplanted the blood demon ancestor in their hearts, becoming a true figure of the ancestral level. Subsequently, Zhao Futu plans to personally lead over 10,000 disciples to Shanhai Zone to secure a complete victory. He cannot afford to disappoint the expectations of the ancestor and aims to elevate the blood demon sect to an even mightier pinnacle. First, he sets a modest goal of becoming one of the top 10 powerful sects, wary that ambitious strides might lead to mishaps. Master, you have returned. Upon the appearance of the teleportation portal, Lu Ruoxue and Su Qingtian immediately stood at the entrance to welcome him. Standing at the threshold, one could distinctly hear the profound respect the disciples of the blood demon sect held for Chen Mu. Ancestor. These two syllables are not something just anyone can bear, especially not within such a formidable sect as the blood demon sect, truly deserving of the title of master. Lu Ruoxue and Su Qingtian shared a unified thought. Chen Mu entered the pavilion, took a seat, and raised his hand to pat his right shoulder. Lu Ruoxue promptly stepped forward, beaming with a smile. Master, allow me to massage your shoulders. One must say, this girl is extraordinarily considerate. The aloof image of the senior sister, who could only be admired from afar, has long since vanished. For Chen Mu, having a maid of exceptional beauty and pleasing demeanor by his side is quite delightful. It balances the supreme aura of the blood demon with the demonic and masculine energies of Su Qingtian and the others. By the way, Master, while massaging his shoulders, Lu Ruoxue suddenly recalled something. What is it? Chen Mu urged her to speak candidly. While you were away, the sect master visited and asked me to convey that the dynasty has sent word they will soon dispatch someone to meet you, the Qing xianxiaaudiobooks. Lu Ruoxue relayed the message verbatim. Chen Mu chuckled, speculating that they likely wished to assess whether he was worthy of being courted by them. How could they possibly be worthy of courting you, master? They are fit only to serve you as a dog, Lu Ruoxue sincerely believed, devoid of any flattery. That is music to my ears. Opening his system backpack, he randomly selected a heavenly grade supreme Zhanshin sword, retrieved one, and tossed it to Lu Ruoxue. This is a reward for you. He had 9,999 such swords. Heavenly grade supreme. Lu Ruoxue cradled the sword with both hands, her beautiful autumn-like eyes widening in astonishment. Coming to her senses, she immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. Rise and continue your massage. Yes. Wait, where's the rebate? Chen Mu, puzzled, suddenly recalled that the system had previously stated that items acquired through the 10,000-fold rebate could not generate further rebate rewards. He mused inwardly, System, can I modify you? If you remain silent, I shall take that as consent. Remove the restrictions of the 10,000-fold rebate. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Wow. System, are you serious? Chen Mu had initially approached this with a joking attitude, only to discover that the system was quite audacious. It boldly executed his commands. If it could modify itself, why not aim for something grander? 10,000-fold is far too meager. It does not satisfy Chen Mu's current ambitions. Would you like to modify the 10,000-fold rebate to a 100 million-fold rebate? Modify. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Chen Mu realized he was truly falling in love with this system. How obedient it is. Is it not concerned about spoiling itself? 100 million-fold rebate. This is an astounding figure. Moreover, there are no restrictions, allowing for an infinite nesting of rewards. Even if more advanced realms emerge in the future, he can utilize this feature to conjure treasures capable of commanding awe across the cosmos. For now, he intends to put it to the test. Chapter 70. Treasures Galore. The Dynasty's Envoy. Upon opening the system backpack, Chen Mu hesitated over what to use for the 100 million-fold rebate. Suddenly, he felt that utilizing existing magical artifacts lacked challenge. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small pebble at his feet and reached down to pick it up. He gestured for Su Qingtian to come over. "Extend your hand," Chen Mu commanded. "All right." Su Qingtian obediently lifted his hand. Chen Mu placed the pebble, pinched between his thumb and forefinger, into his palm. A mere pebble? Su Qingtian could not comprehend the purpose behind Chen Mu's actions. Was he trying to convey that no matter how strong he became, in Chen Mu's eyes, he was as insignificant as this pebble? That he should remain humble and not become arrogant? Chen Mu remained silent, and Su Qingtian dared not inquire further, suppressing his conjectures. Clearing his mind of extraneous thoughts, Chen Mu focused intently on the system's pop-up window. Granting the pebble successful. 100 million-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Zhen Yu. Upon reviewing the details, Chen Mu discovered that this was an extraordinary holy artifact surpassing the heavenly grade. Only one exists in the entire Xianxian realm, a treasured item reserved for the emperors of the Xian kingdom. It is rumored that even a half-step crossing Tribulation Realm expert could be suppressed by it. A national treasure. Chen Mu was curious about how the royal family of the Xian kingdom would react if they knew that the sacred artifact passed down through generations could be easily acquired from a mere pebble found by the roadside. Would they feel satisfaction? Yet, human desire is an insatiable abyss. Among these people, your strength is the weakest. This Zhen Yu is bestowed upon you for your protection. Chen Mu proclaimed grandiosely, while in truth, he merely regarded the other as a tool. However, who would refuse to be bestowed such a national treasure, treated as a tool? Zhen Yu, is that not the ancient holy artifact that only the royal family of the Xian kingdom can possess, existing solely within the Xianxian realm? Su Qingtian was struck with astonishment. Without a hint of doubt, he could feel this was an extraordinary artifact that should not exist in the mortal realm. Unparalleled strength. You are quite knowledgeable, but this is not the same Zhen Yu owned by the royal family. Rest assured, they would not dare to trouble you, Chen Mu explained. Thank you for the generous gift, master. In that moment, Su Qingtian thought he could comprehend the true meaning behind the pebble and the Zhen Yu. It likely meant that the more loyal one is, the greater the rewards. Yet he had already decided to dedicate his entire life to Chen Mu. Even without this Zhen Yu, betrayal would never cross his mind. If Chen Mu could read minds, he would surely tell him, "You are overthinking it. I merely wish to use you for a rebate." Granting the Zhen Yu successful. 100 million-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Zhen Shen 1,000,000. Not 100 million. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mu realized that the rebate had transformed from the Zhen Yu into Zhen Shen, a substantial 1 million. The power of the Zhen Shen is incomparable to that of the Zhen Yu. Suppressing crossing Tribulation Realm, it could even suppress deities. Both the Zhen Yu and Zhen Shen will incur wear with each use. When the wear reaches a certain threshold, they will cease to function. This is why, historically, the Xian kingdom has rarely utilized the Zhen Yu. However, once the number owned reaches a considerable amount, the issue of wear becomes less significant. 1 million Zhen Shen? Even 10,000 celestial soldiers could be effortlessly annihilated. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. For precaution, Chen Mu modified the figure of 1 million to the word infinite in an instant. The world, especially the royal family of the Xian kingdom, which has guarded the Zhen Yu for generations, could never have dreamed of such a turn of events. The coveted supreme artifact, coveted by all, is not only possessed in its upgraded version, but can also be used without restriction. The Annihilation God's Sword. The King of Hell's Edict. The top-tier teleportation talisman. Subsequently, Su Qingtian took charge of cooking, while Lu Ruoxue replaced him, becoming a mere tool for Chen Mu, diligently accumulating rebates that often reached billions. This was even more extravagant and absurd than the hacking games Chen Mu had previously played. Consequently, Lu Ruoxue acquired numerous treasures. After a fulfilling day, Chen Mu, satisfied, lifted his gaze only to find himself momentarily stunned. Why was this woman suddenly in tears? What troubles you? Chen Mu inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow, perplexed. Master, please do not misunderstand. Ruoxue is merely touched. I never expected Master to treat me so well. You are the kindest person in the world to me. Akin to my reborn parents. I would gladly dedicate my life to you at any moment. Lu Ruoxue's eyes glistened with tears, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. The treasures bestowed upon her by Chen Mu, regardless of their nature, would have been unattainable in her past, even if she had toiled endlessly. Thus, it was only natural that such generosity would move her to tears. Enough, they are merely trifles. Let us eat. Chen Mu rose, affectionately ruffling Lu Ruoshui's hair. Lu Ruoshui's cheeks flushed slightly. It was the first time someone other than her father had touched her head. It felt so warm and comforting. After dinner, noticing the late hour, Chen Mu retired to his room for rest. Naturally, the enthusiastic foot-washing service from the aloof senior sister was not to be missed. Lu Ruoshui was already well aware of the techniques that would grant Chen Mu the utmost enjoyment and satisfaction. Si Tuqing and Luo Yuru would surely spit blood upon hearing of this. Unfortunately, they had long since departed, unable to return. At that moment, a carriage drawn by 4 sweat-blood horses halted in front of an inn situated in Nuyang City. Like Tianfu City, Nuyang City was one of the closest cities to Qingxianzong. A pale-faced elder, speaking in a covert tone, produced a high-grade spirit stone and instructed the innkeeper to prepare 2 top-tier rooms. Shortly thereafter, a man and a woman checked in. "Brother, why did father send us to this desolate place? Is it really worth our personal involvement just for a mere Qingxian saint's son? He surely overestimates him." The young maiden complained. "Hey, father only asked me to come. He did not send you along," the young man countered. The young maiden, named Chen Yu, was the youngest princess of Xian Kingdom. The young man, named Chen Yufei, was one of the 9 princes. "Brother, I am only concerned for you. How can you say such a thing? It hurts my feelings," Chen Yu pouted, indignant. "In any case, our mission to Qingxianzong must not fail. You should temper that temper of yours," Chen Yufei cautioned earnestly. He had received word that a significant number of disciples from Shenglongzong and Tianjianzong had ascended the mountain and then vanished without a trace. His instincts warned him that Qingxianzong was certainly not as simple as it appeared. He worried that Chen Yu's fearless disposition, disregarding everyone, might lead her into calamity. Oh, Chen Yu may verbally agree, but internally, she does not regard Chen Yufei seriously. As a princess of Xian Kingdom, with the blood of emperors flowing within her, who dares to provoke her, especially someone from a sect that cannot even enter the top 10? Chapter 71, Princess? Kill her if need be. And what can you do about it? The next day arrived. The blazing sun hung high in the sky as Chen Yufei's group arrived at the foot of Qingxianzong's mountain. This staircase is excessively long. Are we really expected to walk up? Chen Yu gazed up at the seemingly endless stone steps, her little eyes filled with resentment. Aside from her beauty and royal status, she was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person, possessing mediocre talent and an exceedingly slow cultivation speed. Yet, she had little interest in cultivation, relying on her noble status as a princess, indulging in a life of leisure and excess, thinking, why should I strive when I have so many royal brothers and sisters? Let us go. Chen Yufei, who had yet to master sword flight, could only ascend on foot. No, I do not wish for my ankles to swell tomorrow. With that, Chen Yu approached a disciple guarding the mountain gate. With hands on her hips and an air of arrogance, she commanded, "Go. Tell your so-called saint son that the prince and princess of Xian Kingdom have arrived, and he should come down to greet us." This was undoubtedly the most amusing jest the guard had ever heard in his life. How could mere royalty expect the saint's son to descend and pay them respect? Who gave them such audacity? However, considering they were members of the Xian royal family, he chose silence rather than provoke them. "Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear my words? Or do you not understand human speech?" Chen Yu puffed her cheeks, speaking fiercely. "Enough. What good does it do to trouble him? Let us proceed up the mountain. If you tire, your brother will carry you," Chen Yufei said, pulling Chen Yu back to his side. Chen Yu huffed, feigning a punch. "You should thank my royal brother. Had we been in the capital, I would have commanded someone to execute you." Huh. I'm exhausted," she gasped. What should have taken the time it takes to burn an incense stick ended up consuming a full hour due to Chen Yu's incessant complaints, prompting multiple breaks. Afterward, they coaxed and persuaded their way to the main hall of the sect leader. Simultaneously, someone rushed to Qing Yun Fu to relay this news to Su Qingtian, which soon reached the spirited Chen Mu after Lu Ruoshui had just finished wiping her face. "A prince and princess wish to see me? I shall not meet them. Why should I extend them any courtesy? What is royal lineage to me?" Chen Mu truly held them in disdain and saw no necessity to consider their opinions on whether they could provide him with cultivation resources. After all, what they had, he possessed as well. What they lacked, he also had. "Very well, I shall convey your message." Su Qingtian reopened the door and relayed Chen Mu's intentions to the disciple. The disciple then returned to the main hall to inform Zhao Hengshan, Chen Yufei, and Chen Yu of the message. "What? He refuses to meet us? What does he mean by that? Does he dare to disregard the royal family of Xian Kingdom? He is disrespectful. He deserves to die?" Chen Yu exclaimed, her agitation palpable. The thought of having exerted herself to climb such high steps only to receive a flippant not meeting infuriated her further. Is retreating an option for peace? Enduring a moment to gain tranquility? No. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her heart felt as though it might explode. Having been born into privilege and abundance, She had never endured such humiliation. Qin Yufei remained silent, not intervening with Qin Yu. He was waiting for Zhao Hengshan's response. Believing that as the sect leader of Qin Xianzong, he could not possibly allow a saint's son to challenge the authority of a dynasty, trampling the dignity of royal offspring into the ground. It was not that Qin Yufei looked down on the Qin Xian saint's son. Even if it were not for this singular saint's son, the entire Qin Xianzong lacked the qualification to oppose Xian kingdom. The might of a nation could easily crush and annihilate a sect. As one of the 9 princes and a potential heir to the throne of Xian kingdom, he could not act as impulsively as Qin Yu. He needed to remain composed to avoid giving rise to gossip that would diminish his standing in the eyes of the emperor. A prince must embody the dignity of a prince. Since the saint's son is unwilling to meet with you, then you may take your leave. Of course, should you wish to linger a while longer in Qin Xianzong, that is also permissible, Zhao Hengshan stated without hesitation. Qin Yufei's expression remained largely unchanged on the surface. However, internally, his features stiffened instantly. Was this man serious? Did he truly intend to confront an entire dynasty for the sake of a saint's son? Zhao Zongzhu. We have come at the behest of the revered sovereign of Xiangua to meet with the Qin Xianxia. Your actions, I fear, may not be entirely appropriate. Qin Yufei clasped his hands and raised them high to the heavens, subtly threatening Zhao Hengshan, urging him to awaken to the gravity of the situation and weigh the pros and cons carefully. Even if the Xianxia had not awakened for 300 years, must you extend such undue protection? Is a mere Xianxia worth risking the entire sect? Think carefully. What is inappropriate about it? If he does not wish to see you, what can I do? Zhao Hengshan replied with a wry smile, seeing through Qin Yufei's petty machinations, yet choosing not to expose them. Zhao Zongzhu. If my father were to learn of this, the entire Qin Xian sect would suffer. Qin Yufei made his position clear. Indeed. How dare you, a mere Qin Xian sect, stand against Xiangua, ranked outside the top 10? Do you not believe that with a single command, my father could send the 10 strongest sects to raze you to the ground? Qin Yu's attitude was tenfold more arrogant as she pointed a finger at Zhao Hengshan's nose. No matter. Should Xiangua desire war, we shall be ready to engage. Zhao Hengshan was unfazed, willing to pledge loyalty to a different sovereign. In his mind, Chen Mu's significance transcended the simple title of Qin Xianxia. To serve him as master, to honor him as sovereign, felt akin to the same, if not more dignified. To Zhao Hengshan, Chen Mu was far more deserving of the dragon throne of Xiangua than any member of the Qin family. You. Qin Yu was furiously indignant. What of you? How can a princess of a nation stoop to such vulgarity in public? A voice echoed from behind. Vile. Qin Yu swiftly turned, her face flushed with rage as she recognized the speaker. Who do you think you are to insult this princess? Do you dare to face the wrath of my decree? Chen Mu raised a hand from afar, and an invisible force gripped Qin Yu, distorting her form before she exploded. Bang! Blood sprayed forth, staining Qin Yufei's side and soaking his garments. The warmth of the blood felt far from comforting. He realized that with Qin Yu's temperament, trouble was inevitable, yet he could never have anticipated such a tragic end for her, leaving only a crumpled, tattered remnant of her being. You fool! Do you not know who she is? She is a princess of Xiangua. You dare to kill her? Are you not afraid of retribution for your entire clan? Qin Yufei's fury surged. More than feeling sorrow for his half-sister, he was incensed that a peer had the audacity to trample upon his pride as a prince. How dare he? The pent-up rage culminated in an explosive outburst. A princess? So what if she is slain? What can you do about it? Xiangua? Is it truly that formidable? Chapter 72. He is indeed at the Transcendence realm, killing the emperor. Despair. A princess? Slain? Xiangua? Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Qin Yufei gritted his teeth, the sound fierce as he clenched his fingers so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. Blood oozed from between his fingers, dripping onto the crimson carpet, barely visible. Since he could remember, no one had ever brought the Prince Qin Yufei such disgrace. This wretch is utterly intolerable. Who are you? In the great hall, Zhao Hengshan spoke on Chen Mu's behalf. He is the Qin Xianxia you seek to meet. He is the Qin Xianxia. Zhao Zongzhu. He has killed my royal sister, and all present bore witness. Do you not intend to take action? Are you truly willing to oppose Xiangua for the sake of such a Xianxia? Qin Yufei began to exert pressure on Zhao Hengshan and the elders, hoping to compel them to act. Not long ago, you protected this individual. Now that he has slain my sister, you cannot possibly shield him any longer. However, it was evident that Qin Yufei had misconstrued a crucial aspect. The relationship between Qin Xian Sect and Chen Mu was inverted in his understanding. It was not Qin Xian Sect that protected Chen Mu, but rather Chen Mu's existence that safeguarded Qin Xian Sect from ruin. Zhao Hengshan remained silent, dismissive of the need to respond. He had made his position abundantly clear. If one cannot comprehend, it is a matter of Qin Yufei's own intellect, not his concern. Very well. Excellent. You members of Qingxian Sect are commendable. Tai Lao, there is no need to hide any longer. Act now. As Qin Yufei's words left his lips, an elder clad in black suddenly appeared beside him. Removing his hood revealed a shock of white hair. Eighth Prince. Tai Lao attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by Qin Yufei's furious voice. What are you still prattling about? Do not hesitate. Slay the one who has killed my royal sister. In his view, further discussion was a waste of breath. It was far better to eliminate Chen Mu and restore the royal family's honor. Regarding Zhao Hangshan's only golden core stage cultivation, this was no secret. Qin Yufei was not naive enough to leave the royal city without even a personal guard. Tai Lao was his most trusted confidant, a personal attendant bestowed upon him by the emperor 7 years ago, now at the half-step nascent soul level. He could easily crush the sect leader of Qingxian Sect, and killing a Qingxianxia would be trivial. Qin Yufei was eager to see if Zhao Hangshan possessed the courage to act across borders. However, what Tai Lao truly wished to convey was that this young man displayed extraordinary abilities, likely possessing significant cultivation, and it would be prudent to bide their time until they returned to the capital to deliberate their strategy. Yet, recognizing Qin Yufei's aggressive demeanor, he knew there would be no opportunity to voice his concerns. Though uncertain of Chen Mu's true strength, Tai Lao was compelled to step forward, releasing his half-step nascent soul cultivation and aura. Cultivation that pressures? Chen Mu merely smiled faintly. Such matters were laughable in the presence of one who had surpassed the limits of this world. Boom. In the next moment, a wave of power descended, leaving all present in utter disarray, as though the very bells of doom were ringing in their ears. This is the Transcendence Realm. Tai Lao knelt, his knees sinking into the ground, rooted and unable to move an inch. What? The Transcendence Realm? Qin Yufei, with even lower cultivation, fell prostrate, crushed beneath an invisible force, utterly immobilized. Not only could he not rise, he could not even manage the simple act of parting his lips. Zhao Hangshan, seated in his chair, felt the pressure so immense that he crushed the armrests. Seeing this, Chen Mu gathered his spiritual energy into a circle, primarily focusing on Qin Yufei. Tai Lao and others, Zhao Hangshan and the elders felt a wave of gratitude, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Who could have imagined that Chen Mu possessed the power of the Transcendence Realm? Zhao Hangshan even contemplated relinquishing the position of sect leader once this matter was resolved. Unworthy. He truly felt unworthy. A mere golden core cultivator, in the presence of someone at the Transcendence Realm, reduced to a mere servant, still felt insufficiently qualified. How could he possibly deserve to retain the position of sect leader? It is often said that comparisons among people reveal the depths of one's worth. In this moment, Zhao Hangshan and his companions truly grasped the essence of that saying. Chen Mu approached the prostrate Qin Yufei and asked, "What can you do?" Qin Yufei felt hatred, loathing his own weakness and lack of strength, even unable to muster the energy to refute. He understood that since Chen Mu dared to kill Qin Yu, he would not hesitate to do the same to him. However, he was acutely aware that if news of his demise reached Xiangua, his father would surely not remain idle. At that moment, his father would undoubtedly lead a vast army, with the nation's sacred relic, to obliterate Qingxian Sect. The dignity of the royal family cannot be tarnished. In Qin Yufei's view, Chen Mu possessed such strength, yet chose not to ally with the royal family, thus narrowing his own path. What he could conceive, Chen Mu would undoubtedly contemplate as well. To eliminate this potential threat, he resolved to act preemptively. Opening the system panel, he examined the Zhongxian realm map, locating the capital, the royal palace of Xiangua, and then activated the Tianjing mirror. At this moment, the mirror world revealed a scene of Qin Yufei's father, the current emperor of Xiangua, Qin Shu, amusing himself with a dozen concubines in the imperial palace. With a blindfold and a lewd expression, he exhibited none of the dignity expected of an emperor. Opening the system backpack, Qin Yufei found the Zhenshin stone and retrieved a piece. But what was that? Qin Yufei immediately recognized it as the Zhenyu stone. Why would a stone exclusive to the royal family of Xiangua appear in his possession? No, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this black stone, resembling a small mountain, differed from his recollection of the Zhenyu stone. It was more refined. It must be a counterfeit. How could a mere rock compare to a sacred object of the nation? Qin Yufei consoled himself. Just then, he witnessed Chen Mu throw the Zhenyu stone towards the Kuei Tian mirror. Above the palace, a divine mountain suddenly materialized. Qin Shu soon learned of this from the palace guards and hurried outside, initially perplexed by how the sacred object he carried could ascend to the heavens. After a moment of exploration, he was astonished to discover that 2 Zhenyu stones existed in this world. Uncertain of who might be targeting him, Qin Shu nonetheless summoned the Zhenyu stone to retaliate. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yufei could already foresee the outcome, a slight smile gracing his lips. He believed that after witnessing the power of the Zhenyu stone, Chen Mu would inevitably kneel and beg for mercy. Given Chen Mu's formidable strength, Qin Yufei could choose to forgive him and recruit him as an ally. This would significantly bolster his chances against the other 8 princes in vying for the Dragon Throne. Thunderous booms erupted as the Zhun stone and the Zhun stone clashed, compressing the air into explosive sounds that reverberated throughout the capital. With a crash, the 2 mountains collided. However, the scene Qin Yufei had envisioned did not materialize. The genuine artifact he had assumed was real was swiftly shattered into fragments by the Zhun stone. Like an egg against a rock, it crumbled upon contact. The conclusion was predictable. The residence known as Hongxiu Jian was crushed seamlessly into the ground by the Zhun stone. Had his father truly perished in such a manner? Was the sacred object of the nation reduced to mere rubble? Qin Yufei's expression was numb, as if he had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. This was something he had never anticipated. Meanwhile, the Zhun stone returned to the size of a palm, rippling the Kuei Tian mirror as it returned to Chen Mu's hand. Was Xiangua truly that powerful? Chen Mu's gaze shifted back to Qin Yufei, inquiring with a heartless intent. Qin Yufei found himself at a loss for words. He wished to plead for mercy, but could not find his voice. Perhaps there was no greater despair than this. Chen Mu raised a finger and simply drew a circle in the air. Qin Yufei, Tai Lao, and others fell lifeless, their heads rolling away. Zhao Hongshan, witnessing this, could not suppress a gulp. He felt fortunate he had steadfastly sided with Chen Mu rather than the royal family of Xiangua. To him, the royal family was no different from ants. Who among you present is interested in the throne of Xiangua? Chen Mu asked. No one replied. They thought Chen Mu was jesting. Little did they know, if they so desired, he could genuinely place any one of them on the throne. Why not take it for himself? To wield power? To spend his days entangled in political affairs? That was not the life Chen Mu sought. He preferred to manipulate those in power. Master, I wish to give it a try. Lu Ruoxue, standing beside the teleportation portal, mustered her courage to speak. She wanted to seize every opportunity to strengthen herself and earn the right to stand beside Chen Mu. Continuing like this would only widen the distance between them. Very well, Chen Mu readily agreed. Allowing Lu Ruoxue to ascend to the throne of Xiangua would indeed be more convenient, even eliminating the need to modify the loyalty process. The two stepped into the teleportation portal, which had already been altered to the capital, the imperial palace of Xiangua. Zhao Hongshan and the others were left behind, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Was he serious? The news of the shattered Zhun stone and the tragic deaths of the emperor and numerous concubines swiftly spread throughout the royal family. Rather than seeking vengeance, several princes, accompanied by their respective armies, gathered before the grand hall to uncover the truth behind the incident. Elder brother, our father has just died, and you bring tens of thousands of imperial guards here. What do you intend to do? How dare you accuse me? I didn't realize you had secretly seized control of the Jinyue. Brothers, the late emperor favored me most in life, and surely he would have left a will naming me as emperor. I advise you all to lay down your arms and submit. In light of our past brotherhood, I may still show leniency. What nonsense. When did it become your place to speak here? Are all the princes of Xiangua like this? Chen Mu shook his head in disbelief. Who? At the sound, tens of thousands looked up, their gazes drawn to the steps where 2 unfamiliar figures stood, their minds devoid of any recognition. They held the very Zhun stone that should have been shattered. Wait, that's the black stone that broke the Zhun stone. Someone discerned the truth. So it was you who killed my father. Faced with the accusation, Chen Mu showed no intention of responding. With a wave of his hand, he selected all the imperial guards, the elite guards, and the Jinyue. Modify loyalty. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. At that moment, the loyalty of tens of thousands towards Chen Mu was at 100%, while Lu Ruoxue's loyalty stood at 99%. Confirmed. Despite being confident that Lu Ruoxue would not betray him, it was prudent to remain cautious. I plan to name her as Empress. Does anyone have objections? Chen Mu asked. You must be dreaming. Never. She is a mere woman, not of royal blood. How could she ascend to the throne? Utterly delusional. Long live the Empress. Long live the Empress. Long live the Empress. In the next moment, thousands knelt, shouting in unison. The sound was grand, deafening, as if it could tear the heavens apart. Truly, they were well-trained soldiers. What are you doing? Get up, all of you. Do you wish to rebel? The princes turned pale, despair filling their eyes, thickening by the moment. Now, you may issue orders to them. Chen Mu turned to Lu Ruoxue, who was still in shock. Ah, yes. Lu Ruoxue stepped forward, raising her arm. With a swift motion, she commanded the execution of all the princes. She recalled Chen Mu's earlier admonition to eradicate the roots, lest they spring back to life. No, you cannot do this to me. I am the crown prince. I am the crown prince. You insolent wretches dare to rebel. Amidst the curses, several princes were pierced by countless swords and spears, slain mercilessly. In this state, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Afterwards, Chen Mu handed Lu Ruoxue the Zhenshin stone that had ended a dynasty, smiling, "Rest assured, with this Zhenshin stone, no one will dare to oppose you." Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Additionally, he fully enhanced Lu Ruoxue's governance skills. Establishing a female emperor could be intriguing. He was curious to see how far she could develop Xiangua. "Thank you, master." Lu Ruoxue knelt, tears streaming down her face, unable to contain her emotions. They fell to the ground like blossoms blooming. "Do not disappoint me." Chen Mu waved his hand and strode away. "I shall not let you down, master," Lu Ruoxue vowed, determined to transform Xiangua into the foremost dynasty of the Zhongxian realm. For reasons unknown, since just now, a torrent of brilliant ideas regarding governance and reform had emerged in her mind, as if she had gained an innate understanding. "This sensation is truly extraordinary. I believe it must be my master silently watching over me." "Indeed, it must be. Your Majesty, may I inquire when the grand coronation ceremony is to be held?" Several commanders approached the steps, kneeling on one knee to ask. Now, meanwhile, on Chen Mu's side, Qing Xianzong, Qing Yanfu, he did not utilize the portal to return. The reason? Simply because the body of one prince still remains in the Grand Hall. There are a total of 9 princes in the Xian Kingdom. 1 perished in Qing Xianzong, and subtracting the 7 corpses before the Grand Hall leaves 1 missing. Through the system, Chen Mu learned that this individual is named Qin Wuju, the youngest among the 9 princes. Years ago, he was punished with 50 years of confinement for drunkenly teasing the current empress. He has remained in the cold palace, away from the light of day. Teasing the empress led to 50 years of confinement. The more Chen Mu contemplated, the more he felt this narrative was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Chapter 74. Seizing the luck of the Son of Destiny, the plot to usurp life. In the southern part of the palace, in the eternal night cold palace, the 9th prince, Qin Wuju, suddenly opened his eyes, spiritual energy exploding and filling every corner of the cold palace. Excellent. Having broken through to the heart motion realm at such a young age, he must be a dragon among men, given time. Attaining Jin Dan and Yuan Ying will undoubtedly be within reach. By then, whether it is the grudge against your mother or those who conspired against you, they will all be trampled beneath your feet. Listening to the voice of the elder echoing in his mind, Qin Wuju smiled lightly, grateful that the elder chose to accept him as a disciple. "If it weren't for you unlocking the shackles of my spiritual roots, I would still be perceived as a useless waste in the eyes of others." The elder laughed heartily, "Yet it cannot be said so. We have mutually accomplished each other. If it weren't for you awakening me with your vitality and providing nourishment for my soul, I would have long since turned to dust and ceased to exist." 3 years prior, Qin Wuju, due to his exceptional talent, garnered the emperor's favor, yet this also invited much jealousy. On that fateful day he was caught off guard, brought to the imperial garden by the empress, and they were conversing pleasantly. Unexpectedly, the empress suddenly loosened her clothes, revealing her jade shoulder, accusing Qin Wuju of being unfilial, violating ethics, and being worse than a beast. Just then, the emperor arrived, and Qin Wuju, unable to defend himself, suffered the loss of his cultivation, was stripped of his princely title, and condemned to a lifetime of confinement in the cold palace. Subsequently, Qin's mother knelt in the rain for 3 days and nights, yet she did not even see the emperor's face, let alone plead for mercy. As a result, she fell gravely ill and passed away in despair. From that moment, resentment towards the emperor, even though he was his biological father, took root in Qin Wuju's heart. Fortunately, fate did not abandon Qin Wuju. He fortuitously discovered a remnant soul of a powerful being suppressed in a dilapidated well in the cold palace's backyard. He nourished it with his vitality for half a year until it awakened, after which he became a disciple, restored his spiritual roots, and quietly cultivated for 2.5 years. Under the guidance, and with the numerous powerful techniques provided by the elder, Qin Wuju has finally reached the heart motion realm. He believed it would not be an exaggeration to call himself a genius. After all, among the 9 princes, aside from himself, even the currently most powerful crown prince barely managed to break through to the fusion realm. Resolute, Qin Wuju decided to continue his silent cultivation until he could easily overpower all rivals. He would then slay the emperor, seize the imperial power, and live the carefree life he has always yearned for, to hold dominion over the world and indulge in the embrace of beautiful women. As for the wretched person who falsely accused me of being frivolous, once I attain the great path, I shall ensure you receive your just deserts. A lifetime as your slave. Oh, by the way, master, just now when I broke through, I sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. What could that be? Qin Wuju recalled the incident and inquired. It must be someone causing a commotion in the palace, suppressed by your father using the Jinyu stone, replied the elder, having been wholly focused on protecting Qin Wuju and not paying close attention. The Jinyu stone? That item is indeed troublesome. With it present, it will be difficult for me to slay that wretched emperor. Chen Mu gritted his teeth. Do not worry. As long as you diligently cultivate the techniques I have taught you to perfection, even if he possesses sacred treasures for protection, you can still easily take his head. Yes, master, rest assured, I will strive to cultivate diligently and will not disappoint you. Chen Mu vowed. Continue to cultivate. His voice trailed off abruptly. Master, what is it? Chen Mu asked softly. Someone is coming. Their aura is formidable. Be cautious, the elder warned gravely. Then, with a creak, the door was pushed open. The one entering was none other than Chen Mu, his gaze fixed directly on Chen Wu, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. Little did that emperor know, until his dying breath, that the son he deemed a waste was actually harboring great fortune. Not only had he obtained a legacy, but also reshaped his spiritual roots, cultivating faster than before his fall. Chen Mu had thoroughly seen through Chen Wu's capabilities. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the most knowledgeable about Chen Wu in this world, even more so than Chen Wu knew himself. Chen Wu stood up, letting out a soft snort. It seems someone is rather eager for my demise. Unexpectedly, he had ultimately revealed himself. He continued inwardly, Master. It appears we must find another place to cultivate. However, before that, please allow me some time to deal with this intruder, a perfect opportunity to test my strength. The elder agreed. It is prudent. Your strength has been increasing rapidly, and at this rate, it will be hard to conceal. Finding another place to cultivate would be safer. Kid, since you know I am not a waste, who gave you the courage to come and kill me? With a roar, a fierce wind arose. After receiving the elder's permission, Chen Wu instantly appeared before Chen Mu, his expression feral, fingers resembling tiger claws as he lunged at Chen Mu's face. When dealing with an enemy, Chen Wu showed no mercy. He must eliminate him swiftly. Slap, bang, bang, bang. Before Chen Wu could react, he was sent flying like a leaf on water, tumbling dozens of meters away and crashing hard against the wall. Lying on the ground, his body felt as if it were falling apart, and only at that moment did Chen Wu's ferocious expression begin to freeze, wide-eyed in disbelief. On his face, a bright red handprint appeared, gradually swelling. The intricate patterns of the palm were clearly visible. Chen Wu could hardly believe that, despite currently possessing the heart motion realm cultivation, he had been struck and sent flying without even perceiving it. You seek death. Chen Wu unleashed all his spiritual energy, wrapping it around his arms with the might of a roaring tiger, charging once more at Chen Mu. Slap. Yet the result was reminiscent of a familiar return. The son of destiny, endowed with great fortune, is this all he can muster? Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile. He had completely lost interest in Chen Wu. Master, why? Why is this happening? Why am I so weak? Chen Wu asked in disbelief. It is not that you are weak, but that fellow's strength is too formidable. In this case, relinquish control of your body to me, and I will assist you in dealing with him. The elder spoke. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Wu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu chuckled. You are so oblivious, you do not even realize you are being sold out, fool. Nonsense. Chen Wu shot a look at Chen Mu, as if he were a fool. However, the next moment, Chen Wu distinctly felt that something was amiss. Why? Merely relinquishing control of his body, did his consciousness begin to blur and even fade away? Master, what is happening? My consciousness is disappearing? The elder ignored Chen Wu's question, his gaze sharp, fixated on Chen Mu. Kid, thanks to your appearance, I can seize this body ahead of time. Unfortunately, only at the heart motion realm, my cultivation will suffer a considerable decline. You shall bear this burden. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu instantly realized he had been used. The elder's willingness to assist him was merely a ruse to gain his trust, seeking the opportunity to usurp his body. He had truly been deceived. Chapter 75, The Empress of the Xian Kingdom, Return to Wash Feet. One must ask how Chen Wu could have anticipated that the venerable elder Meng, whom he respected and regarded as a second set of parents, would betray him. From the very beginning, he had regarded himself as a mere puppet for the purpose of possession and reincarnation. The techniques, elixirs, and cultivation secrets, everything was merely a means to enhance his strength and improve the quality of his physical form. This would facilitate the successor's ability to inherit greater cultivation upon taking over. The realization of being used in such a manner plunged Chen Wu into an abyss of despair. A despair far more profound than the treachery he had suffered at the hands of the Empress, leaving him speechless and vulnerable. It felt as if countless daggers were repeatedly piercing his heart, reducing it to a mere pulp. His inquiries were met with complete disregard by Meng Changqing, who no longer saw any reason to maintain a relationship with him. Quickly mastering this new body, Meng Changqing mocked him with a tone dripping with sarcasm. I can't believe you were foolish enough to wait for me to successfully possess you. It seems you have a death wish. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, intensifying beyond measure. His cultivation soared from the harmonization realm to the third tier of the Yuaning realm. Meng Changqing had never entertained the notion that he could lose against someone at the third tier of the Yuaning realm. Shaking his shoulders, he twisted his neck with a satisfying crack, exhaling heavily, reveling in the extraordinary sensation of rebirth. Only those who have tasted death can truly appreciate the comfort of being alive. Suddenly lowering his head, a grim expression crossed his face, his eyes gleaming with a cold, sharp light as he turned to Chen Mu and said, "Now, it is time to address the issues between us. You must bear the responsibility for my unjust loss of cultivation. Is there a possibility that I might be stronger than you?" Chen Mu inquired gravely, observing Meng Changqing's confident demeanor. "What a joke. You claim to be superior to me." Before Meng Changqing could finish his retort, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from Chen Mu's back, akin to a colossal wave crashing down upon him, propelling towards Meng Changqing with unrelenting force. Stunned, Meng Changqing felt as if he were facing an unstoppable beast, a god of death. The overwhelming energy engulfed him, sending his body uncontrollably soaring. He crashed through countless walls, the dust rising in thick clouds, his cries growing increasingly shrill. Drenched in tattered garments and disheveled hair, Meng Changqing leaned against a wall, trembling violently, his pupils darting in fear as he shouted, "Tribulation realm! Tribulation realm! Tribulation realm!" His mind was clearly in disarray. Climbing atop the fallen bricks in a desperate attempt to escape, Chen Mu, standing hundreds of meters away, raised a hand. Meng Changqing's body was lifted into the air, and with a tightening grip, the sound of bones shattering echoed, accompanied by a torrent of blood that splattered several meters away, painting a grotesque scene of carnage in an instant. The faint consciousness of the ninth prince, Qin Wuk, had been entirely obliterated the moment Chen Mu unleashed his power. As the child of destiny, had Chen Mu chosen not to intervene, even with such an unfortunate master, Wuk's fate would not have descended to such depths. He would likely have turned the tables, possessing Meng Changqing to refine him and enhance his own cultivation, or perhaps even move the other party to become genuine allies. However, none of that mattered now. After all, Qin Wuk stood in opposition to Chen Mu. Misunderstanding his own strength was one thing, but calling for violence was utterly foolish. The sound of a horn echoed from afar, solemn and sacred, likely heralding the coronation of the Empress, Lu Ruoshui. Chen Mu had no interest in attending. Closing the system notification regarding the kill of Meng Changqing, he dismissed the items as lacking any significant value. At least, to someone as powerful as Chen Mu, they were of little worth. It would be more beneficial to gift a Zhenshin stone and receive 100 million in return. Opening a portal, he returned to Qin Xian Sect, to Chu Yun Mansion. Reclining in a chair, he leisurely basked in the sunlight. It did not take long for news of the change in the royal family of the Xian kingdom, with the rise of the Empress Lu Ruoshui, to spread throughout the realm and beyond to the vast Songxian world. The ascendance of an empress, though not unheard of in Songxian, was indeed rare, perhaps occurring only once in 100 instances throughout history. In the main hall, Zhao Hengshan repeatedly sought confirmation from the disciple who had delivered the news. "Are you certain the newly appointed empress is named Lu Ruoshui?" "Yes, master. I can confirm it 100%. Zhao Hengshan glanced at the elders seated to his left and right, feeling a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to articulate his feelings at that moment. Chen Mu was serious. He had indeed placed a female disciple of Qin Xian Sect, his personal maid, upon the throne of the Xian kingdom. If Zhao Hengshan's memory served him right, it had been nearly 500 years since the last female sovereign had ruled the Xian kingdom. What merit did Qin Xian Sect possess? Observing Zhao Hengshan's distressed expression, the elders could not help but empathize with him. However, the most complex feelings were likely held by Lei Yin City, the Lu family, when they saw luxurious carriages adorned with five-claw golden dragons arrive at their doorstep. Carrying imperial edicts to summon them to the palace, Lu Hanqing was left dumbfounded. After confirming multiple times, he finally accepted that no one was joking with him. His daughter had been studying and cultivating in Qin Xian Sect, so how had she suddenly become the empress above millions in the Xian kingdom? Lu Hanqing could not recall any entanglements he had with a royal woman. As night fell, disciples passing by Qin Yun Mansion stumbled upon a pattern etched into the ground, resembling a formation. When the two ends connected, a blue light erupted, and a graceful figure emerged, none other than their stunning senior sister, Lu Ruoshui. However, the Lu Ruoshui they saw now was vastly different from their previous impressions. With a cold demeanor and dressed in resplendent robes embroidered with five-claw dragons, her attire was unmistakably that of an empress. How could senior sister Ruoshui don the dragon robe? Could it be that the new Empress Lu Ruoshui was not merely a namesake? Was it true that senior sister Ruoxue had ascended to the throne of the Xian kingdom? Those quick to react knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Lu Ruoxue, with her back turned, lightly raised a hand to signal them to rise, as she ascended the steps towards the grand entrance of Chu Yun mansion. As the disciples pondered whether senior sister, now an empress, would seek revenge against the Holy Son for having treated her as a servant, they heard a gentle knock at the door. "Master, I have returned to wash your feet." Lu Ruoxue's voice, sweet and servile, momentarily rendered those who had just linked the name Lu Ruoxue to the empress speechless. They could not help but question, was this truly the same person? Where was the majesty of the sovereign? Could it be reasonable for an empress to wash someone's feet? Yet, upon further reflection, the one receiving such attention was none other than their holy son, a paragon of genius with multiple sacred bodies. In that light, it seemed entirely fitting that the empress would honor him in such a way. Regardless of how others perceived it, they had already convinced themselves. With a resonant sound, the red doors swung open. Upon seeing Lu Ruoxue clad in imperial robes, Su Qingtian momentarily froze. Initially puzzled by Lu Ruoxue's extended absence from Chen Mu's side, he now felt a wave of realization wash over him. Upon hearing Chen Mu's light-hearted explanation that she had gone to the capital to assume the role of empress, Su Qingtian initially thought it was a jest. However, upon witnessing Lu Ruoxue adorned in magnificent imperial attire, he suddenly realized that his master was indeed not joking. Lu Ruoxue had truly ascended to the throne. Did she attain such a position solely through her own capabilities? Su Qingtian had not considered this, believing that there must have been someone propelling her from behind. From Lu Ruoxue's current demeanor, it was evident. In her gaze, Su Qingtian felt an unprecedented sense of reverence. His heart swelled with admiration for Chen Mu. "Is the master present?" Lu Ruoxue's words snapped Su Qingtian back to reality. "Yes, the master is preparing to retire for the night. How fortunate that I returned at just the right moment." Lu Ruoxue beamed with joy, lifting her skirt and gracefully crossing the threshold into Chu Yun Manor. Su Qingtian did not impede her, for even though Lu Ruoxue had become empress, within Chu Yun Manor, she was merely a maid. With a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Truly, our revered saint's son is remarkable. The maids of the manor are now the reigning empress. One might wonder if the person who opened the door is also a significant figure, unbeknownst to us. Would it be any surprise? Certainly. Could there be simple roles beside the saint's son? After all, even the watchdog is a divine beast, a qilin. As they spoke, their gaze fell upon the now considerably larger figure of Xiao He, who no longer appeared foolishly adorable, but emanated a sense of valor and majesty. Unfazed, Xiao He lay on the ground, resting with eyes closed. Hungry? It retrieved several ninth-tier superior elixirs from the spatial ring crafted by Chen Mu, consuming them to refine and enhance its cultivation. Onlookers could only envy such a sight. They lacked the qilin bloodline, spatial rings, and ninth-tier superior elixirs. The reality was more miserable than that of a dog. At this moment, numerous disciples of Qing Xian regarded becoming Chen Mu's loyal companion as their life's aspiration. Some even contemplated procuring a roast chicken to curry favor with this esteemed canine. Meanwhile, within Chu Yun Manor, Lu Ruoxue delicately held a wooden basin, having fetched a bowl of blood-red spiritual spring water from the back courtyard, preparing to wash Chen Mu's feet. She had even specifically requested the blood dragon deity, nurtured by Chen Mu, to spit some essence of dragon blood into the basin, enhancing the efficacy of her task. Watching Lu Ruoxue, transformed and earnestly removing her long boots and white socks to place them into the basin, Chen Mu felt quite pleased. To have an empress wash his feet, such treatment surely made him the foremost individual in the entire Zhongshuan realm, would you not agree? Truth be told, Chen Mu was somewhat taken aback that Lu Ruoxue would go to such lengths, setting up formations to ensure she returned before his slumber. Her loyalty was astonishing. Lu Ruoxue, without uttering a word, meticulously tended to each of Chen Mu's toes, not overlooking the spaces between them. Her delicate fingers caressed the tops and soles of his feet, infusing them with strands of spiritual energy that brought a unique pleasure to his heart, especially when complemented by Lu Ruoxue's splendid attire and golden adornments that swayed gracefully. Meanwhile, upon learning from the disciples that Lu Ruoxue had returned and entered Chu Yun Manor, Zhao Hengshan and his companions found themselves in a quandary. Now that she held the esteemed title of Empress of the Xian Kingdom, would it not be rather disrespectful not to pay their respects? Yet, she was also a disciple of Qing Xian Sect. Was it appropriate for them, as elders, to pay homage to a junior? Lu Yuchan, Lu Ruoxue's true mentor, found her emotions in disarray. Just moments ago, her proud student had humbly sought guidance from her, and now, inexplicably, she had become a personal attendant to another, and even more astonishingly, the reigning empress. This stark contrast was difficult for Lu Yuchan to accept, leading her to question if she had somehow strayed from her cultivation path and was now ensnared in illusion. Reaching behind, she pinched her waist. Ouch! Instantly startled, she inhaled sharply. It hurt. This was real. Yet, even with this realization, Lu Yuchan was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. She sensed the distance between herself and Lu Ruoxue growing ever wider. Regardless of the past, now that she was the Empress of the Xian Kingdom. As citizens of the Xian Kingdom, they must pay their respects, otherwise it would reflect poorly on Qingxian's sect, suggesting they lacked decorum. Ultimately, all disputes were laid to rest due to Zhao Hengshan's declaration. The group took to their swords and soared toward Chu Yun Manor. Within moments, they arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Hengshan rapped on the door. Zhao Zongzhu and esteemed elders. Su Qingtan remarked with surprise upon opening the door, not expecting such a sudden visit to Chu Yun Manor. After a brief contemplation, he surmised they were likely here for the newly crowned Lu Ruoxue. Not probing further, he stepped aside to invite them in and preemptively informed them. The master and Her Majesty the Empress are in the back courtyard. Thank you, Zhao Hengshan replied, hastening his steps with a grand entourage. Along the way, he reminded everyone to temper their demeanor. They must not err before the two. Understood, they replied in unison. This was an unspoken understanding. One was the reigning empress, and the other possessed the ability to easily overturn a dynasty's power. Offending either was unthinkable. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, the wooden door opened from within. Master, Lu Ruoxue has taken her leave. Please rest well. Coincidentally, Lu Ruoxue emerged from Chen Mu's room, clad in imperial robes, carrying a wooden basin, conversing cheerfully. Wait, is that a foot basin? Chapter 77. Does my master envy me? Why not become a maid together? Is that a foot basin? Zhao Hengshan could not help but turn to inquire of a nearby elder. I believe so, the elder replied, equally lost in thought, his mind drifting far beyond. Here stood the empress of one of the four great powers of the Xian Kingdom, serving the foot basin to the saint son of their sect. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, who could have imagined such a scenario? Perhaps he had misunderstood. It could very well be a treasure basin instead. Zongzhu, esteemed elders, and master. After closing the door, Lu Ruoxue turned to see Zhao Hengshan and his companions, puzzled as to why they had collectively come to Chu Yun Manor. Were they here to pay their respects to the master? She seemed to momentarily forget her identity as the Empress of the Xian Kingdom. Lu Ruoxue, Zhao Hengshan began, only to be interrupted by Lu Ruoxue. I apologize, Zongzhu. Can we discuss this after I dispose of the foot washing water? Of course, please proceed. Zhao Hengshan's smile stiffened as he gestured for her to continue, maintaining courteousness. Internally, he was astonished. It truly was a foot basin. Zhao Hengshan then turned to Lu Yuchan. Feeling the need to say something, Lu Shimi, you have an exceptional disciple. The Zongzhu flatters me. I fear I no longer have the qualification to consider myself her mentor. Lu Yuchan replied with a bitter smile. No one contradicted her, for among them, none could match Lu Ruoxue's cultivation. Having spent so much time beside Chen Mu, she had likely acquired numerous treasures. Together, they could hardly rival her. The more they pondered, the more they felt their own lives had been failures. Zongzhu, esteemed elders, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lu Ruoxue asked upon her return. Zhao Hengshan clasped his hands and led the bowing ceremony, saying, Zhao Hengshan, the head of Qingxian sect, pays his respects to the empress. Lu Yuchan of Qingxian sect, pays respects to the empress. Zhao Weiyan of Qingxian sect, pays respects to your majesty. Observing the assembled sect leaders and elders kneeling before her, Lu Ruoxue felt utterly at a loss and exclaimed, Hey, sect leader, esteemed elders. And master, what are you doing? She attempted to assist Zhao Hengshan in standing, but he resolutely refused. With no other option, Lu Ruoxue waved her hand helplessly, instructing, Please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengshan and the others finally dared to stand. At this moment, Lu Ruoxue realized that these individuals had come specifically to pay their respects to her. Understanding that no amount of persuasion would sway them, she decided to let things unfold naturally. After the formalities, Zhao Hengshan and the others did not linger long, knowing that Chen Mu was already resting and it would be inappropriate to disturb him. This left Lu Ruoxue and Lu Yuchan seated under the pavilion in an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Master, Lu Ruoxue began, but Lu Yuchan immediately interjected, Your Majesty, please do not say that. Master, please do not be so humble. You will always be my master, regardless of the present or the future. I am not one to forget my roots. Lu Ruoxue sincerely acknowledged Lu Yuchan's nurturing and protective role, without which she would not have reached her current status. Lu Yuchan's eyes brimmed with emotion. With a deep sigh, she reflected on how just days ago, Lu Ruoxue had been troubled by her quest for breakthroughs, and now, She had experienced a meteoric rise in power and authority. I owe this all to the gifts of cultivation and power bestowed by my master. Without him, I would be nothing, Lu Ruoxue candidly admitted. Following this, the two engaged in extensive conversation, during which Lu Yuchan learned much about Chen Mu that she had not previously known, including the submission of the Shenglong sect and even the Blood Demon sect. What? She exclaimed, her face paling. You mean to say that the Blood Demon sect and even the Shenglong sect have submitted to him? Indeed. Failure to submit would result in death, Lu Ruoxue affirmed solemnly. Lu Yuchan no longer doubted it. The notion that the Shenglong sect, one of the top 10 powerful sects, could be vanquished and that the once feared blood demon ancestor could be revived at a word, only to be commanded to self-destruct, was indeed outrageous yet entirely plausible for him. Unable to contain herself, Lu Yuchan admitted, I never thought that I, the dignified master of Jingyue Peak, would ever envy your position as a maid. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxue excitedly responded, If you desire, master, I can request the master to allow you to become his maid as well, and we can serve him together. Lu Yuchan was taken aback, finding herself hesitating. Forcing a smile, she replied, Perhaps it is better to forego that. He would surely prefer a young lady like you. I have already aged. Master, you are being too humble. You are recognized among our disciples as the most beautiful in Qingxian sect. Lu Ruoxue sincerely believed that Lu Yuchan resembled a celestial being, especially with her exquisite demeanor. Nevertheless, let us leave it for now. It is getting late, and you should rest. I too must return to my own rest. Lu Yuchan gently shook her head and stood. Very well. Seeing her firm stance, Lu Ruoxue did not press further. The two departed Qingyun Mansion together. As the formation was reconfigured, Lu Ruoxue was transported back to the capital, to the Imperial Palace. This teleportation array, which she had discovered in the royal treasury, was perfectly suited for her daily returns to Qingyun Mansion to attend to Chen Mu's everyday needs. Being a maid was her primary role. The status of Empress was merely a side endeavor. Moreover, it afforded her the opportunity to bring more delectable pastries back from the capital for Chen Mu. As the blue light faded and the formation vanished, Lu Yuchan wore a troubled expression. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, Should I have accepted? A wave of intense regret washed over her. She felt she had made the wrong choice. Yet, the moment had passed, and it was too late for remorse. How exactly was she to serve him? Lu Ruoxue's mind began to wander, conjuring vivid and alluring images. A faint blush crept onto Lu Yuchan's fair cheeks. Noticing a disciple approaching from afar, she quickly took flight on her sword, her heart racing furiously. Shame, regret, and distress intertwined within her. Resolving to return quickly to her training to forget these thoughts, she entered the palace. What a pity, she lamented. I had looked forward to serving the master alongside my master. What a strange feeling of serving a husband together. Lu Ruoxue chastised herself, cradling her face in her hands, feeling a mix of bashfulness and discomfort. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Her expression immediately turned cold. Enter. Your Majesty, what brings you here? News has arrived from the Zhuyan Kingdom. They wish to meet with you to discuss matters concerning the border. Lu Ruoxue recalled that the Zhuyan Kingdom had always been in a hostile relationship with the Xian Kingdom, with ongoing conflicts along their borders. Given that Zhuyan's overall national strength surpassed that of the Xian Kingdom, she perceived their intentions as anything but benevolent. Nevertheless, she agreed to the meeting. One must not be timid. We cannot bring shame to Chen Mu. In the Zhuyan Kingdom, Prince Zhu Xiaotian voiced his concern. Father, why must you go in person? I can handle this. That Xian Kingdom Empress is not worthy of your attention. She lacks the qualification. Curious, Zhu Changzhan asked. What do you mean? I have received word that before her ascension, that woman was merely a nameless figure in the Xian Kingdom, a lowly maid beside the Holy Sun, Zhu Xiaotian elaborated. Is that so? Zhu Changzhan became intrigued. Please, elaborate. Yes, father. The news I received indicates that just days ago, the Qingxian sect awakened a new Holy Sun after 300 years. The woman known as Lu Ruoxue was the inner court's female prodigy, the elder sister. Yet she was bestowed as a maid to the Qingxian Holy Sun to attend to his daily needs. Now, through some stroke of fortune, she has become the empress of the Xian Kingdom. I suspect it is due to internal strife within the Xian Kingdom, being a royal bastard living on the fringes. The treacherous ministers likely found her easy to manipulate and thus elevated her. Zhu Xiaotian candidly expressed his thoughts. The Qingxian sect? Indeed, it lacks prominence. The Xian Kingdom has chosen such a lowly figure for an empress. It seems their fate is sealed. It is time to consider deploying forces to attack, Zhu Changzhan determined. He resolved to finalize a strategy for assaulting the Xian Kingdom after meeting Lu Ruoxue. They could no longer afford to engage in minor skirmishes. They must completely annex the Xian Kingdom. The opportunity to seize this chance might not present itself again for many years. Once they absorbed the territory of the Xian kingdom, the Zhu Yin kingdom would undoubtedly have the potential to become the strongest nation in the Zhongshuan realm, unrivaled and unmatched. After hearing Zhu Changzhan's intentions, Zhu Xiaotian eagerly volunteered. Father, allow me to lead the troops to trample the Xian kingdom. Very well. You are indeed my son, ambitious as always. As you wish. Zhu Changzhan laughed heartily. The prospect of conquering the Xian kingdom seemed all but assured. What kind of nation would choose a maid as their empress? Surely, they are doomed to decline. He mused. What worth does a maid hold? Can we expect her holy son master to support her? He laughed heartily. The following day, as Chen Mu opened his eyes, he found Lu Ruoxue waiting outside his door. Master, she greeted him with a radiant smile and a bow. What brings you here at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be at court? Chen Mu inquired. To serve you. I have adjusted the court schedule to begin half an hour earlier, Lu Ruoxue replied. After a brief pause, Chen Mu nodded. Well done. Lu Ruoxue beamed, replying, Thank you for your praise, master. I will continue to strive for excellence. Taking a few steps, Chen Mu halted. Should we modify the Jindan realm to the Dujia realm? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. As Chen Mu came to a halt, Lu Ruoxue was about to inquire about the matter at hand when she felt a surge of vital energy and spiritual essence within her. Yuanying realm. Out-of-body realm. Split spirit realm. Ascension. In an instant, she had broken through to the crossing tribulation realm. Without a doubt, this was the result of Chen Mu's influence. Overcome with emotion, she knelt and proclaimed, Thank you, my lord. This was indeed her due. Chen Mu appreciated those who were astute and loyal. Lu Ruoxue's demeanor merited the bestowal of the crossing tribulation realm's cultivation upon her. This would alleviate his own burdens in times of trouble, sparing him from unnecessary hassle while also allowing her to resolve some of his predicaments. A win-win situation. Lu Ruoxue rose, dabbed her eyes with her sleeve, and with a quivering voice said, My lord, I have specially instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare some pastries for you. Would you care to try them? If you enjoy them, I can have them made daily and delivered to you. Very well, Chen Mu agreed. Once Chen Mu finished his breakfast, Lu Ruoxue took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the remnants of food from the corners of his mouth before hurriedly returning to the capital. She attended to various state affairs, with the urgent matter of the northern region's flood at the forefront. By the time she concluded all her tasks, 2 hours had elapsed. Initially, the civil officials harbored concerns that this newly appointed empress, who had ascended through brute force, would herald the decline of Xian kingdom. However, upon reviewing her revisions of the memorials and her proposals for reform, these officials found themselves genuinely impressed. They felt as though their own years of service had been squandered. They realized that further learning and observation were imperative. Indeed, the adage holds true, one should learn until the end of their days. As their respect for her grew, Lu Ruoxue's gratitude towards Chen Mu deepened in tandem. Soon after, news arrived from outside the palace that the envoy from Zhu Yin kingdom had reached the city outskirts. Lu Ruoxue rose to head to the Great Hall and prepared herself for what was to come. She was eager to discern the intentions of the Zhu Yin envoy. In the Great Hall, Zhu Changzhan surveyed the individual seated on the dais and was somewhat taken aback. He could not help but marvel. Having heard tales of the stunning beauties of Xian kingdom, and now witnessing it firsthand, he found those tales to be true. Mind your words. An official from Xian kingdom admonished. When did this become your place to speak? Zhu Changzhan's arrogance was ingrained in his being. He dismissed Lu Ruoxue with disdain. Let alone a mere official. I shall be direct. I have come primarily to discuss the cessation of hostilities at the borders, Zhu Changzhan stated plainly. Cessation of hostilities? Lu Ruoxue responded with a serene smile. Hasn't Zhu Yin kingdom always been the one to instigate war? Xian kingdom has merely been on the defensive. If you truly wish to cease hostilities, you need only withdraw your troops. There is no need for discussion. The war can cease, but it cannot do so without conditions. Zhu Changzhan retorted as he unfurled a scroll presented by another. Lu Ruoxue accepted it, and upon examination, saw a map of Xian kingdom with several major cities circled in red. Zhu Changzhan's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to compel Lu Ruoxue to cede these cities to Zhu Yin kingdom in exchange for peace. Such vile terms, I will never agree to, Lu Ruoxue asserted, revealing her formidable side. Zhu Changzhan, seemingly unfazed, smirked. Your Majesty, I advise you to think carefully about your words. My Zhu Yin kingdom's million-strong cavalry is less than 1,000 paces from your northern border, ready to march at any moment. Hearing that 1,000,000 cavalry were so close to Xian kingdom's northern border left the civil and military officials exchanging anxious glances, each grappling with the gravity of the situation. If war were to erupt, even if Xian kingdom prevailed, it would be a mere Pyrrhic victory. Should the other two kingdoms choose this moment to strike, Xian kingdom would be doomed. This was a conclusion they desperately wished to avoid. While ceding territory was disgraceful and ignoble, it was far preferable to annihilation. They turned their gazes toward Lu Ruoxue, eager to see what decision she would make. Am I to understand that you are threatening me? Lu Ruoxue inquired calmly, her heart unperturbed. That is one way to interpret it, Zhu Changzhan openly admitted, as several individuals stepped forward, unleashing their spiritual essence. What? Lu Ruoxue gasped, realizing that those four were all half-step harmonization realm experts, some of whom had even attained the harmonization realm. The oppressive aura was terrifying. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Was this the might of Zhu Yan Kingdom? I believe the Empress has made her decision, she thought, feeling a pang of reluctance. Chapter 79. A snap to slay harmonization realm. The Empress begins to flourish. Harmonization realm? Upon seeing those four, Lu Ruoxue could not help but marvel at her master's foresight. Master? Thought a nearby young eunuch, convinced he had misheard. Who could possibly have the right to be called the master of the Empress? Lu Ruoxue then stood, descending the steps. As she approached, Zhu Changzhan felt no fear. Instead, he was secretly pleased, assuming Lu Ruoxue would kneel and plead for mercy, requesting a reduction in the number of cities surrendered. He appraised her graceful figure and her breathtaking beauty. If Lu Ruoxue were to take the initiative, Zhu Changzhan might even consider relinquishing 2 cities. As the ancients wisely stated, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirit of elegance. He desired both the kingdom and the beauty. To savor the essence of an empress would be a remarkable achievement, one he could boast of in the future. Boom. In the next moment, a sharp surge of spiritual essence sliced past Zhu Changzhan, ruffling his hair. His smile froze. Suddenly, a liquid splattered on his back, soaking him. Harmonization realm? It is nothing remarkable. Lu Ruoxue's expression was icy. Zhu Changzhan, unhurried, turned slowly to see that 2 of his half-step harmonization realm experts had been cleaved in 2 by that surge of spiritual essence. Blood and entrails littered the ground. Even Zhu Changzhan, seasoned in battle, felt a wave of nausea. The officials were horrified, and the military commander's loyalty to Lu Ruoxue surged. They had never imagined that a harmonization realm expert would be so easily dispatched before the Empress. Could someone at that level truly be killed with a mere flick of a finger? Surely this was no jest? You cannot. Boom. Lu Ruoxue boldly severed Zhu Changzhan's arm before the assembled crowd, pointing at the severed limb. Ah, my hand. My hand. Zhu Changzhan clutched the stump of his arm, staggering backward, only to be tripped by a corpse and fall to the ground. He could staunch the bleeding from his wound, but not the blood that spurted from his fingers. Your Majesty. The other 2 harmonization realm experts rushed forward to shield Zhu Changzhan. And you think you stand a chance? Lu Ruoxue's spiritual essence surged forth from within her, akin to a flood breaching a dam, rendering the 2 men feeling insignificant and powerless. Their faces turned pale as they stammered. This is crossing tribulation realm. Crossing tribulation realm. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present, leaving them in turmoil. The civil officials had not anticipated that Lu Ruoxue possessed not only formidable political prowess, but also unrivaled martial skill. Likewise, the military commanders were astonished by the magnitude of her cultivation. Those among the elite guards understood better than anyone that Lu Ruoxue's ascension to this position was largely due to Chen Mu. They had initially thought her merely a decorative figure, but her actions had truly earned their respect. At the same time, they could not help but feel a sense of dread at the true strength of Chen Mu. They had heard Lu Ruoxue refer to him as her master. If even a servant held crossing tribulation realm power, what might the master be capable of? Thud. Thud. We pledge our loyalty to Xian Kingdom. Please spare us, Your Majesty. 2 formidable practitioners of the He realm, one in front and the other behind, suppressed their spiritual energy and knelt before Lu Ruoxue, bowing their heads in supplication. You. While one could comprehend their fear of confronting a tribulation realm opponent, Zhu Changzhan felt an overwhelming despair. No need, he said coldly, his methods swifter and more ruthless. With a mere wave of his hand, the heads of the 2 men fell to the ground, their blood splattering onto Zhu Changzhan. His tiger-like frame trembled. She actually pointed her hand and killed 2 powerful practitioners of the He realm. Was this truly not a jest? As Lu Ruoxue continued to approach him, Zhu Changzhan could distinctly hear the sound of his heart beating, reverberating like a death knell. Parched and desperate, he implored, No. You cannot kill me. If I die, the million-strong army of Zhu Yan Kingdom will surely trample forth. Bang! The head rolled away, having lived a life of warfare. How could Zhu Changzhan have anticipated such a conclusion? What was that? Upon hearing this, he noticed the strange expressions on the faces of those around him. Lu Ruoxue turned to look and discovered that from her own shadow emerged a blood demon. The blood demon raised its hand, absorbing the life force of Zhu Changzhan and the others before retreating back into the shadow realm. The master had always been concerned for my safety, Lu Ruoxue reflected, revealing a sense of yearning and gratitude. Master, did I hear that correctly? Surely, it was a misunderstanding. How could the Empress be so powerful? And who could possibly be her master? To what extent must one be strong? Yes, I must have misheard. Someone interrupted their conversation. At your service. Lu Ruoxue glanced at the corpses of Zhu Changzhan and his companions and commanded, hang their heads at the north gate of the city as a warning to all. Grant them half a day. Should they not withdraw their troops, I shall personally lead the assault. Yes, faced with such a formidable empress, the military generals dared not defy her. All of this was witnessed by Chen Mu through the Qiutian mirror, as he leisurely enjoyed pastries and fruits, treating it as entertainment. This girl is increasingly embodying the demeanor of an emperor. What do you think? He inquired of Su Qingtian, who stood beside him. Indeed, as you say, I have a premonition that Miss Lu will leave a significant mark in the annals of history, Su Qingtian responded. If he were to ponder, that foolish emperor would likely never realize that such a powerful empress was merely a foot servant by her master's side. Meanwhile, in Tianfu City, Chu Wushuang had lavishly purchased a residence and was fervently practicing her spear techniques in the courtyard. At this moment, Su Fu entered with a food box from a tavern. Just as Chu Wushuang's stomach growled, she plunged her spear into the ground and sat at a stone table. Uncle Fu, what delicious food have you brought? She eagerly inquired. Your favorite drunken chicken, pear blossom cake, and exquisite tofu, Su Fu replied, presenting the dishes while elaborating. Wow, so sumptuous. Chu Wushuang swallowed hard, unable to contain her appetite. Just as she was about to start eating, Su Fu suddenly interjected, by the way, Miss, news has come from the capital. The throne of Xian Kingdom has changed hands, and a new emperor has ascended. Oh, Chu Wushuang responded disinterestedly. What does the emperor of Xian Kingdom have to do with me? It's completely unrelated. The Chu family had no ties to the royal family, and the emperor is a woman? An empress? Now that is intriguing. Even so, Chu Wushuang's thoughts remained focused on the bountiful meal before her. Her name is Lu Ruoxue. The movement of Chu Wushuang's chopsticks paused. Chapter 80. A snap of the fingers to annihilate millions. Do you wish to be an emperor? I suspect it's merely a case of sharing the same name. Chu Wushuang replied, regaining her composure. From the senior sister of Qing Xian Sect to her former betrothed's personal maid, and now the Empress of Xian Kingdom. The leap was quite drastic. Initially, I thought the same upon hearing the news, but it seems unlikely that it is just a coincidence. The celebrations in Leiyan City are immense, with households lighting up in festivity. Furthermore, rumors suggest that the Lu family was summoned to the capital and entered the palace yesterday. Su Fu continued to share the information he had gathered. Uncle Fu, do you think all of this is related to him? Chu Wushuang turned to inquire about Su Fu's perspective. In my view, it's highly probable. He indeed possesses such capability, Su Fu asserted, clearly having pondered the matter. Yet, even if he is surrounded by Tribulation Realm experts, the royal family of Xian Kingdom must have Tribulation Realm backing, right? Moreover, who wouldn't he want to be an emperor? Since the kingdom has been seized, why wouldn't he claim the throne for himself? Why relinquish it to others? Chu Wushuang found it perplexing. One can only say that he is indifferent to fame and fortune, Su Fu speculated. After all, he and Chen Mu had only met once. Indifference to fame and fortune is not a flaw, but that is imperial power. How many people yearn for such an exalted position, only to find it beyond their reach? Forget it, Uncle Fu. Let us not discuss such matters. Sit down and eat. Afterward, I must continue my spear training. Chu Wushuang took the initiative to end the topic. She did not wish for others to think that she regretted breaking off the engagement. Chu Wushuang never regretted her decisions. She understood that there is no remedy for regret in this world. The marriage contract had already been rescinded and publicly burned. She had no further ties to the Chen family or Chen Mu. Nevertheless, she remained curious about how Lu Ruoxue ascended to the position of empress. Once friends who appreciated each other despite their differences, now they had achieved great success, while she with this thought. She quickly finished her meal and resumed her practice with the spear. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the spear was thunderous, echoing through the air. Compared to her concerns, Chen Mu had long since forgotten Chu Wushuang's existence. At this moment, he was using the Qiutian mirror to observe the scene at the north gate of Xian Kingdom. The million-strong army indeed appeared imposing. The image captured the moment when the corpses of Zhu Yin Kingdom's Emperor Zhu Changzhan and his 4 personal guards were transported from the capital through a teleportation array. Thud, thud, thud. Iron hooks pierced through heads, sealing the city gates. This news swiftly reached the ears of Zhu Xiaotian, the prince of Zhu Yin Kingdom, who was currently stationed behind the army, awaiting orders to attack. Bang! What? My father is dead? Zhu Xiaotian smashed the wooden table before him in rage. Standing up in fury, those treacherous scoundrels of Xian Kingdom even had the audacity to behead his majesty and display the head on the city walls. Truly despicable. Your Highness, I implore you, give the order to attack the city. Within 3 days, we shall breach the Xian Kingdom's palace. A general, filled with indignation, stepped forward to offer his services. Attack the city. Zhu Xiaodian did not hesitate for a moment. On one hand, as a son, it was unacceptable not to avenge his father's murder. On the other hand, as the prince, he needed this opportunity to prove his strength, secure the throne, and consolidate his power. It was an exceptional opportunity that he could not afford to miss. Adorned in armor and mounted on his warhorse, Zhu Xiaodian personally led the million-strong army, charging forth like a torrent of steel. A group of unrepentant individuals. Observing Zhu Xiaodian leading a mighty army toward the north gate through the Chotian mirror, Chen Mu felt quite displeased. He raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, releasing a thread of spiritual energy through the Chotian mirror, traveling thousands of miles to the north gate of Xian Kingdom. Silent. Like an invisible scythe. Not good. Quickly, notify the capital. The army of Zhu Yan Kingdom is approaching. The guards at the city gate shouted. In the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a brilliant crimson hue, exceedingly blinding. Turning to look, he discovered that the vast army was pierced right through the middle. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground. A veritable river of blood. The entire scene was engulfed in a blood-red hue. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the warhorses and armored soldiers were all uniformly severed at the waist. The remaining tens of thousands stood frozen in place, no longer moving. A headless dragon? This matter is irrelevant. It primarily stems from fear. Half of the troops perished inexplicably, and they remain oblivious to the cause. How could they not be terrified? No, there is no need for a report. The army of Zhu Yangua has retreated. The guard quickly reacted and shouted to the side. Shao Yozi, do not falsely report military intelligence. That is a grave offense. A man beneath the wall reminded. I am not deceiving you. The army of Zhu Yangua lost tens of thousands in an instant, and the rest fled in terror, rolling and crawling. The guard explained. If you do not believe me, you may come and see for yourselves. He waved his hand, as several climbed the city wall and beheld the countless corpses. Along with horses, amounting to nearly 1 million, their eyes widened in disbelief. The blood pooled into a small river, rushing towards the city gate. It was a scene of unimaginable carnage. How could this happen? They focused on the guard and pressed for answers. I do not know. It transpired in the blink of an eye. The guard was as perplexed as they were. Behind the Tianjing mirror, Su Qingtian, witnessing all, felt a chill engulf him. His throat tightened, and his fingers and toes clenched. He gained a newfound understanding of his master's power, far beyond imagination. In the snap of a finger, 1 million lives extinguished. Before him, 1 million soldiers seemed no more significant than ants. Those aware of the situation recognized it as an army. Those unaware might have thought it mere grass to be easily mowed down. It was an entirely different realm from his previous imaginings. The Chen Mu he envisioned bore no comparison to the reality. Utterly terrifying. The emperor is dead. The crown prince is also dead. Chen Mu mused to himself, contemplating. He then lifted his gaze towards Su Qingtian, standing nearby. Do you have any commands? Su Qingtian asked hurriedly. What is your view on imperial power? Chen Mu countered. Su Qingtian pondered for a moment, shaking his head. It was too distant from him, and he did not know how to respond. Then let me rephrase. Are you interested in the throne of the emperor of Zhu Yangua? Chen Mu asked directly, getting straight to the point. The throne of Zhu Yangua. Do you wish for me to become the emperor of Zhu Yangua? Su Qingtian swallowed hard, his body taut with tension. The supreme imperial power, long coveted by countless individuals, was now laid before him. Indeed, I do entertain such thoughts. Rather than being an emperor, I would prefer to be a hands-off manager. Chen Mu even contemplated replacing the emperors of the other 2 nations with his own people. Thus, the entire Zhangxian realm would be firmly within his grasp. Chapter 81. The Existence of a Demigod. The Ascension Realm takes action. I will do it. Upon realizing Chen Mu's intentions, Su Qingtian nodded firmly in agreement. Since Chen Mu had spoken to this extent, even if not for himself, but for his goal of being a hands-off manager, Su Qingtian was willing to shoulder this burden. Although there was a part of him that was inherently lazy. Grasping imperial power was something he had not even dared to dream of before. Relax. I will arrange everything for you. The modifications were in progress. The modifications were successful. First, he presented Su Qingtian with a grand package filled with political attributes. To put it bluntly, with this package, even a newly awakened beast could manage a nation with impeccable order. Next, he opened a portal, pinpointing the capital of Zhu Yangua. At this moment, a group of civil and military officials wore solemn expressions. The entire assembly was silent, and the sound of a pin drop could be heard. No one knew what to say, yet their hearts raced, beating ever faster. Some were even frequently wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads and temples. The reigning emperor had been slain, his head displayed on the city wall for all to see, and even the crown prince had met a gruesome fate. However, what chilled them to the bone was the fact that the million-strong army of Zhu Yingguo had been decimated in the blink of an eye. This clearly exceeded their comprehension and understanding. Moreover, according to reports from the front lines, it seemed that not only was the assailant unknown, but no figure had even been glimpsed. Before agreeing to mobilize troops, they had been brimming with confidence, believing that exterminating a mere Xianguo would be a trivial task. Yet, they had never anticipated that such a terrifying trump card lay hidden within Xianguo. Was it a demigod on the verge of ascension? One who transcended the ascension realm? If that were indeed the case, then Zhu Yingguo had certainly kicked a steel plate this time. They should never have mobilized troops, provoking such a deadly calamity. What is that? Suddenly, someone noticed a swirling, ethereal portal appearing before the dragon throne on the steps. Upon hearing this, they all looked up in curiosity. A teleportation portal? How could a portal appear in this place? As they pondered, Chen Mu and Su Qingtian stepped out, one after the other. Upon searching their memories, the officials confirmed they had never seen these two before. Just as they were about to inquire about their origins, they saw Chen Mu grasp Su Qingtian's shoulder and push him onto the dragon throne. What are you doing? That seat is not for just anyone. Get down immediately. An esteemed general cried out in anger. Bang! With a pop, the general's body violently expanded, tearing apart and exploding, blood spraying several meters away. Throughout the entire ordeal, the onlookers remained fixated on Chen Mu and Su Qingtian, yet they failed to catch any signs of them making a move. A jolt ran through their hearts, and the words they intended to utter were quickly swallowed back down. They understood that these two were not to be trifled with. They might excel in ruling the world and leading armies, but in terms of cultivation, they could not be considered geniuses. In fact, they were rather mediocre. In most cases, the heavens are fair. The emperor and crown prince are dead. I wish to establish him as the new emperor of Zhu Yingguo. If anyone has objections, step forward. Chen Mu patted Su Qingtian's shoulder and got straight to the point. Establish him as the new emperor of Zhu Yingguo? Who is he? On what grounds? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, only whispered within their minds. They feared that voicing them would lead to a gruesome demise. Step forward? They lacked the courage to do so. Even if they had the will, their legs felt as though they were not their own, completely unresponsive. They could retreat, but advancing even half a step was impossible. Any semblance of defiance would be met with the stark and vivid imagery of death, blood red in clarity. The pressure was overwhelming. Since there are no objections, then insolence. Just as Chen Mu was halfway through his statement, a voice accompanied by several figures suddenly burst in. Without any prior notice, they had already entered the grand hall. Elder Qian, Elder Wu, even Elder Jiang has arrived. The last time they saw them was at the enthronement ceremony. With this momentum, it seems Elder Qian has broken through to the Ascension Realm. 3 Ascension Realm powerhouses. Heaven bless Zhu Yingguo. The appearance of the 3 elders instantly instilled great confidence in the assembly, smiles replacing their previous anxiety. After utilizing the system to check, Chen Mu confirmed that indeed, the 3 were at the Ascension Realm, one having just recently broken through, while the other 2 had reached the 2nd level of the Ascension Realm. The heir to the throne of Zhu Yingguo is not for a mere child to speak of. You lack the qualifications. Elder Qian, having just broken through, was brimming with confidence and eager to test his skills. Chen Mu was more than willing to provide him with such an opportunity, summoning the supreme blood demon. Boom. The thick, overwhelming blood aura instantly engulfed the entire palace, drowning everyone within. Is this the blood demon? Elder Wu recognized it. Huh. You think to oppose us with such a lowly summoning technique? What a delusion. Lao Wu and Lao Jiang, you need not intervene. I shall confront this myself. Qian Lao stepped forward, preparing to unleash a technique to vanquish the supreme blood demon. Channeling his spiritual energy, he executed the celestial grade skill, the heaven-splitting palm. A colossal golden hand emerged, carving a trench into the ground, measuring an impressive 20 to 30 zhang in width. However, before it could even make contact with the supreme blood demon, it shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into nothingness. Quite skilled, Qian Lao mused, undeterred. As he prepared for close combat to breach its defenses, the heavenly demon hand, his arms swelled to several dozen times their size, muscles and tendons bulging, resembling a demonic hand as it lunged towards the supreme blood demon. Yet, in the next moment, Qian Lao abruptly sensed something amiss. He could no longer feel his arms or legs. Bang! As he glanced down, his dismembered body fell to the ground. The only part of him capable of movement was his head, which turned to reveal that both arms and hands had been severed and vanished without a trace. Bang bang! Lao Wu and Lao Jiang witnessed this with stark clarity as it unfolded right before their eyes. This was entirely unlike the blood demon they had imagined. Even disregarding Qian Lao's recent breakthrough into the tribulation stage and his unstable cultivation, they themselves were practitioners of the second layer of the tribulation stage. They couldn't even discern the motion of the supreme blood demon raising its hand. Just how formidable must this supreme blood demon be? What level of power allows it to surpass the tribulation stage? With a flourish, the supreme blood demon lifted its arm, its bloodied hand extending infinitely, coiling around Qian Lao's head, lifting it back into view. Lao Wu, quick, save, before he could finish his plea. The sound of cracking bones and spurting blood reached everyone's ears, a foreboding prelude to disaster. The noise was thunderous, yet it was but a whisper in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 82, The Tribulation Stage as a Hound. A million blood demons. Lao Wu and Lao Jiang exchanged glances, resolving to strike together, combining their powers to combat the supreme blood demon. The situation had escalated to such a magnitude that their dignity as protectors of the nation in the tribulation stage could not withstand inaction. They attributed all reasoning to Qian Lao's recent breakthrough, his unstable heart of Tao, and an underestimation of the blood demon's might, which had led to this dire outcome. Lao Wu and Lao Jiang decided to learn from Qian Lao's misstep and unleash their full strength from the outset. One wielded a sword, executing the spirit dragon sword technique. Its emerald sword energy taking the form of a dragon. It sounds akin to the roar of a dragon. The other ignited his spiritual energy into flames, causing his arms to swell significantly, the flames raging fiercely. Even from a distance of several meters, the waves of heat were palpable, intense, and searing. This was a mid-tier celestial grade technique, the heavenly fire demon hand. The duo separated, aiming to flank the supreme blood demon from both sides, exploiting its visual blind spots. Their eyes communicated a shared understanding of this elaborate strategy. The supreme blood demon's response was refreshingly simple and brutal. It raised both arms, its blood energy surging violently, weaving and thickening. In an instant, it formed a pair of gigantic blood hands which clapped together. Bang! Boom! The forceful gust generated by their collision sent hundreds of civil and military officials hurtling backward, crashing against columns and walls, landing heavily. The scene was nothing short of chaotic. Some scrambled to their feet, gazing around to comprehend the situation, only to find that Lao Wu and Lao Jiang had vanished from sight, as if they had evaporated from existence. When the supreme blood demon's monstrous hands parted, one could faintly discern two bodies, flattened, bones protruding grotesquely through flesh. Though barely recognizable, certain details allowed them to ascertain that these bodies were being devoured and assimilated by the blood hands. It was undoubtedly the remains of Lao Wu and Lao Jiang. How could this be possible? Qian Lao had just broken through, and one might explain it through his unstable realm, but these were two national protectors with the strength of the second layer of the tribulation stage. Merely summoned blood demons possessed the power to crush and slaughter practitioners of the tribulation stage. What then of him? Words failed to form as everyone's gaze shifted toward Chen Mu. The once Na'vi youth now stood like a true deity. After all, to them, warriors of the tribulation stage were incomprehensibly powerful. Yet, Chen Mu did not even lift a finger. He commanded the summoned blood demons to wreak havoc as if it were child's play. If this is not divinity, what is? Had they to select the being closest to a god in this world, they would undoubtedly cast their votes for Chen Mu without hesitation. What do you think of these blood demons? Chen Mu inquired, ignoring the others and addressing Su Qingtian. Unparalleled might. This was the most fitting description Su Qingtian could conjure in his mind at that moment. I offer you 100,000, no, 1,000,000 such blood demon legions. Do you have confidence that you can dominate the entirety of the Zhu Yan kingdom? Upon reflection, 100,000 seemed insufficient to instill fear. Since he could summon them infinitely, why not elevate the number to 1,000,000? Eliminate all negative contingencies. Absolutely. Su Qingtian nodded emphatically. Excellent. Chen Mu commanded the supreme blood demon to commence summoning. Immediately, countless blood demons emerged from the chaotic realm, stepping through the portal, filling every inch of space. The civil and military officials beheld this scene, realizing they were still within the palace. Those unaware might have thought they had descended into the depths of hell, surrounded by malevolent spirits. Turning to flee, they were struck with terror upon discovering that the area outside the hall was equally filled with fierce blood demons. They were packed so tightly that there was scarcely room to insert a needle. 1,000,000 blood demons. Truly 1,000,000 blood demons. Initially, they believed Chen Mu was jesting. One such entity had already become frighteningly powerful. 1,000,000. Was he truly not joking? Now, they were assured that Chen Mu was not engaging in folly. With this 1,000,000 blood demons, not only could they conquer the Zhu Yan kingdom, but each of them felt confident enough to seize the entire Xianxian realm. After all, not everyone could treat the tribulation stage as mere hounds. Chen Mu undoubtedly deserved the title of the foremost individual in Xianxian. They typically lurked in your shadows, ready to be summoned at your command, Chen Mu explained. Give it a try. Very well. Su Qingtian remained in a daze, like a marionette, following Chen Mu's instructions. First, he commanded the million blood demons to return to the Shadow Realm. In an instant, the once crowded scene became desolate. The million blood demons vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Su Qingtian attempted to summon them several times, all according to his wishes. Did he fear Su Qingtian might betray him? Leaving aside the sworn loyalty, Su Qingtian did possess control over the fixed number of blood demons, albeit merely the lowest tier of control. The higher tier command rested in the hands of the supreme blood demon, while the ultimate authority resided with Chen Mu. Should Su Qingtian truly harbor such intentions, there would be no need for Chen Mu to intervene. The million blood demons would swiftly obliterate his existence. In Chen Mu's lexicon, the notion of betrayal was utterly intolerable. Open the portal. Just as he lifted his foot to take a step, he paused. Glancing at the assembly below, Chen Mu recalled, you have yet to provide me with your response. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the immortal. For eternity, we shall never betray. The Prime Minister, second only to the Emperor, was the first to kneel in submission. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the immortal. For eternity, we shall never betray. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the immortal. For eternity, we shall never betray. Witnessing the Prime Minister's submission, those of lower rank found no justification to resist. The civil and military officials all yielded. They did not submit to Su Qingtian, but to Chen Mu, who stood behind him. An immortal? Chen Mu did not despise this title. It sounded quite agreeable to his ears. Regarding their submission being directed not at him, but at Chen Mu, Su Qingtian bore no grievances. Rather, this was precisely what he had hoped to witness. I bid farewell to my master. As Chen Mu turned and stepped through the portal, Su Qingtian immediately rose to bid farewell. Once the portal closed, although Chen Mu had departed, the shock he left in the hearts of the onlookers remained undiminished. Especially at the moment when Su Qingtian referred to Chen Mu as master, the admiration multiplied. The coveted imperial throne, which everyone yearned for, he had casually bestowed upon his servant. Such generosity, unparalleled across the realm, was truly remarkable. Had they known that this was not Chen Mu's first act of such magnitude, their astonishment would have reached new heights. Subsequently, led by the Prime Minister, the Zhu Yin kingdom hastily organized a grand ceremony for the enthronement of the new emperor. In less than 2 days, both the Xian kingdom and Zhu Yin kingdom had successively replaced their emperors. This news sent ripples throughout the entire Xian realm. Chapter 83. Is he still called the Holy Sun? The Divine Sun, the Son of the Heavenly Tao. In the capital of the Xian kingdom, within the Grand Hall, the courtiers were recounting the dramatic events that had unfolded in the northern borders. Lu Ruoxue listened intently, for it pertained to her master. How could she not be captivated? Alas, the details were lacking. Lu Ruoxue lamented that she had not been able to witness the sacred and awe-inspiring spectacle firsthand. It must have been profoundly moving. According to reports from the northern front, over 600,000 soldiers of Zhu Yin kingdom had perished, including the body of the crown prince, Zhu Xiaotian. After delivering the report, the official inquired, Your Majesty, should we pursue this victory and conquer Zhu Yin kingdom? Conquer Zhu Yin kingdom? Lu Ruoxue smiled faintly. For Zhu Yin kingdom had already been subdued. Already subdued? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend Lu Ruoxue's words. In truth, long before Su Qingtian's ascension, Lu Ruoxue had learned through distant communication of Chen Mu's command that there was no need to attack Zhu Yin kingdom. The emperor of Zhu Yin had already been replaced by Su Qingtian, another servant of Qingyun mansion like Lu Ruoxue. This revelation immediately dispelled Lu Ruoxue's previous intentions of leading an assault on Zhu Yin kingdom with the Zhenshin stone and her formidable arsenal. There was no reason to turn against one's own. Lu Ruoxue was not keen on causing her master any distress. Doing so would only diminish her standing and favor in his eyes. It would be a case of losing the hen that laid the golden eggs. Lu Ruoxue chose not to elaborate, and the courtiers dared not press further. Ultimately, seeing her elation, they assumed it was a positive development. Hours later, in the Tontian Pavilion on the eastern side of the palace, a group of formidable protectors of the Xian kingdom gathered, astonished. What? Not only Xian kingdom, but even Zhu Yin kingdom has changed hands? Yes, I heard that someone single-handedly decimated hundreds of thousands of troops from Zhu Yin kingdom. A single strike to fell hundreds of thousands. But that is not the most outrageous part. Do you know what is? Pray tell. The new emperor of Zhu Yin kingdom is named Su Qingtian, who, like our female emperor, has connections to Qingxian Sect. Again with Qingxian Sect? What I've learned is that he was originally a guardian within Qingyun Mansion. Qingyun Mansion? If I recall correctly, our emperor was once a maid there as well. This Qingyun Mansion is where the Holy Son of Qingxian resides. Who exactly is this Holy Son? At this moment, they felt relieved that they had not rashly intervened when Chen Mu subdued the Xian Emperor and seized the throne. Otherwise, those present would have been reduced by half, if not entirely absent. Though they were protectors of the Xian kingdom, they were not foolish enough to confront an adversary they could not defeat, knowing it would lead to their demise. After living for centuries, each one valued their life, leaving reckless endeavors to the younger generation. They were focused on cultivating their skills and seeking enlightenment on the path of immortality. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian kingdom, one of the four great powers of the Zhangxian realm alongside Xian kingdom and Zhuyan kingdom, anxiety gripped the hearts of many, especially for the Xiantian Empress Luo Hanxiu and the Tianwu Emperor Zhao Xianming. Although the overall strength of Xiantian and Tianwu was significantly greater than that of Xian kingdom and Zhuyan kingdom, it could not be deemed overwhelming. If they truly possessed such prowess, they would have led their armies to conquer and annex. However, within a span of 2 days, 2 dynasties had bizarrely replaced their emperors, both connected to the Qingxian sect, leaving them restless. Luo Hanxiu and Zhao Xianming could not help but worry that they might be the next to be slain and have their thrones usurped. Zhao Xianming, in particular, secluded himself in the imperial study, refusing to emerge. The surrounding guards had increased tenfold, making it exceedingly difficult for even a fly to enter. In contrast, Empress Luo Hanxiu sat in the back garden, lost in thought, her beauty now marred by worry. In this world, how many dared to court death? As for her, Luo Hanxiu certainly did. The sensation of an invisible, sharp sword hanging above her head was deeply unsettling. Was her life truly destined to end here? Could she rely on those hidden powers of Xiantian? Luo Hanxiu believed it was unlikely to bear fruit. The news of the massacre of transcendent beings in Zhuyan kingdom had undoubtedly reached their ears, not to mention whether they were willing to intervene. Even if they were, what could they accomplish? Would they merely stain the palace walls with blood? No, this could not continue. She could not sit idly by. Suddenly, a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. She resolved to disguise herself and venture to Xian kingdom and Qingxian sect to personally meet the Holy Son, who had mysteriously vanished after being chosen. Luo Hanxiu speculated that Qingxian sect must be deliberately concealing information about him. Otherwise, how could even the Tianji Pavilion fail to uncover anything? Rather than passively await her fate, she would take the initiative to uncover the truth and understand the intentions of the other party. After instructing her trusted aides about matters during her absence, she set off without delay, for her life was at stake. Upon returning to Qingyun Mansion, today was undoubtedly a celebration for those who were disciples of Qingxian. Have you heard? The emperors of Xian Kingdom and Zhuyan Kingdom are both from our Qingxian sect. Every one of us from Qingxian is like a dragon. Do you think I might have a chance to become a little emperor someday? Dream on. It's foolish to flatter oneself. They attained the throne thanks to the Holy Son. The Holy Son, you say? Now, it is all the rage to call him the Divine Son, the Son of the Heavenly Tao. I long to enter Qingyun Mansion. Why? What other reason could there be? Have you not noticed that serving in Qingyun Mansion can lead one to become a Qilin, while being a servant can lead to emperorship? Such sentiments reached Chen Mu in Qingyun Mansion as well, and he overheard much through the walls. The news spread so swiftly, he was somewhat taken aback, yet had no intention of concealing anything. Why hide such glorious achievements? They were not shameful matters. Compliments and praises were far more gratifying than mockery or disparagement. He had no particular penchant for the latter. Casting a glance around, as the crowd dispersed, the vast Qingyun Mansion felt notably quieter. What had been a cacophony now seemed melodious in hindsight, especially the way Lu Ruoxue affectionately referred to him as master. Could it be that he was indeed someone who feared solitude? Chen Mu gestured to himself, shaking his head. He dismissed such thoughts and opened the system's decryption function page to explore if any intriguing features awaited him. Chapter 84, New Decryption Feature. Traveling Panda. Attack Effect, Status, Unactivated. The functions available in this cracked version are nothing short of bizarre and outrageous. The attack effects, they bestow any assault, even the most basic strike, with a powerful aura of spectacular effects, delivering an unparalleled visual experience. The one-click plunder. This feature is even more direct and brutal. Any target, irrespective of their level, can be selected for immediate plundering of their cultivation and wealth, leaving them with nothing. The ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. One can actively listen to others' thoughts or passively overhear them. Each of these features, when considered individually, could serve as a formidable tool for any protagonist. However, for Chen Mu, amidst the dazzling array of functions, his attention is captured not by the extravagant effects or the one-click plunder, but by a feature known as Traveling Panda. This function promises to traverse the world and return with countless random treasures. How intriguing. Would you like to activate the Traveling Panda function? Activate. Activation successful. Traveling Panda, status, activated. Before Chen Mu stood a round, chubby, black and white creature, forever etched in his memory as a mythical beast. This adorably clumsy little fellow was, in the world prior to his rebirth, a national treasure. According to legend, it was the exclusive mount of Chu Yun from ancient times, known as the iron-eating beast. Gazing at the panda, which was not taller than himself, Chen Mu felt a twinge of concern. Would this little creature be bullied while searching for treasures? After all, this is a realm of fantasy, where various demonic beasts roam. If those cultivators were to notice this adorable creature, they might mistakenly believe it to be a rare beast, capturing it for a high price or using it to concoct pills. Chen Mu was certain that the entire Xianxian realm held only one panda, the one before him. Its rarity was self-evident. Though he suspected that, as a product of a cracked feature, this panda would not be ordinary. He nonetheless decided to inspect its attribute panel for safety's sake. To his astonishment, this little creature possessed strength comparable to the harmonization realm. Truly, it was a revered, ancient beast. Chen Mu was taken aback. Would you like to modify harmonization realm to tribulation realm? As impressive as it was, Chen Mu did not wish for this little creature to be bullied outside, even if there was a mere 0.001 chance of that occurring. Such a possibility must be eliminated at its inception. Having long dreamt of owning such a pet, he was determined to cherish this opportunity. Modification successful. The little creature displayed a remarkably laid-back attitude towards its newfound strength, its adorably clumsy behavior causing Chen Mu to raise a hand to his forehead in worry. Despite already possessing max-level cultivation for this world, just as he was about to instruct the panda to venture forth in search of treasures, the system prompt appeared. Would you like to name the panda? Naming? For someone as creatively challenged as himself, this task was 100 times more daunting than defeating a few Tribulation Realm cultivators. Should those ancient beings who took centuries to reach the Tribulation Realm learn of his predicament, they would undoubtedly be outraged. Unable to fight back, they would simply seethe in frustration. Very well, I shall name you Iron-Eating Beast, Chen Mu decided, finding the name rather fitting. Naming in progress. Iron-Eating Beast named successfully. Would you like to send the Iron-Eating Beast out to travel? Yes. Dispatch successful. Just as the system confirmed. The panda lowered its body, placing its 4 limbs on the ground, and wobbled toward the door. Raising its paw, it pushed the door open with a resounding thud. Hearing the noise, Xiao He, who had been napping at the doorstep, perked up, opened its eyes, and immediately stood up. Curiosity driving it closer to the panda struggling to cross the threshold. Woof woof. The panda raised its gaze, releasing an imposing aura that immediately silenced Xiao He. It was not out of fear, for Xiao He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the panda, perceiving it as a playmate. Yet, to the panda, Xiao He was merely an obstacle to its journey. Witnessing this, Chen Mu chuckled, remarking on the little creature's size juxtaposed with its rather bold temperament. Though the iron-eating beast was indeed larger than Xiao He, it paled in comparison to the various demonic beasts, let alone the epic titans of 10,000 or 100,000 years. After the panda clambered out, Xiao He jumped inside, whimpering pitifully as it approached Chen Mu. Sitting with drooping ears, Chen Mu gently patted its head in comfort while simultaneously activating the celestial mirror, which automatically followed the panda's movements. Soon enough, the panda encountered a disciple of the Xianxian sect. What is that? A demonic beast? It appeared harmless enough. Wow, it looks so cute. Whose spirit companion is it? I want to go pet it, so fluffy. I advise you to be cautious. That creature hails from the Chu Yun manor. I saw it roar. And even the little black dog with the bloodline of a Qilin was frightened away. So strong. Upon learning that the panda originated from the Chu Yun manor, the disciples quickly abandoned their intentions of approaching, retreating in haste. In their eyes, anything related to the Chu Yun manor was to be avoided at all costs. Those who dared to offend it invariably found themselves buried beneath the grass. Thus, the panda meandered leisurely towards the mountain gate, stopping before a bamboo grove. Without hesitation, it ventured inside. Rather than believing there to be treasures within, Chen Mu was more inclined to think that the iron-eating beast was simply hungry. Pandas are known for their hearty appetites, and this was no ordinary bamboo grove, but a mystical one, rich in flavor and high in nutritional value. The panda's actions sparked considerable concern among the observing disciples. Why did it enter the purple bamboo grove? Might there be danger? Should we intervene? What peril could a grove hold? It was the sect leader's favorite 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo, exceedingly rare, to prevent disciples and demonic beasts from causing destruction. A 1,000-year-old demonic beast was specifically raised to guard it. Could it be dangerous? A 1,000-year-old demonic beast. We should quickly inform the young master. If this little darling meets its end in the purple bamboo grove, we will surely face dire consequences. Listening to their conversations, Chen Mu felt a wave of exasperation. When did his reputation transform him into such a malevolent figure? Was he not meant to be approachable? Moreover, How could a mere 1,000-year-old demonic beast possibly contend against the iron-eating beast, even prior to Chen Mu modifying its max-level cultivation? Chapter 85. The Frustrated Sect Leader. The Buried Immortal Mountain and the 10,000-year-old demonic beast. How? Just as he pondered, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted from the celestial mirror, startling many disciples of Xianxian, who stumbled back several steps. It has emerged. The 1,000-year-old demonic beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Its appearance was already fearsome, especially with its exaggerated fangs and the flames raging across its body. Approaching it was not only perilous, but also required constant vigilance against its searing flames. Even though it was a demonic beast from the Chu Yun manor, the size disparity was simply too great. Hurry, informed the young master. In the eyes of the majority, size equated to the measure of a demonic beast's strength. While they deemed the panda adorably superior, in terms of power, the Crimson Flame Tiger clearly triumphed. The panda disregarded the existence of the Chu Yun who entirely, effortlessly snapping a 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo with a single paw. It sat down, using its sharp teeth, which could showcase its wild side, to tear apart the bamboo with ease and began to chew. This little creature's audacity was rather astounding. Even when life and death hung in the balance, it still prioritized its hunger. Disaster. The sect leader's beloved spirit bamboo had been consumed by it. A grave situation arose as the Chu Yun, who was enraged. Observing the fierce creature baring its teeth, flames erupted from its mouth. With a powerful leap, it lunged toward the panda, who was engrossed in its meal. The hearts of onlookers seized in dread, and the disciples intending to inform Chen Mu at Chu Yun Mansion halted. Believing it was too late, the panda was surely doomed to perish at the jaws of the tiger, especially when they saw the Chu Yun who leap and pounce. The panda's demise seemed inevitable. However, at that moment, they witnessed the panda nonchalantly raise a paw, claws exposed. With a resounding thud, it struck the tiger's head directly. And then, there was no further action. The Chu Yun who disintegrated into a mist of blood, its last flicker of flame extinguished in the air. Throughout, the panda had not even glanced at the Chu Yun who, its focus solely on devouring the spirit bamboo. After finishing one stalk, it shifted its hips and set off toward another. Could it truly have slain a 1,000-year-old beast with a mere swipe? It was indeed no jest. One could only marvel at such a divine beast emerging from Chu Yun Mansion. At this size, it had yet to mature, yet even in its youth, it possessed such terrifying strength. Once it grew, it would surely uproot the heavens. If it continued to consume the spirit bamboo at this rate, it would soon be gone. Should they notify the sect leader? After much contemplation, a disciple decided to head to Zhongzhou Peak to inform Zhao Hengshan of the Chu Yun whose demise and the bamboo's consumption. What? Who had the audacity to harm my spirit beast and spirit bamboo? Upon hearing the news, Zhao Hengshan erupted in fury, rising from his seat. That spirit bamboo was a significant investment, worth its weight in gold. The Chu Yun who was a spirit beast he had nurtured for decades, having invested countless elixirs into its growth. Now, it was either killed or harmed. How could Zhao Hengshan remain calm in such a situation? Reporting back to the sect leader, the disciple recounted that the black and white bear had emerged from Chu Yun Mansion, unable to provide a name, as it was something entirely unheard of. He could only describe it by its colors. Chu Yun Mansion? Zhao Hengshan's demeanor transformed dramatically, akin to a different person altogether. His anger dissipated in an instant, and he became more composed. Upon reflection, it was clear that one capable of slaying a 1,000-year-old Chu Yun who with a mere paw could not be an ordinary character. Moreover, having emerged from Chu Yun Mansion, all was well. Return to your training. Zhao Hengshan waved his hand dismissively, turning away with tears in his eyes. What else could he do? Any grievances would have to be swallowed down. The significance of a 1,000-year-old beast, a 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo, paled in comparison to Chen Mu, the Holy Sun. Even if Chen Mu claimed that the bamboo was insufficient, Zhao Hengshan would not hesitate to scurry off to find more. Was it demeaning? Everything was for the development of the sect, and there was no shame in that. The disciple took his leave. In a short while, the panda had completely devoured the vast bamboo grove. With the matter resolved, it departed without leaving a trace of its presence. It continued to sway its adorable panda posterior as it descended the mountain, captivating the hearts of all who beheld it with its undeniable charm. Its sheer cuteness had melted countless hearts, both male and female. Most importantly, its strength was formidable. Many remarked that finding a partner was less appealing than having such a spirit beast. The sense of security it provided was unparalleled. Slowly, it made its way down Qingshan Mountain. Standing at the mountain gate, it glanced around, seemingly recalling its true mission. Chen Mu couldn't help but scoff. Through the map and the panda's trajectory, he could ascertain its intent to head toward a place known as Zhongxian Mountain. Legends spoke of treasures buried within, leading many to subsequently refer to it as Zhongxian Mountain. However, Even after hundreds or thousands of years, no news of anyone discovering the treasures had surfaced. Of course, even if someone did find them, it was likely they would keep it secret. If an ancient cultivator caught wind of it, it could very well lead to dire consequences. Since this little creature intended to venture to Zhangxian Mountain, it appeared the rumors were true. There was indeed treasure buried there. Chen Mu concluded. He had hoped to utilize the system map to see what treasures Zhangxian Mountain concealed, but he noticed that the number of people heading there was rapidly increasing. In a remarkably short time, nearly 1,000 individuals had gathered at this once desolate peak. Were they all here to seek treasure? The competition seemed fierce. While pondering, Chen Mu noticed in the Quitian mirror that the iron-eating beast had charged into a nearby cave. The entrance was remarkably large, and claw marks could be seen deeply etched into the stone walls. The scene was chaotic. Without hesitation, the panda stepped inside. The surroundings grew progressively darker, until it was pitch black. Fortunately, the Quitian mirror could activate a light mode, illuminating the area once more. After moving 100 meters forward, a massive figure came into view. This creature bore a significant relationship to the panda, an imposing xianxiaaudiobooks. It was named for the small mountain it carried on its back, which could also serve as a weapon to crush its foes. Compared to the xianxiaaudiobooks, the panda appeared even more diminutive than it had against the Chu Yun. They were on entirely different levels. Beast name, xianxiaaudiobooks. Cultivation, 10,000 years, 90,000 years. Techniques, shattering bite, powerful palm strike, mountain crush. A beast with a cultivation of nearly 100,000 years? Unlike humans, beasts are judged by their years of cultivation. The greater the number, the stronger the creature. How? The xianxiaaudiobooks lifted its eyelids and, upon sensing the panda's presence, rose to its full height. Standing on 2 legs, it appeared even more colossal. Its roar resounded like thunder, echoing throughout Zhangxian Mountain. Chapter 86. Gluttonous Beast. Devour and Evolve. The roar could be felt even outside the cave, the air tumultuous. A powerful gust struck the face, as if an unseen hand was delivering blows. At this moment, 400 to 500 people had gathered at the cave entrance. They had not expected to uncover such a cave hidden deep in the mountains. It seemed to have been concealed by rocks until recently, exposed only due to a landslide. No wonder it had remained undiscovered. They were warned not to let their guard down, as those who had entered before spoke of a 10,000-year-old beast inside. 10,000 years. Were they not in grave danger? Obviously, if it weren't dangerous, there wouldn't be such a bounty attracting so many people. Taking a deep breath, the leader, Si Maqing, raised his sword and declared, "Enough with the chatter. Everyone, follow me into the cave, eliminate that beast, and claim the treasures of the immortal king." The crowd responded in unison, with a crash and a roar, just as they had ventured a few dozen meters. They heard a sound accompanied by violent tremors from the walls and ground. It felt as if a battle was taking place ahead. Oh no, someone must have beaten them to it. Quick! Si Maqing sprinted forward, and the hundreds behind followed suit. The cave was remarkably spacious, and even with so many people moving together, it did not feel cramped. On the contrary, it was quite smooth. With a crash and a roar, they finally arrived at their destination, only to see a shadow plummeting from above. Fortunately, Si Maqing and his companions reacted swiftly, managing to evade the impending danger. Those who were slow, they were crushed into a pulp, their bodies bursting, blood spouting like columns. Such a size is truly astonishing. It is the first time I have encountered such a colossal xianxiaaudiobooks. It is rumored to be ferocious and immensely powerful. Just look at that head. Undoubtedly 10,000 years old. Has it already drawn its last breath? It seems that individual must be a reclusive master, casually dispatching a demon beast that has existed for 100 millennia. Soon after, someone noticed the presence of a panda. What could that creature be? Perhaps it is the cub of this xianxiaaudiobooks? No one dared to contradict this notion, as they had never seen a xianxiaaudiobooks cub and were unwilling to make rash judgments. It might very well look like this. With such a diminutive size and only one in sight, coupled with the hundreds of individuals present, it was hardly regarded. Si Maqing was an exception. He pondered whether to tame the panda as a spiritual pet or sell it on the black market for a handsome sum. However, he soon witnessed the panda voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the xianxiaaudiobooks. Its speed of consumption was astounding. From burying its head within to nearly entombing its entire body, this creature was ruthless, sparing even the mother bear. This cannot stand. The bear's hide, meat, and bones are exquisite materials. We cannot allow such waste. With this thought, a few individuals stepped forward, intending to halt the panda's relentless feasting on the xianxiaaudiobooks. Boom. Bang. Bang. The result was that all 5 or 6 of them were sent flying by an invisible force, crashing violently against the stone wall. The impact was so tremendous that it resulted in instant death. Every bone and organ shattered. Such an assault was something no one could have anticipated prior. Even those of the lowest rank, possessing at least the 5th level of the opening light realm, met such a ridiculous demise. It would be humiliating to speak of it. It seems they were struck dead by the lingering spiritual energy within that demon beast. Be cautious, Si Maqing warned. For the moment, he did not associate the deaths of those individuals with the panda, merely considering it a gluttonous little creature that posed no threat. Indeed, the others echoed in agreement as they approached the panda once more. You little beast, stop eating and come out. One individual grabbed its tail, intending to forcibly pull the panda from the remains of the xianxiao. This action thoroughly enraged the panda. Anything was permissible, but it simply could not be hindered from its meal. That was its bottom line. Boom. Turning around, it swiped its paw, unleashing a flurry of sharp, invisible blade-like energies that sliced those individuals into segments. Si Maqing and the others could only marvel at the prowess of the xianxia's cub. Indeed, it possessed considerable strength. Si Maqing's heart swelled with joy. This little creature was remarkable, whether as a spiritual pet or for trade. It was a treasure. We will capture it alive. Si Maqing commanded. Chen Mu could only succinctly remark, self-destructive. After activating the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, he heard every word of Si Maqing's intentions. The audacity to tame a shi tai show and even consider selling it on the black market. One could only admire his courage and grand ambitions. What a shame he did not write a book. After being interrupted from its meal multiple times, the panda could no longer endure. It raised its paw. Beneath its seemingly foolish and endearing demeanor lay a deadly intent. Boom. With a mighty downward strike, an avalanche of energy surged forth, transforming hundreds into a storm of blood and gore, shaking the remaining 30 or so individuals, including Si Maqing. Compared to the others, his fate was even more tragic. Bordering on death. What does half-dead mean? One shoulder and half of his torso were evaporated under the panda's paw, exposing broken ribs and raw flesh. He collapsed, blood gushing forth, crying for help. Save me, please. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly small creature, no larger than a demon tiger, possessed such grotesque strength. The remaining individuals did not ignore his pleas. Rather, they were ensnared in a state of terror, unable to extricate themselves. Boom. The panda lifted its massive paw once more and swept it down, annihilating the last few remaining individuals. Once assured no one would obstruct its feast, it resumed its relentless consumption. Does this little creature possess a black hole for a stomach? Chen Mu could not help but comment. It is truly insatiable. It devours the entire xianxiao, which is dozens of times its size, without leaving a trace. It transcends the definition of a glutton. Is the shi tai show merely a simple glutton? The system notification informed Chen Mu that he was mistaken. The shi tai show is not a mere glutton. Devouring successful. Obtained xianxiao evolution template. Unexpectedly, Chen Mu had not anticipated that this traveling panda, aside from treasure hunting, also possessed the ability to devour and evolve. By consuming other demon beasts, it could acquire evolution templates and inherit all abilities and cultivation levels. This is absurd. It is as though it could evolve into countless forms simply by choosing to eat. Chen Mu boldly predicted. Treasure hunting and devouring evolution, a twofold gain. He became increasingly convinced that this ability, when utilized, could easily forge a protagonist-level existence. Chapter 87. Seizing the Immortal King's Treasure. Ancient Powerhouses. After acquiring the xianxia's evolution template, the panda extended its tongue to clean the remnants of flesh around its mouth, while ambulating towards the raised blue stone that served as its resting place. Using its paw, it pushed aside the well-compacted straw, revealing numerous ancient characters engraved beneath. Pressing its paw down, channeling spiritual energy, a brilliant golden portal opened before it. Without hesitation, it leaped inside. As the Tiankong mirror prepared to follow, Chen Mu keenly noticed a figure appearing at the right edge of the mirror's view. Following closely behind the panda, it slipped into that portal. Is the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow sparrow lies in wait? Chen Mu smirked faintly. It seems I must revise my assessment to one of self-importance. The scene shifted to a vast, white expanse. Endless shelves towered like walls, resembling a labyrinth. One half was filled with various cultivation manuals, while the other housed magical artifacts, weapons, and a dazzling array of elixirs sealed within jade vials. A white-robed elder soared up the shelves, his expression contorted with an almost maniacal glee, bordering on sinister. His gaze fell upon a mountain of spirit stones, far surpassing the height of the shelves, untouched and remarkably intact. The overwhelming spiritual energy made even him, who had lived for nearly a millennium, tremble with excitement. Fantastic. I never imagined the fabled Immortal King's treasure to be real, and I, Li Daoyi, have discovered it. With these treasures of the Immortal King, I shall be on the verge of opening the gate to ascension, transcending into divinity. Li Daoyi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. His smile could only be described as frenzied, perfectly capturing his exhilaration. The dream of ascending to immortality was within reach. How could he not be thrilled? He believed that in his pursuit of the mantis catching the cicada, he was unmatched across the globe. Whoosh! Yet in the next moment, a gale swept through, causing Li Daoyi to witness the dream of ascension receding further away. The shells were being consumed by a voracious force, akin to a black hole, drawing in vast quantities of treasures. The one responsible was the Shi Tai Shou, the traveling panda. This technique, named the treasure-devouring technique, allowed it to collect all treasures into a small realm. Once that realm was filled, the panda would embark on its journey home. As the master, Chen Mu thoughtfully altered the connection point of the Tun Bao Shu to the system's inventory in advance. Thus, the panda would no longer need to traverse great distances to deliver treasures to him. It could focus solely on its journey and treasure hunting. For the space within the system's inventory was boundless. No matter how much one acquired, it could all be contained. For reasons unknown, Chen Mu felt somewhat akin to those unscrupulous capitalists of his previous life, whose eyes were fixed solely on profit. "Shut up, you beast. Those treasures are mine." Li Daoyi finally reacted, his anger surging, and with a vast amount of spiritual energy, he lunged toward the panda, intent on preventing it from devouring the invaluable treasures that could assist him in ascending to immortality. Bang! To his surprise, halfway through his leap, he collided with an invisible barrier, crashing down to the ground. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he realized that in the mere blink of an eye, the expected techniques, elixirs, artifacts, and weapons had vanished. All that remained was an endless expanse of white, and that accursed panda, with his gaze departing from Li Daoyi's flushed, enraged visage. Chen Mu opened the system's inventory. The treasures of the immortal king had been completely gathered within. Among them were 10 heavenly-tier divine weapons and a total of 100 celestial techniques. Setting aside the complexities of cracking the system, it was undeniably a bountiful collection. In the face of this immortal king's treasure, it was hard to believe that anyone within the Xianxian realm could remain untempted. This treasure had the potential to establish a new top 10 sections. However, the subsequent scene made Chen Mu realize that this coveted immortal king's treasure might not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. Finding it did not equate to being able to take it. At least, for cultivators without system enhancements, that was indeed the case. What the hell is going on? Li Daoyi had intended to mobilize his techniques to eliminate the panda and seize the treasures. But at that moment, the space began to collapse. Above him, cracks split open, fracturing infinitely. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a hellish realm. A sea of crimson, towering stone statues, like mountains, stood in a circle, enclosing Li Daoyi and the panda within. What is this? Li Daoyi's eyes widened as he could distinctly sense the immense spiritual energy contained within these statues, far surpassing his own. Then, instead of being furious, he laughed, realizing he had mistakenly assumed he was the hunter, when in fact, he was the prey hidden within the trap. Not only Li Daoyi, but Chen Mu also quickly deduced why, after countless millennia, no one had managed to claim this immortal king's treasure. It was all a trap from the very beginning, luring one in, ensnaring them, extracting their spiritual energy to nourish the colossal stone statues made of bone powder, all to achieve the goal of reconstituting their physical forms and returning to life. Judging by the completion of this scheme, many had likely perished within. Chen Mu could not help but reflect that indeed, a general success often comes at the cost of countless lives. The strong ascend over the bodies of many. These 18 statues, though only remnants of souls, had once been formidable beings on the cusp of transcending to divinity. Thus, even these wisps of residual souls contained immense power. Not to mention, in terms of numbers, they held a definitive advantage. It seemed prudent to have modified that little one's cultivation level to the tribulation stage. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Chen Mu noticed Li Daoyi making a move. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Was he targeting easy prey now? Unfortunately, the iron-eating beast was far tougher than Li Daoyi had anticipated. Once again, he was repelled. Li Daoyi struggled to rise from the ground, astonished. This is the tribulation stage. How is it possible? You little beast, how could you possess such power? Watching the panda turn its body towards him, Li Daoyi frantically retreated, propelled by a surge of dread. Suddenly halting, as if resolved, he did not wish to meet such a humiliating end. Thus, he shouted, "Esteemed seniors, I am willing to sacrifice my life force. Only beg you to slay this little beast for me." A man's life is sustained by a single breath. The panda had thwarted his plans time and again. If it were not eliminated, this indignation would haunt him even in death. Buzz. At that moment, a beam of golden light shot forth from one of the statues, piercing Li Daoyi's chest and beginning to siphon his life force. Li Daoyi's appearance and physique rapidly transformed, becoming emaciated. His once plump cheeks were now mere skin stretched over bones. Boom. In contrast, the statue, having absorbed sufficient life force, began to split apart. Chunks of stone flaking away. A figure emerged from within, with skin as smooth as jade, waist-length white hair, and bare form. It was a man exuding an aura of divine power. Chapter 88. Is he the master of this little monster? All are subservient. This is the ancient powerhouse. So formidable. Li Daoyi lay on the ground, his eyes filled with reverence. He had encountered numerous powerful beings, yet none had instilled such awe in him as this man, who was even more beautiful than a woman. His gaze shifted to the panda, and Li Daoyi managed a feeble grin. You little beast, now you are undoubtedly doomed. Speaking with a lack of strength, for his remaining life force was nearly depleted. To last an hour would be a blessing. In this regard, Li Daoyi felt gratitude towards the white-haired man. At least before his demise, he would witness the panda's tragic end. As the old adage goes, one must choose the softest fruit to squeeze. Prior to this, Li Daoyi had never imagined that his destined invincible life would conclude in such a pathetic and laughable manner. His pent-up resentment simmered within, waiting to be released. The white-haired man, too powerful, Li Daoyi lacked the courage or confidence to confront him. Thus, he could only direct his anger towards the panda, placing all blame upon it. In this moment, even breathing was a transgression for Li Daoyi. He knew everything, yet refused to acknowledge it. He made his move. Observing the white-haired man slowly raise his pure, unblemished arm, his jade-like fingers formed intricate seals. Whoosh, radiating boundless divine brilliance. The runes surged forth, descending like an avalanche. So powerful. At this moment, the white-haired man appeared as the pinnacle of combat prowess in Li Daoyi's eyes. No one in the world could rival him. Facing that sacred light and the clearly visible seals within, the panda continued its languid demeanor, opening its mouth to reveal its gleaming fangs. It compressed spiritual energy, which swirled before it, coalescing into a sphere. Boom. In an instant, it transformed into a black cylindrical beam of light, colliding head-on with the seals in midair. One black, one white, their contrast stark. The explosion of spiritual energy was immense, causing violent fluctuations in space, sending Li Daoyi hurtling away, tumbling several meters, his bones cracking. Boom. The panda intensified its release of spiritual energy. The balance shattered swiftly, the seals disintegrated, and the spiritual energy rapidly dissipated. Before the white-haired man could mount a defense, he was engulfed within that dark, massive pillar of spiritual energy. The panda closed its mouth, the spiritual pillar gradually shrinking until it vanished entirely. Yet the presence of the white-haired man was nowhere to be found. One strike to annihilate him. Li Daoyi's jaw dropped in shock, unable to close it due to his astonishment. How could an ancient powerhouse be felled in a single blow? Not to mention, if this were to spread, no one would believe it. Even as an eyewitness, Li Daoyi struggled to accept it. He questioned whether his life force had been drained, leaving him in a state of delirium. How could such a little beast possess such overwhelming power? Perhaps, unbeknownst to me, I have already entered the trials of the Xianwang Baotsong, but does this qualify as a success or a failure? Li Daoyi spoke ambiguously, his saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he noticed a portal opening nearby. Could it be the descent of the Xianwang? Just as he turned to glance, he felt an immense weight pressing down from above. Instinctively, he crouched, his face harshly scraping against the ground. It hurt. Yet, amidst the misfortune, his dislocated jaw snapped back into place with a crack. Hey, shut your mouth. Seeing the panda relentless, preparing to unleash its abyssal maw to gather spiritual energy and obliterate the remaining 17 stone statues, Chen Mu immediately intervened. The primary reason for his arrival through the portal was indeed those 17 stone statues. To be precise, it was the ancient powerful souls contained within them. Raising his hand, a verdant hue emanated from his fingertip, resembling spiritual energy, yet distinctly not. It was life force, which he split into 17 streams, flowing into the 17 stone statues. For Li Daoyi, life force was a luxury. However, for the eternally living Chen Mu, it was an inexhaustible resource. Boom, boom, boom. As the colossal statues shattered one after another, Chen Mu clenched his fist, ceasing the release of life force. The 17 youthful ancient beings floated into the air, each radiating an aura of divine majesty, akin to celestial lords descending to the mortal realm. Struggling to raise his head, witnessing this scene, Li Daoyi could not help but question Chen Mu's sanity. Why resurrect those stone figures, thereby multiplying his enemies? With the panda obediently following his commands, sealing its mouth and refraining from damaging the statues, Li Daoyi was 100% certain they were allies. That peculiar beast must be his spirit companion. Regarding this matter, Li Daoyi felt a surge of admiration for Chen Mu. After all, to tame such a formidable beast, his own strength must be equally terrifying, far beyond what he could hope to achieve. Observing Chen Mu's youthful visage, Li Daoyi boldly speculated that he either mastered the art of rejuvenation or had possessed this body of an ancient being for millennia. Had he known this monster, like himself, had set its sights on the Xianwang Baocang of the Zhongshan Mountain, Li Daoyi would have preferred death over such humiliation. Nevertheless, this did not deter Li Daoyi from believing that Chen Mu had made a grave error in judgment. Setting aside the question of whether the strength of each ancient being within the statues was uniform, how could he and his beast contend against 17 ancient powerhouses? In Li Daoyi's view, Chen Mu had grown complacent in his comfortable existence, seeking thrills, a truly reckless endeavor. The combined might of the 17 ancient beings would undoubtedly annihilate him and the panda, leaving naught but ashes. To witness such a scene before his demise would suffice for Li Daoyi. Soon, he beheld the 17 ancient beings landing not far in front of him. Come quickly. Li Daoyi's heart prepared itself to witness the most brutal, sanguinary spectacle. However, what followed shattered his expectations. The mood was indescribable. Thud. The 17 ancient beings, in perfect unison, as if a mere copy-paste, knelt before Chen Mu. Their posture nearly inscribed the word submission upon their faces, curling into a ball. Who exactly are you? Li Daoyi struggled to lift his gaze, managing to utter this singular phrase. Bang. Splatter. Blood erupted. Chen Mu crushed Li Daoyi's skull with a single step, coldly stating, "You are someone you cannot provoke." He had not wasted the soul energy of the earlier white-haired man, summoning the supreme blood demon for fusion. The iron-eating beast, having lost its reason to remain, chose to depart, continuing to the next treasure location, leaving Chen Mu to confront the 17 entities, all seemingly carved from the same mold. With a wave of his hand, he cloaked their forms with garments, concealing their bodies. Opening a portal, he contemplated returning to the Qingxian sect first. How to accommodate these 17 individuals? He had yet to devise a plan. If all else fails, they could remain in the manor as menial workers. It would be easier to manage. Surely, there would come a time when their talents would prove invaluable. Such extraordinary beings, relegated to mere roles of servitude within the Qingyun manor, would undoubtedly astound countless individuals upon being revealed. Chapter 89. The Arrival of the Xiantian Empress. Lu Ruoshui's Jealousy. Welcome home, master. As soon as one foot stepped through the portal, Lu Ruoshui's sultry voice, soothing to the core, resonated in his ears. Her appearance at this hour indicated that night had fallen, and it was time for him to consider resting. Yet, upon emerging from the portal, he realized it was still early. The sun had just set. You arrived quite early today? Chen Mu casually inquired. I was worried that Su Lao would leave without anyone to look after you, so I hastily resolved matters in court and rushed over, Lu Ruoshui explained. In truth, upon returning to the Qingyun manor and discovering Su Qingtian's absence, Lu Ruoshui had momentarily lost control of her expression. The exalted empress of a nation, high above all, revealed a gleeful smile akin to that of a lowly rogue. Internally ecstatic, she felt she could finally be alone with her master. Just as she was reveling in this thought, she noticed one after another emerging from behind Chen Mu. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 17. What struck Lu Ruoshui as even more peculiar was that these 17 individuals were identical in height, build, and appearance. One might be acceptable, but a dozen standing together, no matter how ethereal their beauty, evoked no thoughts whatsoever. Furthermore, she sensed an extraordinarily potent and pure primordial spiritual energy emanating from them, seemingly rivaling, if not surpassing, her own strength. Catching Lu Ruoshui's gaze, Chen Mu glanced at her, then at those behind him, reassuring her to relax and not worry, as they were allies. From this day forth, they would remain in the Qingyun manor to assist with menial tasks. In truth, Lu Ruoshui had intended to express that she could manage such matters alone. However, since it was Chen Mu's command, she chose to comply. Master, may I dare to make a request? Lu Ruoshui intertwined her fingers, fidgeting, and displayed a shy demeanor. Oh, what request? Speak, I am curious, Chen Mu replied, intrigued. Did something troublesome occur in the capital that required his presence? Logically, that should not be the case. The items he provided Lu Ruoshui should render her nearly invincible, if not wholly so. Could cooking and tending to your needs, like washing your face and feet, be my exclusive duties? Lu Ruoshui asked. Her eyes filled with anticipation, yet tinged with concern. Observing Lu Ruoshui's attire and hearing her utter such humbling words felt dissonant. It was far too incongruous. Nevertheless, Chen Mu ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, as you wish. Thank you, master. Lu Ruoshui exclaimed joyfully, her hands resting on her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. She then approached Chen Mu from behind, gently pushing him to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard, expressing concern. Master, you must be exhausted after a long day. Allow me to massage and help you relax. By the way, I brought some popular pastries specially for you from the capital. Please try them and see how they taste." With a wave of her hand, an array of colorful pastries instantly adorned the stone table. The variety was so rich that it was evident her skills were exceptional. Chen Mu picked up a piece and took a bite. The texture was delicate, fragrant with floral notes, sweet yet not cloying, accompanied by a sip of floral tea. It was simply exquisite. Along with Lu Ruoshue's perfectly balanced touch on his shoulders, this little life was utterly delightful. Thud, thud, thud. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and I had consumed 5 or 6 pieces of pastry. A sudden knock at the door shattered the tranquility within the residence. "Who is it?" Lu Ruoshue did not cease her actions, inquiring about the identity and intentions of the visitor. It was the Xiantian Empress, Luo Hanqiu, seeking an audience with the Qingxian Holy Sun. A melodious voice, akin to silver bells and larks, resonated from outside. The Xiantian Empress? How could she have arrived in the Xian Kingdom? Lu Ruoshue had not heard anyone mention this matter and deduced that she must have sneaked in, harboring ulterior motives towards her master. Should I ask for Chen Mu's thoughts? Perhaps I should take action and eliminate her to prevent future troubles. Do not rush. Let her in first. Chen Mu likely already comprehended the Empress's purpose. It was almost certain. What if I am mistaken? Then we shall simply eliminate her. An Empress? If Chen Mu desires, he could create as many as he wishes. Mass production would pose no issue. Indeed. Lu Ruoshue complied with Chen Mu's words and proceeded to open the vermilion door. Luo Hanqiu, having spoken only part way, fell silent upon recognizing the visitor. Lu Ruoshue, the current empress of the Xian Kingdom. Luo Hanqiu had seen her portrait and could only conclude that the reality surpassed the image in beauty, an unparalleled charm. Her appearance further confirmed to Luo Hanqiu that she had not come to the wrong place. Conversely, Lu Ruoshue scrutinized Luo Hanqiu with equal intensity, perhaps to conceal her identity. She donned simple attire, yet even so, her beauty remained undeniable. At this moment, Lu Ruoshue felt a strong sense of crisis. Luo Hanqiu had met the Xian Emperor. Luo Hanqiu regained her composure first, offering a faint smile. Even if she did not wish to extend a courtesy to Lu Ruoshue, she must afford Chen Mu some respect. One must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. "Come in, the master wishes to see you." Lu Ruoshue's tone was less than amiable. Had she known, she would have dispatched troops sooner to attack Xiantian. Regret. How she wished she had acted differently. Luo Hanqiu stepped into Chu Yun Manor, feeling an unsettling chill. She could not recall when or where she might have offended Lu Ruoshue. This should be their first encounter. Yet why did she feel such intense hostility from her? Peculiar. Indeed. However, after taking only a few steps, Luo Hanqiu abruptly halted. Upon fully entering Chu Yun Manor, she felt as though she were being scrutinized by a malevolent deity, as if her very essence were laid bare. Moreover, this sensation was not singular but overwhelmingly intense. Luo Hanqiu's gaze shifted from Lu Ruoshue to Chen Mu. Instantly, she was captivated by the 17 individuals present. She had heard of twins, triplets, but never of 17 siblings. Each one bore white hair, resembling celestial beings, their demeanor transcending the mundane. Subsequently, Luo Hanqiu confirmed that the source of her unease was indeed their myriad golden-threaded eyes. When their gazes met, it felt as though she was teetering on the edge of an abyss, unable to extricate herself. She felt herself plummeting. Like Lu Ruoshue, she sensed an aura of pure, unfathomable spiritual energy emanating from these individuals, one that was incongruous with this era. Who were these extraordinary beings? Wait. Luo Hanqiu suddenly recalled an experience akin to 1 in 1,000, no, perhaps 1 in 10,000, during the old man's 1,000th birthday celebration. At that time, the old man had already achieved the 8th stage of tribulation, and they? A terrifying thought surged forth. Yet even more daunting for Luo Hanqiu was the realization that these 17 formidable beings remained silently at the periphery, voiceless. The true protagonist was undoubtedly the young man seated upon the stone bench, savoring pastries and tea, appearing quite similar to herself. Chapter 90. Sect Master. 2 Empresses. All in your manner? This person must be the Qingxian Holy Sun, who has recently stirred the winds of change in the Zhongshuan realm with his solitary strength. Ignoring Lu Ruoshue's fiercely aggressive gaze, Luo Hanqiu approached Chen Mu, clasped her fists, and bowed slightly, saying, "Luo Hanqiu pays her respects to the Qingxian Holy Sun. I wonder why the Xiantian Empress has traveled such a distance and disguised herself to seek me out at Qingxian Sect?" Chen Mu feigned ignorance. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the heart, and through Luo Hanqiu's starry gaze, Chen Mu perceived much. For instance, she was afraid of him. This fear was unmistakable. I have heard in court that the current empress of the Xian Kingdom and the new emperor of the Zhuyan Kingdom are both servants of the Holy Sun's residence, and I was curious to see for myself. It seems the rumors hold true. The Holy Sun is indeed a dragon among men, unparalleled in the world. As she spoke, she clasped her fists again, expressing her admiration. There is no need for such superfluous words. Chen Mu waved his hand, urging Luo Hanqiu to get to the point and not waste anyone's time. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxue silently approached Chen Mu from behind, continuing to knead his shoulders. Observing Lu Ruoxue's compliant demeanor, Luo Hanqiu's lips pursed. Soon, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Kneeling on both knees, she resolutely declared, Luo Hanqiu wishes to pledge allegiance to the Holy Sun. I implore you to accept me. This woman. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ruoxue's actions came to an abrupt halt, her reaction far more intense than Chen Mu's. However, Chen Mu had anticipated this and was not surprised. The mere replacement of the Empress of the Xian Kingdom was bearable, but the simultaneous change in the Zhuyan Kingdom was impossible not to contemplate. Who could blame her for being cautious and protective of her own life? As the ancient saying goes, a wise bird chooses its tree to perch upon. A virtuous minister selects the master to serve. Luo Hanqiu's willingness to voluntarily submit spared Chen Mu a considerable hassle, and he was more than willing to reap the benefits. Very well, I grant you permission. Chen Mu readily agreed. Thank you, Holy Sun. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanqiu bowed her head to the ground. This was her first time kneeling before another. This was also her first time bowing her head in submission. At 5, she had mastered the 4 books and 5 classics. By 8, she was well versed in military strategy. At 12 or 13, she had accompanied her father into battle, staining the sands with blood. By 17, she had ascended to the throne. Her path had been nothing short of illustrious. Yet, before such overwhelming strength, Luo Hanqiu ultimately chose to lower her noble brow. It was not merely fear for her life, but the understanding that the odds of victory were 0. She did not wish to sacrifice more innocent lives. The past experiences of the Xian Kingdom and the Zhuyan Kingdom loomed before her, and she could not ignore them or pretend they did not exist. Witnessing Luo Hanqiu successfully pledge her allegiance, Lu Ruoxue felt a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, it was gratifying to see that even an empress ruling a powerful entity like the Xiantian Kingdom had to submit before her master, affirming his strength once more. Yet, on the other hand, Luo Hanqiu, like herself, was a woman, and a stunning one at that. With her own progress stagnant, she now faced a formidable rival, causing her considerable distress. Master, are you tired? Shall I fetch you warm water for a foot bath? Seeing Chen Mu yawn and rise, Lu Ruoxue quickly snapped back to reality, eager to confirm, fearing that Luo Hanqiu might seize the opportunity. Yes, go ahead. Chen Mu nodded. Understood. Lu Ruoxue promptly took a wooden basin and headed towards the spiritual spring in the backyard. Luo Hanqiu, is this truly how an empress of a nation should comport herself? Rather, she resembled a maid. Then it struck her, was she not indeed a maid of Qingyun manner? Following this, Luo Hanqiu sensed Chen Mu's gaze fixed upon her. Overwhelmed, she silently approached Chen Mu from behind, awkwardly attempting to massage his shoulders. Beyond this, she could not fathom what else she might do. A bitter smile crossed her lips. If the old ministers in the court were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded. After all, she had always been perceived as high and mighty, domineering, and decisive in their eyes. Complaints? Not a trace of that was dared. Luo Hanqiu was striving to persuade herself to adapt to this new reality. Subsequently, Lu Ruoxue brought a basin of water for foot washing, kneeling before Chen Mu to assist him in removing his long boots. At this very moment, 2 empresses of the Zhangxian realm found themselves in the residence of Chen Mu, one attending to his shoulders and back, while the other devoted herself to removing his shoes and washing his feet. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. I shall open it, offered Luo Hanqiu. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the dimming light of dusk, and upon recognizing a woman, Zhao Hengshan initially assumed it was Lu Ruoxue. As he prepared to greet her, he discerned, through the faint moonlight, that she was not Lu Ruoxue. Nevertheless, she stood tall and graceful, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her beauty rivaling that of any city. This young man, it seemed, had an extraordinary knack for indulgence. Zhao Hengshan could only express his envy. Yet, he felt a vague familiarity about her, as if he had encountered her before. Even clad in simple attire, her commanding presence was unmistakable, revealing that she was no ordinary individual. Who are you? Luo Hanqiu inquired first, seeking to confirm the stranger's identity. I am Zhao Hengshan, the head of the Qingxian sect, here to seek the Holy Sun, Zhao Hengshan responded, regaining his composure. Luo Hanqiu glanced at Chen Mu, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting her to fully open the door and step aside. Thank you, Zhao Hengshan strode in, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. The 5-clawed golden dragon emblem and the activity Lu Ruoxue was engaged in were starkly contrasting. To have an empress wash his feet, surely, only he could experience such luxury. As he marveled, he observed Luo Hanqiu swiftly returning to Chen Mu's side, resuming her massage of his shoulders. Zhao Hangshan could hardly believe that, at his age, he would find himself envying another. Two stunning beauties were attending to Chen Mu, and then, suddenly, Zhao Hangshan's gaze fixed upon Luo Hanqiu's face. Was it desire that stirred within him? Not quite. Rather, he finally recalled why this face seemed familiar, as if he had seen it before. The Xiantian Empress, Luo Hanqiu, the formidable figure dubbed the Empress of the Ages by the Xiantian Empire. How could she possibly be in the Qingxian sect, in the Qingyan mansion? And fervently assisting the Holy Sun, no less? For those aware of her identity, she was an empress. For those unaware, one might easily mistake her for a noble lady abducted by Chen Mu. In the Zhangxian realm, there were 4 sovereigns, 2 of whom were empresses. Presently, 3 of them were his subordinates. Zhao Hangshan's perception was utterly shattered. Words lingered on his lips, but he found himself at a loss for what to say. He could only conclude that he had vastly underestimated the abilities of this holy son. He had consistently remained far ahead in the unconventional path he traversed. Absurd. Truly absurd. Zhao Zongzhu, your late-night visit, what brings you here? Noticing Zhao Hangshan standing there like a statue, his face filled with admiration and reverence, Chen Mu could not help but inquire. At the mention of Chen Mu's question, Zhao Hangshan suddenly recalled his primary purpose for visiting at such an hour. His attention had been wholly captivated by Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu, nearly causing him to forget the matter at hand. He quickly collected himself and explained that it pertained to the Tianyuan relic, a bidecennial treasure-seeking event. Subsequently, Chen Mu learned from Zhao Hangshan that the Tianyuan relic was an ancient sacred ground that had fallen into decline. Yet, countless treasures lay hidden within, managed by royal families and the 10 major sections. Every 10 years, each sect would dispatch a gifted disciple to the Tianyuan relic to participate in the treasure hunt. Those who seized the opportunity often experienced a dramatic surge in power, swiftly rising to prominence and achieving dominance. However, it must be noted that while Chen Mu lacked for material wealth, he was undeniably the strongest disciple of this generation in the Qingxian sect. Even being regarded as the most formidable disciple in a millennium, there was no one to rival him. This demand for respect, Zhao Hangshan felt, was essential to prevent complications should Chen Mu later inquire further. To put it bluntly, Chen Mu could choose not to attend, but Zhao Hangshan was obliged to ensure he was duly informed. The Tianyuan relic, you say? Very well, I understand. Chen Mu contemplated whether to investigate further. The treasures were secondary. His primary interest lay in witnessing the fabled sacred ground for himself. The term sacred ground seemed unattainable to ordinary souls, an existence confined to the realm of legends. After all, it opened only once every decade. With only 100 out of millions selected from the top sects, how fierce the competition must be. It was a struggle that could lead to bloodshed. A true testament to the saying that one's success often comes at the expense of many. I shall not impose further on the Holy Sun, Zhao Hangshan said, having received Chen Mu's response, and bowed his way out. If the master is interested in the Tianyuan relic, I can have my people facilitate your passage. Lu Ruoxue was aware of the treasure-seeking event. However, she deemed it unnecessary to voice it. The treasures within the Tianyuan relic likely paled in comparison to even a fraction of her master's worth. No need. 3 days is but a fleeting moment. Chen Mu shook his head. Indeed, Lu Ruoxue refrained from elaborating further, beginning to dry Chen Mu's feet before delicately placing them into his shoes, treating them as one would a precious porcelain artifact, or perhaps even more delicately. Luo Hanqiu, astonished, endeavored to absorb the elder's wisdom. Having knelt in recognition of her master, her mindset naturally shifted in tandem. Luo Hanqiu was not one to wear a facade. She was genuine in her intentions. After Lu Ruoxue set down the basin and returned, Chen Mu produced a premium teleportation stone. Addressing her, you traverse back and forth daily, activating formations. It must be quite troublesome. This teleportation stone he trailed off, as if struck by an idea, infusing the stone with a hint of spiritual essence, transforming its appearance into a vibrant bracelet, more exquisite than jade. Thank you, master. Lu Ruoxue received it with both hands, her excitement palpable. A teleportation stone. Luo Hanqiu stood by, utterly astounded. Such stones were rare, and throughout the entire Xiantian Empire, few could be found, let alone one of such exceptional quality. It should allow for limitless teleportation across any distance, truly the finest among treasures. Luo Hanqiu could hardly fathom that Chen Mu would so casually bestow such a priceless artifact. Were she in his position, she would treat it with the utmost care, ensuring that no one could lay claim to it. What? Do you desire one as well? Chen Mu noticed Luo Hanqiu's unwavering gaze fixed upon the teleportation bracelet and inquired. Luo Hanqiu paused for 2 or 3 seconds before responding. If possible, I would be grateful for your generosity, master. The back and forth is exceedingly time-consuming. As for the teleportation formations of the Xiantian kingdom, they cannot cover such distances. Unfortunately, I must attend to both Chu Yun Mansion and the Xiantian Kingdom. I am both a master and a servant in these affairs. She hesitated, realizing that such a treasure could not simply be handed out at will. Fearing to place Chen Mu in an awkward position, she sought to provide him with an escape route, attempting to alleviate the tension. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Mu produced another vibrant teleportation bracelet and presented it to her. Luo Hanqiu, the phrase wealthy and extravagant no longer sufficed to describe her perception of Chen Mu. Little did she know that the extraordinary treasure she regarded as nearly impossible to acquire was just one among a million in Chen Mu's possession. The million-fold rebate function was perpetually in effect. Thank you, master. Luo Hanqiu once more knelt, raising her hands high above her head to accept the teleportation bracelet from Chen Mu. Granting teleportation bracelet successful. Million-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 teleportation bracelets. Another 100 million teleportation bracelets had been credited to her account. Fortunately, the system's backpack has no restrictions at the beginning, otherwise. With the billion-fold cracking function, a typical system backpack would likely be overwhelmed in no time. At this moment, for Luo Hanqiu, her loyalty towards Chen Mu had already soared close to 100, bolstered by her previous experiences and the journey with Qing Xianzong. Chen Mu, exhibiting a hint of obsessive compulsiveness, manually elevated her loyalty to a full 100%, confirming that Luo Hanqiu would not harbor any treachery against him. Without absolute loyalty, he truly dared not keep her in his residence. Even though he felt invulnerable, he remained cautious of potential betrayals lurking behind him. Subsequently, he returned to his room to rest. Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu stood guard at the door, only leaving once they confirmed that Chen Mu had extinguished the lights. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Since they had entered Chu Yun Mansion, absolute loyalty was imperative. Any act of betrayal against the master would not be tolerated, Lu Ruoxue reminded. You need not worry. I would never commit such an act, Luo Hanqiu assured. She could feel that her feelings towards Chen Mu had markedly changed, now infused with profound respect. That is certainly for the best, Lu Ruoxue remarked, raising her hand adorned with a bracelet to open a portal. Preparing to return to the capital. By the way, may I ask you something? Just as Lu Ruoxue was about to step into the portal, Luo Hanqiu suddenly called out to her. What is it? Lu Ruoxue turned back, her demeanor somewhat imposing as she faced Luo Hanqiu. She was curious about what question this woman might have for her. Could it be that she wished to draw her in for discussions on cooperation between their nations? Or perhaps clarify the tasks within Chu Yun Mansion that should or should not be undertaken to avoid conflict? Her mind raced with various thoughts. At that moment, Luo Hanqiu parted her delicate lips and earnestly inquired, You, like the master, do you not? Lu Ruoxue. Chapter 92. His presence induces self-doubt. Journeying to Tianyuan. I see. For Luo Hanqiu, not responding was the best answer. She had already reached a conclusion regarding this matter in her heart. Rest assured, my loyalty to the master is purely sincere and nothing more. As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Hanqiu disregarded Lu Ruoxue's response, her dark hair swirling as she stepped into the portal. Lu Ruoxue remained rooted in place, stunned for a long while. Slowly, she bent down, cradling her slightly heated cheeks with both hands, her voice barely audible as she shyly asked, Is it that obvious? Thanks to Luo Hanqiu's words, her previously anxious heart felt significantly steadied. Lu Ruoxue could sense that the other was not lying. In light of this, she resolved to treat her with more warmth in the future. After all, they were both part of Chu Yun Mansion, serving the same master. With determination, she gracefully stepped into the portal. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from an infatuated girl to a cold empress, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Hail to Her Majesty the Empress. The maidservants and inner guards in the imperial study broke into cold sweats upon her arrival, hastily kneeling in respect. Her softer side was visible only to Chen Mu. Meanwhile, Zhao Hengshan, riding his flying sword, was still on his way back to the Sect Master's peak. Lost in thought and appearing somewhat dazed. As he passed by Jingyue Peak, he was spotted by Lu Ruoxue's true mentor, Lu Yuchan, who was practicing diligently in the courtyard. Why is Brother Zhao still out here so late? He seems to be in a daze. Concerned for his well-being, Lu Yuchan released her grip on the sword. The spiritual sword transformed into a beam of light and flew beneath her feet, lifting her into the air to catch up with Zhao Hengshan. He was not flying very fast. Brother Zhao, what troubles you? You look rather listless. Be careful not to fall off your sword. Lu Yuchan gently called out beside him. Zhao Hengshan's eyes cleared significantly, snapping back to reality. Lu Junior sister, what brings you here? I was practicing in the mansion and noticed you seemed preoccupied. So I came to check on you, Lu Yuchan explained. She continued, Is there something troubling you? Feel free to share, and we can solve it together. It is not exactly a trouble, just a bit disheartened. Zhao Hongshan did not conceal anything from Lu Yuchan, his junior sister. Speaking about it felt much better than keeping it bottled up inside. Oh, there are things in this world that can dishearten you? Lu Yuchan was about to question him. Thinking he was joking, she turned to glance in the direction Zhao Hongshan had come from, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Returning her gaze to him, she confirmed her thoughts. Brother, the person you are speaking of, could it be the Holy Sun? Who else could it be? Zhao Hongshan retorted. What did he do? Lu Yuchan was curious about what astonishing feat Chen Mu had accomplished to leave Zhao Hongshan in such a state of exhaustion. In our Zhongshuan realm, there are 4 emperors, 3 of whom are related to him, along with your precious disciple. 2 empresses are all in his mansion. You mean, the Xiantian Empress? How could she come to my Qingxian zone? And why would she have any connection with the Holy Sun? Lu Yuchan was perplexed. When I arrived, your precious disciple was washing his feet, while the Xiantian Empress was giving him a shoulder massage, Zhao Hongshan elaborated. The Xiantian Empress is massaging the Holy Sun? Lu Yuchan's expression turned to one of shock. Lu Ruoshui was one thing, but how could even she be involved? Junior sister, do you know what the most absurd part is? There is more. What is it? Lu Yuchan probed further, following Zhao Hongshan's lead. Behind him stood 17 ancient powerhouses, all dressed as servants. Ancient powerhouses, 17 of them, dressed as servants. Lu Yuchan's expression completely unraveled, her thoughts racing as she struggled to find words. Now, it was clear to see Zhao Hongshan's mood. Previously, when Lu Ruoshui suggested introducing herself to work as a maidservant in Chen Mu's mansion, Zhao Hongshan had still maintained some dignity as an elder, but now, she could not help but think that refusing was an utterly erroneous decision. If this continued, she feared she would not even be qualified to stand at the entrance. An empress serving as a maid, ancient powerhouses acting as servants. No amount of vocabulary could adequately express Lu Yuchan's current feelings. Enough, it is late. Junior sister, you should rest early. I will return to the mansion now. Zhao Hongshan needed some solitude. I will see you off, Lu Yuchan responded, cupping her fists. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances in the direction of Qingyun Mansion. Then, shaking her head vigorously, she exhaled. Scolding herself for not being able to achieve greater progress. Continue to practice. Break through as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, the source of Lu Ruoshui's distress, he remained in a deep slumber. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, marking the day to venture to Tianyuan. During these 3 days, Chen Mu had indulged in a leisurely life, savoring the various delicacies brought by Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu. When boredom struck, he would watch the travel panda or rummage through his backpack to see what treasures he had acquired. Unsurprisingly, he was not disappointed. In his past life as an employee, a single day felt like an eternity to him. Yet now, each day flew by astonishingly fast, giving the impression that even a century would pass in the blink of an eye. Master, are you heading to Tianyuan? After a few days of self-adjustment and acclimatization, Luo Hanqiu's address of him as master had become quite natural and fluid. Seeing Chen Mu rise, she hurriedly inquired. Yes, it is time to set off, Chen Mu affirmed. How about I accompany you? In case anything happens, I can be by your side to alleviate any troubles, Luo Hanqiu volunteered. Very well. Chen Mu consented to her accompanying him. Indeed, one must take matters into their own hands. What was the point of having so many followers if they did not play their roles? Moreover, having an empress by his side would surely give others pause to reconsider whether they wish to oppose him. It seems that everyone feels entitled to step forward and provoke. The act of murder is rather troublesome. Slaying mere ants evokes little substantive feeling. Yet, like flies, they are numerous, weak, but exceedingly noisy, causing considerable annoyance. As for Lu Ruoshui, today, she is quite occupied with matters of the court, assisting Chen Mu in changing clothes, washing his face, and preparing breakfast, before hastily departing back to the capital. Su Qingtian mentioned that he returned twice during this period. The issues within Zhu Yan's domain are more numerous than he had anticipated, requiring additional time for resolution and enhancement. Chen Mu, however, is unconcerned, reassuring him to focus on his current tasks, as there is no need to worry about Qingyun Mansion. He prepares himself and raises his hand to activate the teleportation portal. Chen Mu and Luo Hanqiu enter the portal one after the other, arriving at Tianyuan. The portal subsequently closes, and he immediately senses numerous gazes directed towards him. One by one, the foremost prodigies of various sects scrutinize him. Chapter 93. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Sword pays his respects to the Esteemed One. The Holy Son of Blood Demon pays homage to the Ancestor. Which sect does this prodigy belong to? What brings him to Tianyuan, accompanied by a maid? Does he enjoy making a scene? Nonetheless, that maid is indeed a vision of beauty, possessing an imperial aura. Are you out of your mind? How can a maid exude an imperial presence? Comparing the two is an affront to the latter. Could he be someone of the Holy Sun caliber from one of the top 10 sects? In that case, bringing a maid would be justifiable, for he indeed possesses such qualifications. You are all mistaken. That is the attire of Qingxian Sect. Qingxian Sect. Upon hearing these three characters, the entire venue falls into silence. Recently, they have keenly felt the rising prominence of Qingxian Sect within the borders of Xian country. The various events surrounding them sound utterly absurd. Yet, these rumors have emanated from Tianjai. A sect that does not even rank among the top 10 has managed to execute operations more shocking than those of the top sections. Wait, could it be that the person beside him is our new emperor of Xian country? It is possible. Someone just mentioned sensing an imperial aura from her. Absolutely impossible. How could an empress dress in such a manner? I believe she is merely an exceptionally beautiful maid. Regardless, this individual certainly inspires envy. After the identity of Qingxian Sect was revealed, Chen Mu could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere. The demeanor of those present transformed entirely. Their gazes softened considerably. Zhao Hengshan could never have imagined that one day, the attire of Qingxian Sect would instill fear in other powerful sects, and the effect was strikingly evident. Master, it seems the grand ceremony has yet to commence, so let us sit and rest for a while, Luo Hanqiu said, waving her hand in the air and retrieving a set of tables and chairs from her spatial ring. She thoughtfully pulled out a chair and nudged it forward for Chen Mu to sit. Subsequently, she produced several delicacies and a pot of red tea. The onlooking prodigies could not help but swallow their saliva, consumed by envy. As fellow foremost prodigies, the disparity is simply too great. After pouring the tea, Luo Hanqiu approached Chen Mu from behind, meticulously massaging his shoulders. Many spectators could not suppress the urge to usurp Chen Mu's position and take his place. This is truly enviable. Could this young man be deliberately engaging in such ostentatious displays to incite envy and jealousy? Is the pursuit of treasure merely secondary? If that is indeed the case, then one must concede that he has succeeded. The effect is unmistakable. Meanwhile, the teleportation portal continues to open repeatedly. The appearance of one individual captures considerable attention and sparks lively discussion. Look, is that Su Tianyao of Benlei Sect? The one who crossed a major realm and, with a single strike of his Benlei hand, forcefully vanquished his opponents? Indeed, it is he. No wonder he is capable of crossing realms to defeat adversaries. His aura is truly extraordinary. Su Tianyao stepped out from the portal, casting his gaze around to see if any acquaintances were present. He quickly noticed Chen Mu's presence. Who is this person? Why is his demeanor so ostentatious? Su Tianyao finds it somewhat displeasing. In Tianyuan Edi, as a prodigy of a sect, how can one be so disrespectful? Where is your sense of reverence? With that thought, he prepared to approach Chen Mu and deliver a stern admonition. At that moment, however, he was interrupted by exclamations of surprise. The foremost prodigy of Tianjin Sect, Sun Wuyan. The foremost prodigy of Blood Demon Sect, Li Xinghe. This proves that even among prodigies, immense disparities exist. Despite sharing the same status, they are nonetheless astonished. Sun Wuyan, Li Xinghe. These two individuals are considered by Su Tianyao as surpassing goals. Yet, at present, his strength pales in comparison to theirs. Wait, they are heading in that direction. Indeed, I am not the only one who finds his behavior intolerable, thought Su Tianyao, opting to hold back. After all, with Sun Wuyan and Li Xinghe stepping in, that should suffice. He could never hope to match either of them. Sun Wuyan and Li Xinghe exchanged glances, quickening their pace. They wondered if this individual intended to cause trouble for the esteemed one or the ancestor. Should they intervene early to resolve the matter? To perform well before the esteemed one and the ancestor? In the blink of an eye, they reached Chen Mu and decided to address the matter at hand before considering how to deal with him. What transpired next left the entire assembly astounded. Sun Wuyan and Li Xinghe moved in unison, as if carved from the same mold. They knelt and performed the fist salute. Holy Son of Tianjin Sect, Sun Wuyan, pays his respects to the esteemed one. Holy Son of Blood Demon Sect, Li Xinghe, pays homage to the ancestor. The crowd turned to each other, wide-eyed in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. What are they calling him? The Holy Son of Tianjin Sect referred to him as the esteemed one. The Holy Son of Blood Demon Sect called him the ancestor. Wait. Are we certain there is no mistake? Is he not the Holy Son of Qingxian? How can one individual simultaneously hold three titles? This is simply absurd. The ancestor of Blood Demon Sect is none other than the Blood Demon Ancestor, a deity of the chaotic era. Does Blood Demon Sect have a second ancestor? Can he even be compared to the Blood Demon Ancestor? In a moment, astonishment and shock echoed throughout the venue. Each sect's foremost prodigy, a Holy Sun-level being, could not help but question their existence. They wondered if their excitement over participating in the treasure-seeking grand ceremony had led to sleepless nights, causing them to dream during broad daylight. This matter is indeed too difficult to accept. Prior to this, as first-rate prodigies and holy sons, their inner pride required no elaboration. Now, a person of similar age has ascended to the status of an esteemed one and an ancestor-level figure within a sect. This is beyond mere comparisons. It cannot be simply articulated. They even began to waver, questioning whether they should still participate in the treasure-seeking grand ceremony, considering the presence of someone more formidable than themselves. Would their lives be at stake? That would be far too unwise. Hesitation ensued. However, among those present, the one with the most complex emotions was undoubtedly Su Tianyao, who only a moment ago had intended to confront Chen Mu for his perceived insolence. His mouth, already large, now gaped in astonishment, wide enough to easily accommodate esteemed Bun. Is that truly the holy son of Tianjin Sect, Sun Huiyan? Is that genuinely the holy son of Blood Demon Sect, Li Xinghe? How could such individuals, from such powerful sects, exist? He could not help but question his existence. As a practitioner and the foremost of a strong sect, Su Tianyao surely understands the significance of the titles Esteemed One and Ancestor to a sect. Thus, it led to an even greater collapse, the effects multiplying exponentially. Chapter 94. The Holy Dragon's Holy Son pays respect to the Honorable One. The Empress takes action. Reflecting upon it now, Su Tianyao cannot help but regard himself as a fool, having the audacity to attempt to instruct such a powerful figure on how to conduct oneself. Fortunately, the pace of the unfolding events was slow enough, and with the timely arrival of Sun Huiyan and Li Xing, otherwise, his life would have been in grave peril. It is evident that the Benlei sect would never provoke a force that even the Tian Sword sect and Blood Demon sect deeply feared. He clapped his palm against his chest. The sensation of narrowly escaping death still sends chills down his spine. Look, that is Yun Hong, the prodigious holy son of the Yujin sect, one of the top 10 sects. Oh my. And there is Lung Yume, the prodigious holy daughter of the Baiwa sect, another of the top 10 sects. Their appearance caused quite a stir, generating a cacophony of astonishment. Yume, it has been a long time, Yun Hong remarked with a subtle smile, approaching her. Yet, he was met with silence, for Lung Yume's cold gaze was fixed upon another man. The Qingxian sect? Lung Yume had certainly heard much about the Qingxian holy son during these past few days and found herself intrigued. Having encountered him here, she could not resist stealing a few glances. As for Yun Hong, she had explicitly expressed her lack of interest in forming a romantic partnership, preferring instead to focus on her cultivation and the pursuit of the supreme path. After voicing this sentiment a couple of times, she had learned to regard him as if he were invisible. Nevertheless, Yun Hong's persistent affection could not be easily deterred. The rumors were indeed true. The holy son of Yujin was infatuated with the holy daughter of Baiwa. Personally, I believe they are quite a match, both talented and beautiful. However, it was clear that the holy daughter was far more interested in the holy son of Qingxian. Yun Hong overheard conversations about the Qingxian holy son. Although he had heard this name mentioned within the sect, he regarded the lower-tier sect, which did not even rank among the top 10, with indifference. To him, it seemed a waste of time. Little did he know that a seemingly inconsequential holy son from a lesser sect had stolen the attention that rightfully belonged to him. He was determined to prove to Lung Yume that he was superior to Chen Mu when suddenly, more exclamations erupted. Another figure emerged. It was Liang Yifan, the holy son of the Shenglong sect, one of the foremost among the top 10 sects. Upon hearing that name, Yun Hong's fingers instinctively clenched into fists. Liang Yifan had defeated him in front of many on more than one occasion, reducing him to a state of humiliation. The most recent encounter had occurred during the sect competition 6 months prior, when Liang Yifan had severely injured him and sent him flying from the stage with merely 10 moves. This had made Yun Hong the laughingstock of not only his own sect, but also others, with whispers suggesting he was unworthy of being a holy son. He longed to defeat Liang Yifan, yet the path ahead seemed fraught with danger. Is he approaching the Qingxian holy son? Could there be some rivalry between them? Realizing this, Yun Hong smirked, planning to use this opportunity to his advantage. Liang Yifan, you shall become my pawn. He had mastered the art of mental victory all too well. As Liang Yifan approached, Chen Mu surely recognized him. Initially, Chen Mu had thought someone was coming to challenge him due to his comfortable life. However, upon seeing Liang Yifan in the garb of the Shenglong sect, his prior thoughts dissipated. Thud. Just as he anticipated, Liang Yifan bowed deeply before him, proclaiming, Liang Yifan, holy son of Shenglong sect, pays respect to the honorable one. Rise. Chen Mu replied. He believed that the holy sons of the Tian and Blood Demon sects could instill fear in others, while Liang Yifan could intimidate even the top 10 sects. Surely, no one would dare seek trouble with him now. A glance around revealed expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, utterly incredulous. Was this a dream? The holy son of Shenglong sect, one of the foremost sects, was bowing to him, Perhaps the rumors were indeed true. The current empress of the Xian kingdom was, in fact, affiliated with him. Who exactly was this man? Truly extraordinary. Yun Hong found himself stunned, noticing that Lung Yumei's interest in Chen Mu had intensified compared to earlier. Gritting his teeth, Yun Hong could not help but exclaim. The esteemed holy son of Shenglong's sect, one of the top 10 sects, actually pays such homage to a person from an insignificant sect. How tragic and laughable. The thought that I lost to such a pathetic being is utterly humiliating. With a resigned shrug and a mocking smile, he muttered, "This is not your place to speak. Yun Hong, should you dare disrespect the honorable one again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Liang Yifan was furious. Unwilling to let the Shenglong sect endure any disgrace due to his actions, he had witnessed firsthand Chen Mu's terrifying capabilities. At that moment, as a holy son, he lacked the courage to face Chen Mu directly, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Fear you?" Yun Hong was enraged and wished to engage Liang Yifan in a contest. Perhaps to emerge victorious this time. He had recently achieved a breakthrough. "Impudence," came a voice that was distinctly not Liang Yifan's. Intrigued, the crowd turned their attention to the source of the powerful voice that resonated like a divine melody. In unison, they bent their knees and bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." In the Xian kingdom, who else but the current empress could don such imperial robes? The five-clawed golden dragon was reserved solely for the emperor. Yun Hong stood frozen, watching as Lu Ruoxue approached him, swallowing hard. He could never have anticipated that the empress would arrive at such a moment. His actions would undoubtedly have provoked her ire. "Your Majesty, please allow me to explain." Before he could finish, he found himself struck, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as he fell. Blood seeped from his brow, pooling beneath him. Was he dead? The holy son of Yujian's sect, just like that? Gasps filled the air as the crowd found it hard to believe. The empress's methods were decisively swift and relentless. They could not fathom why she would enact such punishment upon Yun Hong, as they felt his actions hardly warranted death. Chapter 95. Even the empress pays him homage? Free trials. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxue had intentions not only to kill Yun Hong, but to ensure that not a trace of him remained. A wisp of bluish flame appeared at her fingertip, which she directed toward his corpse. The flame leisurely drifted forth, melding into Yun Hong's chest. Boom! In an instant, the tiny flame expanded, consuming his body from within, leaving no ashes behind. All that remained was a charred imprint of his form. The crowd was left questioning whether Lu Ruoxue harbored a personal vendetta against Yun Hong or perhaps against the Yujian sect that stood behind him. Beyond that, they could think of no other reason for her to take such extreme measures. Wait, could it be because at this moment, someone suddenly recalled having heard from others that Lu Ruoxue and Chen Mu shared a connection? Could it be that the empress acted against him due to Yun Hong's previous ill treatment? This led to a cascade of questions about the nature of their relationship. Just how close must they be for the empress to disregard the esteemed Yujian sect, one of the top 10 sects, to defend him? Were they siblings, confidants, or perhaps even partners on a spiritual journey? Various conjectures about their bond flickered through the mind. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxue, exuding an air of grace and authority, approached Chen Mu. Observing this, Liang Yifan, Sun Wuyan, Li Xinghe, and others lowered their heads in a show of respect, too intimidated to meet the empress's gaze. Ruoxue pays her respects to her master. "I apologize for my tardiness and for allowing a petty person to trouble you. Please forgive me and impose a punishment." In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone's demeanor appeared frozen, as if time itself had stopped. They had only ever witnessed others kneeling before an emperor. Never had they seen an emperor kneel to anyone else. The prior events combined with this spectacle led the crowd to mentally label Chen Mu as someone utterly untouchable. Reflecting on this, Su Tianyao, who initially intended to teach Chen Mu a lesson, felt his legs turn to jelly, collapsing onto the ground. Fear gripped him, leaving him pale as ash, with cold sweat streaming down his face. If one were to ask him at that moment whether it was excessive for Chen Mu to bring a maid into the Tianyuan ruins to enjoy delicacies and receive a shoulder massage, he would emphatically declare it was not at all excessive, entirely reasonable. After all, who could be more deserving of such indulgences than he? Who could have anticipated that a national empress would address Chen Mu as her master? Her voice, soft and excessively flattering, contrasted sharply with Lu Ruoxue's imperial demeanor. "Rise." Chen Mu spoke with a calm tone. "Thank you, master." Realizing Chen Mu bore no ill will, Lu Ruoxue rose without further ado. Soon, more prodigious disciples from various sects arrived, including the renowned sons of the other top 10 sections. Upon entering, they sensed something was amiss. An unusual atmosphere permeated the surroundings. The expressions on their faces reflected their unease. "Now that everyone is here, I declare the Tianyuan treasure hunt officially begins." Lu Ruoxue succinctly fulfilled her task. At this moment, A newcomer could not contain their curiosity and asked, "Friend, where are the disciples of the Yujin sect? Has something happened that prevents them from attending?" "They are here," came the reply, accompanied by a subtle nod towards the ground. Looking down, the youth noticed a darkened patch on the ground, resembling a human form. Is that the Yujin Holy Sun? What had transpired during his absence? How could someone dare to kill the Yujin Holy Sun? Just as he was about to inquire further, he realized that people were proceeding one by one into the golden portal leading to the Tianyuan ruins. With little choice, he suppressed his curiosity and entered, not wishing to delay the important matters at hand. On the other hand, Chen Mu was the last to take action. From Lu Ruoxue, he learned that this so-called Tianyuan ruins treasure hunt involved 3 challenges. The first was confronting 1's inner demons, the second was ascending the heavenly ladder, and the third was striking the divine bell to obtain a legacy. To his surprise, it seemed far less complicated than he had anticipated. Initially, he had imagined a brutal scene of the top disciples from the 100 strongest sects clashing in a fierce battle. Upon entering the portal, he found himself before a bamboo grove, where others had already ventured in. Once inside, the bamboo seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly concealing the figures of those who entered. Utilizing his divine sight, Chen Mu perceived that each stalk of bamboo contained a fragment of consciousness and possessed thought. Anyone who entered would be influenced by the grove's formations, inducing illusions, commonly referred to as inner demons. It was evident that this bamboo grove was far superior to the spiritual bamboo cultivated by Zhao Hengshan of the Qingxian sect. Regrettably, without the traveling panda present, it would likely remain trapped for 10 days to half a month. "Master, do you require my assistance in clearing the path?" Lu Ruoxue inquired. "Not necessary," Chen Mu replied, hands clasped behind his back as he strode confidently toward the grove. The disciples who had yet to enter were eagerly awaiting this moment, having never witnessed Chen Mu in action and yearning to uncover the extent of his abilities. They wondered whether he possessed a formidable background that could compel the Empress to yield, or if he wielded unparalleled strength. They were eager to discern the truth. They had heard whispers about the challenges of this bamboo grove. Even golden core cultivators could not guarantee success, as the strength of 1's inner demons typically escalated alongside their own prowess. One misstep could lead to grave injuries or disqualification. Would the Qingxian Holy Sun be able to pass the trials? Meanwhile, 3 individuals had already been violently expelled from the bamboo grove, their bodies battered and defeated. These 3 were well-known figures among this cohort of prodigious disciples. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard, feeling a chill of anxiety for both Chen Mu and themselves. The Tianyuan treasure hunt was proving far more challenging than they had envisioned. As for Chen Mu, he did not dwell on the notion of inner demons. Instead, he was intrigued by what formidable challenges this trial bamboo grove might conjure for him. Surely he could withstand 3 blows. If possible, he did not wish for an early conclusion. He aimed to experience more of this intriguing endeavor. Before long, he arrived at the grove's entrance, where countless spiritual bamboos parted to create a path. He had entered. However, something felt distinctly off. Did it not seem as though the bamboos were not merely parting to allow him to enter the trial grounds, but rather welcoming him with a hint of reverence? Their bending forms resembled a bow. This raised doubts among the spectators. Was it possible that these ancient spiritual bamboos, each over 10,000 years old and part of the trial grounds, would simply yield passage? Many considered this unlikely. The sacred laws governing this space could not be altered by anyone, not even the top 10 sects or royal families. Could it be that Chen Mu's strength was simply extraordinary? Yet, even the most powerful could not alter the sacred laws. Though these laws had weakened, they were still sacred. Few voices emerged to contradict this assertion, and many chose to remain silent in acquiescence. Despite the shock that Chen Mu's existence brought, they did not believe his power could reach a level capable of altering sacred laws. However, as time passed, the crowd gradually recognized a stark contrast between their expectations and the unfolding reality. Wherever Chen Mu walked, the spiritual bamboos would swiftly part. As if fearing the consequences of a moment's delay, the path cleared before him with such ease that it could accommodate not just himself, but hundreds more without hindrance. What was happening? Did the Tianyuan ruins acknowledge their presence and deem it unnecessary to continue the trials, thus saving time? This was indeed a possibility worth exploring. One bold disciple from the Nandu sect sprang forth, not waiting for others to speak, and dashed toward the open pathway, hoping to gain an advantage in the treasure hunt. Thud! Boom! However, in the blink of an eye, the figure shot back like an arrow released from its bow. Some observed clearly that he had been struck in the chest and abdomen by one of the spiritual bamboos, unable to evade, resulting in this unfortunate fate. Be careful. With fingers raised high towards the heavens, he struggled to utter these words before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. In the next moment, a portal opened beneath him, and the body of the bald disciple slowly descended, forcibly leaving the Tianyuan. Is there any fellow cultivator willing to test the waters? Upon hearing this, the gazes of most individuals fell upon the top disciples of the 10 strong sects, such as Sun Wuyin, Li Xing, and others. I shall go. The speaker was none other than Lin Yoji, the prodigious son of the Daoshi sect, ranked at the bottom of the 10 strong sects. With a thud, he stepped forward, causing the ground to shatter like a spider's web, as he instantly arrived at the broad avenue that only Chen Mu had been deemed worthy to traverse. Not good. He noticed a spiritual bamboo bending backward, swiftly whipping towards him. Lin Yoji immediately unleashed his physical enhancement technique, the Dao Ti Ju, crossing his arms to shield himself. He barely managed to deflect the blow, being forced back 2 or 3 steps. He blocked it. There is hope. Truly. The prodigious sons of the 10 strong sects commanded respect. Their strength was admirable. Yet, why did the spiritual bamboos refrain from attacking him? You ask me? Who should I inquire? Lin Yoji also believed there was potential, taking a deep breath and continuing to stride forward. This time, 7 or 8 spiritual bamboos lashed out simultaneously. Oh no. Bang. Boom. Even though Lin Yoji activated his physical enhancement technique, he was still sent flying 100 meters, barely stabilizing himself. Uffed. His expression changed drastically as he pressed his hand against his chest, kneeling on one knee, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why do I feel that entering that avenue is more challenging than enduring the trial of the heart demon? Stop thinking about it. Even the top disciples of the 10 strong sects cannot manage it. How can we possibly enter? It seemed that this avenue was a privilege reserved solely for him. The crowd had no choice but to accept reality. Even the sacred land actively altered its rules for him, granting him special treatment. How formidable must his strength be? A child of destiny? A child of the heavenly way? Or could it be that he has some connection to this Tianyuan? Unlikely, as the Tianyuan Holy Land has long ceased to have descendants. Otherwise, how could they allow us outsiders to covet treasures? While they conversed, Chen Mu had effortlessly arrived at the exit of the bamboo forest. The moment his foot stepped out, the bamboo forest immediately converged, and the avenue vanished in the blink of an eye. One could only say it had failed to meet Chen Mu's expectations. He wished to see what form his heart demon would take. However, on another note, it must be acknowledged that these spiritual bamboos had not lived for millennia in vain. They had learned to fear for their lives. Had they truly dared to obstruct Chen Mu and create a heart demon, the least they would have faced would be a dire outcome of being uprooted, with barely a few remaining. They, too, were acting to ensure the continued development of the Tianyuan. Chen Mu understood this. Continuing towards the next challenge, the heavenly ladder. He arrived at the foot of the mountain and gazed upward. The stone steps seemed endless, resembling an infinite ascent. No wonder it was called the heavenly ladder. He raised his foot and stepped onto the first step. An almost negligible pressure descended upon Chen Mu. Oh, this is intriguing. Chen Mu instantly comprehended that with each step taken on the heavenly ladder, the pressure would double. The further one ascended, the more terrifying the weight became. If the bamboo forest tested a cultivator's mental fortitude, then this challenge scrutinized the cultivator's physical form and bones. Yet, for Chen Mu, this pressure felt no more than a gentle breeze. The ascent was no different from a typical mountain climb. Soon, others began to catch up from behind. Over a third had been eliminated. Only around 60 individuals remained, including Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu. Surprisingly, Luo Hanqiu, a personal maid, traversed the bamboo forest faster than even those esteemed prodigies. This revelation stirred quite a commotion among the crowd. Sun Wuyin, Li Xing, and Liang Yifan, among others, felt an even deeper sense of fear and respect for Chen Mu. His strength was indeed beyond their comprehension. Let us hurry up the ladder. If this continues, even his party will vanish from sight. Someone voiced this thought, pulling everyone's attention back from Luo Hanqiu. All began to ascend the ladder. Initially, it was manageable, but after taking 20 or 30 steps, they could already feel their legs grow as heavy as lead. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure above was immensely powerful. Moreover, with each step, it multiplied. Supporting themselves on their knees, they struggled to look up. How could he be so at ease? Who could say? Perhaps it was the sacred land shielding him. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Luo Hanqiu passed by, her expression unchanged, equally effortless. At this moment, not only the physical, but also the psychological pressure surged. How disheartening. This was unfair. Initially, they had thought themselves fortunate enough to compete for treasures in the Tianyuan, believing themselves favored by the heavens. Yet now, the majority found their mindset drastically altered. They began to worry not only about failing to obtain any treasures or legacies, but also that their previously accumulated pride would be shattered, leaving them to languish in mediocrity. Cultivation? What a farce. Without talent or a future, it's better to return home and farm. As Chen Mu regained his focus, he looked up to find that he had already vanished into the mist, his figure unseen, at least 1,000 steps ahead. Speaking of which, what was the third trial at the mountain's peak? It was said to be the Tianyuan Holy Land's treasure passed down from ancient times, the Daozong Bell. The Daozong Bell sounded quite formidable. How was it to be used? One should speak of something to distract from the pain. It was rumored that striking the Daozong Bell would yield treasures and legacies, and each strike could be repeated for further rewards. Each strike could yield treasures? How generous. But how many treasures could possibly be hidden within that great bell? Generous? Those in the know could not help but scoff at this notion. Do you know how few times the Daozong Bell has been struck over the millennia? Even the Quasi-Emperor Yang Huaiming managed to strike it only 5 times at most. What? Quasi-Emperor Yang Huaiming? He was a being of half-step emperor level, a legendary figure undefeated for a millennium, and he struck it only 5 times? Surely you jest. Believe it or not. The youth was disinclined to explain. He did not think his master would tell such lies to deceive him. This statement indeed heightened the Daozong Bell's significance in the minds of the crowd. They hoped to strike it at least once, after all. Even a quasi-emperor had struck it only 5 times. If they could manage a single strike, perhaps they could defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of the extreme path. But first, they had to pass the second trial of the heavenly ladder. After ascending 100 steps, under the immense pressure, everyone had lost the strength to speak. All their mental fortitude and energy was devoted to climbing the ladder, leaving no room for other thoughts. No, I refuse to accept this. Is this how it ends? How infuriating. I could continue. Behind them, the sounds of failures and falls echoed. The portal opened swiftly, sending those who stumbled back to where they had come from. In the blink of an eye, over half had been eliminated, leaving only a little over 30. Boom. At that moment, a deep and resounding bell tolled from the mountaintop, echoing as if cascading from the heavens like a raging torrent. That was the Daozong Bell. Someone had struck the Daozong Bell. With great difficulty, they managed to speak. Could it be that esteemed Qingxian Saint Sun again? There was no one else. How did he manage to ascend these thousands of steps so swiftly? As the crowd pondered this perplexing question, the Daozong Bell was struck once more. The second ring. So soon? This is truly remarkable. He has nearly reached the half-step emperor level. Could it be that, like the heavenly ladder, the difficulty of ringing the Daozong Bell increases with each subsequent strike? This notion, while plausible, was still being articulated when, boom, the third sound of the Daozong Bell resonated, an invisible might sweeping forth. The third strike. Is he truly attempting to surpass the record set by the Emperor of Yue? This is simply astounding, utterly extraordinary. Are you certain that Qing Xianzong is merely an obscure sect? A sect of such insignificance could yield such a formidable and terrifying holy sun? Perhaps Qing Xianzong simply does not wish to vie for such ephemeral accolades that might indeed represent the highest realm. Boom. In the midst of conversation, the third toll of the Daozong Bell reverberated across the heavens, echoing for miles. The fourth ring. Just one more, and he could attain the strength of a half-step emperor, even if he does not possess the full power of an emperor at his age. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass that of the past, perhaps even ascend to the rank of emperor. It has been millennia since the emergence of a true emperor in the Zhongxian realm, has it not? Even if he fails to acquire the Tianyuan inheritance this time, it is imperative to maintain good relations. One must not offend him at all. Boom. The fifth sound. The strength of a half-step emperor. Is the Daozong Bell truly so difficult to ring? I have barely taken 2 steps, and he has already struck 5 times. Could it be that your strength is simply too feeble? Listening to the successive tolls of the Daozong Bell, Sun Wuyan, Li Xinghe, and Liang Yifan each contemplated in their own way, yet their thoughts aligned entirely, filled with profound respect for Chen Mu. At this moment, more than reaching the mountain peak, they yearned to witness with their own eyes the moment Chen Mu shatters history, and Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu desired it even more than they did, their feet moving swifter. 5 strikes of the Daozong Bell might well represent the limit of a half-step emperor. Yet they were more certain than anyone that this could not possibly be the limit of their master. This is merely the beginning. They must hasten, lest they miss the exhilarating moment. As they vanished into the swirling mists, the collection of prodigies accustomed to being hailed as geniuses felt an unusually complex mix of emotions. Lu Ruoshui could be excused, given her noble status as the Empress of Xian Kingdom. But why was Luo Hanxiu merely an ordinary holy sun's maid? So extraordinarily gifted, they wished to implore them to leave some dignity for themselves. It felt as though, after this journey, hearing someone call them a genius would no longer evoke the same feeling as before. There was an inexplicable sense of mockery in it. Boom, boom. Even more alarming was that the tolls of the Daozong Bell continued to resound, deafeningly. 10 strikes, 15 strikes, 20 strikes. They had long since surpassed the known standards for a half-step emperor by countless multiples. At this rate, one should not worry about whether they could ring the Daozong Bell. but rather whether it would still possess treasures or inheritances to bestow upon them. If this pace continues, will the treasures and inheritances not be entirely depleted? It was said that trials and treasure hunts were arduous, yet they truly felt the weight of it. But what of Chen Mu? Is he not here to procure goods? Can such a thing even be procured? For them, the time that followed felt like years. Every minute and second weighed heavily on their weary bodies. They had long since grown numb to the incessant tolling of the Daozong bell, immune to its sound. They had no inclination to count how many times it had rung. They were more concerned with the ever-widening gap between themselves and the other disciples. The foremost positions were predominantly occupied by the top 10 sections. The number of eliminated disciples steadily increased, while the remaining challengers dwindled. Among them, leading the pack was Zhang Yunfei, the first holy son of the 7 Absolute Sect, ranked first among the top 10 sects of Xian Kingdom. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally caught sight of the end of the heavenly ladder, his expression brightening with joy. At last, he was finally nearing the summit. Casting a glance back, he noted that the closest individual was still 100 steps away. Although he had not surpassed Chen Mu, he was the second person to strike the Daozong bell, a fact that would certainly bring pride to himself and his sect. Why could he not claim the first position? It was not due to his own shortcomings, but rather because his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond all imagination. The dawn of victory was within reach. However, he soon witnessed Chen Mu kick the enormous, jet-black ancient bell, inscribed with arcane runes, with an expression of considerable dissatisfaction. What does this mean? Is that all there is? Chapter 98. The Daozong bell submits. A tenfold training space. What does he mean by that? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yunfei could only strive to comprehend the true meaning behind Chen Mu's statement. Could it be that he had indeed, as previously suggested, completely emptied the treasures and inheritance rewards within the Daozong bell? Or is it that the Daozong bell has certain limitations, becoming unresponsive after a specific number of strikes? Upon further reflection, such a possibility could not be dismissed. After all, even at the half-step emperor level, only 5 strikes had been achieved. There had been no existence of a monster like Chen Mu, who could test the limits of the Daozong bell prior to this. Zhang Yunfei sincerely hoped for the former to be true. Otherwise, would this entire journey have been in vain? Yet, truth be told, it could not be considered entirely wasted effort. The bamboo forest and the heavenly ladder had, to some extent, augmented the challenger's mental state and physical strength. Nonetheless, what Zhang Yunfei truly desired was to ring the Daozong bell and obtain the sacred land's inheritance rewards. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained oblivious to Zhang Yunfei's presence, continuing to kick and ring the Daozong bell. Simultaneously, more individuals reached the mountain peak. Observing Chen Mu kick the bell as if it were a mere game, their feelings were rather complex. The grand scene they had envisioned, one of earth-shattering magnificence, had not materialized. Oh, you arrived just in time. At this moment, Chen Mu finally took notice of Zhang Yunfei and Liang Yifan. He raised his hand, beckoning Liang Yifan to approach and see if he could ring the Daozong bell to obtain the inheritance reward. Yes, Liang Yifan complied. Zhang Yunfei, still in a daze, saw others had moved far ahead and felt it inappropriate to say much. It was just as well to let Liang Yifan go first and test the waters, validating his own suspicions. Liang Yifan approached the Daozong bell. Assuming a stable stance, palms pressed down, channeling his energy into his lower dantian. He then gathered all of his spiritual energy, concentrating it into the palm of his hand, and struck out. However, the Daozong bell merely trembled slightly, failing to produce any sound. How difficult could this be for a prodigy like Liang Yifan to unleash his full strength and only cause the Daozong bell to sway slightly? In comparison, that Qingxian holy son had not even utilized any spiritual energy. Yet the bell continued to toll. Just how formidable was his strength? It was truly astonishing. It seems we have all miscalculated. His power is indeed sufficient to compel the Tianyuan ruins to alter the rules. To enable the sacred land to change its laws, one must be extraordinarily powerful. In this regard, all present found themselves without answers. Their insufficient strength limited their understanding and imagination. Master, please allow me to try again. Liang Yifan's eyes brimmed with determination. Chen Mu nodded. Liang Yifan once more channeled his spiritual energy, simultaneously invoking a mid-tier earth-level technique he had begun to master. The indestructible Jade Cauldron. Before long, spiritual energy swiftly transformed into a large green cauldron, which Liang Yifan hoisted high above his head. As he pressed down with both hands, boom. With a thunderous momentum, the massive cauldron smashed down directly onto the Daozong bell. This strike encompassed all of Liang Yifan's might. Should it fail to resonate with the Daozong bell, he would have no choice but to concede. Thud. Thankfully, the outcome was gratifying. However, although the Daozong bell was struck by the colossal cauldron, The magnitude of this event paled in comparison to Chen Mu's casual kick. In but a moment, the sound faded away, and when Chen Mu rang the Daozong bell, the resounding echo that reverberated through the heavens and earth rendered Liang's effort utterly inconsequential, entirely dismissible. It was unexpected that Liang Yifan's formidable strike, a display of a true prodigy, could merely manage to ring the Daozong bell once. Clearly, the endeavor to awaken this bell was not as straightforward as one might have presumed. This esteemed Qunix's holy son was indeed a formidable individual, a genius among geniuses. Indeed, how utterly domineering. Here I am, regarded as the first talent in a century by the entire sect, yet I scarcely measure up to him. As Hua's gaze returned to Liang Yifan, it became evident that he was utterly fatigued, panting heavily. Thud! The wretched bell, astonishingly, remained unresponsive. With that, Chen Mu delivered another kick to the Daozong bell, allowing everyone present to once again experience the adage that without comparison, one cannot perceive the pain of inadequacy. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Through Chen Mu's proclamation, the crowd was increasingly convinced that the treasures and legacies within the Daozong bell had been entirely depleted by him. Grievances? None were voiced, nor dared to be. In the realm of skill, what was there to lament? After all, no one was obliged to wait for their arrival or reserve opportunities to ring the Daozong bell for them. As elite disciples, they were acutely aware of the ruthless survival of the fittest that governed the world of the mystical. Stop. Do not kick it again. It may shatter. I am willing to submit to you. Just as the crowd was preparing to depart from the Tianyuan ruins, an unfamiliar voice they had never heard before resonated from beside Chen Mu. It emanated from the Daozong bell. Could it truly speak? Perhaps it had awakened its spirit. Having existed for so many years, it was not surprising for it to develop sentience. Given its ancient origins, this Daozong bell must indeed be a formidable treasure in its own right. What more is there to say? Its presence in such a location certainly implies it is anything but simple. The bell spirit? Chen Mu was somewhat taken aback as his raised foot returned to the ground. What are you waiting for? He urged the Daozong bell. Very well, master. Within this Daozong bell lies a perceptive bell spirit. Immediately, it shrank to a size 100-fold smaller, fitting comfortably in the palm of his hand, and flew to Chen Mu, demonstrating what it meant to take and receive in one motion. Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu stood nearby, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves, struggling to remain composed. What was originally meant to endure for millennia, perhaps even 10,000 years, was entirely claimed by Chen Mu in less than half a day. Moreover, even the vessel meant to preserve the legacy could not withstand the pressure and willingly surrendered. Truly, he is deserving of the title of master. Grasping the Daozong bell, Chen Mu employed the system to meticulously examine this treasure, looking beyond its capacity to store legacies. He was unexpectedly delighted to discover that this Daozong bell could not only harbor legacies, but also serve as a defensive artifact, amplifying its power 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. To subdue adversaries, it could furthermore unlock a dedicated cultivation space, allowing entry for training at a speed 10 times that of the outside world. An independent cultivation space? This was indeed an unexpected boon for Chen Mu. The prospect of a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed was an opportunity that no cultivator, regardless of their level, could easily reject. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the benefit. As for Chen Mu, if memory serves, among the myriad functions available within the system, there exists one known as the 10,000-fold cultivation space. Moreover, it allows for effortless automation. This is precisely why he appeared so composed amidst the unfolding events. How could 100-fold even begin to compare with 10,000-fold?